Welcome back, and it is now North America's turn for the Mythic Dungeon International as our first week between North America and Oceanic is about to get underway. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, and joining me on our virtual desks from our lovely company homes, we've got Dratnos, we've got Nagura, and we've got Zyronic. And Zyronic, we have a ton of top-tier teams from some of the best guilds really North America has to offer, as well as Oceanic.
Yeah, we were talking about this before the broadcast, just going over it really quickly. We have representation from the top 4 North American teams as well as the top 2 Australian teams as well. So really you're seeing kind of the pinnacle of all of North America and Australia has to offer in this tournament today.
Yeah, and it really goes to show as well, Dratnos, how the dedication, the time is really being spent for these players after raid progression, being able to have the time to kind of jump in and start flexing as well in Mythic Plus.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of out of one frying pan into another here for these guys. 12-hour days in Nihilotha, and then taking that down, coming over to MDI, show the same level of skill here, and we'll see who takes it down.
Yeah, that's right. And as well, we're going to have a couple shakeups coming into this one because of some roster issues that happened with One Last Chance Nagura. We are going to be seeing Angry Toast come into this bracket as well.
Yeah, so Angry Toast, they did get the number 10 seed on the time trials, but because of the dropout, they're going to be participating this time around as well. So they're actually going to be in the very first game as they are taking the number 8 seed, and they're going to be playing against Method NA at the first game, so that's going to be a very difficult task for them to take on here.
Without a doubt. And in addition to Method NA squaring off against Angry Toast, as we check out our bracket, we've got Complexity Limit squaring off against Honestly, with Goosy Bad squaring off against Big Dumb Gaming, followed by Ethical versus Fly Me Out. And again, we got a lot of returning players in this one, Zyronic, especially from Limit.
Yeah, actually, the Limit team this round is, for the most part, a completely different team, minus having Max tanking once again. I think most of the DPS players and the healer are completely different. They've got I'm Fired Up coming along, who was one of my teammates 2 years ago. No, he's a fantastic mage player and multi-classer, and really everyone on the team this time around is kind of, one of the best players of their class. So I think they're going to be a team to look forward to, and I think that matchup between Complexity Limit and Honestly is probably my match of the day. They're the 4 and 5 seed. They both looked really good in time trials. It's going to be a fun one to watch.
And what are your predictions as well, Nagura, for how the competition is going to look for North America overall? We saw for Europe, for example, the games that were practiced by these teams, we saw some really stiff competition in the top 4, top 5 as well. What are you expecting to see out of North America here?
I'm going to expect to see Method NA do really well just because they're the veteran team. They're just known to be very good and very consistent. So I think Method NA is going to have good chances, but the time trials were all really close time-wise, and there's some good teams, good players coming in for this season. So Complexity Limit, as Sarah mentioned, Goosy Bad, Ethical, honestly, like some of the top guilds of America and Oceanic. Therefore, anything can happen, really.
And as we take a look at our schedule, we'll see what can be breaking down as Method NA and Angry Toast, as we mentioned, is our first series of the day, followed by Complexity Limit versus Honestly, Goosy Bad versus Big Dumb Gaming, Ethical versus Fly Me Out, and then we'll be having our upper semis for both in match 5 and 6, followed by 2 elimination rounds to wrap up our day. And Dranos, we've seen time and time again how those elimination games are absolutely crucial. And how do you think these teams are kind of preparing for what routes they're going to take through the brackets, upper or lower?
Yeah, it's tough. I think if you're squaring off against a team like Method NA at the start, you've kind of got to be looking at that lower bracket afterwards as the likely place that you're going to end up. But for the other teams here, I would be looking at mostly focusing on that first match of the day and trying to win and stay in the upper bracket as kind of the primary source of practice time, right? I don't know, these are a lot of teams of MDI veterans, but it's not a lot of squads that have played together in the MDI as a 5-person group before. Outside of Method NA, it's pretty much teams that are new to playing all together. So I think that building that consistency and getting, solid results reliably every time in a map is going to be the big question for these teams today.
Yeah, I think that's always going to be a challenge. And as we look at our first series to start us off, we've got Method NA banning our good friend Toldagor. Here's ironic. We've also got Mudload being banned by Angry Toast. So that'll be starting us off on Underrot with Tyrannical, Volcanic, and Teaming. And we got to see a little bit of the practice for both of these teams with some absolutely insane pulls at the start.
Yeah, no surprise that both Toldagor and Motherload get band out there. Pretty nasty affixes in both with explosive bolstering and
Yeah, I was gonna
necrotic
say.
respectively. Those are nasty combos, so not surprised to see those two banned out. And we were actually watching some of Method NA's pulls in Underrot during our setup this morning, and they've got some mean looking pulls, and if they're able to pull them off, we're going to see a blazing fast time in this Underrot from them.
We certainly will be looking forward to that as we're getting the teams ready for the first series of the day. As, again, we've seen time and time again how well Method NA has been able to work. And they've got only one real new addition to their roster, with Lip from Limit being added as well. So it looks like we are ready to go as Method NA and Angry Toast are squaring off in our first series of the day on the Underrot.
Alright, so the Underrot, we're gonna see some crazy pulls, as Sarah mentioned before, especially because it's a non-fortified setting and it's teaming Volcanic, so no undeath affixes, and this huge pull, as you see on the left side by Method NA, without even using Bloodlust here.
Yeah, already right away on the pull, you see them running down with using 2 DPS to actually pull both patrols on the left and right side, pulling those into the pack, and actually pulling all 3 of these initial packs at the start of the instance. No early deaths from them. When we were watching these pulls earlier this morning, they were having some random deaths from usually JB or the tank, so good to see that no deaths happen in this first pull. The thing to look at here for Method NA as well is they don't have a rogue to do the typical shroud skip past this first pack with the Befouled Spirit on the right side, so they're going to have to use the Ring of Peace from the Monk as well as the Shadow Melds from everyone to skip by, so we'll see if they're able to pull that off cleanly here. Whereas we're seeing just, you know, a lot more smaller pulls come from Team Angry Toast.
Yeah, and you just saw the strength of the Mistweaver Monk here, as JB was pulling 200k HPS on that very first pull, and at this point they were just ignoring all of the mechanics, as the Matron Cleave, I think 2 people get hit by the Matron Cleave, which is usually an ability you definitely want to avoid because it leaves a nasty dot behind. It does a lot of damage, and you usually just die if you get hit by it, unless you have some sort of immunity. But because of the huge HPS output by way of the Crane from JB, they actually managed to stay alive and just ignore those mechanics, just nuke everything down. That's the power of those 2 Unholy DKs, as we see on Method NA side, as they're working on the first boss now.
We're not seeing Team Angry Toast opting to use the Shroud to skip past that trash pack here. It looks like they're just going to be Shadow Melding instead. They did accidentally pull Elderly Exa, but it looks like they're just going to go ahead and go into the boss as well. Hula dropping low and Zuli actually going down. They don't have a battle res for him, and it looks like it's going to be a full team wipe for Angry Toast. If they just committed their Shadow Meld to skipping that pack, they're not going to be able to skip it for a while, especially if that Shroud is also on cooldown. So already just big trouble from Team Angry Toast here. You got to remember, this is also a tyrannical dungeon, so these bosses are going to take a while for them to get down.
Yeah, and interesting, I'm not really sure if they were, if this was a planned pull to do the trash with the boss, which theoretically is something you can do because, again, there's no undeath affixes, no bolstering, nothing like that. So in theory, it's a possibility that you can do, especially if you have an Unholy DK and you can somehow get single target damage. But on the first boss, it seems a little bit difficult to do.
Yeah, that definitely looked like it was a mistake from them. Like, it looked like the rogue ran too far into the room and got too close to the boss on the way through and just accidentally pulled aggro on the boss. Now, since it was probably only aggro on the rogue at the start, they probably could have vanished, but, you know, I think it puts the whole group in combat, actually, so that's just a complete lie, and I made that all up. But as we're talking here, Method NA does get the first box down, and we're going to see them instantly go into another massive pull. They're going to take a while stacking everything up together, because they're going to be pulling all 5 Blood Swarmers in the room, and they're also going to be pulling all of that into Kragmaw. We see the pre-bubble coming out as Lighty, on Lighty as I set up for this pull here.
Okay, I'm excited to see this pull as Lighty used his Lightfoot Potion to gather up this pull, and immediately the bubble, as you mentioned, come out for the pull. Usually, while the tank is pulling, it can be very dangerous for the tank because he doesn't want to use his defensives just yet when he's gathering everything up. But you can see the insane amount of mobs here gathering, and now the Bloodlust is being popped.
And you can see there's those fixate icons. Those fixate icons on the player. There's 2 on Shakib, 1 on JB, 1 on Yoda. Those are the players you have to look at. There's going to be a lot of damage going in on them, but man, you can just see the massive amount of damage. Between the DKs, over 8 million damage, and you know, Yoda throwing in a couple million DPS too. No problem, popping the Fell Barrage, getting everything down. And in addition to almost all of the important trash being dead, the boss is also at 65% already with that Unholy DK burst. So a pull that we saw them go wrong multiple times this morning, it looks like they ironed out the details and they got it together here. This is looking good for Method NA.
Yeah, you can just say that, like, they're showing up in the tournament play here, which is very interesting. Sometimes you see teams like pull something off in practice, but then they don't pull it off in tournament play. And it looks like Method NA is the complete opposite. They were wiping over and over in this pull earlier in practice, and now tournament play, they just pull it off very cleanly, not a single death. And the amount of damage coming out and the amount of control you need to do this kind of pull is crazy.
And it's important to mention they did leave some trash up in the room, and of course when there's trash up with Kragmaw, there's a chance that he can tantrum over towards those mobs and pull them for you, so they opted to just pull the trash mobs with the boss so they didn't have to deal with any of those extra blood ticks, and they're going to go ahead and cleave it down once again with their massive cleave they have from the Unholy DKs. It shouldn't be too much of an issue here from them as long as they get it down before that next tantrum.
Yeah, so we see on the other side, Angry Toast, unfortunately, they did have to do the Awaken mob to get to the boss, which is probably something you don't want to do. They probably planned on doing it with the last boss. So definitely another time loss they had to endure, as they're still fighting Elderly Axe at 38%. They also lost their Bloodlust, by the way, which they did use earlier as well. So definitely a huge time difference now between Method NA and Angry Toast. And I don't think they can pull off the same thing as we saw by Method NA either. That means that this whole Kragmaw room is also just going to be slower by Angry Toast as well.
Yeah, I think you're right with that point. And I mean, look at the efficiency here from Method NA again. Also just making sure they get more trash in the last 20% here. Using and abusing the Unholy DKs to their massive advantage. Just perfect execution from them. The fact that they were able to pull it off, like we mentioned, even after we saw them having troubles with it in practice, just ironing out the details, making sure they got it down, really shows just the kind of caliber of team we have here. And I don't want to like use that as an excuse to talk down on Angry Toast. They were our 10th seed in time trials, and they just kind of got thrown in at the last second. You know, when the time trial standings come out and you see you're the 10th rated team, you don't really expect to play. But, you know, it turns out at the last second, I believe our 6th seeded team, One Last Chance, had to drop out for a reason. And then the 9th seed, who would have taken their spot, also had to drop out. So they, you know, kind of got in the last second. Didn't have as much practice as you would normally like to see from a team. And I think we're just kind of seeing the results of that here.
Yeah, that's a very good point, especially because I mean, none of the teams really know the affixes from the tournament maps outside of the time trial maps up until I think it's 1 or 2 days before the actual tournament. But you can still practice some things. For example, they could practice like a last boss pull with the kiting strategy and so on, right? So even if you don't know the affixes, you can still practice a little bit if you know that you're going to be in the tournament. Of course, Angry Toast didn't know, and therefore they probably didn't put much time into practice at all, as you mentioned. Therefore, we're probably not going to see as big of pulls as we see by Method NA on the other side, as they're still working on this Awaken mob on Method NA.
And it's important to mention, like, Angry Toast is not just a team full of completely random players as well. I mean, two of the names stand out completely to me right away. You have Deswind, who is a high key pusher for almost all of Legion. He was you know, a stand-in for the Method NA team whenever they did high keys on live. And of course you have Mitt as well, Coach Mitt, who was one of the Windwalker monks for Method NA in season 2, I believe. So they definitely have high caliber players on their team. You know, they're not someone you can just scoff at and say, man, I could do it too if these guys could be in there. So they're definitely up there in terms of their player quality.
Yeah, we see another big pull come in by Method NA here as they pull a bunch of mobs on top of Sporcrawler Sanja. Now this is also a pull they wiped on earlier in practice, so let's see if they can pull it off this time around, as we see the fixates by the Bloodswarmers, which they pulled from the side actually, on top of also having all of these caster mobs, the defilers that need to be interrupted, but they died so quickly. I mean the boss is also on 70%. The amount of AoE damage coming in by the Anhole is just insane for these kind of pulls.
Yeah, I mean, you're just seeing it, and this is I think this is where we saw it, you know, at first back when Reaping was the major affix about a year ago in the first season of BFA MDI. I think Underrot is where we first saw Unholy DK come out, because you can do these massive trash pulls into bosses, and they were so good at doing that. We're just seeing the personification and perfection of it here from Method NA. This is really what this class can do whenever you have your pull count pretty much tailor-made to pulling trash on top of bosses. The only trash pull they've done that wasn't on top of a boss was the first one of the dungeon. Outside of that, every single bit of trash they've killed has been with a boss.
Yeah, exactly. Just making use of that faster might stacks, increasing the strength of the Unholy DKs. One thing I wanted to mention about the Sporcrawler Sanja just now was that they actually didn't get rid of those mushrooms there. And the reason why was because JB, of course, used his revival to get rid of all of those debuffs, which are diseases that is stackable depending on how many mushrooms went off. So that's why it's just a little bit of a damage increase. If you don't have to run out and actually get rid of those mushrooms with the upheaval, if you can just stand in melee, keep DPSing, and then walk out so this swirly doesn't spawn in melee range, just a little bit of a damage increase, but it's still worth it for the MDI. Of course, every second counts.
Yep. I mean, these guys are just playing perfectly. You see, they do have a couple debuffs there that didn't quite get all the mushrooms there, and they didn't have the revival that time, but JB doing a good job keeping them all up, and they're going to be totally fine. Just a little bit of extra healing there, of course. That's the healer's job. The healer's job is not to do damage, it's to heal. Surprisingly enough, that is their name.
Is it though?
Well, you know, some people would say otherwise, but, you know, let the damage dealers do damn. That's their job. The healers can get it in, but make sure you keep your team alive. That's #1 priority for them. They are an 87% trash, so they do need a little bit more trash before they get to those final 2 Guardians, just about 8%, and then once they have that down, they'll be able to move on to the final boss, where we'll see them pull the boss with the remaining 4 Awakened mobs they have left.
Yeah, so 13% trash, really not that much. I assume they are going to pull these skeletons here. These Guardian packs are usually something that they like to pull just because it gives a decent amount of percentage. And this, especially this last area here, has a lot of single mobs that are very difficult to pull on top of other mobs. Like, for example, the worms are hard to pull because they don't move, right? So they're stuck in place. They need to be constantly interrupted. And you have these corruptors as well, the faceless corruptors, which spawn the tentacles, to do the frontal cast. They're just like very annoying. That's why this skeleton pack is just very nice to pull on top of everything else.
Yep, completely. And they also managed to pull it into the 2 Guardians, like you mentioned, which is something we've seen some teams opt not to do. Or not do as well because they don't want to make sure they pull any of those danger noodles, which we haven't talked about a single time in this entire MDI so far. Rest in peace, Sloot Bag. We'll miss you. But yeah, I mean, you know, not a single one of those noodles pulled because they don't need to. They've got their trash count from Awakened and making sure they're pulling trash on top of bosses. Also, good point. Want to point this out in the first match of the day. We heard you guys last week. There is a tooltip for you guys. If you go to, I believe it's mdi.gcd.tv, you can check out what gear, talents, corruptions all these players are using. So check that out. We don't have an extension yet, but if you go to that website, you can check it out there.
Yeah, one more thing to note here about Underrot is that they need to reach 100% trash to be able to get to the last boss here, and this is why they're at 100%. Otherwise, they would be under 100% because, of course, the Awakened mobs also give a little bit of percentage, trash percent. So, unfortunately, in Underrot, you do have to go a little bit over percentage because of this very reason. Just the gate is not opening until you reach 100.
Yeah, it almost seems like a little bit of oversight, and I've seen some teams talking about that in the MDI Discord. It does seem like an oversight with the Awakened affix that you have to get to 100% trash before going to the final boss, because you do get 4 mob count coming from each of these Awakened mobs, so you're pretty much missing out on, you know, 4 times however many Awakened mobs are left in terms of the dungeon. You're being inefficient. Ooh, careful, JB. He was at 3% there. That was scary. Yeah, he's got the curse as well, so spooky from him. He's got 3 stacks of that debuff. He's taking a lot of damage, but it looks like he's going to be just fine. That was a scary moment from them there. I mean, you never want to see your healer drop that low. They do have 2 battle reses, so it probably wasn't the end of the world, but we know, especially when you've got those Awakened mobs alive on this boss where there's so much damage intake, that if your healer goes down, you don't have that much time to keep yourselves alive.
Yeah, this is especially scary. I think they were also a little bit unlucky that the curse is going on JB and not anyone else, because it also is a cast speed reduction. So, and since he can't dispel it himself as a mystery where you can't dispel curses, you just have a hard time keeping the group alive, especially when there's so much incoming damage with all the Awakened mobs alive. But JB doing a good job keeping himself alive and keeping the group alive as well, while having this curse on him.
Yeah, that was that was definitely a spooky moment. But with Voidweaver Mouth here going down for them, looks like they'll be totally fine. You know, it's kind of interesting. They didn't have their Bloodlust up for that pull, which is something that we usually see teams save their Bloodlust for. So maybe, you know, they did it so fast that I don't think they were planning to have their Bloodlust up for it. But man, that was spooky fast. I mean, these guys are absolutely trucking this dungeon right now. Looks like it's going to be a sub 14-minute run, probably 13:30. So, I mean, if we compare that to our times from last week, I'm interested to see what the difference is there.
Yeah, they used their Bloodlust in Kragma's room, right? So they had to save it for that pull, I assume, because otherwise they probably would have used it at the first pull and then again in the last boss. But if they can't pull off this Kragma pull without Bloodlust, then it makes sense to just use 1 instead of 2, because that pull is going to save you so much time in Kragma's room.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's definitely the play. Yeah, this is going to be about 2 minutes faster than the pulls we saw last week, with the only major difference being quaking versus teaming. Now, teaming does add a little bit of damage because of the unholy DKs and their exponentially scaling AoE, but still, this is an impressively fast run from what we saw from the teams last week compared to this week. Method NA is absolutely torching this dungeon, and with this last blood bar getting filled up for Unbound Abomination, the final 2 blood visages are going to spawn, and when those go down, it's going to be a very easy, quick 1-0 for Method NA.
Sanitize.
And what a performance as well. I mean, they have 0 deaths, what a clean run, and it's the first game of them, and I'm already incredible by Method NA. I mean, if they keep this up, it's going to be hard to beat them.
And without a doubt, is Method NA taking a very strong and impressive underrot performance right there. And as you guys were mentioning throughout the run, you know, they cleaned up a lot of their mistakes, and they really got rid of like a lot of their jitters early on there, Dratnos.
Yeah, it was an impressive run coming out from Method NA there. You know, they did the dungeon in like 6 combats or something, which is a ridiculously short amount of time. And no deaths as well from Method NA there, so looking very, very clean from them.
That's right. And we'll be seeing, you know, again, a lot of high expectations for these guys as well as Ironic. And in fact, you know, with NA and EU being split, a lot of eyes are on Method NA to be that team that is setting the bar for everybody else in the region.
Yeah, I mean, especially after making roster changes, right? They swapped out Nerf as their tank for Lighty, and then they brought in Lip as a DPS to replace Lighty as a DPS. You know, when you're a team that's been so dominant in a region, they were, you know, by far the best NA team last MDI. You know, in changing your team comp up, you kind of have a higher expectation. Your team better be better than it was last year, and it's going to be hard to make a comparison, especially with just one map done. But so far, these guys are looking pretty solid from making that roster change and, you know, playing with it.
Well, that's the thing is, like, we want to be able to see from the beginning what these guys are capable of, and when we look at their European counterpart there, Nagura, you know, Method EU had a slower start last week, but they really started picking up pace over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, so Method EU, I mean, we expected them to do well just because they're always so consistent, or they were so consistent in the past, and they ended up winning the whole thing. We were after some games, I thought maybe Perplex is actually going to do better, and maybe Perplex is going to be the one winning this time. But Method EU, of course, proving you wrong again, just winning the whole thing last weekend as well. And Method NA, I mean, after this performance, maybe they're just gonna like win the whole thing again on their side of the ocean.
And we shall be seeing onto that one. And as we think about it, we also are going to have to look at, you know, the next dungeons that are coming up for these teams, because as we know, you know, Dranos, it's going to be a lot more difficult affixes than having to deal with having to deal with teaming and volcanic, excuse me.
Yeah, you know, that was kind of a warm-up dungeon where there weren't really affixes involved in every pull. But the next thing we're going to be up to is a tyrannical, explosive, grievous Mechagon workshop. Those are some affixes that will absolutely impact the gameplay, so it's going to be really exciting to see. This is actually one of the dungeons that was a time trial dungeon, and we saw a lot of different compositions coming out from different teams in this dungeon. You know, we saw some mages from a lot of different teams, actually, but Method NA decided not to use one in their time trial run of Workshop and had the best time of any team in that time trial, so maybe they know something everybody else doesn't and have a better comp here.
Yeah, well, before we go into the workshop, let's start talking a little bit about those 6 combats, the 6 pulls, really, that Method NA had here.
Absolutely, yeah. So they were really pulling together everything that you could reasonably pull all at once, plus a couple more things in most pulls. We saw a first pull of the dungeon that included pretty much everything from like all sides of the bridges. And then they went and did the first boss just tame by itself. But then after the first boss went down, that was when things started to get wild. We saw Lighty like mounting up, getting a life cocoon while he was mounted, and just yeeting on in there and grabbing half of Kragmaw's room and pulling it with Kragmaw. Then they fought, you know, the rest of Kragmaw's room, and then the skeletons in front of Kragmaw's room while Kragmaw was still alive. And then things got really wild. You know those patrolling blood swarmers that like are flying out in the middle of nowhere that are
nobody ever touches on live?
Nobody ever touches. Yeah, there's like they're on the Method dungeon tools. You can click on them, but like, why would you? Well, Method NA was like, well, those things are worth some count, and you know our pull is too small right now, so we're gonna throw some axes and pull a couple of those in on this this pull into the third boss, and that was exactly what they did.
Those guys look like good things to bring along, not dangerous or anything.
Yeah, they're just like, we'll just make J.P heal it. That's his job.
Well, they pulled 5 or 6 of them with Kragmaw, so what's a couple more for the Spore Collar pull, right? They're fine.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is very true onto that one. And like you said, just a couple of pulls. And we've had a lot of interviews with Method NA in the past, Ironic, where they always sort of felt like they were pressured and they were continuously pushed to be better by their European counterparts. Now it's also really cool to see that the pressure's on them to perform and to be, you know, setting the pace, and right now it shows that they're doing so, and we'll be looking to see that again out of them in a workshop.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we know that they also had that #1 time in the workshop and time trials as well. And I think Dratnos touched on this just a little bit. They didn't run a mage in workshop, but we saw it from a ton of other teams. What we saw them run was double hunter, demon hunter as well. So they really are, honing in on that single target consistent damage from hunter. And I'm interested to see, how it works out for them not running any mages. Method NA historically has been a team that tends to go against the grain in terms of what the major comp is. For all of MDI in 2018, they ran that double Windwalker Warlock comp, even in dungeons where, like Black or Cold, where if you ran a mage, you would pretty much insta-win. They just tend to go against the grain in terms of what meta comps are, so I'm going to be interested to see how it works out for them here.
Right, and we've seen time and time again how there's been a little bit more comp diversity throughout this season, and especially really Dratnos has been those hunters that have just been absolutely destroying mobs.
Yeah, Beast Mastery Hunter's really well suited to whenever you can't really make use of an Unholy Death Knight to go off in big pulls. Beast Mastery Hunter's really, really well suited for a mix of AoE and single target. They really work well in Tyrannical Workshop because of that single target they bring, but they're happy doing any number of targets, and they're also effective at killing explosives, which is an active affix in this dungeon. So I think it's a really good choice for Method NA to bring 2 of these, and I think they're versatile and likely to be very high damage overall too.
Yeah, we'll be expecting to see out of them, and we're getting ourselves ready and making sure all the players are set before we get started with our second game in the series. If you guys just tuned in, Method NA won the first round against Angry Toast on the Underrot, and we're getting ready for game number 2, which will be on the workshop here. And as the players are getting themselves ready, also important to note that one last chance, the usual 6th seed was unable to make it to the tournament, as was the 9th seed, so Angry Toast is going to be coming in as the 8th seed as well, so we will be able to see how they do squaring off against our #1 seed in Method NA as we are ready to go in the workshop.
Alright, so I think this might be a bit difficult for Angry Toast to beat Method NA here in this dungeon, especially because there was I think a 7-minute difference between them in the time trials, and also they were running a little bit of a weird comp, right? They were running Holy Paladin, Demon Hunter, Mage. So we'll see what this Holy Paladin brings, and they also seems like they're playing a Shadow Priest. So yeah.
People already think I'm a hater of Warlocks. Now I'm going to be a hater of Shadow Priests after this. I'm going to start hating real hard here in a little bit. Yeah, that's an interesting comp position out of Angry Toast, so interested to see how that works out for them. But if Underrot was any example, I think we're going to see Method NA absolutely fly through this dungeon. Both teams so far doing the exact same thing. That hammer does the same damage to the angry little tonks there, regardless of what your team comp is, so that's not... Well, I mean, Method NA already killed the tonks faster with that hammer, so maybe they're just, better RNG players in general, but we're going to see them both pull the same boss here, it's a little duo of mechs, and get on their way throughout the dungeon. We're going to see that single target damage coming out from the BM hunters here, though. These things do a ton of damage.
I'm excited for the Shadow Priest damage, to be honest. As we see, Method NA actually used their Bloodlust for the first boss here, and Angry Toast is using theirs as well. Now, here at the start of the workshop, there's not a lot of variety at all, actually. You need to clear the trash first, and then you do the boss. There's nothing else you can do. That's why most teams just choose to use the Bloodlust here. Otherwise, you just need to hold it for so long.
Yeah, and I like the POV we have of Lydion here. You can see what his job is as the tank. While his squad is over off dealing with no mercy for you, he's just kiting the Platinum Pummeler around, getting it underneath those hammers so we can smash that Platinum plating off of it, which makes it takes reduced damage. And once you have all the plating gone, you can start doing full damage to it, and that's just what the tank's job is here. He just kites around the room while his team gets to have fun.
One thing to note about this boss with Tyrannical and Grievous is the Flame Vent. So it actually starts casting a Flame Vent once in a while that does a huge amount of AoE damage to the whole group. No matter how far away you are, it still does damage to you. And on top of having Grievous as well and Tyrannical, it does quite a bit of damage, and that's why we saw the teams drop so low. But they probably only get one Flame Vent because of the amount of damage they have. So as long as you just use your defensives for this one AoE that you get, you're fine.
Yeah, and it's definitely a scary affix, but that's pretty much the only damage output in the fight. As long as you aren't getting hit by those gears that spin around the room, it's not going to be too dangerous of a fight. Just 1 or 2 heals will get you. You just got to yell at your healer for 1 heal and you should be totally fine. Looking at the side of Angry Toast, I mean, the Shadow Priest isn't doing that bad of damage. It's almost keeping up with the Fire Mage, which is pretty much a class that's known for being just a pure damage output class in terms of, you know, what Combust brings, especially on cleave targets. So it's not doing that bad, but it is 2 spread dot targets, which is kind of where Shadow Priest should excel as well. So not really sure how I feel about that so far. I'm gonna not talk about it that much. The utility?
Think about the utility, yes.
Oh,
So they
like
have
they
Imperative
can-
Embrace,
oh, yeah.
exactly, helping out with Grievous, right? They have Mass Dispel, which helps out with the Fear Awaken mob, so they could pull the Fear Awaken mob with the last
Wow.
boss and just Mass Dispel the Fear? Huh?
Wow, that's well. What if they get feared? How can they mass
Yeah,
dispel
you can
if they
dispel it.
if you time it perfectly?
Because
Yeah,
you-
you're right.
No,
you
because
can
you get
dispel it. You're right.
previous,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're right. You're right. I was thinking you can dispel before you got fear, but that's just completely wrong. We did see a little bit of a spooky moment from Method NA. They had like 5 explosive orbs spawn at the same time, but they all managed to line of sight at the exact same time and get out of it. So good on them there. But they ended up just pulling the rest of the trash into Cujo, and they're going to go ahead and cleave it down, no problem with the boss, and they're just going to get the boss down with trash. They opted to completely skip that first awakened mob as well, which isn't something that we've seen from a lot of teams. They're just going right in there, and they're going to probably pull all 4 awakened mobs at the last boss, which is going to be incredibly scary to see from them, especially with just one or just the 2 melee interrupts.
We actually saw some trouble here on Angry Toast side as mid went down, and then we also went going down here. And this looks like a complete disaster now at this point, as they were just everyone's going down at this point. I think they were pulling the whole trash together, and then I think they just died to the explosion from the waste, and then Deathwind just followed afterwards. And all the mobs reset now. Unfortunately, they did manage to get down the smaller mobs, but the bigger mobs reset now, so they'll have to do the same pull again.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to see from them, unfortunately. But it looks like Method NA is just going to slowly move on here. Is Angry Toast now just pulling the trash? They're just going to probably, yeah, that's what they're going to be doing. They're just going to be pulling the trash and getting that down, so when their cooldowns come up, they can go back to the boss. Little unfortunate to see out of them there, but I mean, once again, we mentioned this last dungeon. Angry Toast is our 10th seed. They didn't know that we were going to be playing this tournament until 2 matches ago. So, sorry, until 2 days ago. So they didn't have any time to get practice in, and you know, it's pretty understandable to see them struggling in a dungeon they probably didn't get that much practice in.
So one thing that we just saw on Method NA's side from this boss is that you can actually feign death the jump from this boss, and it will always jump the furthest target first. So if one of the hunters just goes further away and they will get the first jump, they can feign death as soon as they use it in the right moment, and then it will cancel the rest of the jumps. So that's a small little thing to increase your DPS, because the jump itself is probably not going to kill you in a 19 Tyrannical. It doesn't do as much damage, but it's still nice for a damage increase so the boss doesn't jump it.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's something that we didn't really see. You know, that's something that we would have liked to see from more teams last week, and we kind of called it out a little bit, but it didn't really happen. Little weird from Method NA. You don't actually have to pull these neutral mobs here in this area, but they're just going to go ahead and use it for free extra cleave damage, I suppose, which is weird because they don't have an unholy decay. I wonder what the reason for that is. Yeah, they wanted to get more explosive mobs. That's really the question. You can just single target the alarm bot down and not have to worry about, you know, AoEing at all there. But I guess it's not really that big of a deal. The neutral mobs aren't really going to have that much of a chance to kill you. No problem there for Method NA as they get through this gauntlet. And Angry Toast is just whittling away at Cujo now.
Actually, I think they probably wanted just to buff their overall damage.
Ooh, yeah, true.
That's probably.
Yeah.
One more thing to note about this boss here that we see on Angry Toast's side is that you can actually position yourself on this box. If you go all the way to the side, if you just like step a little bit forward, you're still going to be line of sight to not get the AoE damage, but you can still attack the boss. So it's like a small little like yard or two where if you stand exactly there, then you can DPS the boss and you don't get hit by the AoE, and that's what we've seen Angry Toast do there.
Yep, and we're going to see them probably do it again here. Ooh, I don't think the boss is quite close enough to that box to get it down this time, so they're not going to be able to do any damage, unfortunately. A little bit of efficiency from them there. But, I mean, at this point, that's kind of the least of their worries, right? They kind of need Method NA to wipe a couple times for them to come back in the dungeon. Right now, it's all as a Method NA and that double Hunter comp that they're running. I'm interested to see how close to the time trial time they can get here, because, as you know, and as we all know, getting close to your time trial time in competition is definitely how prepared your team is for these dungeons.
Yeah, and their time trial time was 15:53, so less than 16 minutes actually coming out of Method NA. They were the #1 seed, as we mentioned, so if they can go close to that time or we saw some teams even beat their own time trial time before in tournament play. So we'll see how they do. For now, it's very clean by them. They have 0 deaths so far, and it looks like everything went as planned. Of course, we don't know what their strategy looks like, but it looks like nothing really went wrong so far. So definitely on the track to beat their time trial time, or at least come close to it.
Okay, so Method NA isn't going to be pulling all 4 Awakened mobs at the final boss. They are opting to pull Void Weaver Malthy here. This is the interrupt mob, which we were talking about. They do only have 2 melee interrupts, so they wouldn't be able to get every single one of the interrupts on the mob, which would be a little bit dangerous on the final boss. So getting that down before the final boss means you don't have to deal with it then, and they only have to deal with 3 Awakened mobs there. And also just heading straight into the 3rd boss here. They don't have their Bloodlust available. It is a tyrannical boss, so it'll take a while for them to get this down. And, oh, they're just pulling trash with it. Also scary as well. This is going to be an interesting pull here.
Yeah, so one thing to note, what they just did there is that if you're in the Awakened area, if you're inside the portal, and someone pulls the boss, so if you get in boss combat, you will get pulled out of the realm immediately. She keeps actually getting hit by the beam here, unfortunately, but hopefully they can keep him alive, as there's a lot of outgoing damage here with the trash and the boss at the same time. But yeah, she keeps going down actually. They will have to use an engineering battle res to get him back up. You can see Lip casting it right here. Some explosives going up as well. This is a little bit scary for them here.
Yeah, spooky for sure. Not what you want to see, because of course your hunters are typically the class that deals with those explosive orbs. So with one hunter dead and the other hunter being the person rezzing, that means their demon hunter had to swap to explosive orbs, and everyone knows demon hunters, they get really angry if they have to swap to explosives. So that was a scary moment from there. Of course, Yoda standing his ground, making sure he didn't actually have to do any meaningful damage to explosive orbs. Yeah, a little bit of scary moment. They'll have another battle res up in about a minute, so they'll have that up for the final boss, unless somebody else also decides to eat a beam here. But yeah, scary moment for Method NA, but they're able to pull it together here.
Yeah, they did recover now, and it seems like they didn't lose too much time from having this one death, so they can still go close to their time trial time here. And just to continue the thought that I had before all of this started happening, so if you pull a boss and anyone is in the Nyalotha realm inside a portal, you will get pulled out of the realm immediately, and that's what they did here. They were pre-positioning in the boss room, and Lighty exited the portal, ran through the trash, and then pulled the boss to pull everyone out.
Yeah, oh, yeah. That's how they ended up pulling the boss there. Yanking him out of the Nyalotha realm, so they didn't have to actually, run through all that trash, and the tank could just make sure you had aggro on everything. Little small changes to make sure that they're a little bit more efficient. Also note that a lot of people don't know, the center pillar on this boss is actually not line of sight, so you can DPS through it as a caster or as a ranged player, so you don't actually have to be on the same side of the boss in order to do full damage. So that's why you'll see hunters sometimes on the other side of the boss from other side of that pillar from the boss, because it's not a major deal. It's kind of weird though. Usually these center pillars are line of sight, but it's just not in this case.
Yeah, and another thing about this boss is just, this boss is just very scary. There's so many things going on at the same time, as you can see, all these abilities that you need to dodge, because they do a lot of damage, and it is a tyrannical setting here. It might only be a 19, but if you get hit by one of those abilities, it can definitely put you below 50%, so if you get hit by 2, you might just die. And especially on top of having Grievous and maybe an explosive going off here and there, as you can see the whole group dropping incredibly low here. So definitely need to play very good, especially if you pull trash on top of the boss, to be able to survive this boss fight, and you don't want to get hit by any of those mechanics.
Yeah, onto the least efficient trash pull in the entire dungeon, these 2 spider tanks that you just have to cleave on their own. Which, as you know, being efficient in these dungeons is, you really want to pull as much as possible together, but having to cleave 2 of these always feels bad. Of course, there's a slight efficiency. If you kill the further on down spider tank, it does spawn that vehicle that takes you to the next platform more quickly, so we see teams focus that one down first to spawn the RP coming in right now, and by the time they get the second one down, they'll be able to almost instantly click on that and move on to the rest of the dungeon. So just being efficient on the side of Method and getting it down. They've got this dungeon practice well. And what was that time again to look at for the time trial time? I think it was 15:53, you said?
Yeah, 15:53 exactly, yeah.
So we'll see if they're able to make that mark. It looks like they're on pretty good pace right now.
Yeah, and we see Agritos on the other side, they're still working on this Void Weaver here, the Awaken mob. I do think we've seen almost every team so far actually kill this Void Weaver mob, just because if you don't use this Awaken mob, you need to just walk through the gauntlet by itself. And that just seems like a slower thing to do than to actually kill the Awaken mob, it seems like. Then that's why I think almost any team has dealt with the Void Weaver so far. And they're actually committing their Bloodlust here, doing the same pull as we see Method NA do, the whole trash on top of the boss. So let's see if they can pull it off on their side as well.
Yeah, and like you said, committing the Bloodlust. Method NA did not use Bloodlust here, so if they're not able to pull this off, it's probably going to be just the end of the competition dungeon for them because they won't have Bloodlust available for this pull. But you can see the power of Fire Mage there as well. It's doing full boss damage here. Every single cast for the Fire Mage is going straight into the boss, and because they're able to stack that mastery percentage corruption on the tournament realm, they have something like 10 or 11,000 mastery when they have their combustion up, and they have 3 stacks of that blaster master trait that gives them mastery for whenever they hit Fire Blast, which means their ignites are doing about 100% of the total damage of each one of their casts. So he's probably getting 200, 220k ignites spreading to every single mob. So he's doing full boss damage and also just doing a ridiculous amount of damage to every other mob. And that's kind of the benefit of running Fire Mage in this dungeon. You can really get key combustions on trash by also doing full boss damage.
Yeah, and it looks like the Shadow Priest now returned as well from his short AFK at the start of this pull, as he now started beating the Proud Warrior. Unfortunately for Shadow Priest. Oh no, he's actually going down as well. Just to say that I'm so sorry. I take it all back.
Cast your curse.
They do have an Engineer Rest available to get him back up as soon as they get a second to cast it here now. This is also a boss where Engineer Rest is not so easy to cast because you need to go close to the body and you need to cast the Engineer Rest. As we can see, the Demon Hunter actually just now going there and getting him back up. There we go. So that's a little bit of a downside of using the Engineering Rest over, let's say, Druid Battle Rest.
And yeah, Mid also used his Nether Walk in order to get that battle res off too. He like you said, it's scary. And the thing is, it gets scarier as the fight goes on. We were talking about this earlier. You know, as the fight goes on, more and more of those gears spawn, more and more of those little flame circles spawn. So there's more things to dodge, which means your chance to get that 4-second cast off, you know, further on in the fight is super, super dangerous, and it gets worse. You know, part of the reason Method NA didn't have an issue getting that res off is because the death happened almost, you know, at the start of the fight, at the very first flame bid, so they didn't have too much of an issue getting it off. But yeah, scary moments from both teams trying to get those battle reses off on this boss. Looking over on Method NA though, they're getting on just fine with this pull. Blood of the Corruptor does go down, which is probably the scariest mob that they have to deal with after the Fear mob, which went down first, of course. And once that Blood of the Corruptor goes down, it's just the Tank Buster, but they've got plenty of Hunter taunts available for that, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue for Lighty.
Yeah, still a very dangerous pull here, this boss on a tyrannical environment with all of the Awaken mobs, so well done on them. As Yoda goes down, unfortunately getting hit, it seems like by the cutter from the boss here. They do have one battle rest, and the Hunter can probably use it to get them back up. But yeah, still third death now at this point, so they gotta watch out. They do have no more battle rests left after this one.
He also had a Thing from Beyond spawn right before he died to that cutter as well, so he took a little bit of extra burst damage too. Only did about 30% of his HP, but I mean, having any death to that extra corruption, I think that's the first corruption related death we've seen, or maybe noticed, I guess, this entire MDI. Yeah, that's, you know, it's a little questionable. You don't want to see people going down to that. Another Thing from Beyond spawning over there too. You can see it did about 30% of his HP. Thing to remember though, especially in this Grievous area, you know, one of those Thing from Beyonds gets you into Grievous range, makes your healer have to catch up, your healer can't do damage, has to do more healing. It kind of snowballs a little bit, so, you know, and I wonder if that's, you know, something that they just got comfortable running, or if it's more of just a, you know, weigh the negatives. For a Demon Hunter, they already take reduced magic damage, right, so it makes sense to put on a Demon Hunter. I doubt the Hunters are running more than 40 Corruption, but, you know, when you see a death happen to Corruption, you kind of have to question the choice to run that much, right?
I mean, one thing to note though about Corruption is that even the eye that spawns will get you into Grievous immediately, because as soon as you get any sort of damage, no matter how much it is, you will get Grievous, right? So no matter if you run 20 or 39 Corruption or 50, any eye that spawns will just immediately give you Grievous, and therefore it might not, maybe they think it's not a big of a deal because of that fact, and therefore they just run as much as they would otherwise. I'm not really sure, but definitely don't like seeing those kind of deaths to those Things from Beyond and then yelling at the healer for one heal.
Yep, one heal. Always one heal. Now a little bit of a scary moment here. That little mechanical pull does a lot of damage to the entire group and pretty much gets everyone in Grievous range. So JB's gonna have to heal everyone out of that. But once everyone's out of Grievous range, the danger's kind of gone. They just have to make sure they don't get knocked off the platform here, and they'll be totally fine. Omega Buster already down to 40% HP, and Hunters are just gonna do Hunter things. Lots of single target damage coming out from both of them here, over 100k. But on the side of Angry Toast, just more things going wrong for them. Hula goes down. They do have a battle res for her, but
I can't find
at this point, I think it's just too little too late for them. Method NA is cruising to a victory here.
Yeah, as the Omega Buster is on below 20% now, and this is actually a pretty dangerous boss with Grievous and Tyrannical. As we can see, everyone dropping pretty low as they get this sap on them. Not only does it do an initial burst of damage, but it also leaves behind a pretty nasty dot. And therefore, well done by Method A to bring down the boss here as they win this first series against Angry Toast 2-0.
I hope the bracers don't drop. There's not a mage in their group. Man, that would be a travesty if like some socketed corrupted bracers drops and they didn't have a mage to give them to. Yeah, Method NA looking strong as ever in their first 2-0 here.
That's right, Method NA taking the workshop victory, as well as, you know, continuing to solidify and continuing to perform very well on those time trial dungeons, and not as close as it was, not as fast as it was in the time trials there, Dratnos, but impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, their time trial time in this dungeon was a solid minute and a half faster than this run, but presumably it was quite a bit cleaner as well. This run featured 3 deaths from the side of Method NA, and they weren't deaths that cost huge amounts of time. They weren't deaths that caused wipes, but they certainly did slow them down along their path to the end there. Each one required, a res and slowed down either a boss fight or a skip or something. So I think that accounts for probably at least half of the difference between their time here and their time trial time.
Yeah, and that's always goes to show as well, where you're like, just a small mistake here and there, just a small error throughout any of these dungeons can actually start making some very big differences when it comes down to time. But let's break down some of those larger pulls as well that you have for us, Dranos.
Yeah, so Method NA, started off with there's not too much options for kind of a broad strategy in Workshop. It's pretty much a straight line, but they managed to pull some extra enemies into the second boss. They did you can see some very good positioning from Lighty of moving the mobs and the boss such that they wouldn't get caught in nasty ability overlaps when the boss was doing the venting flames, which is pretty impressive. But pulling all those enemies, also managing explosive while pulling into that boss with that many enemies active is a really good display of discipline and timing from them in terms of when to pull the boss after dealing with the majority but not the entirety of that pull beforehand. Then we saw things get a little bit sloppier as the dungeon progressed. We had deaths on the 3rd and 4th boss, actually. Both those bosses were ones where hunters, and a demon hunter went down, as well as a death on a trash skip, too. I think we saw Yoda even get cut on the last boss by that cutter beam that comes out of the flying thing. Yeah, that's that's one of the abilities you want to run away from. But I'm sure that the problem with running away from that is that then you can't Demon's Bite and Chaos Strike, and of course then you lose all your damage. So I understand Yoda's dilemma there, wanting to stand still under the laser.
More than any of the other casters that we have here who don't play Demon Hunters.
Yeah.
Right, Nagura? I just hate that.
Wait, I play Demon Hunter.
Oh.
Now I do.
Oh.
I think everyone does now. It's just kind of
Yeah,
a
everyone
class to
kinda
play,
has
right?
to.
I mean, now that Tettles has rerolled fully, I guess it just, goes to show we've all converted at this point to the Demon Hunter.
I've done some
All the mid is
keys.
re-rolling to Demon Hunter. Mid too.
Oh.
Mid as well. Used to play
That's
a
right, yeah, I was gonna say.
Demon Hunter.
But he was the OG reroller, right? He played Windwalker Monk for the MDI because he
True.
knew what was up.
That's right.
So-
Yeah, we talked about that. I remember talking about that back in Legion as well as Ironic. Just like, oh, when are you going to bring out the Boomkin? When are you going to bring out the Boomkin? He's like, nah, Windwalker.
It's like, but Dora's playing it for Shell's Angels.
Yeah.
He's like, nah,
Yeah.
Windwalker's better. Like, oh, okay, dude, you do you, chilling. I want to point out, it looks like in that dungeon at some point, Shakib on Pop Knock there, or on Shakib Knock, I guess, he actually took the bot, the RP bot that takes you from the 3rd boss to the 4th boss. He took it backwards for a little while.
Oh no!
Apparently he accidentally clicked it, so yeah, just griefing the key there, Shaq. Get it together, man. Don't put down any feasts when they tell you to. Nah, but they're doing fine. Getting the early jitters off. Clean dungeons from them.
That's right. Now, next series of the day is going to be between Complexity Limit and, honestly, the 4th and 5th seeds, respectively. So that's going to be a series that you do not want to miss. We'll be taking a quick break first for ice cream, and then we'll be back with more Mythic Dungeon International. My mic was hot as we come back to the game. Welcome back to Mythic Dungeon International, home of the hot mic. We're going to be starting up our second series of the day between Complexity Limit and Honestly, which should be probably one of the closest series that we're going to be looking forward to today. I'm Jack. Joining me right now, we've got Tettles, Dratnos, and Zyronic. And Zyro, you know plenty of the players on Complexity Limit, having rated them with them yourself. How has this team changed, grown, really developed from previous iterations?
Well, it's interesting. I think all of the Limit team iterations have been quite different from year to year. They usually just kind of, put together the top 5 players I think that they all want to play with together. People that really want to commit to the MDI. In this particular team that they have this time around is probably the best version yet, I'd have to say. All of them have been incredibly committed to actually getting used to the dungeons. They were doing high keys on live, and they were one of the top 2 or 3 rated teams in the world when they were doing it. These guys are really committed to doing these dungeons and, getting familiar with the dungeons. So I think their potential is incredibly high, and I'm, just really interested to see how it works out for them in this first weekend here.
Yeah, and when we take a look at the Honestly team as well here, Tettles, a lot of veterans going to be coming into this one.
Yeah, you have MDI veterans like Pumps and Arsenal. It's going to be interesting to see how they end up doing. Pumps was on that original Honestly team. Arsenal was on the Free Pumps team a few seasons later. So,
fighting for his freedom, and now he's free,
Yeah, Pumps has in fact been freed, and now is making his triumphant return into the MDI.
That's right, and the winner of this series is going to be facing up against Method NA in our upper bracket, as they just won 2-0 up against Angry Toast. So we'll be seeing who's going to square off against them, and also it's going to be looking at who might be dropping down into that lower bracket against Angry Toast as well. And how do you think this is practice-wise, Ratnos, when you see teams that are very closely matched in time trials, and how does that make it more difficult or maybe easier to start practicing and knowing where you might end up?
Yeah, a 4th and 5th seed fighting against each other is just the closest. It's the closest 2 seeds that we have on the bracket, right?
That's right.
So this is the most up.
One numeral apart.
Thank you, Chad.
4 is the closest number to 5, tied with 6. So yeah, when you factor that in though, this is the match that's most up in the air, right? It's the one where the favorite has the smallest advantage in time trial times. And so both teams, I think, really should have prepared a lot for this match in particular, because definitely either team could win. They're kind of going back and forth on different time trial maps, who had better times in there. And I think that it's going to be really exciting to see which of these teams can pull it out here in this matchup.
And as we look at our first game, it's going to be on Warcraft Manor, which was one of the time trial dungeons that we had, Zyronic, and it was one that really favors Complexity Limit here. A 2-3 minute difference.
Yeah, they were 4th and 6th on the timer completely, but like you mentioned, about a 2.5 minute difference. Complexity Limit having a much, much faster time than Honestly. So if they're able to, replicate that playing here, we should see a win from Complexity Limit here. But as we all know, that the time trial setup is a lot different from the live competition setup. In time trials, you have multiple shots to get your good time down, whereas in the MDI, you get 1 shot. And if you make some mistakes, that's about it. So let's see how it goes here for both of these teams.
That's right, as we are ready to get underway. Warcraft Manor getting started between Limit and Honestly.
Both teams here on pretty similar compositions, although Complexity Limit have opted for a second Unholy Death Knight instead of an Outlaw Rogue, which Honestly is playing instead. They're both starting with the same Shroud over into this Heartsbane Triad room. Of course, in the MDI, every single time that top left door will be open, so there's no random chance with the doors here. And both teams pulling into that first boss right now, Tettles.
Yeah, and you actually do see Honestly only ended up pulling the left side with the Acolyte and the Frogs, whereas Complexity Limit ended up pulling both of the sides of the Acolytes and Frogs. With that bursting affix and a raging affix active, that can actually be incredibly dangerous with how Heartsbane Triad works. So you end up getting like a heal reduction, and whenever those mobs all go off, they end up bursting. And if your healer is stuck in that healing reduction, even if they do have Way of the Crane up, it can be dangerous. That's why Honestly elected to use their Bloodlust there, whereas on the side of Complexity Limit, they're saving it for something else in the future.
Yeah, it's probably a 2 Bloodlust dungeon, even if they save that first Bloodlust for a couple minutes, they're probably not costing themselves a use there. But yeah, you're absolutely right, the bursting affix there, extremely dangerous. We saw both Death Knights using Anti-Magic Shell, or all the Death Knights in the competition actually using Anti-Magic Shell to stop getting any of those stacks of bursting, but unfortunately both teams had a Death Knight mind-controlled with that Anti-Magic Shell up, and it made it really take a long time to break both of them out. from that mind control.
What do you think your ideal, what do you think the ideal class to get mind controlled here? I think for honestly, it almost has to be the rogue, right?
Yep.
And then for limit,
It's the DH.
is it the Demon Hunter? Okay.
The Death Knight is like always the worst thing to get mind controlled on this fight because they've been like setting up wounds and setting up their burst, and
Yeah, that's
if
true.
they don't get mind controlled, they can just break out that person in a couple Scourge Strikes in their cooldowns. But if they do get mind controlled, then it just kind of puts a huge break on their train.
Yeah. So honestly, actually ended up killing Heartsbane Triad just a little bit slower than Complexity Limit, even though honestly elected to use their Bloodlust. Complexity Limit ran all the way through the corridor there, popped a bunch of group Shadow Melts to not get in combat with too many of the mobs. They are going to get in combat with that one witch they saw walking through the doorway. There's their Bloodlust, and now you actually see all the damage coming through. This is going to be pretty scary once all the mobs start dying.
And we saw a 10 stack of bursting extend to an 11 stack, but Twisted able to keep everybody up there through that. They managed to have Anti-Magic Shell again on their 2 DKs, so no bursting stacks on them. Oh, but Twisted
There's a
going
7 stack,
down.
yeah.
Yeah,
You
this
got a
is getting
6
rough.
extend into a 7. Twisted ends up going down. It looks like they're going to be able to make it all the way through here, though. So that is probably one of the pivotal points. Where on the side of Honestly, they're doing a very similar pull just in terms of size. I think they may not have one of the witches that Complexity Limited elected to grab. But
Yeah, they don't have Bloodlust there. Unfortunately, ours there used Anti-Magic Shell after getting the 11 stacks of bursting rather than beforehand, which is a lot less effective, but somehow Ninja was still able to keep everybody up through all of that.
just a casual 190k HPS.
Yeah, there's Way of the Crane doing its thing. Complexity Limit are entering Nihilotha now. They are going to fight one of these mini-bosses here, Urgroth, the Tank Buster. We'll see if Honestly decides to replicate that route or if they're going their own way after this. Looks like, based on their positioning, standing right in front of that obelisk, that is probably their next order of business. But as I say that,
No, it looks
they
like
are
they're about to
immediately going to do
pull-
something else.
Yeah, it looks like, okay, so it looks like Ash is actually getting ready to pull the mini boss away and then pull Soulbound Goliath all the way through. You actually do see Ninja there taunting Soulbound Goliath. Ash will end up vanishing off Matron. Is it Matron Brindle? Matron Brindle will be vanished off, and then nobody will be in combat with that. They are going to then use some of those mobs right there to be able to funnel into Arsenal, allowing him to do a little bit more damage, but it looks like the Demon Hunter may be stealing some of that with his Fel Barrage.
Could well be. Yeah, you can see Pumps there pumping that HPS. Looks like that was the Lucid Major activation and just doing a tremendous amount of self-healing. But yeah, that's always the interesting part, right? When you're playing this Death Knight composition, the AoE from the other people actually kind of reduces the Death Knight's single target even. So it's something you have to be really careful with, what the priority are. Are you prioritizing the single target?
Goodness.
Or do you just want to kill those ads as quickly as possible?
This is so scary for Complexity Limit. So they're in a 4 stack of bursting right now. Matron Brindle is enraged. They do
Look
not
at
have a
that
soothe.
beautiful
Okay.
extend though.
Everything ends up going down really quickly. That could have been very dangerous on the side of Complexity Limit just because of how much trash they ended up pulling into Soulbound Goliath. Max would have probably been the breaking point in that, but making sure that he able to layer his cooldowns really well there. They are able to push through. Soulbound Goliath by himself, not exactly the most dangerous thing. That's why a lot of these teams are electing to pull some trash with him.
Yeah, you can see Max also doing a lot of HPS there, also playing that Lucid Major. So both warriors here. We're only an hour or so into the day, and we've seen, I think, 3 different major essences out of Brought Warriors so far. We've seen Vision, Anima, and now Lucid Dreams.
Yeah.
Coming out in this tournament.
And if you actually want to check out what some of the people are running, you can go to mdi.gcd.tv and use the inspect tool there to be able to look at what people are in fact using. And I believe those tooltips are powered by Wowhead. So make sure you guys check those out. Complexity Limit, again, pulling more trash into Soulbound Goliath. It looks like, honestly, we'll end up downing Soulbound Goliath a little bit earlier, but they do still have that obelisk to deal with.
Yeah, Complexity Limit ahead on trash here and ahead on obelisks. They have killed one Awakened mini-boss. Now, of course, the size of that advantage is variable, right? It depends on how many Awakened bosses each team is planning to fight with Gorak Toll at the end of this dungeon. If Honestly is planning to fight all 4, for instance, then they are not behind at all on that front, right? But they are setting themselves up for a very hard last boss fight.
Oh, okay, so Pump's there, jumping on top of that table. That table is a notorious snap spot. There is a decent amount of snap spots inside of Waycrest Manor. You don't see a lot of teams using them on the live ladder, But that being used really well there by Pumps to make sure that you get all those maggots and those gorgers snapped up into that spot to be grouped up quickly. Okay, you actually did see the Nether Walk coming out from the Demon Hunter to make sure that they didn't get like an extend on the bursting, or that all the classes did not end up going down there. Honestly, killing off those peasants that drop maggots whenever they die, that was a good pull by them.
Yeah, you could see a really good job of them snapping up to that little table thing, and then they snapped it down, and Ninja, the healer, went up onto that snap spot, which prevented the Gorgers from jumping onto anybody and causing any problems that way. So really good use of that spot and kind of using all parts of it.
So Complexity Limit is actually taking a slightly slower approach. They're doing something that's more relative to like a live key strategy, where they're just pulling all of the mobs out and then just dealing with them out in this courtyard area. The courtyard area is way easier than dealing with it in the hallway, just because of how much space you do have available to you. And now, honestly, is working on that Huntsman Lodge area, where they have a bunch of these marksmen, but the major mob that you need to watch out for is that Survivalist and that Serpent Sting cast. If that cast ends up going through, especially while enraged, you would likely see a full team wipe. So making sure that
or
the
revival. They do have a revival available. And
that's a good point.
So they have access to kind of one get out of jail free card against that, but yeah, very, very serious dot coming out if that thing ever gets a cast through. Luckily, they should have enough interrupts here. Meanwhile, Complexity Limit are doing a massive pull into Roll the Gluttonous here, with both of their Death Knights presumably getting ready to blast off here.
This is going to be kind of scary for Max, especially if everything starts enraging. They do have an AoE stun available in the form of that Demon Hunter, but like this is going to be really dangerous for Max because it's going to be meleeed by enraged mobs. There was a 10 stack of bursting that came out. It ended up getting healed through by way of the crane, and now they changed it into a different 9 stack. Okay, so Complexity Limit is going to be able to stabilize here health-wise. Honestly, on the right side of your screen, doing a similar pull. I think it's a little bit smaller than what we saw from Complexity Limit, but still incredibly dangerous.
And their pull is in disarray as their Demon Hunter goes down. That is a problem for them. But
you have to stop.
They do not have a battle res available either, so they're going to have to probably finish this boss fight just without a DPS, because there's not really an easy way to reset Raw the Gluttonous once everybody is in combat with them. So they're just gonna have to, make their way through this with a DPS player down. That is really gonna hurt their time here. That's probably something like a minute off of the timer for them at the end of the day.
Yeah, but I mean, fortunately enough, it's not going to be a full team wipe. This is going to be significantly, like, just finishing off Raw at this point is quicker than just wiping it up, because you can't reset him as he is a stationary boss, so he would just like full wipe you. So they're just going to have to power all the way through. Complexity Limit on the left side of the screen at 77% trash count, whereas Honestly is at 66% trash count. Complexity Limit is going to be finishing Raw a little bit earlier, and they already did that Obelisk, so really showing how they were able to get about a 2-minute time advantage over Honestly in the time trials on this dungeon.
Yeah, and you could look, their enemy forces count also getting very full here. That big pull onto Raw, I think, was a massive time save for them.
Yeah.
And they were able to pull a lot of trash with the Soulbound Goliath as well. So they've, much like we saw out of Method NA in that Underrot, so much of their enemy forces bar has been filled while in combat with bosses, and that's a really, really effective way to save time in these dungeons.
Okay, so something that you can actually use on live here, with this Obelisk specifically that Complexity Limit is fighting. So previously you had to like move the mob immediately to be able to get through the doorway. Now they made those doorways stay open for 30 seconds, so after you end up killing all 3 of the top bosses inside of Waycrest Manor, you are able to drag that mini boss down through the doorway, like you'll see Max doing, but you have to have somebody click that doorway before you enter that Obelisk realm. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to make it through.
Yeah, the door's not interactable with. You can't. You're a ghost, or while you're in Nihilotha, you can't interact with the real world, and that does not work. But they were able to open the door before going into the spire, and now drag Samrak down. So it looks like it's going to be just 2 awakened enemies with the last boss for Complexity Limit. A nice, that shouldn't be too bad, right? Just the blob and the spider with the last boss should not pose too much of a threat to them at all.
Yeah, so you did see Disarray there getting rezzed by Ninja. Now, honestly, having finished off Rawls, clearing out the kitchen area, you're probably going to do something similar to what Complexity Limit did with their Obelisks. Whereas Complexity Limit is sitting in the Lord and Lady Waycrest room. Max ends up popping a Lightfoot potion there. He's going to pull all of the trash on top of Lord and Lady Waycrest. No Bloodlust is available here. Spell Reflect needs to come out on that Wasting Strike, like you saw right there from Max Dog Bowl.
Yeah, it's tough here because there's a there are some enemies that consume your spell reflect with their
Yes.
auto attacks here, the Coven Diviners. But luckily, Max is in that Memory of Lucid Dreams Major Essence for like 15 seconds. Lucid Dreams Major, really strong option when paired with Double Death Knight, because you can often deal with all the dangerous trash in the pull before the Lucid expires, and then, you're home free.
So Lucid is actually good for a couple of reasons. So one, it gives them an immense amount of leech, which whenever paired with like something like Avatar, they're able to just like thunderclap every single global and just heal themselves to full global over global. In addition to that, whenever they do have that anger management talented, they have a wild amount of rage, so it allows them to have virtually 100% block up time.
Yeah, and they get a massive amount of cooldown reduction on their bigger defensive cooldowns.
Exactly.
Shield wall and demoralizing shout and the full suite there. So absolutely extremely effective essence. I think
Last
really
stand,
at its
yeah.
best here in the Double Death Knight composition.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Honestly, here is fighting. They were fighting two of the obelisks at once. They were fighting Samrak the Vector and Erdroth Breaker of Heroes all at once. So that would have actually been a time save, I believe, if Complexity Limit were able to do that. But Complexity Limit were using their obelisks in a slightly different manner. They were using their obelisks as like a way that they were able to get their Death Knights cooldowns back up. So it's just like a cooldown period to just, like, as soon as their cooldowns ended up coming back up, they would just like use that time that they spent to be able to pull a significantly larger pull than what honestly would be able to do otherwise with their composition. I do like the double obelisk together, though. That's actually really nice.
I think that is extremely efficient, absolutely. You could see actually on the side of Complexity Limit, Max was kind of just ping-ponging around there, charging away from the Lord Waycrest to allow Spell Reflection to recover before that next Wasting Strike came out. And that allowed him to get a lot of those spell reflects on that Wasting Strike. I think it looked like he was reflecting every other one.
I like this pull from Honestly, where it looks like Complexity Limit's just standing here for a few seconds, probably waiting on cooldowns or something to come up. Okay, so yeah, they're waiting on their potion cooldown to come up so they could Lightfoot all the way into this room. Honestly, he's doing a pretty large pull with Matron Alma there. That could be fairly dangerous, but as long as Pumps is able to get a spell reflect on that cast from Matron Alma, it's not exactly too scary.
Disaster has maybe struck here for Complexity Limit. I'm not sure. It looked like they were trying to meld off this pull, but it's all coming into Goraktul here. Maybe just some of them were looking to meld. Actually, their melds are still available, so I don't think they were even planning to meld.
They were just waiting for them
light-footing through. Yeah,
they were just waiting for
them
the mobs to stack up so that they could just burn them down. This is kind of scary with Blood of the Corruptor. Yeah, so Fired Up ends up going down. This is actually really scary with Blood of the Corruptor and all of those
Twisted Down too.
Horrors. Oh, this is going to be a full team wipe
This is a
with
full
Complexity
wipe.
Limit.
That is not good. That's not what you want to have happen.
They just used their Bloodlust too. They lost so many resources there. I don't think, honestly, he's going to be able to catch up. Just because of where they are positionally in the dungeon. But that was a pretty
big... those Gloom Horrors are all at like 2% health and are resetting to full. Actually, that might be good news for them because those do kind of provide some damage onto the boss with those Death Knights. It looks like they're going to just take them slow here. Yeah, sometimes those enemies will stay raging for a couple seconds after they reset, and then if you pull them again, they'll be raged for a while. And they do not have a Soothe available either.
Protection Warrior, notoriously bad at dealing with 100% health enraged Gloom Horrors.
Yep, that's not good. Meanwhile, honestly, catching up here, they are pulling Lord and Lady Waycrest now, and they still have their Bloodlust available and a Battle Res. So they're in position here if Complexity Limit maybe has one more thing go wrong to close the gap here. Both of them on, actually, honestly, is going to be full on trash count here, whereas I think Complexity Limit is still going to need to get a little bit more after they're done with all this as well. I'm not 100% sure, but...
Are they going to have to go back up top and actually kill those soul essences that they skipped?
They are going to get... no, they're going to be fine because they still have the count from the
they have the count from
Awakened
the...
enemies.
okay.
So yeah, they're all right. They're going to be at 100% here.
So,
but honestly, doesn't have to full Gloom Horrors. Honestly, can just go right to Goraktul after Lord and Lady Waycrest. They can just shroud over there and be done with the dungeon. So Complexity Limit here ahead just by maybe a minute now, a minute and a half. Going into Goraktul the second time, this time for sure. No Gloom Horrors jumping around here to add extra damage this time. So all they have to do is make sure they get their interrupts on Voidweaver Malthair, and they kill the Blood of the Corruptor before they run out of room in this small, tight boss encounter area.
This is still pretty dangerous, but as long as Complexity Limit is probably able to get that Blood of the Corruptor down, which I would suspect has the highest focus from the players, then they are pretty much home free. Voidweaver Malthair is not exactly the most dangerous, but the Blood of the Corruptor, especially with the limited space that is available on this boss encounter on Goraktul, can be fairly dangerous.
Goraktul, 75% here as the Blood of the Corruptor dies. Void of Your Mouth here, also 50%, so you're absolutely right. They were focusing down that Blood of the Corruptor. I wonder if they're... Oh, actually, Void of Your Mouth there gets that curse cast off on Twisted. That's really obnoxious, because it's they have no way to dispel curses, and it's a cast speed decrease. But luckily, they were able to recover there without too much difficulty.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to be in good shape here. This boss fight, not too much else dangerous, especially with the affixes active right now. None of them really interact with the boss fight at all. You know, Raging, Bursting, and Fortified, none of those effective here. So they're dealing with just plus 19 Goraktul.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be too much of a challenge for them at this point.
Honestly, ends up shrouding all the way through, shrouds all the Gloom Horrors here, and now they just have to deal with Goraktul plus the two...
plus 3.
obelisk.
Oh, yeah, plus 2, you're right.
Yeah, plus the two obelisk bosses. They do have their Bloodlust available, but I think it's a little bit too little too late. Even with that major flub by Complexity Limit, honestly, is just part of the strategy, plus that full... or plus Disarray dying on Brawl didn't leave them enough room to really be able to
Complexity Limit
catch up.
does have 6 extra deaths, which does translate to
That is
30 seconds.
true.
That being said, I think 30 seconds is not... I don't think they're going to quite be able to kill Goraktul here from 73% in 30 seconds, but it is going to be fairly close. Yeah, their times are going to be within a minute or so of each other here. Actually, Complexity Limit time's still better than Honestly's time trial time, but dramatically worse than their own best time trial time.
I think honestly just ended up doing like 1 or 2 more pulls in terms of just quantity in the dungeon, and that ended up, while it is a safer strategy and like bursting Waycrest Manor can be fairly challenging, it just ended up costing them a little bit more time than it should have, and that'll be it for Complexity Limit taking the first match.
That's right, Complexity Limit, even after they had their own flubs, as you had just mentioned there, Dranos, they still had a better time than their opponents' best time trial time. So in many cases, ironic, this was just Complexity Limit's dungeon to warm up, and it was also their dungeon to lose.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be something that's a bit of a confidence booster for them, that they can have a major flub like that and still take a win. And let's be honest, that last pull, especially with these affixes, is incredibly dangerous. When they died, they had, I believe, 4 of the Gloom Horrors raging on top of having 4 bursting stacks, as well as I think some casts from Malthair were getting off. So there was a lot of damage going on. I believe both I'm Fired Up and Twisted went down. Popped the insta battle res on Fired Up, and then of course the healer went down, and the pull was over at that point. They almost kind of pulled it together and made the pull worthwhile by finishing off the Gloom Horrors, but like we saw, all 4 of them were still alive at 2%. But I mean, you know, I think that's a pull that just about anybody could flub at this point, especially with these affixes. It's just a super dangerous pull for them. So yeah, like I mentioned earlier, big confidence booster for them that they can take that dungeon, and we'll see if they can keep it going into the second map.
Yeah. And that's really going to be what we want to look for further from this one, Dranos, as well as Waycrest Manor was their dungeon to lose because they had such a strong time trial time throughout. But now we get to see how well both teams have practiced for Freehold, for King's Rest, you know, the newer dungeons that should be taking up the majority of their practice time lately.
Yeah, this is the stuff that they've been doing in the past 2 days rather than, you know, last week when they were getting ready for the time trials. So we'll get to see, you know, if their strategies have evolved, if their team dynamics have gotten better, if they've got more efficient pulls. As of course these are both teams of people that are kind of, you know, getting not necessarily new to the MDI, but new to playing together in the MDI, and so, you know, learning how to build a good strategy in a dungeon with each other for the first time.
Yeah, I think that's always something that we've seen a lot of history as well about titles is, yeah, these teams have been able to practice together, they might know each other very well, but then tournament gameplay is another story that they have to think about.
Oh, sure. And I mean, there's going to be some synergy that needs to be built. Honestly, not exactly super well known for like doing a bunch of high keys. There's more tournament realm MDI style competitors, so it will take some just like getting used to for them to be able to just like get in enough practice to be able to where they feel comfortable just doing the dungeons baseline, and then converting that into MDI style like strategies and stuff like that. It will take a little bit of time. I think both of these teams looked like pretty good even though they both had some major mistakes coming in.
Yeah, and let's start talking about that as well as ironic of where Complexity Limit was just pulling away from the beginning despite their mistakes.
Yeah, that's kind of the major thing I want to focus on here is that, you know, it wasn't really honestly making mistakes that got Complexity the win here. Their Limit's routing throughout the early part of the dungeon really set them off in the lead, and it kind of started off from the first boss where honestly committed their bloodlust to that first boss and still ended up killing the Triad after Limit. And then of course, because Limit still had that bloodlust available, they were able to pull off a larger pull in the courtyard and start, you know, careening ahead from there. And by the time that they got to Rawl, Limit had pulled Raw before, honestly, and they also had something like 20% extra mob count. So their routing in the first half of the dungeon was just superior in general to what Honestly was pulling off, and that's really what allowed them to have that mistake at the end of the dungeon and still take the win.
As something else, I actually did like Honestly's routing with how they ended up pulling Matron Alma at the very bottom part of the manor. They pulled that whole entire floor together. I thought that was an interesting strategy, but how they were just taking like that like beginning part and then like that little bit of post courtyard / hunting lodge area was just a little bit slower than it needed to be.
And I always think it's very interesting to see is how the different routes are really comparing throughout these series, Dranos, and what kind of inspiration are they taking from their opponents? What are they taking from last week from a different region as well, and how can they kind of apply it to themselves? You think on the side of Honestly they're kind of just going to bookmark the VOD and start checking that out later to see how they can improve their route?
Maybe. I mean, in a lot of ways, there were some things that I think Honestly did that were maybe better than even what Complexity Limit did. Yeah, yes, indeed. For instance, I think that the double obelisk, fighting two obelisks with each other, it's hard to imagine that being worse than fighting them separately, right? Fighting two obelisks one at a time seems like that's always going to be a lot slower. Doesn't seem that much more dangerous to fight them together, so I think that maybe Complexity Limit even has further optimizations they can make to that route, saving that obelisk. Tettles was talking about how that obelisk functioned as a cooldown recovery tool, but I think that they might be able to find a way where they can activate both of them at the same time and save even a little bit more, save another 30 seconds off that timer next time.
I think Honestly's Pitfall was actually the comp, like the Rogue versus the Double Death Knight. Basically, the Double Death Knight is you just committing all in on like pulling these huge pulls into bosses, whereas the Rogue is just a little bit more finesse, ultimately, but it doesn't really save you enough time for it to be worth.
Well, on top of that, I think one of the major there was one major mistake from Honestly that cost them, a solid half minute at the time. Disarray was pretty much dead for all of Raw as well, so, that was a pretty big hit to them as well. But I don't think in general that would have made the ending a little bit more close. But I think it was just a little bit more superior in terms of routing from the Limit side.
And we're going to have to see how superior, how different the routing is going to be as well, because with our next game coming up, we've got Freehold, and once again, Dranos, just like last week, we've got Bolstering.
Yeah, with Bolstering active, you can expect to see a little bit less on the Death Knights than if Bolstering weren't active. I think we'd be seeing double Death Knight out of most teams in this dungeon. But Bolstering is active, so instead, Hunter is likely to be the kind of dominant DPS class because they do well in all size pools and they have the ability to actually priority damage and stop AoEing as needed pretty effectively. So they can manage the Bolstering affix in a lot of different ways there. So I think that it's going to be exciting to see that out of the teams. I wonder if anybody's going to try and emulate Zamok's strategy we saw from Perplexed last weekend in the European MDI of, kiting those 4 awakened mini bosses at the end of the run.
It's weird that you brought that up because I'm pretty sure Complexity Limit was kiting the obelisks and Atal Dazar just by looking at their Atal time. So they definitely have practiced it. Whether or not they're going to commit to doing it inside of this Freehold, I guess that's going to be something that's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, it was a strategy pioneered in a Freehold, but it definitely looks like it has a couple of applications in some other dungeons. It is kind of dungeon
infection has just spread.
Yeah.
Let's call it what it is. It just started spreading. We're like, oh, you could do that? Where can we do that? Everywhere else, all right? Let's see what these teams have in store as Complexity Limit is up 1 against Honestly as Freehold gets going.
We are seeing Divergence here right at the very start of the dungeon, with Honestly doing a pull here at the very start, whereas Complexity Limit just heading right to the boss arena, and they are going to do their first pull right under where Skycap and Crag will spawn.
Yeah, so Complexity Limit, they're doing that RP pack plus that little pack that's on the ledge, whereas Honestly is doing the pretty standard 9 pull at the very beginning. Making sure that they actually DPS down that Enforcer because it has mismatched health will be important. You see that Enforcer does end up going down about the same time that the Corsairs end up falling from Honestly. They end up getting 14% count, where Complexity Limit, I think, is just like in a better part of the map, especially if they do get similar trash count. Now, here's where you're going to see what Honestly ends up doing. If they end up doing that RP pack by itself, that will be a significant time loss. But if they do it with another trash pack that coincides with it, then they can actually save a decent amount of time, I think.
Looks like they might just be fighting it all by itself. I agree with you, Tuttles. This seems a little bit inefficient.
Yeah, it's definitely just inefficient. Ultimately, fighting double Enforcer, double Dog by itself, where on the side of Complexity Limit, they ended up fighting, what was it, like just 2 Corsairs? In addition to that, that's always going to be a significant advantage, just in terms of like the time that you're going to be gaining or losing. So.
Yeah, you know, honestly may have had reasons here based around cooldowns, but I think that Complexity Limit had a really good thought process then, which is like, all right, you know, if we want to use cooldowns on a big pull, we may as well make sure that that pull includes the RP mobs that spawn Skycap and Crag, so that we aren't locking ourselves into then doing an inefficient pull while we wait for those cooldowns to recover.
I mean, they ultimately blew both Bloodlusts. Like, both teams ended up using their Bloodlust there. So it's not too terrible. Skycap and Crag is down to 56% for Complexity Limit, whereas at 83% on the side of Honestly. Just making sure that they dodge out of the way of that charge.
Ours just blasting off here on those damage meters, annihilating Skycap and Crag's health. Don't know what's going on over there.
See
but
what he is playing.
looks like he's playing Beast Mastery Hunter, Tettles.
Okay,
That's
dude,
the,
I was checking
kind of greenish color.
Blood of the Enemy versus Vision of Perfection. Okay, so he's actually playing Blood of the Enemy. Vision of Perfection Major is something that hunters will end up playing occasionally, but he is in fact playing Blood of the Enemy. And of course, if you'd like to check out what gear, talents, Azerite, Corruption players running, you can use our tool mdi.gcd.tv with tooltips powered by Wowhead to make sure you can check those out if you would like.
Yeah, Blood of the Enemy, usually the kind of standard choice here. Ooh, Eric nearly gets hit by Sharkbait there. Tettles, that is something that you're no stranger to, right? That bird charging across the arena, right?
Dude, you just don't see him coming.
Yeah. But they, Complexity Limit, are able to take that down and able to actually pull some trash onto the end of the boss fight as well, in much the same strategy that Method EU were using last weekend to mitigate the inefficiencies of bolstering. Instead of pulling trash onto the start of a boss fight, instead pull trash onto the end of the boss fight, and that way bolstering doesn't come back to haunt you. So it looks like Complexity Limit here are about 4% on the enemy forces meter behind, and maybe 20 or 30 seconds further ahead in their pathing. That actually seems like a fairly even exchange here. I'm not sure which of these teams is ahead.
Well, it's definitely going to be Complexity Limit. They're definitely going to be a few seconds ahead. So not only that, but Atrocity ended up blowing his Vanish at the bottom few percent on Skycap and Crag, and starting that pig RP for council for the council fight for Trothak. Whereas honestly, Ash was, I don't even know if he's doing it, or I don't even think he looks like he's doing it. He looks like he's just like running with his whole entire team. So that's going to be a little bit of a time loss in of itself as well.
Yes, starting that RP early, you know, it's kind of, it feels bad. You're just kind of walking around the map, not really doing anything, but it does then save you a bunch of time later when you show up in that room and the pig is already there with all those stacks of the slow. Looks like, honestly, though, getting a little pull here underway, a different one than Complexity Limit, who opted to just kind of pull the boss as quickly as possible.
So honestly, ended up drinking instantly, which will end up like de-aggroing some of the mobs. I believe it's like Buccaneers on this week. And then they ended up doing this trash pull. They also have a Crusher in the pack. The Crusher, of course, does not bolster other mobs, but if it
does get bolstered.
Or yes. Yeah. Wait, no, it does.
Problem,
it does
right?
get bolstered. It doesn't bolster other mobs whenever it dies around it. So it can be bolstered though, but they're using it to just cleave off of. He looks like he's getting incredibly large right now, but the pack should be dying pretty shortly.
Did look a little sketchy, but they were able to get it killed there. Yeah, gotta watch out for that combo of Harpooners and the Crusher, right? That's a little bit of a 1-2 punch that can quickly delete players from the group. But they were able to deal with that without any of that happening, and honestly, extending their lead here on the enemy forces meter. Meanwhile, Complexity Limit trying to take care of this second boss fight long before Honestly even pulls it. Looks like Honestly finally getting underway here into this boss room.
So
they are now 15% ahead.
Complexity Limit ended up pulling some of the trash into the boss, and they are still in boss combat. You can actually see Captain Eudora does still have her health bar up. She will end up like stunning targets for you and still be doing damage and fighting alongside you as long as you don't drop combat. The reason that you actually want to pull some of the trash at the bottom little bit of percent, especially on this raw jolly setting, is because whenever you do get those brews, the bad brew can do damage to enemy targets, including trash. That bad brew is fairly overtuned, I will say, so it can help you out by a lot. Is that Ludwig around still with the pig? Wait, is the pig around too?
The pig, I think, was dealt with. Atrocity, I think, snuck ahead and caught the pig, and then somehow just got dropped in the middle of the room.
Interesting.
It's
just
still
sitting there. Okay.
Yeah.
Weird.
Definitely a little weird. And they are pulling Ludwig now with 2 of those Crushers. Another efficient bolstering pull, because again, those Crushers do not bolster Ludwig when they die.
honestly definitely needs to pull trash right now into the boss. Okay, so here they're grabbing some mobs. Just looks like a knife juggler and a brute. The brute's actually pretty dangerous to the tank, but even still, it's like complexity limit ended up pulling 6 mobs into Jolly and Raw, whereas honestly only ended up pulling those 2 that are in the back area underneath that tent. So while it is efficient in terms of like, at least they're doing something with the boss, it's not exactly the most time efficient thing that they could have done, but they're still ahead on enemy forces count.
Complexity limit now pulling some more trash here into the second half of Ludwig's health bar. This is a really efficient way to fight enemies with bolstering active. They're doing a really good job here of making sure that they, are still able to AoE while under that bolstering restriction. I think a lot of these pulls it's really great that last weekend bolstering Freehold was also active, because these teams were able to, pick up those pulls from watching there too.
Yeah, I mean, Explosive is also going to... Explosive was active on the European setting. It's not active currently. It's skittish currently. While it was active on the European setting, it kind of...
It was even further restrictive of the options, yeah. Skittish, actually, if you look at these team comps, all damage dealers have a threat redirection effect. So Skittish is completely negated by these team comps, I'd say.
Please taunt?
Yeah, no taunts required.
Oh, Max Dogbowl ends up Lightfoot potioning, whereas the hunters there are using their misdirection, like Dratnus was talking about, to pull what looked like it was the pack that was on top of the bridge, and then there was like a far pack. This is actually an insanely large pull, especially for bolstering. As long as all the mobs die within a few seconds of one another, it won't be bad. If there for some reason gets a mismatch, like mobs have mismatched health, and if one gets like incredibly large, this could be dangerous for complexity limit. I suspect that they're going to be able to deal with this well, though.
Yeah, one of the great things about this pirate pattern that's active right now is that it was the build rats are friendly now, and the build rats include those brine casters who have less health than the other enemies in these pulls, which would normally be a little bit obnoxious with bolstering active. But since they're not there, all the enemies in that pull had basically the same health. So as long as they AoE'd evenly, which all of their DPS specs can do, then they were in the clear there on that one.
I mean, with that pull, complexity limit takes a monumental lead. Now they're just grabbing some of those yellow mobs that are off to the side to pull in the Trothak, whereas honestly is still dealing with Ludwig von Tortolan and a Crusher. So that 9-pack, or like that triple pack pull that they complexity limit just did was basically... Ooh, and Pumps ends up going down too. Oh man, that's unfortunate there. That's
going to be a quick full team wipe here, and it's really rough here because you can't even, if you release and try and run back, you'll get food thrown at you from outside the arena. You can't even make it back to this area. So that is going to have to be a full... It looks like Disarray actually is going to try and keep... I wonder if we're going to see this happen to them. Disarray is going to use Turtle here to try and kite this and keep it alive for a while, and the rest of the team is going to run back. But yeah, you can see Pumps getting the food thrown at him, and is actually going to die running back into the arena there as the caster Curse for Toll.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, so you can't even enter in the arena. So Ludwig's not boss combat, but like Dratnus was saying, like...
Ludwig counts as, the arena is active.
Exactly,
so
the arena is active,
you.
so you get food thrown at you. Oh man, that's unfortunate for Team Honestly as the full team wipe ends up coming out there. Complexity limit pulls in some more trash into the bottom part of Trothak. So they're going to probably be at around, what, like 75% after this trash ends up going down?
Yeah, this should be something like that, and then they are going to need maybe one more big pull. They could do some stuff with the last boss at the end of the boss fight as well. They could try and cannon barrage down some stuff. That's something you're allowed to do, but it is sketchy with bolstering active.
You just have to be really patient. So you can't kill Harlan too early, and you just have to wait. So you do see complexity limit here doing a double trash pack into the Crusher as well. There is a Harpooner active inside of that trash pack, which the hunters can disengage if they get gripped by that Harpooner, and it will cancel out the disengage. Or cancel out the Harpoon cast, and if the Crusher is doing his ground slam ability, then you can just be able to avoid it fully. It looks like the hunters should be baiting out a little bit into range so that they would be the primary targets, so they can bait that Harpoon onto them, though.
Yeah, it looks like they're not going to have too much trouble there. The closer they are, the less time they spend getting yoinked by any given Harpoon, so the more time they have to react. And I think that is going to be all right, as the Crusher does go down first, which is exactly what they were looking for here. And they're going to advance now to 85% on the enemy forces meter, not to mention the fact that they still have some awakened enemies. We'll have to see if they decide to fight or kite those enemies.
So this double Ravager pack gives about 10% count. And then there is a third Ravager that is off to the very back near where that Void Weaver Mouth Ear obelisk is, that they can get the remaining count.
And look, Atrocity is actually sneaking ahead to go solo that count right now. Gonna update a sap onto one of them, blind one of the other enemies, and pull up there. Yeah, you can see very good job here. They are separating each Ravager into a 3-pack, and Ravagers can, of course, murder themselves and 2 nearby friends with each Painful Motivation cast. That is going to require a huge amount of enemy forces count here. Unfortunately, Fired Up going down during that.
But Atrocity ends up getting that count, which was all that matters too. They do end up getting 100% on the board. This is going to be a good run. Even though Fired Up ended up dying there, it's not going to be too bad. Atrocity is probably going to pop his Shroud here in just a couple seconds right there. And now all they have is Harlan with Bloodlust. I guess we're going to see if Twisted is going to kite the mobs around. It looks like where they're positioning, he may end up doing it just because Atrocity is moving Twisted across to the other side, and Max Doggable is going to be pulling Harlan to that opposite side, in which we see a lot of people pull it on live.
Yeah, here we go. It looks like we're going to see this strategy coming out from Complexity Limit that we first saw debuting in the MDI Europe and Asia region last weekend. There you can see all of those awakened enemies running away, chasing after Twisted. Twisted running for his life across that bridge there, doing his best to get away there.
You just hope that the mobs don't snap to you now, and you're kind of home free. Don't get don't get chain corruption slowed either. Okay, so basically how this happens is Twisted will end up getting healing aggro. He ends up popping Life Cocoon on himself too. With all that healing aggro, he ends up pumping himself just to make sure he gets threat on all the targets, and then he just runs away. And they've cleared out most of the area.
Gets meleeed. Oh my goodness, look at that Blood of the Corruptor here chasing him. Gonna use Tiger's Lust.
He's feared.
Dispels
himself, yeah.
This is really, really sketchy. You're really trying not to discover any new snap spots here, as Zamak did in the grand finals of last weekend's MDI Cup. Discovering snap spots, a really useful thing for MDI teams during practice and during time trials, not something you want to do during a tournament game.
Do you believe that Complexity Limit is saving their Bloodlust for the next dungeon?
Yeah, I think that might be what they're up to here. Or maybe we're just on Twisted's perspective.
Oh,
yeah,
okay, yeah,
it looks like it was
did update.
Maybe after Twisted was out of range or something.
Yeah. Okay, I was like, huh.
That's the thing, though, is when you're confident enough, you got to just hold up Bloodlust. And you can see Twisted had set that Transcendence down. That figure 8 that he's running is looking very, very well done. Harlan now at 33%. Of course, no matter how close they get to killing Harlan, they will wipe very, very quickly if Twisted goes down and all of those awakened enemies return to the fight with a bang.
Yeah, they'll teleport instantly. That's why this is so dangerous, is because if for some reason Twisted does die, then the mobs don't just run back to the group. They snap and instantly teleport right on top of Max, and Max will probably die very quickly, but Complexity Limit kites out those mobs perfectly, takes down the match 2-0, showing why they are in fact the 4th seed.
Limit with a very strong freehold performance there. And again, we're getting to see more of the kiting being successfully pulled off there. Is ironic.
I mean, in addition to the kiting being perfectly done by Twisted there, that was just a ridiculously fast time. 14:06, bolstering just like EU had last week as well. Now, I believe, of course, they had that explosive instead of skittish, and on top of that, it was also, I believe it was also tyrannical instead of fortified, so a little less boss health to worry about. But still, that is a quick freehold time from these guys here.
Yeah, and it's extremely impressive to be able to see that they're able to pull it off under pressure while, there are some pretty high stakes to it as well. And that also means that, right there, Dreadnoughts, that they're going to be moving on in the upper bracket to square off against Method NA.
Yeah, a lot of friendly, feelings and rivalry between the Complexity Limit squad here and the Method NA squad, as of course 8 of the 10 players in that matchup are Complexity Limit Raiders. so that is going to be.
They can't be too upset with each other.
Yeah, they're going to be. Well, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of friendly banter between the two teams as they are poised to have a matchup now in those upper semifinals coming up later today. But before we get to those, right, we've got a couple of other series ahead of us, right?
Oh, I think we got a couple games, here and there. Come on, Dranos, you know the list.
Yeah, we've got
Who do we got next? Who do we have next, Dranos?
Well, coming up next, I'm glad you asked, Jack. Coming up next, we've got Goosy Bad against Big Dumb Gaming.
That's right. Yeah,
that'll be followed
Dranos
by
say Goosy all day.
That'll be followed by Ethical against Fly Me Out, which is our number 3 against number 6 seed match. So another one that is fairly close in the seeding side. Not as close as the numbers 4 and 5 are, as I discovered
How
earlier.
close are they?
They're 3 apart. Or is,
Ooh,
wait, is that 2 apart?
What?
What's 6 minus 3?
Oh, I think they're
no.
4 and 5. I
Oh,
was like, what?
that's right. I asked 2. I said
4 and 5 are 1 apart. Tubbs.
Oh, okay. Oh my goodness.
That's easy.
I worry about you sometimes.
I can do math with any 2 numbers that are 1 apart.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. I'm absolutely thrilled. But with us seeing, of course, honestly, dropping down into that lower bracket's ironic, we also are going to look at them squaring off against Angry Toast, which might actually be like an opportunity for some redemption for them to start getting their way out of that loser's bracket.
Yeah, both of these teams are going to have plenty of practice time before their matchup in the lower bracket. Of course, we're going to have both of the final 2 first-round matches as well as the semifinal matches after this, so both of our lower bracket matches will be the end of the day. Plenty of time between now and then to practice up and have good practice for those matches. So, honestly, should be looking good going into that match, but like we mentioned earlier, Angry Toast is a team that has some, high-caliber players on it that, can get good times in. They've been high key pushers in the past, so interested to see if they can pull it together in that match in the lower bracket later today.
Without a doubt, and we will be taking a quick break before we get into our 3rd series of the day. So don't go anywhere, guys. Goosy Bad squaring off against Big Dumb Gaming will return after a short break. And we're back with the Mythic Dungeon International as our third match of the day between Goosy Bad and Big Dumb Gaming is about to kick off. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, and joined right now by Dratnos, Zyronic, and Nagura. And right now, Dratnos, we got some of the top teams in NA squaring off right now. Vodka and BDG in particular.
Yeah, these are two very high-ranked guilds in the rating scene here. Vodka, in particular, they have a very impressive set of time trial times here. Coming in with the number 2 overall seed, only a couple of minutes behind Method NA's time trial times. Very, very close there. So excellent performance from them on the time trials. This is a team that has some players that you may recognize from some previous MDIs going as far back as Legion, actually. So it'll be really exciting to see them here in this tournament environment actually up against Big Dumb Gaming, which includes a lot of raiders from Big Dumb Guild.
Whoa.
US 7. Yeah.
That's right.
How did you know?
He's just got the gift, let me tell you. So Method NA and Complexity Limit, as we check out our bracket, have both won their series. And they will be moving on with Goosy Bad and BDG squaring off. The winner between that will also be facing up against Ethical and Fly Me Out, who we'll be seeing just a little bit later. So for our first game right now, Nagura, where it looks like we're going to be heading into Underrot. And we've already seen, Method NA and Angry Toe square off in this dungeon, and on the side of Method NA, they had some incredibly quick times.
Yeah, I mean, Underrot, the affixes don't really prevent you from doing any of those big pulls as we've seen by Method NA, but Method NA really did some big pulls, not just like the standard big pulls we've seen so far in the MDI, but they're just pulling the whole room with Kragma and even more. They just like adding extra trash that is not even in the room to pull on top of the boss. So interested to see if one of those teams can pull off those big pulls as well, especially in Kragma's room. And if one of those teams can do it, they'll probably win.
Really? Whew. Probably.
Yes.
Okay. No guarantees on that. This is not a Nagura guarantee.
No, because you don't want to cast or curse them.
That's true. That's true. We've already had our fill of that from Zyronic, at least at this point.
Exactly.
When did I curse them?
Not this team
You
specifically.
made me drop my phone. Wow. I'm so confused right now.
I know. We're trying to make sure you're paying attention.
I haven't
throughout all
cursed
this.
anyone. A single team. Okay, maybe
come
some
on,
last year.
be honest.
Not this year though. Not this year. No. No cast or curse this year. I promise. Maybe a couple.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit onto that one.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, despite those kind of curses that we have going on, I'm sure that none of it will impact this game in Underrot right now. And I believe we know where we have some of the bans. Oh, we don't know what the bans are going to be just yet. We'll have to see
we know that Underrot was not one of them.
That's right.
Which is good, because you'd have to be just a heartless villain to ban teaming volcanic Underrot. That's just such a fun dungeon. You just pull it all, and it's, if you just ban that and leave some of those bolstering, explosive, necrotic, grievous, bursting dungeons. That
is a lot of
truly
affixes.
Heartless. Yeah. That's a lot of affixes. That's how many it feels like they're active sometimes.
Did you actually? Yeah, I was gonna say. I think you listed like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Oh,
All
there
right,
we go.
so we
Hey.
do see the bans coming out.
That's
It's
right.
Big Dumb Gaming have banned Junkyard, whereas Goosy Bad have banned Shrine of the Storm. So we're going to see Underrot, and then Workshop, and then if it goes to a Game 3, that will be in Siege of Borealis.
Right, we haven't seen any Siege of Borealis today, but this looks like we're going to be seeing a couple more of the dungeons that we've seen already thus far. So we're still keeping up with the explosive, and, we see time and time again, Nagura, where all the bolsters, when they can, just get banned.
Yeah, bolstering is just not a fun affix to play, especially in the MDI when you want to do those big pulls. But to be honest, that could be a strategy, right? It could be a strat to just really practice those bolstering dungeons, because bolstering is really the one affix that changes the dungeons a lot. So if you practice that dungeon a lot, you can just not ban it and beat the opposite team in that very game. So it could be a strategy to run.
Right, and speaking of strategies, we're ready.
So we see both teams already doing a very big pull at the start here, but interesting to see that Goosy Bad is running a rogue here, so no double DK on their side.
Yeah, so the no rogue, I mean, we've seen that a lot from a lot of teams. I mean, the double DK Demon Hunter is what we saw from Method NA, and so we know it's a totally fine comp. It all comes down to being able to use the Shadow Meld skip instead of just using the Shroud instead, and being able to actually actively CC mobs without having all that extra help that rogue brings in that department. So as long as you're able to do that, you should be totally fine. But as we know, it takes a lot of synergy and a lot of practice to get those pulls down without having that extra rogue CC. So we're gonna have to see if they're able to do that on the side of Big Num Gaming. But already early on, more trash count on the board. They saved Bloodlust for the Tyrannical boss, so they're getting on quite fine with this comp so far.
Yeah, and they actually let us in a trash pool here, interestingly enough, and they're down the trash pack a lot earlier than the Bloodlust timer, so that's why they immediately engaged the boss as well to get some extra time there. And the army by the DK was safe for the boss as well. So interesting to see that they're doing 2 trash pulls here on their side, while most other teams we've seen so far have done 1 trash pull and then straight went into the boss straight away afterwards. But 21% on their trash counter now on Goosy Bad side, while Big Num Gaming is only in 15%. So there's going to be a little bit of trash to have to make up on their side.
Yeah, but as we know, there's a ton of trash available in this dungeon, especially like we saw with Method NA. You can pull a lot of it into bosses and get that cleave on, which we're going to see them doing with that double Unholy DK. So it makes sense for them to want to do a little bit less trash earlier on in this dungeon, just for the extra added efficiency. I'm interested to see, whether or not Goosy Bad or the vodka team. Every time I say that name, it just feels a little weird. It's such a weird team name. It's like one of the plays on one of those teams that we saw from the Australian teams, Free Marzi, Free Pumps. They're just talking about a player for some reason, for fun, little inside jokes. But yeah, this is a bunch of vodka players, a bunch of friends in the NA scene. I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to, make up for pull size running only 1 Unholy DK. They're definitely going to lose that on AoE damage, but we're seeing already on the side of Big Num Gaming, trying to make those double Unholy DK works. The Demon Hunter already went down. That's the battle res off the board, and he died again.
Oh, he's going down again. This is such an interesting pull to see here from their side, as they were pulling the maggot pack with all the small ads that explode on death. And this is why I think most of the teams skip this trash pack, just because it does so much damage, on top of also having the maggots that you have to deal with. But they managed to get it down, even with 2 deaths on the Demon Hunter. Now, thankfully, the DKs are not the ones that went down, because those are the ones that do the most of the AoE damage, and therefore they didn't manage to finish off the pull. Now they're moving on to a second trash pull, and it definitely seems like those 2 teams are doing it a little bit smaller compared to Method NA, who were just pulling everything with the buff.
It makes you wonder if they even needed to use the battle res there, because the trash pack melted without the Demon Hunter. The Demon Hunter got like his 1 AoE, got his 1 death sweep in to put the magic damage taken debuff on everything, and then just instantly, they didn't need to use their battle res there. Although I guess they didn't really know that, so a little bit unfortunate that they committed their battle res to that, and they just don't have one of those available for another 6.5 minutes. So if they have any deaths on these tyrannical bosses, it's gonna cost them a lot of time over the course of the rest of the dungeon, or for the next 6 minutes, like I mentioned earlier. So we'll have to see if that's going to be something that bites them later on. Of course, Goosy Bad still doesn't have the battle res on their side, and they're just kind of trucking along slowly in terms of trash percentage. So we'll have to see. At this point, that battle res is the major difference between them. We already know what kind of pulls that we're going to see out of Big Num Gaming, but like you mentioned, they're also not going for the big pulls, and they're also just having more problems with the trash as their healers and one of their DKs go down, and this is just going to be a full team wipe. I don't think Senecta is going to be able to finish off that trash pack on his own, although he's surely given it a good try.
Yeah, so it looked like their cooldowns were down for this pull, and then it seemed like a maggot cast, a frontal cast, actually went off, and killed 2 players here, one of them being the healer, and with no battle res available, as you mentioned. They did manage to finish it off with the tank being the only one alive here, but it's going to cost them so much time now. Not only the deaths, but they also need to walk all the way back, because of course the warrior does not have a rest out of combat rest, so they need to walk back, losing even more time. And something I actually want to mention, if you run this double DK comp, it seems like, the more you pull, it actually is easier to pull more because of the quadratic scaling that the DK has, that if you do a pull without the cooldowns ready, then you have to deal with all of these mechanics like the maggot cast and the lasher cast and the blood swarmers without having your cooldowns available, and without not having a lot of utility to deal with those casts, because they don't have a rogue on their team, right? So if you pull more, like when you have your cooldowns up, you can just ignore all of those mechanics, because you do so much damage that everything dies before a mechanic comes off. And that's why it seems like an interesting thing to do, that they're not doing as big of a pull as Method NA did.
Yeah, that's the major takeaway, right? They're doing smaller pulls than Method NA and having less, having more issues than Method NA did in their actual run. So interesting to see if they'll, go on and pull bigger pulls later on and try to take advantage of this unholy DKs. But something else that we're seeing as well is Goosy Bad also just pulled a bunch of trash into boss, and they're doing it yet again as well. And this is something that we haven't seen Big Dumb Gaming do yet. They just did 2 big pulls, not pulling with the boss. So, you know, Goosy Bad, not only are they being more efficient with their pulls, but they're also not having any deaths at all. 0 deaths on the board for them still. It's a clean run so far. And so far, they're looking quite good in this dungeon.
Yeah, definitely very clean on their side. And one thing to note as well is that they're running a rogue, so the pulls that Big Dumb Gaming is doing, I feel like if they had a rogue, those pulls would be better, just because the rogue provides so much control. They have so much single target stun, single target interrupts, sap and so on, gouge, to interrupt all of those maggot casts, the lasher casts, and so on, and to deal with the Bloodstormers as well. Hante unfortunately going down for Goosy Bad here. They do immediately get the rest up from the DK, so they should be able to recover here, but going down in a tantrum.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for them. They did have the battle res to get him up right away, and it's something that we'll have to keep an eye on again as well. You know, of course, it'll be about 3.5 minutes before the battle res is up for both teams here. They will very likely get the next tantrum as well, as we see Yips dropping incredibly low and getting that monk bubble. But this is going to be scary. You know, someone pointed out I was saying spooky a lot earlier, and let's be honest, there are a lot of spooky things happening, but this is once again going to be a scary moment for Team Goosy Bad here as they go into this last tantrum that they're going to get here. And Hante is on low mana, about 10% here, so if they're able to stay alive through this tantrum, they'll get Kragma down no problem and be able to move on, but we'll see if they're able to pull it off.
More problems on Big Dumb Gaming side as well, as they lose one of their DKs here early on Kragma, so they don't have a battle res to get them back up, meaning they will have to 4-man the rest of this boss fight. To be honest, I feel like, since this is a tyrannical environment, I feel like they should have just been resetting the boss, because it was so early, it was like 90%. I think you lose less time resetting and just trying again with everyone alive, but maybe they just had a call to just keep going, and you just gotta stick to the call, even if you think there might be a different call that is better. If someone calls something, you just like keep on doing it, and we'll see how it goes for the rest of the fight, as the Goosy Bad is already moving on.
Yeah, I mean, every extra second of combat you stay with the boss is more of a committing to what you're doing, and you know, the more you commit, the more time you're wasting by resetting the boss. So it looks like they're just full committing to try to 4-man this boss, because they are already behind in the dungeon and they need to kill this as quickly as possible, so completely agree with everything you've said. We're seeing similar pulls to Method and A on the side of Goosy Bad here with the Spore Collar. They've pulled pretty much all of the trash in between Kragma's room and Spore Collar, and they're cleaving it down with this Unholy DK, who, surprisingly enough, is doing enough damage on his own. You don't really need to have the 2 DKs to pull off this strategy, but of course it makes it a little bit more clean and the trash dies a little quicker. They only have 1 trash pack left in the form of that reanimated Guardian, and then they'll be done with all of the trash, and we'll likely see them use that revival strategy we saw from Method and A, where that once again they don't bother clearing out all these mushrooms and they just instantly cast revival right after he casts his Festering Harvest to instantly remove all the debuffs from their players.
That was actually a little bit scary on the tank on Goosy Bad's side, because one of the Death Speakers actually casted the Wicked Frenzy, which puffs the Guardian with an Enrage effect, and each auto attack on the aggro target will leave a magic debuff behind that ticks for a lot of damage. And they don't have an Enrage Dispel, so they don't have a Hunter or a Druid to get rid of it. And Yips had this debuff on him, on top of also getting the Shockwave from Sancha here on a tyrannical environment, and it almost got him down here, but they did have defensives available and did manage to recover from there.
Yeah, again, scary moments from both teams here. As you mentioned, Yips got put to like 10% from one of those slams there, but was instantly healed up by Hante as well. Big Dumb Gaming slowly chipping away at Kragma here. It looks like they're going to be able to get through this boss with their just 4 players alive. They're probably going to get 1 more tantrum, but it looks like Bay has plenty of mana to heal them through that, so they should be totally fine there. Anarchy got hit by one of those orbs, just barely clipped, and ended up taking a debuff, but looks like he's going to be totally fine. Didn't even proc the cheat death on their side, and both of these teams are just slowly whittling down these final bosses. We do see a couple of trash mobs pulled on top of Spore Collar Zancha at the last moment here for Goosy Bad, just getting a little bit of extra trash percentage here. And as we know, they're going to have to pull about 15 to 20% more after this boss as well, just in order to unlock that door to the final boss of the dungeon. So we're going to have to see what they end up pulling there. But things going well for Goosy Bad here.
Yeah, so Big Dumb Gaming, they have now Battle Rest available again, and I almost feel like they should use it if they get another tantrum, because their healer is so low on mana and they get so many ticks spawning, so at this point I would say play it safe and get the Battle Rest up, because if they wipe here, it's gonna be over for them, because they lost so much time if this is not gonna go well.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is, you know, you would think that these teams would keep an eye on where their opponents are in the dungeon, just to kind of have an idea of, you know, how far ahead they are. But at the same time, you also kind of want to make sure that your strategy is clean and you're not wiping to some of these bigger pulls. So I can see arguments for going for this for Goosy Bad. You know, they probably know that they're a full boss ahead right now, and they're as well as a little bit of trash percentage ahead. But just getting comfortable with your strategy, especially in a tournament environment where everything's on the line, this is definitely a big confidence booster for a team like this, who's relatively new as a team to the MDI. These guys have all played in some form before, but not together as this particular team. So knowing that their team synergy is down and they can get this strategy down with no wipes and just one death on the board is definitely going to be a big confidence booster going into the next couple of games here, and also matches later on in the tournament.
Yeah, I agree, but it seems like Goosy Bad does not have enough percentage with these two mobs here, so they'll have to pull something on top of this as they now engage the scorer here. It is a teaming environment, so each mob is worth a little bit less percentage than usual, and here in Android, unfortunately, you need to reach 100% trash before you can access the last boss. Ooh. Unfortunately, Big Damn Gaming loses their tank. They do have the Battle Rush available, but it seems like they just reset the boss anyway. And
even if they reset the boss, they have to finish off both of these reanimated Guardians here, which can be dangerous in and of itself, but yeah, that's just, you know, extra time lost from them there. They don't have a battle res. They just have to reawaken him with the Mistweaver Monk and then get back to it once he respawns. But Goosy Bad already finished their 100% trash count off, like we mentioned earlier, and they're going to be moving on to the final boss, where they also have some awakened mobs awaiting them, but they have their Bloodlust available, which is something we didn't see from Method NA earlier on. A little bit of a difference in strategy. Method NA also, like we were talking about earlier, they saved their first Bloodlust to that first Kragmaw room pull, where they pulled about 2/3 of the room with Kragmaw. And I just think, even though you only get really one efficient lust off in the dungeon, you save so much time with that one Bloodlust usage that it just seems like it's a faster strategy in general, and yeah, looks like it. Still an impressive run from Goosy Bad, though.
I agree. Well, Method NA had a 13:49 total time, so probably gonna be faster than Goosy Bad, as they still have to finish off this tyrannical boss fight, and it takes quite a long time, this Unbound Abomination, especially if you have to deal with the Awakened mobs before. But one thing I wanted to mention, because a lot of people have asked about the corruption that those people are running, and a lot of people ask, why aren't they running Twilight Devastation? Because on live servers everyone wants Twilight Death, but here a lot of damage dealers / healers and even tanks are not running it. And a big reason why is because the trash already dies anyway to all the AoE you have, but it's a single target that needs to be better, because if you have Unholy DKs, they're just gonna nuke everything down in a couple of seconds. Then it's really the single target damage that you want to increase, and that's why a lot of people are running Gushing Wounds or Stat Increase to just increase their focus target, priority target damage.
Yep, and while we were talking, just more mistakes coming out of Big Dumb Gaming. Shem now down for them, and they're going to have to end up formatting yet another boss from about half HP, so just too many small mistakes chipping away at them in this dungeon to really put up any sort of a fight for them, whereas Goosy Bad is pretty much putting together a textbook dungeon that really competes with some of the best teams that we've seen so far, and if they continue to play like this, they'll be a big competitor, you know, throughout this entire MDI. Really interested to see how this team ends up playing out for the rest of the dungeons today and tomorrow as well, as it seems like they're going to be a team that we're going to see a lot of.
I agree, they're doing a really good job, and only one death as well, so very clean run by them, even though I think the double DK really is the go-to strat, or should be the strat here to run in this underrod, just because we've seen Method NA perform so well on it. But let's be honest, even with the Rogue here, so a lot less AoE burst than the double DK strategy, they still have a pretty good time, as you can see on the total timer here. They're about to finish off this boss, and it's going to be under 15 minutes for a 19 tyrannical underrod, so definitely still a very, very impressive time by Goosy Bad here as well.
Ooh, it's gonna be close to sub 15. We'll have to see. If they didn't have the death, it would for sure be sub 15, but we're gonna have to wait for these blood visages to spawn as well once they get to this final health bar. But what is for sure is that Goosy Bad is gonna be taking this first game and going up 1-0 in the series, and you know, we've already talked about them enough, I think, but these guys are looking really good. And honestly, you know, looking at the caliber of player they have a lot of the players in their team were part of the rank 1 IO team at the end of last year. And on top of that, they've got Yips, who in and of himself is a multi-clad player as well. So a lot of history on these guys, and you know, good first run from Goosy Bad.
That's right, and great to be able to see what these guys are really capable of as Goosy Bad takes game number 1 in the Underrot over BDG. So at that point, Dranos, what do you think you liked and didn't like compared to Method NA's performance in this dungeon?
Yeah, so Goosy Bad, I think their pulls were a little bit more conservative than Method and A's. They did the dungeon in more total pulls, but things were looking pretty controlled from them. It looked like they were doing a good job of actually, like the damage coming out from their rogue, I think is among the highest we've seen a rogue do in a dungeon this MDI cycle. You know, rogue has in most of this weekend and last weekend, we saw rogues generally being the third place on the damage meters, but Anarchy was often at the top of those meters there, so putting up a really impressive performance on a spec that, you know, is mostly there for the utility that it brings rather than its damage.
Yeah, and with that, they do take game number 1, and it'll also start having us start looking at what else these guys are going to be running, as Workshop looks like we're going to be going into the next dungeon here in Nagura. So again, time trial dungeon where Goosy Bad had about a 3-minute lead over their opponents.
Yeah, so 3-minute lead, but doesn't mean anything really. Maybe Big Dumb Gaming actually increased or bettered their strategy in these couple of days that they had to practice. Both of them actually running a similar comp, both of them running a mage, so we'll see how that goes. And then the Holy Paladin as well, coming out of Big Dumb Gaming, as we've seen the Holy Paladin already played before. Unfortunately, that team lost that was playing the Holy Paladin, but maybe they can prove us otherwise this time around and make that Holy Paladin work in that dungeon.
We'll have to see. Now, Dranos, you're talking about some of the differences in conservative versus more aggressive pulls. Let's dive into that a little bit more deeply here.
Yeah, so at the very start of the dungeon, we had some different pulls coming out from the teams. You know, they got to Elderly Axel in a different amount of time. Big Dumb Gaming rather, got there a little bit faster in a little bit fewer pulls. But that eventually caught up to them. They started to have problems. Really where things started to go wrong for them was at the very first pull after that first boss. Their DH died twice, consuming one of their battle reses, which is their only battle res for most of the dungeon. And that was something that really set them back, because then when things started to go wrong later, they didn't have access to that battle res. And with a double DK comp, one of your strengths is that you have 2 instant cast battle reses available. But with that, you know, shared cooldown resource exhausted, they were in a lot of trouble very quickly. And that's when things kind of spiraled out of control for BDG. Meanwhile, Goosy Bad, they also had some things go a little bit wrong for them. You know, Hunte died on their Kragmaw fight, but they were able to recover from that, even though they had a death during the tantrum, which is really impressive showing, I think, coming out from them. They're being able to recover in the middle of such a high damage tyrannical boss encounter. Very good play.
Yeah, and it really goes to show, you know, how teams are going to be able to adapt and how they're going to be able to respond when there is increased pressure on them, when there is that greater threat for them to be able to perform. And, I mean, you talked about it a number of times, Zyro, where those critical moments were in each dungeon that they had to face against, and whether or not they'd be able to recover or not.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the major point of the MDI. It's not necessarily always going to be how well to your best can you play. Generally speaking, these teams both teams will almost always make some sort of mistake in the dungeon, and a lot of it comes down to how much of an impact that mistake makes on your play. If it's a quick death during a pull that you can instantly battle res up and then kind of recover from there, that's a lot more impressive than, in my opinion, than having just a full clean run throughout, because it shows how good your players are at making on-the-fly decisions and reacting to that, and, you know, being able to continue playing even though a mistake was made and not having it tilt you at all. So really what it comes down to, I think, is your mentality as a team and how you can fix mistakes rather than hoping that you never make a mistake and then, you know, letting it fall apart when you make the mistake.
And we've seen a number of times where, you know, being able to spectate in on some of the players in practice and watching them start making cascading mistakes and say, okay, well, what do we do after we die here? What do we do if we don't have CDs here? You know, how do they start finding the areas that are absolutely critical? Like, what cooldowns do we need in order to pull this off? What defensives do we need in order to pull this off? And that's always been one of the most interesting things for years now for me, Nagura, is what are these guys doing to adapt? And Workshop as well, that we'll be going into next, is always interesting because it is one of the newer dungeons to Mythic Plus.
Yeah, especially when there's a new dungeon, there might be some scenario happening that you never had happen before, and then it's going to be interesting to see how those teams adapt to that very thing happening, right? The good teams, they will be the ones who can adapt quickly and actually change their route and change their strategy depending on what happened, right? We've seen teams have multiple deaths on both sides already before, and the team that can actually change their route accordingly and move their cooldown usage around the way they didn't plan on doing it without any wives, that's going to be the team that actually wins that dungeon and that match, and that's just so important for these runs, as we mentioned before.
That's right, and we're getting ourselves ready for the Workshop, and Tyrannical, Explosive, and Grievous are going to be the affixes that we'll have to deal with here. Now, walk me through this a little bit, Dranos. Why we've been seeing some groups bringing a mage, and why have they not for this dungeon?
Well, a mage is something that we actually saw out of both of these teams from their time trial runs in this dungeon. On Tyrannical in particular, it's really nice in Workshop because these boss fights are pretty tough, and they often last long enough, especially like King Mechagon, where you might even be able to get a second combustion. And if that is the case, then you're going to do tremendous amounts of damage to those boss fights. But also just the dungeon doesn't really have the opportunity to do multiple back-to-back big pulls, where normally that's a Fire Mage weakness, where you'd have these cases where you have to, adjust what you're doing to make combustion work. Not really something that you run into with such a linear dungeon as Workshop here. So that was why I think we saw a lot of mages in those time trials. But again, we saw Method and A deciding that they didn't need one. And it looks like Goosy Bad, even though they decided to play one in their time trial, have updated their composition now, and they're also not running a mage as we get here to this actual tournament match.
That's right, and let's see how that impacts them and see how it changes around some of their strategies as game number 2 goes on between Goosy Bad and BDG.
Seems like they also switched away from the Holy Paladin on Big Dumb Gaming side, so they definitely changed their strategy coming from the time trials. Of course, they had to change the strategy because if they're just going to run the same time, we know that Goosy Bad has a faster time. Hante, unfortunately, going down here for Goosy Bad side, but immediately releasing, and he should be fine, the rest of his team. But yeah, already 2 deaths here on Goosy Bad side.
Yeah, the 2 deaths are unfortunate to see from them, but also an interesting strategy from them as well. They opted not to pull the trash to one of those hammers to help them with the damage. Instead, what they were doing is they made sure everyone stacked right on top of a very tight stack of those tanks. And of course, if they get hit by their own rocket barrage, they do a massive amount of damage to themselves. Problem is, you also take a massive amount of damage if you're standing in them too, and it looks like that's what happened to them. A couple people just got hit by one too many of those and went down. And they're ending up pulling the boss at pretty much the exact same point. So, little unfortunate from them. 2 deaths on the board. That's going to put them 10 seconds behind in general, and yeah, just not the greatest start for Goosy Bad. But I'm interested to see, why did they swap off the mage here? It seems like mage is a good pick in general, but I guess just more consistent single target coming out of the hunters, maybe? But you can see the mage is doing work right now for Big Dumb Gaming.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Demon Hunter going down on Big Dumb Gaming's side. They did need to use the Engineering Battle Res on the mage, so fortunately it was already after his cooldowns were over, after his combustion, so mages outside of the cooldowns can definitely use the time to get that Battle Res out and not going to lose out on too much damage. But yeah, unfortunately for both teams, already having some problems here at the start. And you see it, if you look at the bosses percentage, they're both very close to one another, as Big Dumb Gaming does now finish off No Mercy.
Yeah, and also using that hammer there as well to do a little bit of extra damage. Every single time that hammer slams down, it's a tiny bit of damage to everything that's hit by it, including both of the bosses. So using that to great effectiveness, actually propelling them ahead of Big Dumb Gaming even after that burst from the mage on their side. Also of note, Anarchy is doing some damage compared to Ja here, just doing about 30k more DPS. So just the individual player's skill. Yeah, also Ja went down. Skill with quotation marks. Probably has a whole bunch of Lash of the Void procs. Wouldn't be surprised to see that at the top of his damage meter here. Gotta love corruption sometimes, but RNG is RNG. That's the way of the game sometimes.
Yeah, all those Twilight Death procs, all skill, right?
Yeah.
As we see Goosy Bad moving on, we'll see how they pull this trash here. Now we've seen multiple different strategies already. A lot of the teams were skipping this first trash back here and then pulling the rest of the trash on top of the boss, and they were using the boxes that the boss spawns to line of sight the explosion from the living waste here. We'll see what Goosy Bad does as they get a lot of explosives spawned here.
But they're just gonna easily line of sight all of them. Same thing they're doing with the living waste here. That's something we saw from Method in A as well, and I think that's just something a lot of teams have kind of prepared themselves to do there. Just pulling everything as much as possible, quickly AoEing it down so that you can time those explosive spawns with the wastes also dying at the same time. Seeing the exact same thing from Big Dumb Gaming as well, albeit a lot less successful as Ja goes down once again. Looks like he went down to that process waste, which is the frontal from those units, and as you and I both know, those can be a little weird to deal with sometimes. Sometimes they'll face one way and just do a quick 90-degree turn and hit you in the face.
Yeah, that's definitely unfortunate, especially if you have to be the melee here, while the mage and the hunter can just stand on range and deal with it a lot easier, as we see Goosy Bad already fighting the boss here. They also have some trash that they pulled on top of it, so they get ahead in percentage here just in a second as those trash mobs go down. Big Time Gaming, on the other hand, they had to wait for the Demon Hunt to come back because they didn't have a battle rest available, and now they're engaging the boss fight. So definitely a little bit behind now compared to Goosy Bad.
Yeah, I mean, really what it comes down to is when those deaths were, right? The 2 deaths for Goosy Bad were out of boss combat, and easily they could just run right back before the bosses spawn, so not that big of a deal for them. But both of the deaths so far for Big Dumb Gaming have come right before or during boss combat in situations where they couldn't really release and run back quickly, so it's really cost them a lot of time, and you can see that difference right there just on the board for them. Goosy Bad's already got it down to 45%, whereas Big Dumb Gaming is pretty consistently 25 to 30% behind. And you got to remember, these are tyrannical bosses. These bosses have a ton of HP, so that's that's a huge chunk of HP that Big Dumb Gaming's gonna have to come back from.
Yeah, and we see both hunters, or all 3 hunters actually, doing that trick with the Feign Death for the lead. We've seen both teams actually pull it off. And we also see the same trick as we talked about earlier, where you go to the edge of the box to still actually be able to cast on the boss while not being line of sight for the AoE to not hit you. So both doing a really good job, and we see Hyper Mage here probably having his combustion up as he was jumping in place. That's the only way that you can use your combustion, of course.
Well, to be fair, there are 2 ways. Jumping is the correct way. It's the best way to do it, but you can also go for the Tokyo Drift, the little back and forth left and right. And a lot of people ask when you're playing a mage, why do mages all jump when they combust? There's actually a reason for it. When you have that much haste, especially during your lucid dreams, during your combustion, you're pretty much spamming Pyroblast consistently, so much so and with so much haste that sometimes your character will just start to hard cast a Pyroblast, which is a big damage loss. It triggers your GCD, and it's not something that you ever want to do. So if you're jumping midair, you'll never start hard casting. And of course, while I'm mentioning that, we have disaster on the side of Big Dumb Gaming. 3 players down. There's absolutely no way they're going to finish this boss off. It's going to be a full team wipe for Big Dumb Gaming. And Hyper Mage, the last one alive. Jumping isn't going to help you finish off 20% of a tyrannical boss on your own, buddy.
What happened? This is a very interesting boss fight to wipe on, I believe. And I mean, I feel like the only thing that can really wipe you here is if you get hit by the AoE because you were trying to min-max the line of sight, maybe getting a cast off. But it seems like everyone just died at once. Maybe they got hit by an explosion from one of the boxes. Either way, this seems like a very unlikely thing to happen. We'll have to talk about it later with the teams. But yeah, this is going to cost them so much time. They have to re-engage the boss fight. They already have those 7 deaths, and they probably used cooldowns as well. So yeah, huge disaster here for Big Dumb Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, that's just about the worst wipe you can possibly have in one of these MDI dungeons. A tyrannical boss sub 20%. You know, that's at least 2 minutes of your time just gone. So Goosy Bad, very in the lead now. They were already in the lead coming into this boss, but now they've just, you know, the whole dungeon's wide open ahead of them now, and they're just, you know, all eyes are on them. They have to make the mistakes now, and they can take it nice and easy and finish it off.
Yeah, and just want to mention one thing about the hunters here, because we've seen specifically hunters being played here in Workshop, and a reason why that is because their single target damage is actually so high, and they also scaled really well with corruption. And on a tournament realm, you can pick and choose the corruption you want to use. So they're just going with the crit corruption, basically just making it so you have very consistent damage as a hunter, because with your crit you just get Bestial Wrath, cooldown reduction, and then you have your cooldowns up more often. You basically just have perma cooldowns up, and that's really important for single target damage, especially in a dungeon like Workshop, where you constantly just have your cooldowns up to get those single target mobs down.
Not to mention, the best Azerite trait they have as a damage is called Dance with Death, and the higher crit chance you have, the more chance it has to proc, which and it's a massive proc. We're talking something like 10,000-11,000 agility. So the more crit you have, the higher percent chance you have to have that full uptime, and you know, you can see what that does to hunters. They get to absolutely pop off with damage, and it's pretty ridiculous, you know, what they can do when they have something like 70 or 80% crit baseline.
Yeah, and that's why also always thought that the Mistweaver not only is the Mistweaver there because Mistweaver is just very good for MDI kind of style pulls anyway, but it also gives you the physical damage buff, which is very convenient for the Hunters as well. So that's why probably we also saw Big Damn Gaming switch from the Holy Paladin back to the Mistweaver, because it just boosts your damage overall. Well, Paladin might be useful for certain utilities, but the Holy Paladin not being able to be a Night Elf, so missing out on the Shadow Melt, and also missing out on this physical damage buff, is just a damage loss for your whole group, and that's maybe why we also see Big Damn Gaming switch to the Mistweaver here.
Yep, and we're seeing a similar pull like what Method NA did with this trash pack here, pulling it into Headmuck and this Spark Flux, of course, this third boss of the dungeon, but a little bit of a different execution-wise. When we saw Method NA do this pull, the only person that came out from the Nyalotha realm was the tank, so that he could be the only one that even possibly gets aggro on everything. We saw Team Goosy Bad, everyone came out from the realm, instantly started attacking the trash, probably got both misdirects from the Hunters as well, and then started attacking the boss. And I think that's just something that's a little bit less efficient than what we saw from Method NA. Of course, it could be Yips maybe not being as familiar with tanking here, maybe thinking he needs the healer to help him keep alive. Of course, Yips is a DPS main as well. He doesn't normally main tank on live, so that could be something as well that plays into it. But just seeing like similar pulls but different setups for the pulls is really interesting, just in terms of difference between these top teams.
Yeah, and you just saw how difficult it is to pull trash on top of this box here on Goosy Bad's side, because the beam was actually dividing them and the mobs at the same time. Now, thankfully, you have two ranged DPS who can still DPS, but with explosive in combination with this boss and having so much trash at the same time, if the trash is not moving immediately, which some mobs like to do, for example, if you have casters, they just don't like moving with the tank, they just like to stand still, cast a little bit and then move, and then you get those explosives spawn with the trash and you're divided by the beam. So definitely the job of the Hunters here to finish off those explosives while the melee can't reach it, and that's why these kind of pulls can be very dangerous, on top of also having Grievous, of course.
Yeah, and I mean, the single target damage coming out from Team Goosy Bad with this comp is pretty ridiculous. This boss is getting absolutely melted from them. You gotta remember, this is a 19 tyrannical boss. These bosses will take a lot of teams 3 or 4 minutes to do on live, and these teams are just chewing through them with this comp, with this perfect corruption that they have on. And it's interesting to see from them. No deaths from Team Goosy Bad as well in this dungeon so far. We saw a couple deaths from our previous teams that did this boss, so good to see from them. These guys have been pretty clean so far.
Yeah, so after their 2 deaths they had at the very start, they were very clean afterwards. And those 2 deaths, I mean, maybe it was nerfed, it was the start of the dungeon, maybe something unfortunate happened. They definitely really recovered after it. And that's also one thing to note about the team. Sometimes if you have 2 deaths at the very start, maybe, you know, you're not in the right headspace anymore, maybe you start tilting or not playing that well anymore. But the Goosy Bad definitely didn't care about those 2 deaths that happened at the start. Played perfectly from there on out, had no more mistakes afterwards at all, so well done by them to recover from those first 2 deaths, and now we see those spider tanks go down very slowly.
Oh yeah, we talked about it earlier, that's the worst part of the dungeon to see, just cleaving 2 mobs down. Nobody likes to see that. The Hunters are mad because they don't get their rapid reload resets. Everyone's mad because you're only killing 2 mobs at a time. The tank is bored. But of course you move on further into the dungeon, so at this point what I'm interested to see is how close to Method NA in competition are we going to see Goosy Bad here, because Method NA didn't have the greatest time in their first run. They had like a 1746 compared to their 1553 in time trials, so if Goosy Bad's able to put together a good run here, you know, they could be a team that competes with Method NA looking forward.
Yeah, definitely, and their time trial time was 17 minutes, and it looks like they're on the right track to beat their own time trial time here, because we're still pretty far off of 17 minutes and they're already in this last boss area. They only have to deal with this trash and then they're very likely engaging the boss with the Awaken mob. So definitely on their way to beat their own time trial time and to compete with Method and Ace time as well, as you mentioned.
Oh yeah, I mean, these guys are absolutely crushing right now, and we're just now seeing Big Dumb Gaming getting to that third boss. I'm interested to see how they plan on pulling this, if we're going to see them stay in the Nyalotha realm while their tank goes out. Looks like, yeah, just looks like just the tank is going out while they set up. See Hypermage channeling that Ashara's trinket, that font of Ashara, and getting ready to hit that double on use combust, but wow, Bay is dropping incredibly low to the damage from this trash here. Looks like an explosive just went off as well, so these guys are in a little bit of danger here. Might have mistimed that combust, but you see it just now coming out from Hyper, and he had to run. His His Cauterize procced. He's not going to be able to get in his rune either. A lot of the damage from this mage is going to be neutered here. Without that 50% damage increase from the Rune of Power, it's just going to be bad. But look at all these explosive orbs that they're going to have to deal with as well. This is incredibly dangerous from them. But on the side of Goosy Bad...
Goosy Bad, yeah. They just had a full wipe coming in here. Unfortunately, they need to use a Battle Res as well to get Hante back up, because Demon Hunter does not have an out of combat rest, so they need to use that. He will get a Mass Rest off now to get everyone back alive, but yeah, I think they got overwhelmed by some of the explosives here. Didn't manage to deal with it anymore, and everything just went bad, and they just had a full vibe coming in. As now they're engaging the boss. They have the Bloodlust available, so they're popping it right now. They just need to deal with those Awakened mobs here, which is not very easy at all. Now, we've seen almost all MDI teams so far do these Awakened mobs with the last boss, and it seems simple when they do it, but there's so much control that you need to do. You need to, of course, this time we don't have the Void Weaver, so we don't need the interrupts, but you still need to taunt the Spirit Breaker from the Tank Faster mob, because else your tank is just going to die, and you need to make sure you don't send in these pulls, because there's just so much damage from the boss on top of everything else happening at the same time.
And on top of that, you can see the mob that they're cleaving down first is that Fear mob. It puts out fear debuffs on random players in the group. That's the scariest part as well, because if one of your important players, like a healer, gets feared, you're going to be in for a tough time. Of course, they do have Dispels to deal with that. They'll also have Revival to get rid of an entire set of them as well, so we'll have to see if that's going to be an issue for them, but it looks like they've got it down. And we were talking about this at the end of last dungeon. Oop, never mind, once that Cryptix goes down, they're going to have to commit their final battle res to him if they're even able to get it off while all of this is going on. There's so much going on at this point in the dungeon, and the room is just completely filled with this purple goop on the ground. It's going to be hard to get that res off. It looks like they were channeling it just now, but they weren't quite able to get it off, or they were able to get it off, but he was waiting for that orb to move so he could actually safely take the res. It looks like they're totally fine here once they deal with this final Spirit Breaker mob. But we were talking about this before the dungeon at the end of last series. A lot of what this is making that mistake like we saw from Goosy Bad, but having the presence of mind to pull it back together, not tilt, and play a clean dungeon. And it looks like these guys have been doing just that. They made a major mistake. They wiped on their trash skip. But the Demon Hunter had the presence of mind to Shadow Meld, get out of combat, and be able to res the healer, albeit with a battle res. And then even then, Cryptix goes down while they're dealing with the trash, but they're able to stay calm, pull it back together, get the battle res off, and clean it up. And at this point, it's just, you know, a regular tyrannical boss that they have to deal with. These guys are doing a good job of keeping it together, even though they've made mistakes.
Yeah, and it's crucial that they recover here, because a wipe on the last boss is a disaster, because not only did you commit the Bloodlust, and you killed the Awakened mobs, but the Awakened mobs actually respawn if you re-engage the last boss. Just because you killed them once with the last boss, they're not gone. They will respawn again. So you have to deal with all those Awakened mobs all over again, but this time without having Bloodlust, and maybe also missing some other major defensive/offensive cooldowns. So a wipe on the last boss, when you pull it with 3 Awakened mobs, is going to be a disaster. So good on them for recovering here, as they're about to finish off this first boss here, going into the second phase of this last boss.
And you know, the thing to remember is it is a tyrannical boss, which can be a little scary when you're talking about King Mechagon. There's a lot of damage going out. You can see each of those blasts from the boss does, you know, a solid 60-70% of each player's health, not to mention the extra damage it does afterwards in the form of that dot. So you really have to keep an eye on the damage that they're taking here, and also keep an eye on that mana bar from Hante as well on the monk. He's down to like 20% mana. Those Awakened mobs taking extra time to kill because they had a DPS down really did a number on his mana bar there, so we'll have to keep an eye on them, make sure they're safe. But as long as they're not taking too much damage and they're using their immunities to help out with the damage intake in the form of Turtle, Netherwalk, and as well you could probably dodge them with Meta too on the side of Anarchy, they should be able to keep themselves pretty safe.
Yeah, and Hunters are also known to not have as much mitigation as maybe some other class, like a Demon Hunter, of course, with the reduced magic damage and the Blur on only a 1-minute cooldown, and Netherwalk, and the Leech. Well, Hunters, on the other hand, they do have a little bit of self-healing, and they have Turtle, but outside of that, they don't really have that many defensive cooldowns, and that's why they really gotta watch out on this phase here, and they hope that they get a lot of those beams, as you just saw one of them on Hante, and you hope you don't get them on the Hunters and rather get them on the Demon Hunter, because he's the one who is really tanky and can deal with that debuff a lot better than the Hunters. Yeah,
I mean, when you look at the available, you know, self-healing or self-mitigation that the classes have, Hunter really is on the low end in terms of what it brings. You have Demon Hunter, which is just leeching itself during meta the entire time, and then you have Hunter, which can like healthstone itself every 2 minutes with Exhilaration, and then it can like Aspect of the Turtle one cast of something, and then that's kind of about it. You know, sometimes they can throw out Spirit Mends as well, but you know, that's not really the most effective thing in the world. So yeah, like you mentioned, I think, you know, when you're doing raid progression, right, I think the first class to always die to something is almost always a hunter. That's just kind of their nature. That's what they are.
Yes, I definitely agree. But we see Goosy Bad not having any trouble with the incoming damage here on the Hunters, as Omega Vasp is down to 6%. They're about to finish it off. Hunter actually managed to keep his mana at the same percentage now. And yeah, they're gonna be winning against Big Dumb Gaming here 2-0 after they finish off King Mechagon.
That's right, the final battle against the final form of King Mechagon, and Goosy Bad does take that quick 2-0 victory over BDG. And, you know, Dranos, we heard Zyronic say it as well, but we gotta emphasize it again. Being able to make up for those mistakes is absolutely critical, and we've seen twice now that Goosy Bad has been able to do so.
Yeah, you know, we're seeing a similar amount of deaths on both teams here, and yet it ended up costing Big Dumb Gaming way more time than it cost Goosy Bad. You know, Goosy Bad's deaths they found ways to not need to use battle reses and save their battle reses for the important times. And they found a way to just recover in the middle of a pull when the first person died to avoid having more deaths and losing more time as a result of that. Really impressive. You know, there's a skill in MDI of having a route and executing it properly every time, but there's another skill which is that improvisation, that adapting to whatever goes wrong, and Goosy Bad showing remarkably good example of that second skill.
Yeah. And I mean, even going back to the previous series as well, we saw, you know, very similar performance at a complexity limit, and you know, Method NA didn't have too many mistakes, but I think it's also quite interesting to look at how teams that have been around for quite a long time as well here, Radnos, have been able to perform more consistently. And let's start bringing it back into the replay of that workshop, though, because while there wasn't tons of consistency, there was a lot of like examples of good skill between Goosy Bad to be able to make up for their mistakes and capitalize on them.
Yeah, we saw them yoink a cool bit of parkour from last weekend we saw, where after Kujo went down, they were able to jump up the conveyor belt, and most of the members of their group were able to skip almost that entire sequence with some clever jumping there. So that ended up saving them a little bit of time. Meanwhile, on the side of Big Dumb Guild, or Big Dumb Gaming rather, things got a little bit bad in the Kujo area. That's when they had their first really catastrophic wipe that I think cost them the most amount of time. Goosy Bad, though, not one to be outdone, ended up having a wipe of their very own on their skip into the last boss room. Wiping on a skip, something we saw a little bit of that last weekend as well. It's pretty easy with Shadow Meld for things to go a little bit wrong. You know, Shadow Meld, not a hugely robust stealth tool, right? When you click it, if you move, if you use any ability, it's done. And if everybody doesn't like meld at the exact same time, things can start to get a little bit scuffed with that skip there. Luckily, they were able to keep one person alive who was able to res into the boss pull, and that ended up saving the whole thing for them.
That's right, and with Goosy Bad taking the series, they will be moving on into the upper bracket to await whoever is going to be able to win our next one between Ethical and Fly Me Out. And Zyronic, this one is sure to be a very interesting series as well, because Ethical's chocked full of MDI veterans, and Fly Me Out is as well.
Yeah, Fly Me Out also has people on their team that are more known for pushing higher live keys in the form of Elismir and Astana as well. Both of them are pretty prolific high key pushers, so I'm interested to see if that translates well into the MDI for them. But like you mentioned, Ethical, they've got, you know, pretty high pedigree from previous MDIs on their team, so I feel like they have a slight advantage moving forward to this series.
Yep, there's going to be the 3rd seed in Ethical versus 6th seed, actually, yeah, 6th seed as well, right now versus Fly Me Out. So I'm always very interested to see these, especially a number of times ago where we've looked at teams who are keeping a lot of their time trial dungeons in the series, even if they were having a substantially slower performance than their opponents.
Yeah, it's interesting to me as well, but it might be just a reason because they don't have as much time to practice. So if the time trial dungeon, all of them practiced that one, right? Because they needed to pay for the time trials to qualify. So banning the time trial dungeon means that you need to practice even more other dungeons. So maybe it's just because of the time restriction that some teams, they just have to ban a certain dungeon that they just couldn't practice at all. So they have to play the time trial dungeons just because they know how it works. And then they just maybe hope that the other team makes a mistake, or that their strategy somehow just works out better and they make up a couple of seconds, and that's how they beat them. I think that it might just be because of some practice issues and the time restrictions.
We'll have to see, as our 4th series of the day will be coming up on the other side of the break between Ethical and Fly Me Out. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International as our 4th series of the day is ready to get underway. As Ethical, our number 3 seed, is squaring off against Fly Me Out, our number 6. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, and joined right now by Dratnos, Tettles, and Zyronic. And as we get looking at this, we've been talking a lot today, Tettles, about how we've had these top teams in Oceanic and North America, top rating guilds, having ridiculously high representation in the tournament this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Ethical, Complexity Limit, Method NA, and Goosy Bad in time trials were all very close to one another. So this is like really, we're going to see how they look versus Fly Me Out, and if they are actually the real deal. Maybe Fly Me Out also had some mistakes inside of their time trials as well. Maybe they will actually show up better than they did in time trials. This is really going to be one of those matches that we need to watch to see just how these people perform, because like Zyro was saying before, this team has a lot of high key pushers on it. It has Elismir, it has Azuna, it has Versify on it, all high key pushers, so they are very much capable of doing really clean and really good runs. Yeah,
and it's always very interesting to start seeing how some of these players who don't have as much synergy together and don't have as much history together from a Mythic Plus scene, but have tons from a rating scene, are also going to be coming in. So if you guys just tuned in, here's the bracket as it stands for the day. We have seen Method NA and Complexity Limit breeze through their semis at the start, and they will be facing up against each other in the upper bracket a little bit later. While Goosy Bad just 2-0'd Big Dumb Gaming, and they are awaiting the winner between our next series between Ethical and Fly Me Out. So with this, we've seen, pretty close competition from time trials in some of these dungeons, but when we're looking at our 3rd seed squaring up against our 6th, I've been interested to see, Dratnos, how a lot of these teams have just not decided to ban a lot of their time trial dungeons, and it really hasn't worked out for them. They've been almost every single time very stark differences in the losses there. Is it just knowing that that dungeon will be the loss and they want to practice something else, or does it just start going into like, then they already have the muscle memory down and they want to focus on something else to practice on?
The psychology here is really tough here. So yeah, we see Ethical banning out that Toldegor, Fly Me Out banning out that Motherload. Notably, in this series, Warcraft Manor was a time trial dungeon where Ethical were a solid 4 minutes faster than Fly Me Out. And it can be really tough from the perspective of Fly Me Out because, even though you may be at that huge disadvantage in Warcraft Manor because of the time trial times, it is at least something that you've practiced. So it can be really hard to bring yourself to ban something that you've got 10 hours of practice in, even if it's the right move because the other team is so far ahead in that map.
Yeah, that's a good point. And let's start seeing how these teams are going to be performing as Ethical and Fly Me Out are getting ready for Freehold.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an interesting matchup for sure, and we can already see that we have a little bit of difference in the comps here. We have a Holy Paladin on the side of Fly Me Out, which, of course, is Elismir's main. He plays as a Holy Paladin on live, as well as, being a high key pusher on that character as well. And you can see that, right away, one of the main benefits of playing the Holy Paladin is they have very high burst damage whenever they're in their wings cooldown. You can see that they pump out a lot of AoE damage in the poles as well. Just a little bit more than Mistweaver. The biggest problem is they don't have that extra physical damage taken debuff that the monk brings.
Yeah, in addition to that, Elismir is playing that Light Forge Draenei, so calling in the airstrike to do as much damage as possible. You saw him there topping the damage meter for a few seconds before the pull really did end up getting started. Looks like Ethical is going to end up killing their first pull of the dungeon a little bit quicker than Fly Me Out. Just a little bit better bolstering management, I would have to assume.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it could come down to that. It could come down to just having a slightly more synergistic comp with all of their damage dealers being mainly physical damage dealers and also having that 5% physical debuff. I think their comp in general is just a slight bit better for this dungeon, especially on bolstering. We know in Holy Decay and bolstering don't really go that well together. They can do a little bit of the initial burst damage, but then the hunter and the rogue will kind of have to start doing a little bit more single target damage to the higher health mobs, so it could be something like that. But in general, I think as well, the pedigree of MDI player that we have on the side of Ethical in general is just, it's pretty good. I mean, all of these guys on the side of Ethical have been doing MDI style keys and just, high-end raid content in WoW for a long time. Even if you go back to the 2018 MDI season, These guys were both on one of those, either of the Australian teams that made it to the very first global finals that we had in both Gulch Trotters and Free Marzi. So these guys have been doing this for a long time, and they're just in general very high quality, high caliber players. As we see Shape get hit by the bird and get taken down to 10% HP. You know, caster cursing once again. That's just kind of how it goes out here.
Shape doing a Tuttle's impression, getting smoked by the bird there, ends up not going down there. He ends up being okay. Ethical does end up pulling some trash to the very bottom of Sky Captain Crag, where you see on the side of Fly Me Out, they had one of those packs trapped off to the side, so it looked like they were trying to get it in position to be able to bring it in. You actually do see Azuna there on that Hunter misdirecting the tank, allowing the tank to be able to get threat, and then basically they're just going to be downing Sky Captain Crag about the same time that they down the trash. You see Ethical here, and Arrow is off the screen currently. Arrow will end up vanishing early on and then running and starting that RP on Trothak to get that pig prepared. He will also drink the brew, as that is the RP event, and just in order to save a little bit of time, because the damage is not necessary on Sky Captain Crag whenever he's at like sub 5%. You'd rather spend your time starting that RP because that will be a larger time save later on. Suffer goes down on the side of Fly Me Out though.
Yeah, that's... Well, they didn't end up using their battle res for it because the boss is down. Of course, once the first boss goes down, Sky Captain Crag, they give you that little checkpoint in his arena there, so he's able to instantly release, get aggro, finish off the mob, so they don't have any extra deaths on the board, but just, you know, small slight inefficiencies, an extra 5 seconds on the board for them in a dungeon where they're already behind, and Arrow's already back with the group here after starting that big RP like we were talking about. So these guys, you know, they're looking really good so far. This is about, you know, as crisp and clean as it gets, and like you're mentioning already, their bolstering management early on, perfect. These guys are looking incredibly good so far.
Yeah, so they do end up grabbing those yellow mobs into Jolly and Raw. So what will be important for this right here is just making sure that they use Bad Brews to be able to take off a lot of health points on Jolly and Raw for both teams. And then once the bosses do start getting low, like let's say sub 20% or whatnot, then both of the teams will probably be looking to pull trash into Jolly and Raw and continue to use either those buff brews that they end up getting or the bad brews to be able to damage the trash. But they want the bosses to be low health because of bolstering management.
Yeah, I mean, that's typically what we'll see from most teams. We'll see either the strategy where they either cleave the bosses down at the same time and try to get that extra cleave in with trash, or they'll just burn one like we've seen on the side of Ethical here, where they've already dealt with Captain Jolly, only have to worry about single targeting Captain Raoul down while dealing with the trash. A little bit of lag from them there. Remember, they are playing from Australia, so we have a little bit of a worse connection to them, but I think they're going to be fine on their end. It's just our connection to them that's bad, and we see them catching up just now as Rule drops very low, very fast because of our catch-up. But like we mentioned, they are still in combat with Captain Eudora for just a little while here, so they'll still have those brews coming out, and if they get a bad brew, like it seems like they've had, they'll be able to very, very quickly finish off the rest of the trash. And, you know, once again, the bolstering management from Ethical so far in this dungeon has been just about as good as it gets, and we're going to see them have to continue that in order to have a clean run here. They're already a solid 30 to 45 seconds in the lead here.
Yeah, Arrow also ran off to the side a little bit early to start that pig RP. You actually did see the pig finish. So they will have Ludwig von Tortollen coming out in just a few seconds. We're on the side of Fly Me Out. They're doing a sizable amount of trash with the bottom, just a little bit of Captain Raw. Again, still utilizing good buffs and bad brews to be able to DPS them down just a little bit quicker. It is very time efficient to be looking to do that.
Oh yeah, and I mean, this is also a part of the dungeon where we've seen different strategies come out. A lot of teams will opt to cleave a lot of trash with Ludwig von Tortollen once the Crusher is dead, and also, you know, once they've gotten von Tortollen a little bit lower so they don't have to worry about bolstering. That's typically the only way you can really play around bolstering. What bolstering does to slow down the dungeon is makes it so you can't do a lot of that initial burst damage that we normally see in other dungeons with the Unholy DK Cleave on the boss, because of course you'll multiply the boss's health by like 10 times if you do that big pull. So instead of pulling it at the start, they have to pull it at the end, so the bolstering isn't that big of a deal. That's really the only major difference, and we see once von Tortollen gets down to about 40% HP, they'll start to pull in some of that trash, which will get them a little extra cleave. And on top of that, the hunters can get some rapid reload resets, get that aspect of the wild cooldown down every single time they hit multi-shot, just adding a little bit of extra efficiency into their pulls.
You also do see the Crusher on the side of Ethical. The Crusher is actually fairly efficient in a bolstering environment, because whenever the Crusher is killed, it does not bolster other mobs, including Ludwig. So they can pull the Crusher, and as long as no mobs died near the Crusher, he will not be gaining stacks of that bolstering. Now Ethical will end up killing Ludwig von Tortollen before the trash pack as to not bolster him. And something that you saw that was nice from Shape there is he got grabbed by the Harpooner And while you are grabbed by the Harpooner, you can use Disengage or Wild Charge if you are playing a Druid. You can use Disengage to be able to pull yourself out of that Harpoon just because of how those pull effects do end up working. So he did a really good job there of being able to not get pulled into melee of the Crusher, not get pulled in position to maybe get hit by a shell or whatnot. So that's a really good move by Ethical there.
Yeah, very, very just strong individual play in general from them there. And again, I mean, at the end of that poll, their bolstering management just seems to be on point. They had a Brood at like 3 or 4% HP, and that was the worst of it. Everything else died almost at the same time. On the side of Fly Me Out, they did have Shadow DK going down there, and it looks... Did they commit their battle res or did
Yeah,
they?
yeah, they battle res
they committed their battle res to him, so they aren't going to have that available, unfortunately, and that's not really something you really want to see. You know, the release point isn't that far away from here, so I'm not really sure.
They're in combat with Ludwig, so Shadowmaster cannot run back.
True, yeah.
Because Ludwig like puts an aura around the room that will get people have food thrown at them, so he basically just cannot release there, unfortunately.
Well, with how low the trash is there, I think what you could have done is just focused on Ludwig and had him run back, right, and not committed the battle res. But I guess at this point, you know, any time loss when the dungeon is so close is something you don't really want to have to consider, and they don't want to even be thinking about not having a battle res available. So it makes sense to go for the scarier play in terms of what they ended up doing there. I can get it, but that's not what you want to see on the side of Ethical. Chompy goes down literally right at the start of Trothak.
Did he get meleeed by the boss?
He had to get bopped in the face or something there. Something had to happen to him that's not normal. That's really weird. I wish we could have like a replay feature
I see them pull the boss, and then I like turn and look at the Fly Me Out pull that they're doing, because this is actually a fairly dangerous pull, and Chompy instantly died. That was kind of scary. Fly Me Out, they're starting to get these mobs bolstered up. Oh no, this is going to be kind of scary. Oh, that Harpooner ends up grabbing Ellesmere. That's fine, because he is in fact wearing plate. The Suffer gets grabbed too. Oh, Ellesmere get grabbed
3%?
again. Oh.
These are
one heal.
Suffer,
please,
run.
one heal.
Literally just one heal.
Oh
my!
Oh.
That shout dropping everyone incredibly low. They're lucky this dungeon isn't Grievous right now, or they'd be giga dead. They'd be so dead. They'd be dead over again. They'd get 2 deaths per death counter for every single one of those deaths. But fortunately, just 1 death on the board. They're going to go ahead and get Asuna up and move on quickly. But that's just, you know, they have to wait for the redemption cast from Ellesmere here, and then they can start pulling. They got to heal everyone up. Probably have to get some mana as well. As you can see, Ellesmere sitting down there. Just not quite the most efficient way to deal with things on the side of the board there. And they've got Trothak at 100%, while Ethical's already finishing him off at 20% here. I mean, Ethical, super clean. Bolstering management's been great. They're looking good. I wonder if they're going to do the kite strat.
This ethical team has been fairly strong. If they're able to do the kite strat, then this will definitely be one of the better freeholds. Just in terms of like theoretical time on a bolstering environment, maybe there could have been something a little bit better in terms of like maybe there could have been like a 9 pull or something like that we've seen from other teams, but this has been lights out from Ethical here. They are going to be downing this Crusher here and just these couple of scrappers that they do have left alive. Trothak has gone down, whereas on the side of Fly Me Out, Trothak is still sitting at about 65%.
Oh yeah, I mean, all eyes are on Ethical now. I just want to see another team do the kite strat.
I think we all want that.
They've had an entire week to find out where every single pebble and splinter and little root is in the dungeon, so they don't accidentally trip on it while kiting. I think it's something they've figured out. But if they're not going to be, are they going to kill this 3-pack? I think they're going to be clearing off this. So killing this trash will open up that lane for them to do the kiting. It's just kind of whether or not they practice it at this point.
Yeah, I think they're also going to if they are going to look to do the kiting, they're probably going to clear out that middle pack with that Crusher maybe. Because typically your healer will want that lane as well to be able to kite all the way through. Maybe there's something that we don't know about how the lanes end up working out, but we have seen all of the other teams prior, whenever they are kiting, those Awakened mobs actually just like pull everything here.
Yeah, I mean, well, they still have a lot of trash to clear in the center too, right, for the kite path as well. So we'll know really quickly in about 30 seconds here whether or not they plan on doing that. Because if they don't pull this Crusher.
So they're at 79%. They need 85. Yeah. They need 85 if they're only going to do the double Ravager pack and then that Ravager in the back. That's the minimum you need. So they may actually be artillery barraging some trash. I'm not 100% sure. Or maybe they end up killing the Awakened Obelisks, because that's also something that they could technically do to be able to make up the difference in the count.
Yeah. They're probably just going to kill the Awakened mobs at this point, I'd have to guess. Chompy just... He just ate a slam from the Crusher to the face and got taken down to 15% HP.
Easy game, bro.
I wonder what the deal with that was. That's really weird. Looks like they've just completely gotten rid of that Crusher as well by just using the Shadow Mounds and other combat drops. And they're going to be, perfectly splitting up this into 2-3 packs so that the painful motivations can take everything down.
This is dangerous. Okay, so they already blew their distract. Arrow ended up using the
fine
distract early. Okay, so the officer, the mobs do end up going down before that officer ends up making his way. They shroud all the way through. They are 89%. And we are getting word that there is going to be a remake.
Interesting. Oh, well, yeah, we can see here that they have pulled the boss and not a single awakened mob has spawned, and that means the dungeon is uncompletable, which means we're going to be triggering a remake here. That's interesting.
Unfortunate onto that one is probably the best way to describe it. Is ironic.
Yeah.
This is our seasonal affix, and we'd like to make sure that N'Zoth and all of his minions are adequately represented throughout this. So we will be having a remake to make sure that they have all of the mobs that they're supposed to have in the dungeon onto that one. So at this point, we did see Ethical, as you guys were saying, they have had a lights out performance thus far, Dratno. So it'd be looking to have them repeat that performance. We've seen a lot of very good performances here in Freehold thus far.
Yeah, Freehold definitely one of these dungeons that teams have a lot of experience in, and one of many players' favorite dungeons, so a lot of familiarity with what the mobs do and how to pull the enemies here. I think a lot of people just have a lot of fun fighting in this place.
Despite the bolstering as well.
Yeah, bolstering maybe counteracts it a little bit, but even with that, I think this is if you had to choose a dungeon to get remade and have to play it again, I think Freehold would be a pretty common pick for that.
I really liked Ethical strategy moving through the dungeon, just with how they were pulling just the Crushers and whatnot. I think ultimately that's what they should be looking to do. Whereas Fly Me Out, running with that Unholy Death Knight, I feel like their strategy, they just weren't pulling big enough to be able to even pull around that Unholy to be able to take advantage of its strengths, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've seen that a number of times where coming in with the Unholy Death Knight has proven to have some great results, but then you also have to think about the bolstering, and if they're not having their damage, they're not having like perfect single targets, ironic, it can just cause more problems.
Yeah, it's just kind of one of those things where the comp is really not that big of a deal as long as the player skill is there, and the hunters are almost always doing 100% efficient damage in terms of what they're doing, right? They can cleave everything pretty efficiently and do a tiny bit more single target to what needs to be, DPS down more because it's higher HP for bolstering. Whereas the Unholy DK is kind of just, I don't know, it just does clean AoE damage to everything and can't really control it too much. So in the overall grand scheme of things, the double hunter rogue comp is a lot safer in terms of, bolstering management. And if you have a team that's good at managing the bolstering, especially with that comp, they're just going to look a lot better, like Ethical has here.
Yeah, it's always interesting to look at how these compositions have really begun to evolve as well, Dranos. I mean, we saw, Mistweaver start to get represented more near the end of last season. We didn't really see any hunters whatsoever. Maybe a couple of games here and there that had some hunters, but they had nowhere near the level of representation. So it seems like it's almost a mix of having new things coming around like hunters, now that we have corruption at our disposal and eye level is higher, but then we're also more refining some dungeons where some of them are getting those Unholy Death Knights, and most of them are getting Mistweaver monks, right?
Yeah, Mistweaver kind of replacing Resto Druid as the default healer now, with Holy Paladin taking that spot that was previously the Mistweaver spot of like a niche pick for some dungeons. Even then, I'd say Mistweaver's looking really, really, really good this time around. That way, the Crane healing they're able to pump out in these big pulls, and they're just kind of general, all-around, fantastic kit for dealing with, 50 seconds of awakened enemies at the last boss, burning through all their mana, and then they don't need it for the rest of the fight. That's looking really, really strong. But I agree, yeah, Corruption has thrown a big wrench into the established metagame here, especially with those BM Hunters. Those BM Hunters scaling just so well with that crit Corruption.
Well, Mistweaver Monk is getting nerfed because of Corruption, too.
That's
yes.
more of a raid focus thing.
That nerf is not going to be a huge...
Yeah,
so Mistweaver, their rising nerf or they're rising.
Rising nerf.
Their rising mist is getting nerfed, which is not actually the crucial thing about their MDI setup. Their MDI setup is kind of built around that way of the crane, right?
Yeah, and when you look at like some of the end tier talents as well, I mean, Rising Mist, of course, giving you hot extensions whenever you're using Rising Sun Kick. A lot of times, MDI players don't even use Rising Mist as well because they'll take Focus Thunder, so that they'll have a second charge of their Thunder Focus Tea and make sure that they get a second or third Rising Sun Kick during their way of the crane window so they can pump out even more damage off of the back of that. So I don't think that we're really going to see too large of an impact because it's something that's not really as focused, as targeted for Mythic Plus. But I think when we look at, you know, the next expansion, some of the changes that we can be expecting there with target caps, and it comes into like spinning crane kick, that can certainly impact Way of the Crane as well there, Dreadnoughts.
Well, yeah, and Way of the Crane is also a conflict and strife essence.
Well, they're adding it back. Sorry, they are actually making it a talent.
Yeah. So that's gonna be exciting. Definitely a lot changes between seasons. I don't think we're gonna see too much Mistweaver dropping off in representation next week. So for clarity, right now it's still working. It's still pre-nerf, right?
Yes.
Both on the live servers and on the Tournament Realm, Mistweavers are working as they have for the past couple months. Starting next week on both the Tournament Realms and the live servers, though, is when we're going to see that Rising Mist nerf come into effect. I expect, though, that we're going to see about the same amount of Mistweavers as we have before, with the rest of their kit remaining unhit.
Yeah, I mean, they're still able to do absolutely insane HPS, and it looks like we are ready to go as the remake has been reinstated, and Ethical and Fly Me Out are back for the first time ever. We've never seen them ever before in Freehold.
Sorry, I think I fell asleep there while they were talking about healer stuff.
They're the worst!
Yeah, I guess we're back in Freehold for the first time ever between these two teams. I'm really excited to see how Ethical and Fly Me Out are going to pull this. Oh my gosh, we have a Holy Paladin. Let's see how he's going to use that wings. And I think you're supposed to say something about his race at this point?
Oh yeah, he's dropping the airstrike with a Life Force Draenei Racial.
Whoa, that burst.
He's also
insane.
playing that Formless Void as well to allow him to have even more burst damage.
Yeah, a little bit more damage coming out from that Holy DK this time. I mean, the first time we've seen him, definitely cleaving that down quickly, and we're going to see the Rogue and Hunter just on cleanup duty, making sure the high HP mobs get cleaved down. And it looks like, Fly Me Out's doing a lot better job of managing their bolstering this time around, although they did leave the two Enforcers up last again, so they're going to take a little bit more time to cleave those down as well. Yeah, Ethical, once again, just, keeping it cool, making sure they don't make any mistakes, playing it clean. I mean, with how clean they were in that last run, it would surprise me if they randomly made some, major mistakes this time around, because it seems like these guys, and to be honest with you, I think about just about all of the Australian teams that we've seen from the past few years of MDI, I don't think they've ever particularly been super blazing fast with their times, but the one thing that they've always been incredibly good at is staying extremely consistent with their strategies and just not dying a lot. That's what these guys are really good at doing.
Yeah. They definitely are consistent, and you actually do see on the side of Ethical, they do have one of the mobs from that patrol trapped off to the side so that they are able to pull it into the bottom little bit of Sky Captain Crag just to be able to cleave it down since it is bolstering. Otherwise, they would probably just elect to do it like right now. So making sure that they just have that trapped off to the side to where it does get evenly cleaved. I assume on the side of Fly Me Out, if we pan that direction, you'll see something similar. Ethical does pull the trash into the boss right there, like we were talking about.
Yep, and I mean, once again, they're just slightly ahead on the boss because of how clean they were with their bolstering management. But once again, Air. This time, Air instead of Shape getting hit by the bird and dropping incredibly low. I think it was at 4% there, but not quite going down once again, so they'll have the battle rays available.
Now you see Air standing out of the arena to make sure he doesn't get hit by the bird again.
So he can't get hit again.
He's like,
nice.
No more. So that Bonesaw is actually fleeing. I'm kind of surprised that neither of the hunters used a binding shot on it, but it kind of makes sense with how low Sky Captain Crag is. If they binding shotted that Bonesaw in melee range, it would probably die before Crag, which giving him any stacks of bolstering would probably make that shot end up one-shotting people. On the side of Fly Me Out, they're significantly closer to Ethical this time around than they were in their first run that we ended up seeing. But Versify is still a little bit slower than Arrow on running and starting that pig RP, which, like we were talking about whenever we saw it the first time around, I think it's going to cost them more time ultimately in the result of the whole entire run, as opposed to having that rogue with you like immediately whenever you pull the boss here.
Yeah, we'll see if that's something that we'll keep an eye on here, because last time Ethical had Arrow the second they pulled the boss and they were ready to go, and I don't think that Fly Me Out was quite as efficient with their timing here, so they've had time to do the dungeon once. You can see Arrow coming in right as they pull the boss once again. Just perfect timing.
First died.
Exactly what you want to see. But yeah, that's not what you want to see. I hope he died after he started the RP, so at least he doesn't have to run all the way back there, but that's just, you know, a random 5 seconds on the board that you don't want to see.
That's, I mean, and it's like, not to mention if he didn't start the RP, that is just catastrophic in terms of how much time is lost. Suffer there fighting one of these scallywag yellow mobs. They can actually pull this mob into the boss if they are ready and if they've all drank, but that Buccaneer is still active off to the side right there. Suffer ends up dropping down. He's probably going to... Okay, so Versify has rejoined them, whereas Ethical, 29% on Jolly, 72% on Raw, they are very far ahead now.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is just them pulling ahead like we saw last dungeon. These guys, we've been talking about it so much, we're probably going to sound like broken records because we just saw this dungeon from them, but this is the name of their game. Consistency. Consistently being consistent. It's, you know, weird to say, but that's just kind of what it is. These guys are really good at dealing with bolstering, really good at dealing with just the base mechanics of the dungeon. And when you're really good at doing that, then you can work on everything else from there. You can work on your damage output when you're using your cooldowns from there, and that's really important.
So you actually did see that bad brew. Yeah, dude, the whole entire group of mobs is getting just blown up by that bad brew. So you can see them just getting chunked by it. That's what you hope for. Okay, so for those who don't know, you really hope for the bad brew coming in, as it saves you more time than the damage bonus that you end up gaining from the secondary stats. So whenever you're actually doing this boss at home, you hope to see the bad brew, and then you hope your tank pulls the mobs immediately into it, as that will save you the most amount of time. So they have killed Captain Rawl, but Eudora will still be active until they drop out of combat right here. Eudora will continue to actually system. She does about 10k DPS and will randomly stun targets, so that can be useful for some things if you would like to keep carrying her around in the dungeon.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is just, you know, clean execution once again from them. So clean, you're going to see the same pulls coming out of Ethical again, and it's pretty much the same. I think that split for the second boss kill is even faster than the last dungeon. Like, these guys are actually blazing through the dungeon with the extra practice. It's fresh in their mind. They know exactly what they're doing, and looks like they're just going to be trucking ahead in the dungeon. Hopefully Chompy doesn't get hit in the face this time around when they start Trothak. Or maybe they'll do it to stay consistent with the previous dungeon though.
Ari ended up getting hit by some of the thrown food, but he doesn't end up dying because he was in the arena quick enough to not get hit a second time by that thrown food. That could have been fairly dangerous, but he was able to recover from that by getting in the arena quick enough. Whereas on the side of Fly Me Out, they have finally down to their trash pack that is in front of Council of Captains, and now they are making their way towards Trothak. They are going to be looking to Shroud here in just a few moments. Okay, so Versify was actually off to the side doing the pig by himself, and then he came back and then shrouds his whole entire group in, because they do need that Shroud due to the fact that they have a Holy Paladin on their team.
And they are running in just as the pig comes down too, so they're just trying to be efficient. I mean, obviously it would have been nicer if the rogue was able to finish that off on his own, like we've seen from Ethical and previously as well, but I mean, they've got a lot of room to make up at this point. But the point at this point, I think, is to see if Fly Me Out, you know, can play consistently as well, because that's going to be the thing that gets them ahead in this competition. Obviously, it looks like Ethical is a stronger team here, but really what you're looking for at this point is if Fly Me Out is able to capitalize on any potential mistake that Ethical makes, because that's really how the lower-seeded teams are able to take out the higher-seeded teams. Very rarely do you see a lower-seeded team actually play more efficiently or play stronger than the higher-seeded team. What you would see is the higher-seeded team going for some ridiculous play, failing, wiping, and then the lower-seeded team with consistent play is able to overtake them. So that's kind of what we're looking at, having a potential to happen here for Fly Me Out.
Okay, so on the side of Ethical, something that you saw that was kind of interesting if you were watching, Skylark actually run all the way up the stairs to grab that extra Brute and Knuckle Duster that are on top. It does have the exact same health as the rest of the pack, so while we are in that bolstering setting, as long as the mobs are able to stay grouped up for prolonged periods of time, it shouldn't be too bad. They use both binding shots to make sure that those mobs are perfectly stacked on top of one another, so that they do end up going down within similar times. But it looks like some of those mobs are mismatched health, and they may end up getting a few extra stacks of bolstering, causing the time that it'll just end up taking this pack to go down to increase.
Oh yeah, I mean, and on the other side on Ethical, once again, Knuckle Dusters are like 1% whenever the bolstering goes out, and they're able to finish off the pack, you know, pretty perfectly. Like, these guys How many times do I have to say consistent? I'm gonna start counting. I think I'm at 4 right now. Consistent again. And they're just crushing the dungeon right now. Chompy, no death at the start of Trothak. Looks like we're gonna have a 0 death dungeon for them. And yeah, once again, Ethical crushing it.
Yeah, Fly Me Out here does end up pulling a Crusher and a bunch of trash into Ludwig von Tortola. It looked like Ludwig got a couple of bolstering stacks before going down, but he was so low that it ended up not really mattering. They are going to be finishing off one of those trash packs before Trothak ends up spawning. Ethical is going to be significantly ahead relative to where Fly Me Out is going to be, not only in terms of enemy forces count, but also in terms of boss health on Trothak the Shark Puncher.
Yeah, and I think the point of this, in this dungeon, what we have to talk about at this point, because I think this dungeon's pretty much a wash at this point, unless Ethical starts having some problems or has a major wipe later on. They are clearly the better team in this dungeon. I'm interested to see how they end up comparing to the other teams. We saw a 14:06 run from Complexity Limit, which in the grand scheme of things is an incredibly quick run. Almost 2.5 minutes faster than the runs we saw from EU, albeit having slightly separate, different mods. But it's still an incredibly fast run in the grand scheme of things. I'm interested to see if they're able to come anywhere close to that with the kiting strat that Limit used, because we saw from the side of Ethical that they weren't planning on using that strategy. So I'm interested to see what the major time difference is there for them, and just kind of try to do some comparisons from there.
It definitely will be a significant time disadvantage, but they are getting some trash count out of it, so they are making good use of the Awakened mobs, at least giving... It's 4 count apiece on non-teaming, but I don't know what that equates to in terms of enemy forces percent, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, it's even harder to say.
It changes per dungeon, right?
It changes per dungeon, right? Usually it comes out to something in between, like the 2 to 3% per mob, but also it depends, like you said, how many actual mob count the dungeon's available. Like in a dungeon like Shrine of the Storm, where the mob count is massive, they're worth even less than that. So it's hard to say really what exactly they're worth on a per dungeon basis.
I think Freehold maybe like 313 count, so maybe a little bit over 1% per.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, so Ethical does end up downing Trothak there. They are actually playing Urgroth Breaker of Heroes, which, like we were talking about, they seem like they are going to play and fight all of the Awakened mobs here at the very end with Harlan Sweet to be able to get count from that. So dealing with Urgroth early makes a lot more sense with that. On the side of Fly Me Out, Trothak is down to 41%. They are a pretty sizable amount behind what it looks like currently.
Yes, they are, as they've been all dungeon at this point. I mean, nothing really surprising there, right? Like, I'm gonna start saying at this point a lot for no particular reason, because I just saw something off the side of my eye. At this point, Ethical's at this point in the dungeon, and they're just gonna be really far ahead at this point, I think.
Oh my goodness, you're going to have to stop. I will need to ask you to desist immediately. Ethical has killed Urgroth Breaker of Heroes. Now they deal with the Ravager. The Painful Motivation cast is the cast to watch from the Ravager, because it will do damage to other targets. Basically just being very efficient in terms of how you were able to get count. So you see that Painful Motivation coming out on that first one, then you will see the mobs drop rapidly. The mobs are tagged, so you will get count for that. If you don't hit them with any damaging abilities, if you just use CC the whole entire time, you would not get any trash percentage for that. But Ethical does, in fact, get trash count for that. Fly Me Out has down Trothak, and they are killing some of the mobs off to the side before making their way towards the end of the dungeon near where Harlan Sweet lays.
Yeah, we do have the pillars this time, so that means the Awakened mobs will spawn, and we're going to see how Ethical plans on dealing with this. There will be no kiting done. So we're going to see them pop their Bloodlust, and they're going to instantly start cleaving mobs down. Probably deal with that Blood of the Corruptor first, so that they don't have to worry about any of the area.
What was the time that you said that we were looking to watch out for from Complexity Limit and Freehold? Did you say?
It was 14:06, I believe.
Okay. So 14:06 is the time to watch from Ethical to see if they are able to beat that, even with something that I think we would probably deem this an inferior strategy in terms of time. It may be a little bit safer, just because of how wrong it can go if your healer does end up dying. So it could end up being safer, but it is definitely slower.
Well, the thing we know about the strat and what happens with the healer strat going wrong, there are two things that can go wrong, right? Your healer can get meleeed by the Blood of the Corruptor, which is the fastest mob, the one that will kite. You'll have to kite the most, and also get hit by a cast from Malthier at the same time. Or you can trip on a pebble and have everything snap to you and instantly melee you and one-shot you. So you'd think that you'd be able to practice that kiting strategy maybe on like a Mythic 2 or something on a low-level key, just to figure out where all the potential pebbles are, or splinters, or tiny little wood pieces. But then again, you're also committing a lot of practice time to just this one dungeon, right? I think if you're worried about another team doing that strategy, you just ban it against them.
Yeah. Ethical's still missing trash count, which makes me suspect that they're going to Cannonball Barrage the middle pack. Even though it is bolstering, I suspect that they're going to do it once Harlan Sweet does end up getting down sub 10%, maybe even like the 5% range. Just use that efficiency from the Cannonball Barrage as they do damage enemy targets. So they do have that double hunter, so they can use Binding Shot as well to keep the mobs rooted in place. Oh, okay, so Ethical's actually going in right now. So Harlan Sweet, whenever he does his cast, he's not on a global combat timer for his Cannonball Barrage. So whenever he does his loaded dice cast, then it's starting to queue up the Cannonball Barrage after a few seconds. That's why Ethical ended up running into that middle pack whenever they did, because they know that it's on a set timer.
That's a lot of burst damage on both hunters. They're dropping below 30% each, but they have the bubble and some extra healing on the side of both of the hunters. The problem to look at here is that Harlan Sweet is getting a lot of bolstering stacks. He is at 5%, but you got to remember bolstering is a multiplier. So even though he's taking double damage, he has a lot of HP, and they're gonna have to cleave him before they bolster him anymore. And it looks like they've just barely been able to pull it off.
Oh, those are big enforcers.
Will probably be worth about 4 to 5%. They don't have Cannonball Barrages to finish it off, so
they have the other Ravager. That's what they're using. They're using the other Ravager to get 5%.
But they need the other Ravager to kill the rest of the trash. Yeah, they have to finish off these enforcers with their own damage.
Yeah.
But it looks like they're able to finish it off. Enforcers go down, Painful Motivation cast will be coming out soon, and that'll finish off the rest of the trash for them. So Ethical, a little bit scary at the end there, but they're able to stay clean, 0 deaths, stay consistent at this point, and probably come with a sub 15-minute run. The clean run is really what I'm looking at. Where's the painful motive? There it is. Finally, the painful.
It got hit by a ring of peace, so I had to recast.
Jeez, that took forever, but just barely over 15 minutes. Pretty clean run from Ethical.
Yeah, that's really all that you can hope for out of these guys. Is Ethical does take game number 1 against Fly Me Out, and that was extremely close at the end there. Dratnos over bolstering Harlan Sweet, or just getting killed by some of those enforcers at the end that were gigantic.
Yeah, so as Tettles was mentioning, when the boss pushes to 30%, that starts a new set of timers for his boss abilities, and he'll immediately then do that Swift Wind Saber AoE knockback thing, and then drop the Cannon Barrage. And so they moved into that pack right away when they pushed that 30% mark. They moved into that pack, and then they got knocked out of it by the Swift Wind Barrage, and then had to try and kind of frantically get back in there to drop those Cannon Barrages. It was a little bit sketchy, but they managed to do it at the end there.
So getting hit by that Swiftwind Saber is actually on purpose, because you know that the Cannonball Barrage is going to come out somewhere in the range of 5 seconds after that Swiftwind Saber. So as long as everybody is in melee, then it should be okay. I think the problem that they had is that those casters were like way far out and off to the side.
Yeah, they kind of got knocked in all directions as well. I think that a strategy that may be more effective there is you keep Harlan like 10 yards away from that pack, and then you use the Swiftwind Saber to knock you into it rather than kind of to knock you away from the middle of that pack.
That's a good call. Yeah, I think I actually agree with that.
Yeah, I think so too. That works out, Tettles.
running the math on that one, I think it looks good.
I was waiting for the math. I was just waiting.
Hold on, I'm gonna get out my protractor here. Looks good to me.
You gotta get your pocket protector and everything like that. I think you'd be ready to jump onto the math. Okay.
Thanks, Jack.
You're welcome, buddy. I'm glad it didn't go over your head. That one did, though. Anyway, with Ethical taking game number 1, it does look like I can't remember if they did end up banning Toldagor. I think we have Waycrest that'll be coming up next onto this one. But before we go into it, let's start breaking down some of those replays we had from the Freehold. Since we've now gotten such a good look at it, we'll see it 3rd time.
Yeah, so this second run of Freehold here was looking a lot cleaner from both teams. In that first time through, there were a lot of random deaths on both sides. This time it was dramatically cleaned up, with Ethical actually having that 0 death run, a clean first pull. Fly Me Out chose to play that Unholy Death Knight, whereas Ethical was on the double hunter composition. I don't think Fly Me Out really got too much value from that Death Knight, but they did have a couple of pulls, such as a trash pull right before Trothak, where they were able to get quite a bit of value out of that pick. But I think that the consistency of the hunters throughout the dungeon ended up being something that really caused Ethical to open up a gap in the timer towards the end. It let them reach that last boss with maybe a minute, maybe 2 extra. and that was really all that they needed to secure the win in this one.
Do you think it was comp, or do you think it was how they were pulling? Because to me, it looked like just Ethical was pulling stuff that was just a little bit better, just like walking up the stairs and pulling that extra trash pack, whereas Fly Me Out was breaking it up into smaller pulls. It seemed like
that's a comp thing, right? Like if you've got an Unholy Death Knight, you're kind of like doing these like, you know, small awkward pulls and then trying to set up a big massive unholy pull, and like, so it you know, it is the pulls and the comp, they inform each other.
That's fair.
Yeah. And we'll have to see how some of these guys are going to fare up in the second dungeon that we have today, as Ethical's up 1 and Fly Me Out is facing the drop down into the lower bracket. So there's going to be more on the line as well for these guys, and I think in a lot of cases, ironic, we have to look at how Fly Me Out's going to be able to bounce back from this one, because like you said, they have a lot of players that are into high key pushing, but you know, we've already seen a couple of them in the MDI previously, and they really want to be able to make sure that they make their mark and they stick this time.
Yeah, it's tough to say how they're going to come back in this point, because when you're looking at Waycrest Manor, if you look at the time trial times for these teams, Ethical has about 4 minutes on Fly Me Out. I don't really think there's too much room for Fly Me Out to even have a chance to come back in this dungeon, unless Ethical decides to just DC in the dungeon, which is kind of harsh to say, but really the reality of the situation is the comp choices that Ethical is making are just a lot safer in terms of MDI keys than Fly Me Out. And really the situation going from high keys on live versus doing MDI style keys, it's pretty different, right?
Yeah.
The comp choices you can make on live for high keys are a lot more vast and a lot more technical based off the dungeon versus what you're looking at for MDI. And you can make other picks work on high keys, whereas for MDI, for example, Mistweaver Monk is just so much better in general than Holy Paladin that really the Holy Paladin pick kind of ends up setting you behind.
I think in some cases it can, yeah. And I'm also really mystified as well, Tettles, that Fly Me Out's dropping the ban on Motherload when it's the last possible dungeon in the series. It may not be one that they really want to be playing, but having to go into Waycrest Manor when there's a 3-4 minute difference in time trials just seems like a bad call.
I mean, it could just be because they know that they're going to see Motherload a significant amount of the time, so they decided that just not practicing is going to be the most time-efficient thing for them, just ban it all the way through the match. But like you were saying, banning either the fourth or the fifth map in a set is normally worse than banning like one of the first 3 that you know that you're likely to see, or your team, the opposing team has the odds of them practicing it have already been increased. So if they quote wasted time by practicing that dungeon already, you would rather ban something like that. Unfortunately, it looks like Fly Me Out may end up just not practicing Motherload. They may end up banning it all the way through. It's too early to be able to tell, but like you were saying, I absolutely agree. Banning the 5th map in a set is normally not what you hope for.
Especially since thus far we've had a pretty heavy amount of 2-0s as well, Dranos. We've had dungeons that are very close. We've even had series that have been, you know, seconds apart for both teams, even though it ended in a 2-0. But a lot of times we're not going into these third games, and in many cases we're not going into the 4th or even 5th games in the series.
Yes, that's definitely true. I think that's less important with the ban than just kind of banning something that you think is the worst one for you relative to how fast your opponent's team is going to be. Because, like, you know, if it's the 1st map or the 5th map, it doesn't really matter if you get 2-0'd or 2-1'd, right? It's a win or loss either way, right?
Okay, that's good to know as well, and I appreciate that. But let's go, guys. Ethical and Fly Me Out are squaring off in Waycrest Manor. We already have a couple little errors to start us off.
Yeah, already at the start of the dungeon, errors coming out from Fly Me Out, which is not what you want to see when you're in the situation that we were just talking about, when you're already at a loss due to your time and time trials and your comp. Their skip from the solo senses not going well. Someone was in combat with them, and they're gonna have to go back and finish them off. Whereas Ethical, they're already on top of the boss. They've already got 2 of the sisters, down to half HP, and they're getting on with it. Whereas, Fly Me Out, man, they're having troubles right now.
I mean, they also have to blow so many throughput healing abilities there to be able to even deal with that. It makes me wonder, maybe that was on purpose that they pulled them?
No way. You saw them running into the hallway, and then they literally doubled back and had to charge in because they were like, wait, what? Oh, just kill it.
Like, Versify was the one who was lagging behind. It could have been a tricks of the trade, but it could have also just been a misplay. It's hard for me to even say what happened without watching it back from a different angle. On the side of Ethical, they have already downed one of the 3 Heartsbane Triad Witches, and now are on to just the final two. Selena is by far the most dangerous because she does have that healing reduction aura. So getting her down early on is what you really hope to do. So as soon as she does end up dying, the fight is pretty much over.
And not only the healing reduction aura, but the soul manipulation as well. That's the scary part as well. You know, one of the players in your group gets soul manipulated. She takes no damage once that happens, and you have to break them out. And sometimes that player likes to do some troll things when they're mind controlled, like pop their immunity, or stun people, or imprison people, or use any sort of CC,
or get Wreckful 3'd, and then I'm sitting in a blind in a full kick lockout.
It can be really bad, but, you know, no problems at all for Ethical. Absolutely blazing fast time on that boss. They did commit their bloodlust to that, so they aren't going to have it for the courtyard like we saw from Limit, which was actually, you know, something that I liked seeing from them. But they still are going for this massive pull, and it's something that they can easily pull off due to the double Unholy DK comp. But they're also pulling Matron Brindle with the boss. This is an absolutely insane pull, and we're going to see the Unholy DKs pop off. Keep an eye on Skylark's health. He had 3 of those infected Thorn debuffs that were dispelled off of him there. Just a lot of damage in general.
14 stacks.
Tank. 14 stacks of that debuff. It was AMS'd by the DKs, and on top of that, the Demon Hunter can just easily deal with that on his own with Netherwalk, but it looks like they're going to be totally fine, and that was an impressive pull to pull off.
Okay, so it's Raging and Bursting. So they don't have an Enraged Dispel for Matron Brindle here in a couple seconds whenever she enrages, but that whole entire trash pack was enraged, and all the bursting coming through. That was a really good AMS by both of the DKs from Ethical. That was a put up or shut up kind of pull.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Limit team pull. Oh, Skylark going down. They have a battle res for him, but they're going to have to kite out and hopefully get that taunt off the second he takes the res. That could have been scary. They could have had Shape go down. But as long as they establish the threat back, they have the bubble on him, they're going to be fine. But they need to get Shape out of that Thorn, keep him alive. Dude, one more tick of that and he goes down. It looks like they're totally caught back up now, and Chompy will have enough mana to deal with them at this point. So, I mean, that was a scary situation, but could have been a lot worse than what it is.
You know, whenever you survive the huge pull into the boss, but you die to the enraged mini boss, that's the real feels bad move. Yeah, no, Skylark there, whenever he also gets battle res, Prot Warrior is really scary whenever they get battle resed on this boss because they don't have any enrage, and it's hard for them to be able to get a defensive in order to be able to tank Soulbound Goliath because Soulbound Goliath does have that stacking buff on him. So whenever he got resed, the fact that he didn't immediately get like meleeed and go down again was nice. Chompy having the presence of mind to use that life cocoon on him. Not exactly the strongest healer external, but really good by Ethical, able to clean that up. Even though there was something scary that ended up happening there, they were able to kind of recover. They are playing Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes, whereas on the side of Fly Me Out, they looked like they had one death a little bit earlier. I didn't exactly see what it was to, but they are sitting here playing a bunch of this trash. You do see Elismir is playing that Focusing Iris, or not the Focusing Iris, he's playing that the swap or the
Formless Void?
Yeah, Formless Void. So he's able to take other essences from other players, which allows him to do a little bit more damage as well.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. And the thing to remember is that Mistweaver Monks can't play that. They have to play Conflict and Strife Major because of how powerful way the Crane is for these major pulls, so they don't have that available to them for the extra damage. But yeah, this is kind of one of those things that we see from some teams that we might not like. We saw this also from Complexity Limit, where they pull Urgoth, Breaker of Heroes by himself, which is not, you know, what we tend to think the most efficient thing is. We saw Method EU do a strategy last weekend where they ended up pulling Urgoth as well as the Tank Buster together and just cleaving those on top of each other, which is, you know, a pretty solid strategy in general, dealing with 2 of these mobs at the same time instead of 1. That is more efficient, believe it or not, cleaving 2 mobs down instead of single targeting. So we kind of like to see that. But this is an interesting change. They actually pull the rift into the boss's room. They'll have Skylark come out, pull all of the trash so he can be the only possible aggro target for all of this trash. And then once he pulls the boss, the other 4 members will get ripped out of the Nyloth realm, and they'll be able to AoE all this trash down right on top of the tank and the boss. Just super efficient pathing from them just to make sure that they didn't have any potential aggro problems at all here.
I mean, not only aggro problems, but like it ensures that the mobs are going to be grouped up into melee right on top of Raw. You do see the bursting coming through on the side of Ethical. Chompy popping that way of the Crane. Skylark also doing a nice balmy 130k HPS. So really putting good use of that Memory of Lucid Dreams Major essence. It gives you a lot of leech and a significant amount of rage whenever that is in fact used. Of course, if you want, you can also check out the loadout of all these players using our tool mdi.gcd.tv with tooltips powered by Wowhead. You can check out what the players in this match are running if you were looking to see like what they're playing. So that's very interesting. Ethical, that was a wild pull.
I mean, these guys have just been doing wild pulls into bosses in general. The thing is, they skipped the entire the entire hallway doing this, but what pulling the boss first allows you to do, it opens up all of the doorways. So if they want to do the hallway pull, they have very easy access to it now. They can run in one side of the hallway, have their tank run around the entire way, pull the entire hallway, and then they can just run into Rawl's room, and they can very easily get it grouped up in one of the doorways now. So I imagine that's what they're going to do once Rawl goes down here, is they're going to pull that entire hallway like we see what Skylark is doing exactly right now, and maybe even pull it into the kitchen with the witch as well for the Unholy DK.
That is
looks like it.
Lot of Magoots that are coming in hot right here.
Oh yeah.
They also do have some of those peasants that whenever the peasants die, they spawn 3 maggots apiece. So you see the Unholy DKs, the D&D goes down, the Fel Barrage was coming out, everybody's doing a wild amount of damage to make sure that those maggots get killed as quickly as possible. Those and the spits are the dangerous part of that pull, believe it or not. It's not anything else that occurs there. The Rune Weaver, not very dangerous. The Marking Cleave there, you just dodge that and then you don't kick the etch because that saves you a significant amount of damage. So that's pretty good. Fly Me Out on Soulbound Goliath still, tanking it with Matron Brindle, so that's really efficient. Ethical is 2 full bosses ahead and 20% account ahead as well.
Yeah, you can definitely see now why they were 4 minutes ahead in time trials. Like they've got this dungeon down to a T. I really like their pull strategy as well. It looks like they've got that pretty well planned out. But the thing is, they have a lot less trash count at this point in the dungeon than we've seen from other teams, so they need to get probably about 15-20% more trash in order to actually top off their trash percentage in the dungeon by the time they get to the final boss with the Awakened Affix. So if I had to guess, they'd probably be looking to pull some massive trash pull in this dungeon.
Backtracking into the Huntsman's Lodge area doesn't make a lot of sense, so I suspect that they're going to pull everything in this lower area. There's another mini boss that gives a significant amount of count down here as well. Matron Alma is her name. She getting Spell Reflected to save you a lot of damage. Like you see Skylark there, light footing, pulling everything. He's actually playing Thing from Beyond as well. Oh, he gets hit by it, but he Spell Reflects kind of early there.
That's kind of an interesting choice to make as well, because I've heard from a lot of tanks, especially both of the tanks in Limit who are playing for Method NA and Complexity. They've been talking about it a lot. They just don't go over. Tanks typically don't go over 40 corruption in the MDI realm at all. Number one, because the only thing it gains you is an extra percentage versatility buff or like an extra gushing wounds trait, so the damage gain or the defensive gain in general is not that large. And if you get very unlucky and you get 2 or 3 things from Beyonds on you and you don't have your cloak available for it, you could just die as the tank, and your tank dying will either end a pull or cost you one of your only 2 battle reses that you'll get throughout a dungeon. So the risk versus reward for that, generally speaking, isn't very efficient. So they just tend to not do that. So seeing him make that choice and go for that choice, especially in this first round matchup where it seems like they're just the better team in general, is an interesting observation for sure.
Yeah, so you did see that pull from Ethical, mirroring something similar to what we saw from Honestly, with how much they were pulling the how much of this bottom area that they were pulling. They still don't have that Soothe on the Enraged Dispel. So that was actually kind of scary from Ethical at the very end there. But they are pretty good on trash count in terms of how much left they have to do. They're just going to do all of the Awakened mobs. Plus, this whole entire pull is probably going to go into Lord and Lady Waycrest, so they're effectively done with their count for the rest of the dungeon. Whereas Fly Me Out is still walking through the hallways here. They're walking to the Huntsman's Lodge area. I still don't hate the Huntsman's Lodge pull. It's ironic. What are your thoughts on it? Do you think it's good, or?
I think it's still a good pull if you need the if you can't find good trash count otherwise. The problem that they have is they don't have a Tricks of the Trade or a Misdirect in order to make that Huntsman's Lodge pull easy with a snap like we've seen most teams do. So it would be a really annoying pull for them to put together. They'd actually have to manually run in, and then their tank would have to run in, get established aggro on everything, and then jump on top of a table to snap, which would just be a huge time loss. So it makes sense that they would go for that dungeon pull that we saw them do with the double Unholy DK versus doing the Huntsman's Log pull, because you just get more trash count doing the dungeon pull that we saw with the mini boss. That gives extra mob count, like you mentioned. So it makes sense. I think for their comp, you don't go for it. But I think, with a rogue comp, you could potentially even snap the Huntsman's Lodge pull into this pull that we're doing with Raw if you can get it done properly. It'd be really dangerous and it's incredibly difficult to do, but it's something that you could think about doing.
Yeah, Fly Me Out here does pull a huge pull in a Raw. Wings is up, trying to make sure that everybody's going to stay stable. As soon as Wings and or Holy Avenger ends up falling, it could be fairly dangerous. Ellesmere does end up going down. This is going to be a full team wipe on the side of Fly Me Out, whereas Ethical ended up dealing with their trash count, some of the trash mobs in the Lord and Lady Waycrest room, and now we're just DPSing down Lord until Lady does end up spawning.
Doesn't matter if Wings is up if you're dead, I guess. Unfortunate to see the healer go down first there. And you can kind of see the difference there between Mistweaver and Holy Paladin, right? Ellesmere was definitely pumping out some healing there, but the damage values were completely lacking, and that's not something you see when you see a Mistweaver monk with Way of the Crane popped. They're doing pretty much the exact same amount of DPS and healing, and keeping the group alive is something we saw Chomp was able to pull off with the Mistweaver monk. So really kind of have to look at that healer choice, and you know, if Fly Me Out wants to be a competitive team going forward, I think that's the main thing I'd be looking at is, you know, whether or not Ellesmere is prepped enough to pick up the Mistweaver monk for 2 weekends from now.
I saw him playing the Mistweaver a little bit, just in terms of like practicing it around. I'm not surprised that he elected to not run with it. But all in all, I don't know. I think Mistweaver definitely is a better pick in some of the dungeons. Like Holy Pally's like, I think above and beyond the best healer for something like King's Rest. I think Holy Pally's really good there. Something like Waycrest Manor and Under Rot is just Mistweaver Monk's wheelhouse, though, I feel like.
Right. And the point I'm trying to make is I'm not trying to like chastise somebody for playing an inefficient pick.
Sure.
The point that I'm trying to make is that, you know, this is a competition. You're trying to win, and usually when you're somebody that's trying to win a competition, you're almost always trying to go for the most efficient and the best picks possible, and if you can't commit to that, then, you know, it's kind of like, you know, what's the point? That's how I feel about it. And maybe that's sort of an elitist viewpoint, and I get that.
Hold on. Okay, well,
that's generally how I think about it.
Not to cut you off, but I think Ethical ended up melding off all of those Gloom Horrors there. Yes. So I wonder where they're going to end up getting the last of their trash count. They do have the Soul Essences back at the very beginning that they can get some % from. Maybe it's just that they had all of their offensive CDs available and wanted to play this triple Obelisk right here. So we've seen a lot of teams only playing double Obelisk. Ethical has elected to play Samrek, Beckoner of Chaos, the Fear guy, with this boss. We see a lot of teams looking to just instantly kill Blood of the Corruptor because Gorak Tool does have such limited space. But Ethical here just blasting Samrek into the ground to make sure that they don't get too many fears. They are kind of ascending on these mobs right now.
Yeah, they are absolutely destroying this boss. And you know what I think that was, right? I think that was just I think that had to be like a safety play, right? It looks like when they were running down the hallway, it looks like they were like planning to pull us into the boss. But remember, you got to remember when you're watching these dungeons live, this is a live stream, right? There's a little bit of a delay, like about 90 seconds to 2 minutes delay from when it happens to when you guys see it on stream. But you can have the stream on your other monitor as a player. You can watch the dungeon progress. You can see how far ahead you are at this point and be like, okay, we don't need to do that dangerous pull to win this dungeon. Let's keep that in our back pocket for later on. Let's play the safety play. Let's make sure we get this boss down. Then we can go back and deal with the rest of the mob count later. So that's what I'm assuming they're going to do here. It wouldn't surprise me to see them go up, pull those Gloom Horrors. But even with the Gloom Horrors, they're still going to need, I believe, 3% more trash?
Yeah,
right?
because
like
even
that?
then, they're going to need more trash. So that leads me to suspect that they're going to walk upstairs and pull the Soul Essences with some of the stuff in the Huntsman Lodge and kind of backtrack in that way. There is a mob that will teleport you to the beginning of the instance if you're not aware. So they are able to get back fairly quickly, but even then, I feel like there has to be something that's a little bit more efficient in terms of time. I love the triple obelisk, though. That is just the biggest time save for them. If they're able to get something that's a little bit more efficient in terms of like where they're getting some of their count, then they're in good shape. But Ethical has shown a lot of good things with this run.
Yeah, the major question mark here is the percentage. So they're not going to the Gloom Horrors. They're going to get the 12% from somewhere else. Very likely, like we mentioned, the rest of the Hunter's Lodge. They still have the Soul Essences available too, though. So that's another choice they can make.
They need both, right?
They'll need more than just the Soul Essences.
So Skylord
They'll probably have to pull
both.
one pack here.
Yeah,
one or two packs here, and that'll be enough. They don't have to pull everything in this room, but they'll have a tough time getting everything stacked up. It looks like everything's right in, and Holy Case can just nail everything down at this point. Nice and easy. D&D down.
Big
Start popping
shockwave.
some sores. Boom. Done. Trash percentage down. They're stacking up the Eye of Corruption.
Oh, the Eye of Corruption takes off his AMS.
Skylark!
But the dungeon's done, and Ethical takes a very clean 2-0 series.
They went all in at the end onto that one, but hey, when you have that significant of a lead, you absolutely can do that. So Ethical taking game number 2 in Waycrest Manor, and then going to be moving on through the upper bracket. Extremely well played by them, Dratnos.
Absolutely. It looked like, you know, maybe a better comp and definitely a better execution there coming out from Ethical. Almost everything looked really smooth out of them, that whole dungeon.
I think this also kind of reminds me of a lot of the European teams that we've seen as well. Here's ironic. When Ethical shows they've practiced something, when they've nailed something down to a T, they're making very few mistakes, and they just have an absolute complete aura of consistency. I mean, you love to say that word as well.
Yeah, I think at this point, consistent thing at this point are nice little memes at this point, consistently. Okay, I'll stop now. But yeah, this team is actually looking incredibly good, and I think our top 4 seeds, actually, all together, every single one of them looked pretty strong. Yeah. I think Method and A maybe just a little bit above just a little bit head and shoulders above the rest, but I think both of our semifinals are going to be incredibly good matchups. All 4 teams had great showings in their first rounds, and it's going to be tough to see, you know, which one of these teams is going to come out on top.
Ethical was a minute ahead of their time trial time. In Waycrest Manor, or not ahead, a minute behind their time trial time.
Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, that usually does not happen where somebody
they're a minute behind. So I wonder what they did differently in this run relative to what we saw, like what was seen from them in time trials. I loved that courtyard pull though.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit more as we have our replays ready.
All right, so yeah, we started off the run with a very quick oopsie from Fly Me Out, where they were unable to skip all of the soul essences that they were trying to skip at the very beginning, and the run kind of deteriorated for that team there. Meanwhile, Ethical was coming up with some pretty cool stuff. One thing that I really liked and was new for me was against Urgroth Breaker of Heroes, line of sighting that Dark Fury AoE. They were able to optimize their damage against that thing by having their melee continue to do damage and then just duck out of line of sight at the last second while staying within that purple circle cast. It's a pretty cool interaction that I didn't actually know that ability was line of sightable before. It's always really scary to stand inside that circle, but they were able to do it and not take any damage. And then the rest of the dungeon run was pretty much textbook from them. You know, they had 2 deaths on their record, of which one of them was like right after the dungeon ended anyways. They were just dying to the bursting, so not a big deal at all. Great play from Ethical all around.
Without a doubt, and that's going to bring them into the upper bracket like we mentioned. If we get a chance to see that, we also see that our next series is going to be between Method NA and Complexity Limit, and I'm extremely excited to see this one's ironic because, you know, we talked about, you know, Method NA being that team that's constantly chock full of veterans, has been around in the scene for quite a long time, facing up against a new Complexity Limit team, but they've also got tons of experience.
And it's a Complexity Limit team that looked very strong, like much stronger than the team that we saw from them last year. So I think this is the potential to be an incredibly good matchup. And if I'm, you know, if I'm really thinking about it, if I'm Complexity Limit, this is something that I would have practiced for a lot because, you know, a lot of these guys are incredibly good players. Very, you know, I wouldn't say cocky, I'd say confident players, confident in their own abilities, thinking that they'd get through the next round. So I'm really interested to see how this matchup goes because honestly, you know, 8 out of 10 of these players are limit players. So I don't really have any head in the game here. I just want to see my guildies play well. I want to see a good match between them. So I'm really excited for this.
I am as well, and you know, I think that's a good point. That confidence that you're bringing into the table, especially when it's competition as well, Tettles. You want to be able to go into this with the confidence that you are going to be able to win the games that you're practicing for. That you are able to set, you know, more of a game plan for how far you're thinking you're going to get against your opponents, knowing your limits, or complexity limits in this case, and then being able to really execute upon them.
Yeah, and I mean, confidence is more than just like where your expectations are for like the bracket and the seeding. It's also the confidence to just not tilt inside of matches as well. The Complexity Limit guys, if they're able to maintain their composure, and the Method NA guys are always cool, calm, and collected. Like, we've seen them compete for so many years. The Complexity Limit guys, kind of the wild card in this regard. Are they going to be able to battle through this match? We may see this series go to 3 matches, which is one of the first series that we've seen in a while go to 3 matches. If it was going to be any of them, I would assume it's going to be this Method NA versus Complexity Limit series.
Yeah, we'll see. And also before we get into that, we will be taking a quick break. So to pass the time, we also have a poll in our community section. So whenever you hit the Warcraft button, you'd be going into the community section down below to be able to vote on your caster curses as to whether you not you think that is ironic is actually the cause of most all caster curses. We also have another poll right up in here to my top left saying who wore it better between Dratnos and Tettles. Let me know what you guys think. We'll be taking a quick break, and the MDI will return in just a few.
Sorry.
Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International as our upper semis are ready to get underway between Method NA and Complexity Limit. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, and joining me on our virtual desks from our cozy homes, we've got Nagura, Tettles, and Zyronic, while Dratnos goes to find another shirt. As we look at our upper semis onto this one, Method NA and Complexity have both had pretty strong performances throughout their first series, Zyronic, but I'm interested to start seeing how they'll be matching up together, since we haven't really seen a lot from Complexity Limit in their new iteration of the team.
Yeah, like we really don't have that much to go off these guys in terms of what their, dungeon synergy is yet. What we saw from the first two matches they ran were pretty solid. They were what you like to see. But we're really going to start them off tough here in this first Shrine of the Storm. I mean, this is a long dungeon. There's a lot that can go wrong. There's a lot of meticulous small things you have to do every single pull to make it work properly. So I'm interested to see if they're going to have that sort of synergy that we kind of need to see from teams in order to have a clean Shrine of the Storm.
Yeah, and at this point, it'll always be looking at how these teams will be able to, avoid a lot of the early mistakes that we've seen just bog down teams in Shrine as well, Nagura. The skips, execution there, making sure that nobody's missing any kicks at the very end of the dungeon, how they can min-max, for example, the healer buff right at the very end. There's a lot of little challenges that go on throughout this.
Yeah, I think Shrine is one of those dungeons where a mistake can be very unforgivable, where you just have an immediate team wipe, basically. And on top of that, you also have Raging and Necrotic. And that combination of affixes can really cause an easy tank death, because you just have all the mobs raging at the same time, and it's at the end of the pool, meaning the tank is going to have a lot of necrotic stacks on him as well. So very difficult affix combination for the tanks to deal with. And if a tank goes down, a pool can go out of control very quickly.
And in our series, we're going to be having Shrine of the Storm as our first map, as the Complexity Limit has banned Siege of Borealis, and Freehold is banned by Method NA. So Shrine of the Storm into Ataldazar, and then Underrot if we go into a 3-game series. And overall, a lot of the skips on Sanguine, a lot of the skips on Bolstering on this one, Titles.
I really actually like that Siege of Borealis ban coming out of Complexity Limit. It just requires a lot of finesse, whereas Shrine of the Storm, there are a lot of skips, like you were saying, but at the end of the day, you kind of know what you're getting yourself into. It is a somewhat linear dungeon that doesn't require use of a spotter. The Raging Necrotic can be very dangerous, especially at the beginning, and you can get really punished at that tentacle part after Tight Sage Council on that bridge area if you're not super careful just with how those two affixes interact, and you would get punished pretty hard if you had a full team wipe there. So, but I think all in all, it's just going to come down to Zyronic's buzzword of the day: consistency.
Oh no.
Well, also the thing that I like as well, the Freehold ban from Method NA too. Because Limit showed off that strategy that they can pull off the kite strategy in the first round. That's an easy ban for Method NA. If you're not going to do the kiting strategy and you know the other team does, get it off the board. Yeah. No reason to play that dungeon.
Without a doubt. And I think there's always that assumption as well that if you're not practicing for that kiting strategy and you're also going up against a higher seeded team, you kind of want to be expecting them to run that kiting strategy, make them work for it, and then take away that value by banning it, Nagura.
Yeah, I mean, banning can either go, either you do an offensive ban or you do a defensive ban, right? If you don't want to practice a dungeon at all, you can just consistently ban the same dungeon and never practice it. Or you can just choose to practice all the dungeons and then use it as an offensive ban and actually just ban away a map that the opposite team is really good at, right? So, obviously, an offensive ban will always be better if you have the time to practice all of the dungeons, but we've seen some teams in the past actually just choose to ban the same map every single time because they just don't have the time to practice
and that's also where it becomes more difficult as well, because if you're going up against somebody who's got, for example, a very clear, better time trial performance in one of the dungeons coming up, then you have to really pick and choose as to what are you better, what are you really worse at to make that sort of decision. And I think those things can always be, maybe more harmful as well if you think about it, because then you're pigeonholed into certain matchups that may not be as favorable. But we'll see how this one goes as our game is ready to go between Method NA and Complexity Limit as Shrine of the Storm gets started.
So right at the start, we see a very similar comp from those teams. Both have a double Unholy DK. The only difference is the Demon Hunter versus the Hunter here.
Something that you also saw from Complexity Limit is they snapped a bunch of those mobs into those like goblet area, both on the side of both of the teams, just to get the mobs grouped up for those DKs to be able to unload all of their burst DPS. Lighty ends up dropping incredibly low. He actually ends up going down the side of Method NA, but the pull was completely finished. I think he got hit by either an anchor or a wash away cast. It's really hard to tell. He's going to meet back up with his team there. Both teams are going straight into the first obelisk, and I feel like I'm having deja vu because I just saw the same, like, very similar pull from both teams.
Yeah, I think they were actually getting the exact same percentage here as well on this very first pull. And this might have just been a combination of this raging necrotic combo that I've been talking about. Because if you have one of those water blasts or any other ability hit you at the very end when they are raging, plus you also have the necrotic on you, it's just going to be very deadly for those tanks. So Ladi unfortunately going down to that. Both of them still having their bloodlust available. I wonder, they might just be saving it for the boss because it is tyrannical. So getting a bloodlust on the boss, especially if you have DKs, and you can make use of some of that funneling damage onto the boss as well.
Yeah, now you see them, they're trying to move this mob on the side of Method, and they're trying to move the caster as quickly as possible. The complexity limit ends up just killing it where it stands, not really worrying about the use of Shadow Mail cooldown. You actually do see 5 Shadow Mails come out on the side of complexity limit. All of the trash ends up resetting. And this is actually started the RP on the greatest boss in the history of World of Warcraft, Accusator. Shout out Sleepbag. So here are the droplets, and it's going to all be pulled in Accusator. The most important kicks here are the Spiritualist kick. It does like a heal, and then the protective aura from the big guy, the Templar. The protective aura from the Templar. So making sure that you get kicks on all of those is pretty important. Then the attendants are a little bit lower priority. It's just boss damage, even though it is a significant amount of boss damage. It is just boss damage at the end of the day.
Yeah, so the difference in comp is actually pretty significant here between those two, because we do have the Raging Affix. Method NA does not have a Raging Dispel, while Complexity Limit has a Hunter to Dispel. So that can actually matter later, especially if they pull some of those mini-bosses. I assume Method NA does not want to pull any of those, because they can't get rid of the Raging, and it's going to be very deadly if you have a mini-boss rage at the very end. While on the other hand, Complexity Limit does have the Raging Dispel, but they don't have the magic damage increase from that Demon Hunter, meaning the unholy DKs are not getting that extra damage like Method NA does.
Yeah, you do see both teams having Windspeaker Heldis pulled currently. Whenever she does end up doing her Gale cast, whenever she is in that Enrage. Oh, did Yoda end up falling off the edge?
Okay, no.
Yoda ended up, I think he got
didn't.
hit by one of the surges and ended up gliding back on the edge. Demon Hunter truly...
That was pretty
truly
close though, yeah. Yeah, so one thing to note, so with Method NA pulling Heldis here, they need to make sure they don't get a Gale Wind in the Raging area, because they can't dispel it, right? So they need to wait for a Gale Wind to happen, and then get it into Raging and immediately kill it off before the second Gale Wind goes off. Otherwise, you're very likely going to die, because it does a lot of AoE damage, even on a tyrannical setting, just because of this Raging
Yeah,
buff.
and not only that, but in addition to just the Enraged Dispel versus the non-Enraged Dispel, another major difference between the two compositions that is in the side of favorable and the side of Complexity Limit is the fact that Atrocity has that misdirection, and Shrine of the Storm is one of the dungeons that's notorious for having a lot of mobs that will snap to you. So utilization of that misdirection to snap a bunch of mobs towards maximum dog bowl should be of great benefit on the side of Complexity Limit. Now Method NA has downed Accuseer, and now they're turning their sights onto Windspeaker Heldis, like we were talking about. Need to make sure that they kill it before they end up getting a Gale Wind while the mob is enraging.
Yeah, so they actually did a very good job stopping the damage on that mini-boss. So they did manage to finish her off without getting a Raging cast. And now we see Lighty actually immediately use a Lightfoot potion and just jump in. So they're choosing not to do a snapping pull. They just pull everything inside. They also pull the mini-boss on top here.
So Runecarver's Thorn, not exactly a mob that we see pulled all too often, especially on live realms. But during the MDI, we see it pulled quite commonly, normally during teaming weeks, though. So the fact that we're seeing it pulled right now is kind of interesting. It does drop that reinforcing ward onto the ground. So I suspect that that's actually being used by Lighty to make sure that he's mitigating a lot of damage. He's incredibly high on his necrotic stacks at 55 currently. He still does have access to that dwarf racial that he's just going to sit on. He doesn't even need to use it. Huh.
So one thing to note as well is that this Rune Carver here does do the single target channel on a player that does a lot of damage. Now you can go inside this ward to reduce the damage, but I think during raging it might just do so much that it even hurts inside the ward. We definitely see that happen on especially on fortified keys, that you still need to heal the players a lot that get that single target damage even inside the ward, even with the damage reduction. So they don't want to push it into raging here either on Method NA sides without that dispel. Complexity Limit actually did a much better job finishing off this trash group, but they also pulled a little bit less, as you can see there, and 52% now, while Method NA is going to be a lot higher after they finish off their
Yoda,
pool.
while Runecarver Storm was maybe at like 20 some odd percent, ran off to the side and ended up pulling that 4-pack that's sitting right there, that Complexity Limit just skipped. So Complexity Limit, I think, is just a few seconds behind, but if they're able to make it up with how they end up using like Misdirection and how they're able to manage this Tide Sage Council area, they can make up a significant amount of time here.
Yeah, so we see the mini boss skip by Method NA. This is the skip we usually see on live servers, where one of them pulls it away, usually a rogue, and then they vanish and everyone else walks through. Now this time Yoda is just pulling it away and then shadow melting afterwards, almost going down actually. We're pretty close. Now they can't do a full shadow melt skip because of course Laddie is playing Dwarf for that Dwarf racial, while Max on the other hand is running shadow melt, so they were able to do the shadow melt skip on their side, which is quite a bit faster.
How do you feel about that overall, Nagur? The fact that Max is not playing Dwarf in the necrotic raging environment, he is in fact just playing that shadow meld with that Night Elf racial?
I mean, I think it's really risky. Now, Shadow Meld actually can work to reset your necrotic too, as long as you're not in boss combat, right? Because
on the side of Method NA.
yeah, Lip going down, unfortunately, on Method NA, they do have a battle rest, so they get him up immediately. But yeah, that's scary because now they're out of battle rests. So if someone else goes down, especially because they're in boss combat, they're actually resetting the boss here.
So Lighty leapt. Okay, so Lighty did that huge pull where all the mobs snapped into the water. Then he leapt all the way up. It looked like he got meleeed and had to blow his Dwarf racial really early. And then whenever Lip ended up going down, I think that Lip probably lost all of his ramp there. Basically making that pack take significantly longer than Lighty would like, which is like really bad because the necrotic that is just going to be stacking up onto him, it's really hard for him to get a reset. Of course, you can reset necrotic with that reinforcing ward that you get from Brother Ironhole, but that wasn't going to come out for a little bit longer. So they just elect to reset the boss. I mean, I guess that's good presence of mind. It's better than a full team wipe, but that's still a significant time loss.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, we've been talking about this. The teams that can actually make those decisions, in case something goes wrong, they can make those split-second decisions to save a wipe or save some time. And that's something that Method NA did here. They decided we have to reset. There's no way I can survive through these necrotic stacks. And we have Lip go down as well, missing that AoE damage from that DK. And yeah, as you mentioned, it will cost them some time. But if Complexity Limit makes some mistakes on their side as well, then they have a chance to catch up again. Now, it's still pretty close. As you can see, Method NA is still ahead in trash percentage slightly. We have 5% advantage on their side, and of course they're behind on boss DPS now, but there's still a chance for Method NA to catch up.
Complexity Limit did end up playing Samrak the Beckner Obelisk, which Method NA is going to have to play at some point. You really can't take that Obelisk into the final boss just because of how the Promises of Power buff ends up working out, unless JV's like fully committing to not getting a damage buff for the whole entire fight, which there's no way. But like ultimately, they do still have to play that Obelisk. So while they are ahead a few percentage points, it's not going to be like, it's not like Complexity Limit is really that far behind. I feel like they're fairly even with Method NA resetting the boss.
Yeah, and Complexity Limit is choosing to evenly cleave those two bosses down, even on a tyrannical environment. Now, we've seen some different strats here. Most teams actually choose to focus down Galecolor Faye because she's the scary boss here. She's the one that casts the AoE that constantly needs to be interrupted, while Brother Ironhole only does a frontal, and outside of that, doesn't really do that much. That's why they sometimes choose to focus down Galecolor Faye, and then they pull some trash on top of Brother Ironhole. While Complexity Limit on their side, they just choose to evenly cleave them down, increasing their overall DPS and overall kill time on that boss.
Yeah, so now you're going to see Complexity Limit use a 5 meld strategy again. So they don't need to take Samrak very far because they are playing that 5 Night Elf comp. So Method NA is probably going to take Samrak or the Fear Guy all the way towards the bridge area, because they are not playing that Night Elf comp, which is a significant time. It's a time loss compared to playing 5 meld, because that mob just moves pretty slow relative to how fast you can just run all the way through. So complexity limit here, setting up a pretty sizable pull here, I think.
Yeah, that's why we don't ever really see those teams pull their Awaken mobs very far. They just nuke them down as they're running, and then they just kill them off. This is actually a big pull as they pull both of the trash groups here, both of the bridge patrols
I love what
together.
complexity limit just did right there. So they grabbed both of those cultists away from where they'll end up spawning those big tentacles. You actually see the big tentacles off to the side. They ring a piece of the mobs away so that those tentacles would not aggro into combat with them. That allows them to do what is like significantly safer pull for Max, because of how Necrotic ends up working on those tentacles. You can't walk out of melee range of the tentacles, so he would be stacking up Necrotic. So they elect to get count elsewhere and just do those pulls and do those cultists by themselves. So you do see Twisted there running off to the side and starting RP, while Atrocity drops really low from all these Abyss Dwellers, popping his turtle there. That is not what you hope for.
I mean, these are just very scary because of raging, right? They all go raging at the same time, and then this lash cast does so much damage. You can see Atrocity just drop really low again. That's why you usually want to save your AoE stuns and your interrupts for the raging. But they did manage to have everyone be alive. And look at complexity limit. I mean, they had 0 deaths so far. And we've been talking about Shrine being such a difficult dungeon and unforgivable if you do any sort of mistakes. And complexity limit just such a clean run so far. And they're so fast. 12 minutes into the dungeon, already on Lord Stormsong.
Yeah, so
now.
The downside of Atrocity popping his turtle there is now he's not going to have turtle for this mind control. If you are in an immunity or like an AMS, you are not able to get mind controlled on Lord Stormsong. Fortunately enough, complexity limit does not get punished for Atrocity using his turtle really early. One of the DKs got the MC on him with the AMS, and it was pre-immune. So that actually saves them a significant amount of damage overall. On the side of Method NA, doing what it looks like a similar pull from what we saw from the side of complexity limit, except minus the 2 cultists that limit ended up grabbing. So this is going to be a very similar strategy. I think ultimately, if you're Method NA, you're just kind of hoping that complexity limit's going to make a mistake.
Yes, I mean, they were dragging the Awaken mob all the way here to get the portal here because they're missing the Shadow Meld on Lighty, right? So they can't do the same Shadow Meld skip, so they had to move the Awaken mob all the way there. Now, again, we've talked about this. If you have to drag an Awaken mob really quick, really far, it's just going to be a time loss because you could kill them up a lot faster than what it needs for you to drag it there, even if you can snap the Awaken mob, because I'm pretty sure that's what they did. You can snap an Awaken mob to you, it's still just going to be a time loss in the end. But they're here to kill off the second Lasher pack, and then they're on their way to start Lord Stormsong as well. Still though, complexity limit, tyrannical environment, and they're already on 25%. That's a big difference.
I would be kind of concerned though if I was complexity limit just with how the eels end up stacking up. They're going to end up stacking Necrotic up on Max, and they will also enrage all at one point with the buff on him, so he needs to make sure that he is going to be sufficiently kiting those eels that are in that full Zith room. Beyond that, there's not really too much that can stop complexity limit at this point. It's just going to come down to Twisted being able to stay alive and maintain that promises a power buff on him, so complexity limit going to be downing Lord Stormsong here in just a couple seconds. Method NA still at 75% left on Lord Stormsong.
And, I mean, one thing to note is that Method NA doesn't actually have to pull everything in the last boss room, and this might be because of this combination of affixes with the eels, as you've been talking about, right? Having this Raging plus Necrotic, plus the bleed effect that the eels apply to the tank or to the aggro target, that's a lot of damage, so it's very difficult to pull those eels. It can cause a disaster, especially since you want to do the eel packs during boss combat, and during boss combat, if anyone goes down, you just have a limited amount of battle rests, so if something goes wrong, it can cause a disaster really quickly. So maybe Method NA going a little bit of a safer route to not having to pull that much trash here in the last boss room, while complexity limit, they have to pull almost actually everything in his last boss room to get their 100% trash.
Something that's actually going to be fairly interesting to me is if Method NA is... So Method NA, basically what they're saying at 88% trash count right now, is that they are going to 100% one-phase this boss, because they're only going to pull double eel right on top of Full Zith at the very I think at the very either beginning or end of the fight, basically what they're saying is that they're going to one phase the boss and that nothing else really matters. Where on complexity limit, I don't know if they're going to have the boss damage too, especially when it is tyrannical and on a 19. They are running a good composition to be able to do it. Double and Holy plus the Beast Mastery Hunter is definitely the comp you hope for. Where Method NA, with that Fel Barrage Demon Hunter, they're going to be able to snap kill the eels, which allows your healer to be able to do more damage. So what really will end up being more damage, it's hard to say. But Volzith being at 72% puts complexity limit in a position to where they are going to at least be close to being able to one phase the boss.
I mean, definitely. Look at the amount of damage they already did to the boss, and they have not committed their Bloodlust, which is insane, considering that they are dealing with 2 Awakened mobs here, on top of also having to deal with the boss. Now, they are split up now, tank and healer in one realm, while the DPS are in the other realm. So, those mobs actually are in the tank realm, but they can also be attacked in the DPS realm. So, they're in both realms at the same time, interestingly enough. But Necrotic causing some huge problems here for Max, as he's kiting both of the mobs. He can't really DPS at this point, so Twisted needs to be the one who deals with the Denizen, as he's the only one who can really touch it right now, because Max just needs to kite while the other one's dealing with the other realm. And one more thing to note is that with the Bloodlust here, after the Awakened mobs are down, I'm pretty sure they're gonna have enough damage with all the cooldowns from the DKs and the single target damage from the Hunter.
So I love this. So what they actually ended up doing is Twisted is not being overly greedy or overcommitting for single target damage, trying to push them into the caster phase. He's actually just being patient there with killing that Denizen to make sure that they are able to try to get the Blood of the Corruptor and Urgroth Breaker of Heroes as low as possible. Somebody ended up going down. Max ended up going down too. Oh, the Twisted ends up dying. This is so bad for complexity limit.
That's a wife. Lighty going down too. But they're not in boss combat, so for them it's not as big of a deal. But without Twisted, they can't finish off this boss here anymore. They don't have a Battle Rush available. This is going to be a full team wipe for Complexity Limit coming in. Huge disaster for them. There was so much damage on Max there. And as soon as Max went down, Twisted immediately got aggro on that as well, with the debuff on him, reducing his max HP. Any sort of damage is just going to kill him. The big mistake, in my opinion here, by Complexity Limit was that they went up from the other realm inside one of the zones that the boss spawns. And that's why they all kind of dropped low, and one of the DKs went down. Eric went down because he was in this zone. The silence zone, exactly. I think that's what caused some of their problems here. And then they immediately engaged this middle pack while everyone was still low HP, and they just needed to battle rest, and then it just all it all went down
now
from
all
there.
eyes on Method NA. Basically, this is going to depend on whether or not JB is going to be able to stay alive for the prolonged period of this fight. Method NA does not have any battle reses available for JB. Volzith is at 88%, which there's no way that they're going to be able to one-phase Volzith with him starting at 88%, right, Nagura? There's no way.
I don't think so. I mean, they do have the increased magic damage for the Unholy DKs with Yoda on his Demon Hunter. So, I mean, I guess there is a chance, but I very highly doubt it. One thing to note as well, Method NA does not actually have a taunt for the Tank Buster here. They don't have the Hunter pet to taunt it off. Now, they theoretically could have Yoda taunted with Netherwalk, but
sure, I guess they could.
It seems like Lighty's just tanking it.
Complexity Limit now not playing those eels at the very beginning of the boss. Okay, so I don't think they... Okay, so neither of their DKs ended up committing Army of the Dead for the last pull. So they are still okay if they are able to one-phase the boss, because like we were talking about earlier, we don't suspect that Method NA is going to one-phase the boss with it being at 88%. Maybe there is some world where you take the eels on top of it, but I don't know. Maybe we underestimate how much damage they believe that they can do.
I mean, at this point, Complexity Limit needs to one-phase the boss, and Method NA needs to not one-phase the boss for them to come back. Now, the problem, though, is since they wiped in the last boss, they have to re-engage the boss fight, and the Awakened mobs also respawned. Because even if you kill the Awakened mobs during the last boss fight, if you wipe on a boss, they will respawn the next time you pull it. They will not disappear if you didn't clear the obelisk. So that's why they have to deal with those Awakened mobs again, which is causing a lot of time loss again, obviously, for them. And they still need to clear the trash as well. They're still on 88%, well, Method NA is at 95%. They now use their Bloodlust with an eel pack here, so we'll see how much damage they can do to the boss.
Yeah, so the eel pack ends up getting blown up. Volzith very quickly drops below 70%, drops below 60%, is going to quickly drop below 50%, and then you're probably going to see the boss damage start to slow down just a little bit. Okay, so Method NA really needs to one-phase this boss right here. Bulls at the Whisperer is really high on the side of complexity limit too. About 20 some odd % higher than what we saw last time.
Yeah, this time I assumed they didn't have the eel packs to get
right.
the extra damage on the boss as well. So they were missing quite a bit on this first damage phase. But there we go, 27%, not even close. So I assume both Method NA and Limit are just going to get this extra phase here. And yeah, this is going to be scary again for them to get through this phase, this time without the Awakened mobs. So definitely a little bit easier. But there's still things that can go wrong. We've seen so many MDI teams just make mistakes on this very specific boss, because anything that goes wrong will just immediately kill your healer, and then you're in trouble. Even if you do have a battle rest ready, it can just cause someone else to immediately die as well, especially with the necrotic and the bursting at the same time when you deal with trash. So now they're in 100% trash on Method NA's side, and all they have to do is finish off Volsip. And you can see they actually skipped this Denizen trash pack, which is the one trash pack that Complexity Limit wiped on.
Yeah, I mean, Complexity Limit. Okay, so they're going to have a hard time kicking Volzeth out of the Silence Field, but ultimately this is not going to be any match for Method NA. Oh, dude, this was such a close match. Method NA is going to end up securing it by killing off Volzeth the Whisper here in just a few seconds, where Complexity is still taking this double pack of eels right on top of them. I believe that Complexity Limit was going to be able to one-phase Volzeth. Yeah.
You think so? I mean, maybe. The boss was pretty low, yeah.
Oh, man, that's a heartbreaker.
Without a doubt, and Method NA just showing how well they've been able to perform. And while they definitely were not as quick as Complexity Limited, just at that point Slow and Steady was able to win the race. And unfortunately, I guess you could also say it's ironic, this end boss is so important to play perfectly that just the slightest mistakes will let the other team overtake you.
Yeah, I think, you know, looking back at how that wipe happened on the final boss for Complexity Limit, when we've seen other teams do this strategy, they usually finish off the Blood of the Corruptor and whatever awakened mobs they have before they start pulling extra mobs as well. And it looks like they just got a little bit too ahead of themselves there. Had a couple deaths go down there. You know, Twisted still had a 9 stack on them, unfortunately. Ooh, they might actually get the one phase here just as well. Didn't quite get it. 4% from 91%,
yeah, from 91
on the side of Complexity.
Yeah.
So they would have for sure one phased it at the 72%.
Yeah, they would have done it.
But yeah, just, you know, if they didn't have those deaths on the board, would have one phased it easily and had a fantastic time. But man, just looking at this dungeon, dude, it was an absolute slugfest. Like, if this is the kind of competition we're seeing from this Complexity Limit team on their first weekend, this might be the best Limit team that we've seen probably ever. These guys look incredible. And
I guess that also speaks to why they were confident, like we mentioned before. There's ironic, because they knew they had the practice in, they knew that they were ready at this point, you know, and that's always impressive to see, despite, you know, like we mentioned, having that wipe, having that failure early on. As if they're able to keep going, if they're able to start having some more shrine games in the future, looks like they're going to be able to obliterate just about anybody, as long as they're not making any sort of mistakes, Nagura.
Yeah, I mean, the one difference here at the very end was this middle pack that Method NA chose not to pull. So they did more trash before in the dungeon, so they don't have to pull this middle pack in the last boss room. While Complexity Limit, they pulled less trash before, and they decided to do the Denizen pack here in the last boss room, and it just caused them to have this wipe. And I mean, before that, they had such a clean run, and they had an incredible performance. So if you're gonna see more of these strategies come out of Limit, and Method NA, of course, being as consistent as they are, then this is going to be an incredible series.
And maybe we're going to be getting that 3-game series. Maybe we're going to have that slugfest continuing as well. But let's start diving into some of those polls and start seeing where Complexity Limit was able to build off that lead, Ironic.
Yeah, so what I'm actually looking at here are a couple of different just new things that we've seen, or new strategies based off of old strategies. We're somehow 21 months into BFA, and we're still seeing new solid strategies. Two of the things that really, you know, jumped out at me were these snap strategies that we saw from Method NA. And this is one of those things that you get with Lighty Tinking now over Nerf. Lighty's the kind of guy who will find the best way to do something every single time possible. So when we get to that pool right before the duo boss in Shrine of the Storm, and he leaps in and he snaps all the mobs to him, yeah, that's cool. We've seen that snap before. But then he jumps back onto the platform, unsnaps everything up there with him, and it's like, oh, that could have been a really cool pull. Now, unfortunately, Lip ended up going down, and they had to reset the boss. But if that didn't happen, that could have been really cool for them. And then also the fear awakened mob. We see them running up the platform with the fear mob alive, and I'm sure we're all thinking to ourselves, they're gonna have to wait forever for that mob to run up to them. What are they doing? And the lady just kind of jumps on the side, snaps it to him, and we're like, oh, there's a snap spot there?
Yeah.
how come we've never seen anybody else do that before?
Well,
it's cool.
Yeah, that's always one of the interesting things is looking at these teams who are trying to break down dungeons brick by brick and try to find everything they possibly can to get just a little bit of an extra advantage. Where can they get a better pull at? And when we're looking at our next game as well, Tettles, Talazar is one of those dungeons where we've seen all kinds of crazy shenanigans.
So, okay, so at Talazar, I'm pretty sure, with looking at the two
How
time
sure?
times,
How sure?
Method NA had an 11:43 in a Tal on time trials. Complexity Limit had a 13:38. I think Method NA kited out 4 obelisks off of Yasma. Like, I feel like with an 11:43, that is so fast that you have to almost forego even doing any of those awakened mobs to be able to deal with that. So if those are the two discrepancies there between the two teams, if one of them is kiting 4 obelisks and one of them is playing 1 obelisk and then playing 3 obelisks with the final boss, that will be significantly in the favor of Method NA.
How certain are we, Battles? Give me a ratio.
I feel fairly confident. So for 11:43, I would say that there's like a 95% chance that they kited out 4 obelisks on Yasma.
What's the 5%?
5% that they did not.
What do they do instead?
5% that they did not kite.
Okay,
4
all right. Oh,
obelisks.
okay, so that they either did or they didn't do something. Okay, thank you so much for the analysis there. I appreciate it, man.
Yes.
Zyra, do you concur?
Yes.
Awesome, lovely. Nagura, do you concur? Okay, yeah, well, this Tettle's making predictions into that one.
But Complexity Limit did do their Ataldazar super early on in the week. They posted their time really early, so they would have had to go back and practice Ataldazar more with a completely different strategy, just to be able to make up what is effectively a minute and a half of time.
Yeah,
So.
and that's true, and that's one of the things we've also seen previously is like looking at these other teams and saying, well, you know that this is going to be one of the time trial dungeons. You know that it's going to be featured potentially very early, especially if, as Zyra was saying, they have that confidence that they are going to get out of the first game of the series. They were going to be moving on to square up against Method NA. So I'm interested to see, and a lot of times Zyra is just that end boss and how much pressure there is when teams are trying to do multiple obelisks at the same time.
Well, there's also the outside possibility that even with all the practice you had for time trial dungeons, that you just didn't get your best run in those 5 runs.
Yeah.
Maybe you just had to settle for a time that wasn't quite what your, maximum potential was. And just looking at the way they played in that shrine. Okay, yeah, actually didn't intend that at all, but I did it anyways.
Maximum dog bowl.
Yeah, the dog bowl. I can't wait to see finger guns come out too. That's going to be a
Oh
good
yeah?
one. But yeah, I mean, looking at the way they played in that shrine, they had all the strategies, they had the execution. So it doesn't really make sense that they would have such a worse time in Ataldazar when they looked so clean in the shrine. So I'm really kind of expecting to see better than what the time trial times would suggest in this Ataldazar.
Interesting. And at this point, if we take a look at the maps that we have going on, we just saw Method NA winning in that Shrine of the Storm, while Talazar with Fortified, Teaming, and Quaking is coming up next. And overall, this is probably one of the easiest dungeons that we have on our slate here, Nagura. I mean, Tyrannical, Teaming, Volcanic was also extremely easy for a lot of teams with Underrot, too.
Yeah, I mean, Quaking can cause some issues, but now that they nerfed it, that if you don't hit anyone with your Quaking, you don't actually get the damage. So that definitely makes it a lot easier now for those teams. Teaming, though, can cause some issues in Ataldazar, to be honest, especially because some of those awakened pillars are in positions where you just don't like doing the trash that is around it, and that's why, especially on live
Here we
service, it
go!
seems like-
Method NA and Complexity Limit are pulling
The teams
all of
bloodlusted
them!
immediately. Both of the teams actually just bloodlusted immediately while the gate was still open, meaning that both of these guys are expecting to have like an 11:30 run because they needed the bloodlust to literally be on cooldown before they even engaged the entire pack.
the size.
That is a big boy.
The size of these colossus on both sides, they're so big. So in case you guys are wondering, that how these Colossus work, because no one ever pulls these on live servers. They actually have a bolstering effect that if a troll dies around them, they actually get a buff and they increase in size as well and in damage. And that's why they were so big at the very end. But both of them did manage to finish it off, as they're now on 34% on Method and A side, while Complexity Limit on 25%. So they have less percentage on their side.
Yeah, Method and A actually pulled every single mob that was in that area, where Complexity Limit, I think, did like a standard 9 pull, plus like the 3 dudes that were off to the side. So that was actually a very dangerous pull on the side of Method and A. But I guess it was on both sides. Both of those pulls were very dangerous. Complexity Limit ends up dealing with Voidweaver Malthier a little bit earlier. They're not using it in the same way that Complexity Limit is. Method and A is using it to like reset cooldowns, where Complexity Limit was just going to kill Voidweaver Malthier quicker so that they can get on the Priestess Alunza trash, pulling the boss with all of this trash right here.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are doing this the same pull. Method and A also pulling the boss with the whole trash from here. This is an incredible difficult pull because you have so many things going on at the same time. You have the Juggernauts, you have the castles that need to be interrupted, you have Atrocity dropping super low but did manage to recover. Now you also have the boss's AoE cast. You need to make sure you get into the blood so the drain doesn't actually heal the boss, and then you also have to deal with the gold, with the spirits here that you see succeed in the back. So much damage going on for both of these teams, as you see both of the Mistweavers doing close to 100k HPS.
Yeah, I mean, a pull like that is not exactly the most dangerous with double DK, but since it is a teaming environment, there is a Confessor that it actually stands inside of that pack that is in front of Priestess Alunza. So you have to make sure that you have a player, so they're going to kick the Bwonsamdi's mantle, but then they're able to use any disrupt, like a single target stun, like Asphyxiate from a DK, to be able to deal with that heal every single time it comes out. So they need to make sure that they are getting those heals and the Bwonsamdi's mantle dealt with. Otherwise, there are going to be problems. Complexity Limit and Method in A both end up downing Priestess Alunza within a few seconds of one another, but Method in A is like almost 15% ahead of Complexity Limit in terms of enemy forces count.
Yeah, that bigger pull that they did at the start definitely paid off. You see Twisted almost dying to the fire here. Unfortunately, did manage to not go down though. As we see Method and A now doing this first pull, they actually move forward. So Lighty seems to be snapping, snapping some of the swords here, and also with the trash. And
oh my goodness.
Yeah, one of the Sky Screamers is evading. There we go. Now we managed to do the snap. And
okay.
Complex. Oh my god, everything's happening so fast.
Okay, so everybody else dipped line of sight of that fear or jumped down. Yoda was actually the only one who was up top still with Lighty. He was the only one who got feared. Then he jumped down. He tricks Razan to Lighty, tags Razan. Lighty then instantly gets teleported all the way down to the bottom with all of the trash. That was an insanely good pull. Complexity Limit has caught up and is like really far ahead on Razan, where Method in A is only slightly ahead in terms of enemy forces count.
The Complexity Limit did the exact same thing actually. Also snapped everything to Razan. They just did it slightly faster because they didn't have the problem with one of the Sky Screamers evading there. So they did everything a little bit faster on their side, so they caught up a little bit. But now they're still behind on trash percentage slightly though. They pulled a little bit more even compared to Method and A on this very specific pull. Also both of them pulling the Sky Screamers that are on top of these stairs as well. Now they need to make sure they're interrupting all of the casts, of course, because if you get a fear out, that will cause a disaster.
Yeah, but Method and A is starting to catch back up in terms of boss damage. So whenever we first saw it, Razan was like 20% ahead for Complexity Limit. We're on the side of Method and A. They are slowly starting to chip away at that lead, and they're still ahead, like in what we keep saying, in enemy forces count in terms of like trash percentage. So, but I think ultimately this is going to be in terms of just number of pulls, it's going to be the exact same number of pulls coming out of both teams here. I expect both teams are going to end up light footing and do like a 20 Sard snap coming straight out of this boss.
So Lighty actually dropped incredibly low there with the bleed from Razan. Did manage to heal himself back up though, as Complexity Limit is done with their Razan pull now. They're on 67%, so 3% behind to Method and A, which again, like Tettles mentioned, it's not actually a big deal because it's just going to be, they're not going to do more pulls. They're going to do the same amount of pulls. They're just going to do one pull with a little bit more trash, like Method and A did at this start. So we'll see as they're gathering out some of those snappy pulls
here. From Complexity Limit. You actually did see Eric and Fired Up, since they're on the Death Knight, they're not able to like get around some of the mobs. So they end up like mounting up and then like jumping over the lip. Atrocity runs off to the side and camouflage and then misdirects a bunch of mobs to Max. And they're both using the exact same pillar. Method and A and Complexity Limit are using the exact same pillar to be able to get these mobs on. Method and A, very importantly, is pulling that middle pack. This is what I was talking about earlier about kiting the obelisk mobs. Method and A ends up on teaming, killing that middle pack, so JB is going to have room to run with all of these awakened mobs that they're not going to kill. They're in fact just only going to kite. So that is a very important thing.
And you're really banking on that kiting strat, yeah? What if they don't do it?
Okay, dude, they have to be doing it. Like 11:43 in this dungeon is so insane.
What if they just pull it with the last boss and just nuke it?
Why would they be playing the middle pack then?
I don't know, for a percentage.
I don't know.
Teaming. We will see. We will see. Either way, Complexity Limit not pulling that middle pack as Settles mentioned, so they're already moving forward, pulling this Venom pack here, which is actually pretty dangerous because there's a lot of casts that need to be interrupted. You have the Hex and you have the Venom Blast, but it is no problem for Complexity Limit as they finish it off. They are 92% now, so not a lot of trash left for them to do. We see Atrocity pulling this pack that they don't want to do to the side. Everyone else will run past, and then we'll see the Feigned Death come in to de-aggro or Shadow Meld, one of those two things, and then they'll deal with
He accidentally got the boss in combat, so he had to fully reset the boss. That's going to cost Complexity Limit like 20 seconds.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Where Method and A is sitting here dealing with the Obelisk, just kind of chilling. Complexity Limit is actually going to have to wait for the respawn timer on Volcall. That's a significant time loss.
Definitely, especially in such a fast dungeon when you have a time of 12 minutes, it will definitely cost you if you have to wait 10 to 20 seconds for a boss to respawn. But now we have the boss respawn here on Complexity Limit side, as Method and A is actually dealing with the Awaken mob here with the Tank Buster, which is probably means that they're not doing the kiting strat, otherwise they would definitely not be dealing with this, right? So it means they're probably going to deal with 3 obelisks at the last boss and just nuke them down, while Complexity Limit didn't deal with any Awaken mobs yet, so we'll see what they do later.
Two, because they killed Voidweaver Malthier earlier.
True, so only 2 Awaken mobs, yeah, you're correct.
I don't know, it's kind of interesting. Maybe they okay, so maybe they don't kite the mobs. Maybe they actually just believe believe that the middle pack on teaming is quicker than doing that pack that's at the bottom of the stairs, because out of here they're going to have just this portal that they can go into and just run all the way to Yasma. I don't know.
Yeah, okay, so I think because we saw the EU teams do this dungeon in approximately 12 to 13 minutes, and they actually had mistakes. Like, none of the teams actually played this dungeon out perfectly. They did have like wipes and mistakes, and it was 12 to 13 minutes. So, and they didn't do the kiting strat, so I don't think that the Method and A time, I mean, it's a crazy time, right? But I don't think it requires them to kite if they pull off their strat perfectly. So we'll see. As I just wonder what Complexity Limit does, because they for now haven't dealt with that Awaken mob. So if they pull 3 Awaken mobs with the last boss, that's going to be a very difficult thing to pull
Awaken
off.
mobs do give more count on teaming relative to how much they would give on non-teaming weeks as well. It's 6 versus 4. So that is something that you have to take into account. I don't feel like Complexity Limit even still has enough count to finish off the dungeon though, right?
I don't think so, no. They probably have to... Maybe they're pulling some Sky Screamers on top of Yasma.
Maybe?
I mean, they could theoretically,
they definitely
right?
could theoretically. I don't know where they get the last... Because I think they're missing like 1 mob. I think that's basically what we're saying, is that they're missing like 1 mob's worth of count. Unless maybe we're just clown casters, right?
Of course we are. Anyway, they're doing a skip here as they finished up Volcall. They are going to Shadow Melt off the aggro here as they're moving on. So now they want to start. Now, at this point here, they do have a couple of seconds to do whatever they want to do, because they need to wait for this RP to start anyway, right? So there's a small little RP before you can move up to Yasma. Seems like they're not really doing anything, though. Actually, is the Hunter away? The Hunter might have pulled something, I'm not really sure. Either way, they're 92% at this point, so they deal with 3 Awaken mobs, and they don't have Bloodlust yet. They might have to wait a little bit for Bloodlust. Okay, doesn't look like they're waiting. Okay, they're going. 7 seconds for the Bloodlust. They definitely need that Bloodlust if they want to deal with all those Awaken mobs. And Method and A is now also on Yasma, and they only have to deal with 2 Awaken mobs on their side.
Yeah, so both of these teams, I think it's just going to come down to like when Yasmin dies. There's 0 deaths on the side of both of these teams. Eric and Fired Up both end up dropping incredibly low by standing in that Dark Fury, though.
Yeah, they definitely stood in the Dark Fury on purpose, so they probably used their defensive, their AMS, and their other defenses to make sure they stay alive, just to increase their damage here, as both of them were popping their cooldowns to nuke down those awakened mobs. Now, it looked like those awakened mobs actually died really quickly. We see Atrocity actually dropped really low. Looked like he got hit by one of the spiders maybe, but did manage to stay alive. Now we still have 2 awakened mobs for them to deal with. We see that boss's HP is a lot lower on Method and A side though, because they didn't have to focus one of their awakened mobs. They could just randomly, passively cleave them down, and therefore they could focus a lot more of their damage into the boss, and that's why they're 10% ahead on the boss.
Yeah, I think ultimately that boss reset on Volcal may end up costing Complexity Limit what otherwise would have been just an incredibly close match. But like I think at the end of the day, this was a wildly close match, and I'm kind of surprised that neither team was kiting the obelisks, because I did hear like rumors that some teams in their time trials were doing that.
Either way, it looks like they are getting enough percentage here, so we are clown casters, and we definitely so they are getting enough once they finish up this blood here. As we see, Method and A is also on 100% trash once they finished up their 2 awakens mobs. But yeah, this boss reset on Volcal really cost them, because it's a 45 dungeon and 10% boss DPS difference. That's not that much. That's basically the reset of the boss. So both of the teams having 0 deaths and a super clean run, but because of this one reset, it's going to cost Complexity Limit the game here. But they're catching up a little bit on the percentage.
They are in fact catching up. This is going to be down to the wire. I think unfortunately Method NA is just like slightly too far ahead just in terms of boss DPS. Oh man, that was
close. 95% chance to kite. Oh, I love it when Ted is wrong. After a ridiculously close game, though, Method NA is just barely going to be squeaking out that victory, and a lot of it might have been, as you both said, just because of that boss reset on Volcal, and unfortunately it's ironic, you know, for the Complexity Limit team, it's just these tiny mistakes that are causing them to lose to our #1 seed. Yeah?
Where's my friend's ironic?
I'm muted, sorry. I'm muted just like I was muted watching that entire match. My mouth was like, I had to pick up my jaw off the floor because I was sitting in the analyst room just watching this match. This is peak MDI right here. This is 2 teams full of 5 players playing at their best, executing their strategy perfectly, minus 1 minor mistake that ended up costing them the match. Now, I heard you mention it on the cast titles, but just a little bit of extra input there. If you pull any trash mobs in between the totems in Volcal's room, it starts boss combat.
Okay.
So that's literally what happened to them. One of the mobs ran inside the totem, got Volcal in combat, had to reset the boss, cost him 20 seconds. That could have been the match. But man, what a small mistake to make in the grand scheme of things. Outside of that, both teams executed their snaps perfectly. This dungeon was it was a treat to watch, really.
Absolutely, and it really goes to show how well these teams have both been practicing, and it's really been a rare thing as well, Nagura, seeing our 4th seed going toe-to-toe with our #1 seed.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a crazy run by Complexity Limit, and comparing this time that they're doing in the tournament now compared to their time trials, they improved so much. And it's a nice showing as well, that because a lot of teams in the past, they have just had the same time as they had in their time trials, and it looked like they weren't really like re-practicing the time trial dungeon. They just said, okay, we're fine with the time trial performance, we're just gonna leave it as it is. But Complexity Limit really putting time into their time trials, even though they already practiced it and had the #4 seed. But they said, this is not good enough, we need to increase our, we need to better our strategy, we need to lower our time, and they did. And it was incredibly close. I mean, it could have really gone either way here.
Let's start breaking down some of those quick replays that you have for us, Zyro.
Yeah, I really only have a quick one to show here, because a lot of this map here was just both teams snapping mobs all over the place, and I'm sure there are plenty of people watching who have no idea what a snap is. Essentially, if you pull a mob or you have aggro on a mob and there's no way for that mob to physically run to your character, the game will essentially teleport the mob to you. So what a lot of these teams are doing is they're having tanks stand on top of something or behind something that you can't run to normally, using a Hunter Misdirect or a Rogue Tricks of the Trade, and tagging as much as they can, and it'll all instantly teleport to the tank and make it nice and easy for you to AoE everything down. And we saw them do that all over the place. You do it in the middle of the map on the bridge with all of those skyscreamers and swords. You even pull them down to Rezon later on in the dungeon. There's so much that you can do with snaps. We even saw Method and A pulling Malthair up to Priestess's room with a snap on top of the brazier. I mean, there's just so much potential with snaps, and we saw it in both of these dungeons in this series. I mean, I really want to see these teams play again in the grand finals. Just watching this match, it was so fun to watch them.
Without question, and it really has been just this amazing battle between both of them that, you know, like you mentioned, just these little things, these little mistakes that are causing Method NA to come through, but 2A doesn't really tell the whole story on that one, Tuttles.
Yeah, I mean, 2-0 is definitely not the case. I think at the end of the day, whenever you do have teams that are just this close to one another, a minor mistake like an accidental boss reset is going to make or break the difference. We saw it with Perplex versus Method EU last week, where it's just like one boss reset's going to ultimately be just whether or not you win or lose.
That's right. And as we look ahead and we start checking out our next matchup here, it's hard to look at our schedule, where we've been, where we're going, as well as the rest of the day. We're going to have Goosy Bad squaring off against... we're going to have Goosy Bad squaring off against Ethical in our upper brackets. And our final two series after that will be Honestly versus Angry Toast and Fly Me Out versus Big Dumb Gaming. So there's still going to be plenty more MDI action that'll be coming along as well. And at this point, I'm really interested to start seeing how the other side of the bracket is going to be performing as well, Nagura.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this next game will already be a very interesting one, as we have the number 2 seed against the number 3 seed. So that will be an interesting one. But then we also have the lower round, which will mean that 2 teams are actually going to be disqualified today, or are they just going to drop out if they lose the game. So definitely 3 interesting games up.
That's right. And we'll be taking a quick break before we go into our next series in the upper bracket. We'll be seeing who Goosy Bad or Ethical will be pulling through. So don't go anywhere, guys. The MDI will be back right after this. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International as our second round of the upper semis is about to get underway between Goosy Bad and Ethical. And I can't believe I'm saying Goosy Bad, but Tettles, they're actually some very well-known players in Vodka.
Yes, and one of their raid members, his name is Goosy, and clearly they're flaming the mess out of him. He is a Moonkin player, a friend of myself.
I see where it's coming from now.
It's definitely not good.
Ooh. Well, how sure are you, Tettles? 95%?
95%.
Or... Our first dungeon of the series is going to be in King's Rest, and which means that we are already going to be seeing the band coming out for Motherload. And Dranos, we haven't seen any Motherload this weekend, at least so far.
Yeah, that's so Motherload has explosive and necrotic.
Oh, that's why. Okay, sorry.
That might be part of the reason for that. Yeah. Although it's a little bit, it's interesting, right? Because you shouldn't just be banning based on what is going to be the least fun for you, or it's a zero-sum thing, right? If it's bad for you, it's good for the other team, and vice versa. So theoretically, there should be some teams that want to play Motherload and some that don't, right? But it turns out everybody just kind of agreed, all right, let's just play the fun dungeons, and then we're going to ban the ones that have these the harshest affixes.
Well, I mean, it's hard to practice too, right?
Yeah, that's true. It might take more time to get an effective practice there. It might like 4 hours of practice might yield you less consistency than in dungeons with more predictable affixes, maybe. Sure. But I still think that there should be teams looking to play in these dungeons and at least force the bans from the other team on them.
Could be, and that's also a very interesting thing when we look at this map pool. I mean, this is the second round of the upper semis. Last round between Complexity Limit and Method NA had Underrot with Tyrannical teaming, and then Ataldazar with Fortified teaming. It was some lightning-quick dungeons that we were seeing out of for both of those. Unfortunately, we didn't go to the third game. But then we start going into this series, and we've got King's Rest, followed by Workshop with Explosive, and Toldagor with Explosive and Bursting. So it seems like in many ways, we're going to be looking really for both teams to want to kind of get these quick 2-0s and take it out of here, Tettles.
Yeah, I think that the momentum is actually going to be set in this King's Rest. I think both of these teams. I feel like our top 4 seeds in NA just generally are incredibly strong and incredibly competitive. So the second versus third seed matchup, I think, is going to be an absolute slugfest, and I hope it's as fun to watch as that previous matchup of Complexity Limit versus Method NA.
If you guys are just tuning in, there was a ridiculously close run between Method NA and Complexity Limit, both on the Shrine and on the Ataldazar. Just small mistakes causing Complexity Limit's win to slip right out of their fingers. But they'll be dropping down to the lower bracket, and they'll get a chance for redemption as well. And right now, we're just getting both Goosy Bad and Ethical ready, as King's Rest is, like I mentioned, our first dungeon with Fortified, Bursting, and Volcanic. And overall, I think this is about one of the easier King's Rest runs that we could possibly get affix-wise. But let's see how they do, as game number 1 is ready to go in our upper semis.
So, King's Rest, yeah, I think Bursting, Volcanic, Fortified definitely not the most difficult affix combination, but it can still cause some problems here with Bursting, especially because of those minions of Zul. They will apply Bursting, and then you also have the droplets in Machimba's room. We'll see how those teams handle that Bursting stacking. Also, this first room, depending on how big they pull, definitely can cause some problems as well with Bursting.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams opt to deal with the first set of minions at various times here, but it'll be interesting with those Bursting stacks coming in, whether they have to adjust their timing. They are going to start off with a bunch of Bursting stacks here right off the bat from this huge spawn of minions duel. So that is going to be 6 stacks of Bursting on the entire group, as both teams are now executing a massive pull, pulling the entire room all at once here. They have to let those Deathly Chills through on their tanks because they need to save their kicks for those Shadow Bolt volleys, which will be pretty lethal at this plus 19 fortified level.
Yeah, this is such a scary pull for them to do because of those casters, those Witch Doctors, and the Deathly Chill, even though you can spell reflect some of them, but there's 3 of those Witch Doctors that just constantly cast Deathly Chill, and that's why we see the tanks actually starting to kite once their shield wall drops here, and now those mobs need to die, because if you still have a Deathly Chill cast going through, this can cause huge problems, as we see Ethical now finishing off this pull, and well done, well executed.
Yeah, unfortunately,
by them.
Goosy Bad were unable to kill, so one of the Witch Doctors didn't really fully come into the AoE pile, and if you can see that one is still alive there. and that has really slowed down this pull for Goosy Bad. That was the one by the exit to this room, and that's going to be slowing them down in their progress here. Meanwhile, Ethical already underway here onto the first boss. They've pulled some animated Guardians with it, as we've seen a lot of teams do in this area. That's going to earn them a little bit of count, and it's going to open up the opportunity for the healer to go and grab the next two once they start getting to the gauntlet room after this boss.
Yeah, that's just a very efficient way of getting this extra percentage to pull those 4 Guardians on top of the boss and then the Gauntlet later on. We've seen almost all teams do this so far. It is, of course, a lot more damage here in the tank. Having 2 fortified Guardians hit you while also having to tank the boss. Those Guardians also enrage at 50%, but it is dispellable, so the Hunter can actually dispel this effect off.
Yeah, that Soothe Enrage Dispel thing that Hunters get, very useful, even when Raging isn't active. In some dungeons, and this is certainly one of them. Both teams on the same boss here. It looks like Goosy Bad may be catching up a little bit. They've got the Golden Serpent. They're about 25% health behind on it. Oh, but unfortunately, Hunte is going down there.
Oh.
Didn't quite catch what happened in there, but it looks like he's dead in a pool of gold. That may have just been the Spit Gold dot taking him down. Looks like it's going to be a battle res, though, that gets him back on his feet nice and quick. That is not going to cost them too much time, but it is going to cost them that battle res, which is a very valuable resource.
Yeah, not having the Battle Rest later might cost them, but we see Hunter again getting the Spit Gold debuff now. It is a fortified setting, and none of the affixes make the Spit Gold be worse. There's no Grievous or anything like that. So interesting to see that Hunter actually went down here on Goosy Bad's side. But Ethical, on the other hand, they already finished off the boss here. They're in fact finished off the boss before they finished off the Guardian, so they had to do a little bit more damage once the boss was already dead. Because of this fortified setting, those Guardians just have so much HP. And now you see Chompy actually being off, pulling those other 2 Guardians on top of this next Gauntlet.
Yeah, we are going to see some minions coming in here with that bursting affix. Very important to note. Also worth noting, the Gauntlet room in King's Rest in the MDI has a fixed pattern, so it'll always be this pack first, and then it'll go around the room in a counterclockwise order. So there's not any element of randomness as to which of these packs activate in which order, which could throw a wrench into a team strategy.
So Chompy actually got feared, unfortunately, as he was pulling those 2 Guardians. He did manage to come back now, though, so nothing happened after the fear. They will also get the bursting stacks from these Shadow of Souls, on top of also getting the bursting stacks from the pack that they're pulling. So this might be dangerous. They have to be careful to not roll the bursting, and good job on them for stopping the damage on these low HP mobs here, because if they would have been rolling those bursting stacks, that definitely could have caused some deaths.
That is very lethal. Anytime you extend a bursting stack that has more than a couple stacks on it, and you refresh it, once it's already done some damage, that really quickly adds up. It eats through the healer's resources, and it just means that the damage it does is so high. They did a good job there, though, of minimizing the impact of that.
Yeah, I agree. As Goosy Bad is now doing the same thing, Hunter is coming back now to the group with those Guardians and also the Minions of Soul. They also got to be careful now for them, but because Goosy Bad actually got the mobs a little bit later, they already had the mobs from the pack down, so they don't have to be careful on their side with those bursting stacks, because they can't really be rolling them. But now they gotta be careful, because they have to deal with this Guardian pack and the next Gauntlet trash group. This is one of the most difficult ones, because you have the Lightning AoE that needs to be interrupted by a knockback, and then on top of that you also have the Whirling Axe Barrage, which does a lot of damage on a 45.
Yeah, they're pretty much just resigned to taking the damage from that. There are ways to avoid it with line of sight, or you can delay it with stuns, but in this kind of MDI key, it's just too costly in terms of the timer to do those sorts of strategies, so they're just going to make Hunte and Chomp heal that, respectively, for these teams. Ethical here. A little bit ahead now. They've kind of opened up a bit of a lead as they're moving on to this 3rd out of 4 of the Gauntlet pulls. Meanwhile, Goosy Bad still cleaning up this last one. Look, so they've killed that pack before killing these Guardians, and that's good, because that's going to start the timer for the next pack spawning. So that's going to help them get a little bit of that time back.
Yeah, that's why we see a lot of teams not actually focusing these Guardians, even though it's a little bit riskier to keep them up all the time because of tank damage, of course, and also having to dodge the frontal. But by finishing off the Gauntlet mobs, as you said, it will start a timer for the new ones to spawn. And this, unfortunately, is gated, this room here, and you just can't move on until you cleared all of them. And that's why you just want to make sure you keep that on rolling before you kill those Guardians. Well, Ethical, they're already waiting for the last trash group to spawn. So Ethical definitely slightly ahead. It's not a big time advantage, but if you also consider the 5 seconds death timer on Goosy Bad's side, it will add up to quite a bit.
Yeah, something like maybe 30 seconds, maybe 40. It's not the end of the world. You know, one mistake could close it, or just Goosy Bad playing more efficiently for the rest of the dungeon, doing it in one fewer pull. But it is certainly a lead that Ethical has opened here. Really starting from that very first pull, which they were able to execute maybe 30 seconds faster than Goosy Bad could. It was a really impressive, efficient cleave display from Ethical on that very first pull of the dungeon.
Definitely. And now I think how they pull Machimba's room will also be really important for both of those teams, because of bursting, it will be very difficult to pull all of the droplets on top of Machimba, because there's just some class here who don't have immunities, who can't lift all of these bursting stacks, especially the healers, the Mistweavers. So there might be some interesting strats where we see them maybe outranging the bursting stacks and then coming back in. Depending on how well they play the Machimba room, that might definitely also make up some of those seconds. So we'll see how both of these teams handle it. But first we see Ethical actually dealing with the
Right, whereas Goosy Bad are deciding that they are just going to skip this. It looks like maybe with Shadow Melds and Vanishes and Feigns and stuff, because I saw a Pet get dismissed here, although they may just be shrouding. Alright, yeah, they're just going to use their shroud here. So they are not dealing with Samrak Beckoner of Chaos. They will be killing that enemy with King Dazar at the end of the run. We'll see if they end up doing that thing where you activate 2 obelisks at the same time in another 5 minutes or so. That's something that we saw. That was kind of a differentiation point between teams last weekend in King's Rest. It looks like we may see these two teams having a different answer to that question as well. Both of them now moving into this room, pulling all this trash at once. Question is if after those first entombs they choose to go into that boss fight. If they do, it is going to be very dangerous because of those 16 bursting stacks when all those fluids die. But they have hunters who can turtle, they have rogues who can cloak, and they have death knights who can use anti-magic shell, assuming they can put the anti-magic shell up before the bursting stacks come out. And that'll mean that only 2 people will have those bursting stacks. You can see handled fairly effectively from Goosy Bad there. The turtle came out a little bit late, but that's okay. It still provided a little bit of damage reduction. Ethical trying to execute the same thing here. We don't see the bursting stacks coming out quite yet. It's getting...
Well, that just looked insane on Goosy Bad's side. I mean, they had so many stacks. I couldn't even... Definitely more than 10. I didn't see the exact number. But Shape, unfortunately, going down. Area going down as well on Ethical's side here. They only have 1 battle rest. And they need to use an engineering rest because their DK died, unfortunately. And they will only be able to get 1 player up. At this point, it's going to be difficult for them to finish this off. As also an X spawned and casted the AoE. So this is going to be a full team win.
When this pull goes wrong and those ads are still alive during the boss fight, then Entomb can start to get really, really nasty, and I think that's what we saw happen there after those 2 players died. So that is going to be a full wipe from Ethical. The ball is now firmly in Goosy Bad's court. They certainly have the advantage here, as that a wipe in King's Rest in a dungeon like this is going to be accompanied with like a 3-minute run back and reset of that pull. Luckily, they didn't rely on Shroud on Ethical's side. They can just go back into that Awakened portal to catch back up to where they were. But still, this is not good. This is really, really bad news for Ethical.
It looks so clean as well on Goosy Bad's side. It looked so easy, right? But the amount of bursting stacks they had there, if they didn't actually deal with all of those bursting stacks perfectly, it would have caused the same disaster as we saw on Ethical's side. So Goosy Bad doing such a great job dealing with all of those bursting stacks at the same time, making sure all of the mobs die at the same time so you don't have any of the bursting stacks rolling, because if you start having 12 stacks rolling into 13, rolling into 14, there's no way anyone can survive this because your immunities just don't last so long. And of course the healer can't keep himself up as long either. So very well done by Goosy Bad as they're now moving on to the next trash group.
Yeah, so now we're moving into this hallway. A lot of teams have different speeds with which they pull this hallway. Let's see what Goosy Bad can come up with here. Running in, getting the double reflect there. Both those Hex Priests start their cast at the same time. So they're able to reflect both of the Spectral Bolts onto them, and they are going to pull this entire hallway here. That kind of makes sense. The Affixes are fairly favorable for this, although bursting is going to be a little bit sketchy at the end of this pull. We see Anti-Magic Shell used a little bit early here. That's probably going to fade before the bursting stacks start to come out. And that is going to mean damage on everybody in Goosy Bad's side. Let's see if Hunte can keep them up through this.
I mean, this is a pretty crazy pull because it is fortified, and fortified alone is causing these mobs to be so dangerous. If you have all of those casts coming off, you have the spectral bolts, you have the frost shock coming through. On top of that, you have the healing totem that you need to deal with, and you also have the berserker just leaving those bleeds behind on the tank, or preferably on the hunter pet. So well done on them for executing this pull. They did have their bloodlust ready, but chose not to use it. So I assume they either want to use it for the last boss with the awakened mobs, or they want to use it for the mini boss, but I think they're just gonna save it for the last boss. And Ethical having another wipe, unfortunately.
Yeah, when it rains, it really pours here for Ethical. This room is not being friendly to them. It's a difficult room, especially with bursting active, but this is really, at least this time they have some wipe recovery. This time they were able to get that meld into Maserez coming out, although unfortunately it looks like some of their team have released, and so they're gonna have to wait for those members to get back to the room. That is tragic for Ethical.
At this point, they might just have to... I'm not sure, maybe they should use their Bloodlust, because at this point there's no way they can get their the timer that they were practicing for. This is something that we've been talking about as well, right? If you have a mistake, if something goes wrong in your dungeon, how well can you adapt to this mistake, and how well can you change your strategy around your different cooldowns now? And Ethical making this same pull again after already wiping the first time without actually having their defensives ready that they're supposed to be, definitely means like Ethical was not doing so well at adapting their strategy. So now they have to go slower, and now they definitely I don't know, a couple of minutes behind, maybe like 5, maybe
more,
even more
yeah.
at this point.
We can see Goosy Bad here executing this excuse me, this double awakened pull, which is pretty cool. So there's those two obelisks that are like right next to each other. You just activate them both at once. It's a little bit tricky. They did have to deal with 8 stacks of bursting there at the same time, but they were able to get through that, and now they're going to be dealing with 2 fewer enemies on King Tazar. They're just going to have Urgroth and Samrek. Urgroth and Samrek, the 2 hardest ones probably, but you know, it's still only 2 of them, so they should be able to deal with that without too much difficulty. So as soon as this goes down, they are basically just going to have a couple of small trash pulls, Shadow of Zul, and 2 bosses separating them from this map 1 victory. Unless something goes horribly wrong for them multiple times, that is theirs to lose.
Yeah, they should definitely know at this point that the other team did wipe twice. So at this point, they can really just maybe do a safer pull than they were planning to, or maybe commit some different kind of defensives, do everything a little bit slower as they planned. Now, we've heard some other MDI teams before that they were actually not even watching the other team, and they just played their strategy no matter what happened. Now, we'll see what Goosy Bad does, but at this point, in King's Rest specifically, there's not really that much you can do slower because it's a very straightforward dungeon. So I very highly... they're not going to go all the way back and kill the awakened mobs or something like that. So I assume they're probably not even going to change their strategy all too
sometimes,
much.
you know, trying to make your strategy easier ends up actually making it harder, because now you're spending time thinking about, like, okay, how is this different than how we practice? And then you're like, all right, well, we don't actually have our cooldowns for this like we normally do, and everything just kind of gets scuffed. If you are not, if you're not,
Sure.
you know, if you're on track to do what you have practiced, which Goosy Bad certainly look like they are doing, then it's difficult to justify changing that up unless there is a really aggressive pull that you can easily split into 2 or something, or like an extra obelisk you could activate before the last boss. I don't really think there's really much opportunity for that, as you were saying in King's Rest, though. So I think they're just gonna do their thing, and you know, they have a little bit of room for error now. They have room to probably wipe once and still be okay. Although, in King's Rest, even 1 wipe this late into the dungeon can start to be pretty bad. If they wiped to this boss, that would maybe cost them like 5 or 6 minutes. It is really brutal, because your graveyard doesn't update, and you haven't killed the mobs to give you the flying back thing. So you're starting from the beginning of the dungeon. You have to go back through all the stuff that you shrouded and stuff.
Yeah, that's a long run back from the entrance to this boss, specifically with the not having the skip, as you mentioned. But we see Goosy Bad not having any sort of mistake. And to be honest, I think it's very difficult to wipe on this boss on a fortified setting after Kula is already dead. Kula is like the most difficult boss to deal with, and it's not even that difficult if you just get rid of a lot of the access by using some of your racials, like the dwarf racials we see on the rogue, for example, or using turtle in the right moment. And actually dwarf on Hunter as well.
They all have the ability to stop this, except for Cryptix, their DK, which is good, you know. And Cryptix can even shadow meld if it's aimed at him and have it target somebody else. But I assume they're probably not bothering with that kind of stuff because really, you know, it's not too much of a problem for 1 or 2 of them to go out. It's when 3 or 4 of those start going out on, you know, and really exhausting your defensives and your healers' defensives that it starts to get bad.
Yeah, and we see they still are holding on to this Bloodlust, so at this point it seems very likely that they are saving it for the last boss with the Awakened mobs, which makes sense because they have the Tank Buster and the Fear Awakened mobs, which are 2 very difficult ones to deal with, and that's why they just want to have this Bloodlust to get rid of them quickly, while the boss itself also has some dangerous mechanics to deal with, even on a fortified setting. And now they do a pretty big pull as they pull 3 Berserkers on top of each other.
If I'm not mistaken, this is all that they need. After this, they will be able to just Shroud to Shadow Azul, and then they will do King Dazar with 2 Awakened enemies, and that will be the end of their run. They do have to be a little bit careful there. Ring of Peace doing a good job there, but wow. Everybody getting pretty low.
That's a lot of stacks.
Yeah, that's a lot of stacks of that bleed coming out. Stoneform used there to remove those bleed stacks. Very effective racial in King's Rest. There are just so many things that it can deal with in this dungeon, even for a tank. In fact, especially for a tank against those Berserker bleeds. They're now going to Shroud through. Have to wait for this little gate to fall so they can now go and fight Shadow Azul. It is fortified, so there's an argument for lusting Shadow Azul, but I believe that they will not be doing that given there are 2 Awakened enemies waiting at King Dazar.
Yeah, and Shadow Azul did get nerfed a little bit, so a little bit easier than it used to be in the past. It still does a lot of magic damage with that Shadow Barrage, as you can see. They're probably gonna commit a lot of defensive cooldowns here to keep the tank alive, the Proud Warrior. Hunter also probably doing a lot of HPS to keep him alive here, and they want to use maybe some of their offensive cooldowns to get this mob done faster. Now you can also see this AoE zone that just spawned here on the right of the screen. This one can be outranged, so that's why no one really goes inside to soak it. If it spawns close to the boss, which can happen, then somebody probably wants to soak it because this mob does not move fast at all because it's a caster. So if the zone spawns right next to a mob, then you want to have a melee or the tank just step into it.
Yeah, good job there from all their melee players as well, standing behind Shadow Azul. Shadow Azul, I think the only mob in BFA dungeons to have a parry arc in front of him. So if you're hitting him from in front, then it'll parry you sometimes. It's bizarre, but they did a good job of minimizing the damage loss to that. Cryptics saving looks like all cooldowns here, so we're gonna have Army and Apocalypse and Unholy Frenzy all coming in at the end here. Not a huge amount of targets, so we're not expecting to see millions of DPS, but I think we can still expect to see a reasonable burst here coming out on pull against King Dazar and these 2 Awakened enemies.
Yeah, so we'll see how to deal with those as we have the Bloodlust being popped now by Goosy Bad. Now, this Tank Buster with the Spirit Breaker definitely needs to be avoided somehow. Usually we have the Hunter pet taunted off, use the defensive on the pet to make sure the pet doesn't die, or if it dies, just make sure you revive the pet so you can taunt it again, because having this Spirit Breaker, the tank debuff on the tank, on top of also having to deal with all the other mobs, is definitely scary. And then you also have the Fear mob going out. Yeah, we see actually a debuff right now on the Proud Warrior.
That is so
here.
rough on this fight, but it looks like they're going to be okay. Yeah, I don't see the usual Core Hound that we see. I don't know exactly what breed of pet Kevin has here for Goosy Bad, but the Core Hound really good because it can do that taunt and it has a pretty low cooldown on a defensive for itself. Looks like they might just be planning to just face tank all of those Spirit Breakers, though. We'll have to see what comes out. Should be another one queuing up in just a couple seconds here. There it goes. Yeah.
He still got his shield wall available as well. He doesn't need any of this defensive
right
stuff.
to the tank. That is impressive. Very scary mob there.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, in the end, it will definitely increase your DPS to have the Hunter not taunted off. If your tank can somehow survive this, then you don't want to use the Hunter pet because it will decrease his damage from the Hunter to needing the pet, taunting it off, maybe even going down. And the pet going down will cause the Hunter to cast the Revive pet, which will cause you damage as well, especially during Bloodlust. So if your tank can survive it, like we just saw on Goosy Bad's side, then you want to make sure that the Hunter does not have to do that
can't argue
job.
with those results. There goes the Terrifying Fear, though, from Tazala. Tazala usually something you want to try and nuke down as quickly as possible once it spawns, but you don't really have to worry. You can either target Tazala or Dazar, because all damage that would be dealt to Dazar gets dealt to Tazala instead while he's mounted. They're going to get through with just 2 of those Fear AoEs, and they should be pretty much in the clear now. Not too much left that can go wrong. There will be the spears falling from the ceiling once the Czar gets pushed a little bit lower, but besides that, they have dealt with all of the adds and all of the awakened enemies of this boss fight, and they are well ahead of Ethical, who are still working on that bridge towards Shadow Azul.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very clean run by Goosy Bad. Except this one death that they have, they did a very clean run. I mean, at the start, we actually saw Goosy Bad be behind, right? Because Ethical did that pull slightly faster than them. But then with this Machimba room, just falling so far behind, losing so much time, Goosy Bad can definitely be happy about their performance here in King's Rest. While Ethical, they have to consider for the next dungeon. They need to make sure they're not tilting, they're keeping their head in the game and just play better, or stop, at least try to not make those big mistakes that we've seen them do in the Machimba room in the next dungeon here.
Last bit of HP is going down as Goosy Bad is sealing their victory in game number 1 here over Ethical. And overall, like you mentioned, you know, there's always those tipping points in dungeons, and right there as well, Tettles, Ethical really found that point where they just kind of lost it all.
I mean, ultimately, Goosy Bad and Ethical all the way through Machimba's room were incredibly close. I think Ethical just got a little bit antsy with how they wanted to pull Machimba, and then whenever Machimba was active, they got another Entomb come out of those constructs like we're gonna watch in a little bit on the replay, and ultimately that just like causes them a wipe, because then you end up getting a mummy, and it's just like it all falls apart so quickly. But the general strategies that Ethical was doing, they were fairly strong. Goosy Bad also looked like a powerhouse in that matchup, though.
Yeah. And that really goes to show, I mean, how close the series can be, right? When it's just bent on one player, one team making mistakes and falling behind, but past that, being able to stay very close together. So with that King's Rest in the books, we got to start looking ahead at some of these other dungeons as well here, Nagura.
Yeah, what was the other
We had
ban?
the ban on Junkyard.
Are we gonna play the
We'll play
Workshop?
Workshop and we'll play Toldagora.
Okay.
We'll go to 3 games.
Yeah, so Workshop, we've seen Goosy Bad play before. Unfortunately, they had 7 deaths. They did win, though. So they won their game in Workshop with those 7 deaths. They definitely want to make sure they don't have these deaths come in this time around, because in the time trials, Ethical actually was slightly faster compared to Goosy Bad. It was only a 10 seconds difference between those two, and both of them actually running a very similar, in fact, they were running the exact same setup, both of them playing with 1 Mage Hunter and Demon Hunter. So we'll see how this goes. It can be a very close match between
That's
those
right,
two.
It could be, and as you mentioned, there were just extra deaths there, and it's all about what teams are going to be able to do to capitalize on that one as well, because the deaths that we had in King's Rest there, Tettles, were just too much for Ethical to overcome.
Oh, yeah. I mean, ultimately, Ethical, in how they started out the dungeon, just with the Golden Serpent Room, should have set them up in a position to where they are in the lead, just with how Goosy Bad ended up dealing with the casters. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to capitalize on it. I also liked how both of the teams ended up playing that obelisk, like the double obelisk together. I think that was fairly unique, and making sure that you do, if you are at least playing Awakened Mobs, making sure that you're getting like significant benefit out of it, like we saw from Goosy Bad and Ethical, then it does make sense. Otherwise, you would just rather play it with the final boss.
Yeah, and again, I think we've seen time and time again where King's Rest runs can just get completely shut down because there is so much pressure for these guys to be able to pull as large as they can and as insane as they possibly can. But Dryden, let's start talking about that Workshop as well. Even though we did see Goosy Bad have a bunch of deaths in their first run in Cup play, time trial wise, they were very close together between both these teams.
Yeah, we have a 17-minute time trial time from Goosy Bad and Workshop, and a 16:50 from Ethical, so very close. But notably, Goosy Bad played a mage in their time trial, and then earlier today in their first run on this map, in an earlier match, they played no mage. They decided to play double hunter instead, emulating what teams like Method NA did for their time trials. So it looks like they've kind of adjusted their strategy since the time trial period ended to go back onto that double hunter rather than playing the mage. We'll have to see if Ethical decides to play that mage, or if they are also off of it and back onto something like double hunter.
Yeah, I think, well, at the moment it looks like Ethical is going to stand their ground and keep going with the mage, and I'm always interested to start seeing some of these little compositional differences as well, Tettles, because it seems like they start showing up in very subtle ways as gaining one team an advantage over another.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, the difference between Mage and Hunter inside of something like Workshop is probably fairly minor, but in terms of like explosive killing power, the Hunter should be better off at killing explosives over something like the Mage. I'm sure the Mage is like fairly good. You're able to dump Fire Blasts into the targets and not lose too terribly much damage, especially on like a 19 on Tyrannical. You're probably able to like one-shot the explosives, but the Hunter is superior at just killing the explosives. It's also a little bit better for stuff like Kujo, where you're able to DPS down around the box a little bit easier. So there may just be something that's like very small, nuanced decisions, like you were stating, that ultimately is the reason that they are making something that is a change.
Yep. And with Workshop getting ready to go, and like I said, they opted to not go with that double Hunter onto this one. And what do you think needs to really happen for Ethical to be able to take this one, Nagura? They have very close time trial times between both of these teams. Is it just capitalizing off of any potential mistakes their opponent's making, or what is it?
I mean, if both of those teams play their time trial time, right, then Ethical is going to win. So I think at this point, Ethical just needs to play their best. As long as they don't tilt because of this first game, they just need to forget about this first game and just play their time trial time. If they do that, they'll win against Goosy Bad, because Goosy Bad had a worse time in time trials and an even worse time earlier today when they had those 7 deaths. So if Ethical just does a clean dungeon, they're probably gonna win. So at this point, they just need to not make any mistakes.
We'll have to see, and it might also be something about
Simple.
just don't make mistakes, Tettles.
Yeah, I mean,
Just have your coffee.
it is fairly late for Ethical, to be fair, as well.
Well, it's very early.
Or-
It's actually really early in the morning.
I
So
guess it
that's what I'm
depends.
saying.
Yeah.
These guys are, well, it's 5, 6 in the morning now, something like that. That's how time works, Tettles.
Thanks. Hold on. Let me
You're
open up
welcome.
the. Let me open my
I do math
Googler.
lessons later.
I'm
I do
in
math lessons later.
Australia.
Okay, go for it. Tell me what you're
8:17
seeing.
a.m.
Yeah, it's really late, Tettles. Yeah.
It's really late if you're a gamer.
Listen, this is not Dratnos time. This is everybody else's time, okay?
Count
And you know what
Dratnos.
and you know what it's also time for? It's time for the game as well. Shocking surprise, I know. But it's also time for us to get ready to go, as the last ready checks are going out. Everyone's jumping around and ready to get set in this instance. And this is also going to be determining whether Ethical is going to be dropping down into that lower bracket or not, as Goosy Bads really wanted to be able, well, both teams really are going to want to be able to meet Method NA in those upper finals. And having to go through the lower bracket, especially when you have to look at complexity limit down there, Dradnos, really hungry to get back, it's going to be kind of scary. It's not where you want to be.
Yeah, you want to try and win as much as you can. And
Thank
losing
you.
is the bad one. So you want to try and avoid that. Back to you, Jack.
What has happened?
Jack is. Thought we thought we got rid of Sloop, but now Dratnos has just turned into Sloop.
I know, right? You've just been studying so much for for the incoming tournament and everything. Game number 2 between Goosy Bad and Ethical is ready to go. Let's dive in, guys.
So we see both teams straight away using their life potion to just engage this trash group faster. We've seen a group earlier already have 2 deaths here. In fact, I think it was Goosy Bad that had 2 deaths here in the very first group. So let's hope they don't have the same mistake again, as Ethical has Stumpy drop a little bit low, but now they're finished off the mobs and both teams managed without
Yeah,
any
you can
deaths.
actually see Goosy Bad there. They decided to not even bother using the hammers to slay those ads. They were just killed them with their own rocket barrage, whereas Ethical killed them with one slam of the hammer. Both very clean strategies. Both took about the same length of time. Really, really fun pack to fight. As long as you do find a good way for to kill it with either the environment or their own abilities. They're both into this first boss fight here. We have Bloodlust coming out from Goosy Bad. Ethical deciding to sit on it for a little while here. Wonder what we see a combustion coming out as well. Surprised to not see a Bloodlust here active for Ethical, given that mage is combusting.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, we've seen almost all the teams, in fact, every single team so far, use Bloodlust here on the boss pool. So I wonder if they want to save the Bloodlust for this difficult pull on the second boss, because a lot of teams have wiped to that trash pull on top of the boss, so maybe they just want to save it for there. And if they get a second use of Bloodlust anyway, they can save it, right? So as long as you don't miss out on a Bloodlust, it's not going to
so
cost
time
you
trial
much.
time here, 1650. So as long as you lust in the first 5 minutes, really at any time, you'll get it back up at the end of the run. And that is not too bad. Interesting here, we're seeing Shape Mage playing that 2-minute combust build rather than earlier we actually saw a 1-minute combustion with the kindling talent. Shape though is just on this this 2-minute strategy, so it's going to be all about optimizing those combustions, doing as much damage as possible with them. And unfortunately, Chomp goes down. Was that to the hammer? I think that might be to the hammer.
I might have been,
I see
yes.
a dead body under where that hammer slammed. Looks like they're not going to commit their battle res here, as this boss is almost over. So they're just gonna get across the finish line without that healer. Goosy Bad though gets a little bit ahead as a result of that, I'd say.
Yeah, this is not going to cost them too much, but it's still going to matter in the grand scheme of things. So they want to make sure Chompy does release immediately after and get back to them as fast as they can. Now, interestingly enough, before Chompy went down, they were pretty even on DPS, even though Ethical did not commit their Bloodlust. So we'll see what they do with their Bloodlust now, because they have to use it at some point here on the maybe next pull or on the boss, because otherwise they're actually going to miss out on one usage.
Yeah, they need it. That Bloodlust is kind of burning a hole in their pocket. They need to find a way to spend it soon, or else they are going to be missing out on a use. Unless their run, I mean, one argument is that, okay, you know, if we miss out on a use, that means our run is really, really fast, but still, I think that they should be trying to find a way to use that. You'd see a good use there of focusing Iris and I-Beam to execute a bunch of those enemies all at once, and then the Netherwalk coming out as the only target who is being hit by them, so able to immune that. Very good play coming out from Ethical there. They're very quickly able to deal with that. Meanwhile, Goosy Bad pulling even more enemies than Ethical did onto Kujo. Ethical avoided some of those waste processing units, but it looks like, actually this might be, oh yeah, there's definitely multiple of them in there on Goosy Bad's side. This is a lot of enemies to fight at once. They did a good job though of baiting those AoE abilities away from that box. That is going to help them not die, because what you really want to avoid happening is having an AoE ability going off in the entire safe zone back there, because then there is no more safe zone. It's all just dead zone.
Yeah, unfortunately we see a death here on Goosy Bad's side. One of their hunters going down. They do have a battle rest available. They need to use an engineering rest to get him back up. There we go. Did get him back up. And we also saw Ethical use that Bloodlust now for the boss pull. So interesting to see the different usage here in Bloodlust. And you can tell on the boss's HP. I mean, this really seemed like a smart usage of Bloodlust, because on that boss, it seems like a lot more damage they could pull out compared to the other boss. Because again, on the first boss, the damage was really even between the two teams, even though one team committed Bloodlust and the other one didn't. And now on this boss, you can see the damage difference on the boss. On a tyrannical environment, 30% on the boss is quite a lot of time. So smart play here by Ethical using that Bloodlust.
Yeah, definitely some of that can be attributed to the Bloodlust. Some of it should also probably go to the fact that Goosy Bad pulled more trash onto the boss, which slows down the boss dying. Some of it might be due to their death, slowing them down as well. And some of it might be due to this Fire Mage blasting away at Kuja's health there, doing tremendous amounts of damage, especially on pull. Really did a good job of also killing all the adds very quickly with that Ignite just spreading around from that combustion. Huge damage coming out from the Mage. They should have a combustion ready for the very next pull as well, I think, if my internal clock is not mistaken.
So one thing that actually went wrong here, unfortunately, with the overlay, so we did the timers didn't actually work from the start on, but the total time is what matters for the difference here. So as long as we look at the total time and the difference between those two teams, we'll still see who wins and who loses. So the death timers are still correct for both teams with the 5 seconds on top, so we're perfectly even here. So no problem to see the winner in the end anyway. But Ethical already down with the boss, while Goosy Bad still working on Kujo here. And Ethical doing this trash pull. Now this gauntlet here is also time gated, because you need to finish off the first trash, and then the next trash group will spawn, and then the last mini boss will spawn. So no way of speeding this
It
up.
looks like Shape is fonting up here, so they are going to use Combustion on the next pull here with the 3 robots. That makes a lot of sense. Those 3 robots are pretty scary with the zaps going out and the AoE, all that stuff. So they're going to try and delete that pack as quickly as possible with that Mage's Combustion ability. Watch those damage meters here in a second. We are going to see a large number with a blue bar under it. Here it comes.
It looked like the hunter was actually missing his disengage there. If I didn't see it incorrectly. Either way, they did manage to get the hunters now as well to the next trash group on Goosy Bad's side as well. Ethical is now down with the second with the 3 big robots, so now they only have the mini boss left. it is not at 45 settings, so the mini bosses don't actually have more HP, so it shouldn't be a big problem for them to finish this off. But this is a big reason why you see so much single target corruption being run specifically in Workshop, because there's just a bunch of single target mobs you have to focus down, and I mean, there's not that much trash you can AoE down, and that's why single target damage is so important. That's why we see the mages, we see the hunters come in for this specific.
It's kind of reminiscent of Upper Karazhan back in Legion.
Yeah, exactly.
Sort of cool because Lower Karazhan also kind of analogous to Junkyard, as both wide dungeons with a lot of trash in them.
Back when Starfall still did damage, so I could actually enjoy that dungeon, and now I need a shockbot to do damage for me.
To be fair, everybody needs a shockbot to deal damage for them in that dungeon. Those
True,
shockbots are
yeah.
so good. Ethical making their way now into the Awakened Realm as Goosy Bad are engaging that mini boss. So Goosy Bad about 1 mini bosses behind in terms of time. Maybe call that a minute or so.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see that both of the teams only had 1 death so far, and both of the deaths seemed like they didn't cost them too much time. I mean, Chumpy going down at the end of the first boss, while maybe the Hunter death on Goosy Bad's side during the second boss was a little bit of a bigger time loss compared to Ethical, but still, it really seems like Ethical's strat is slightly faster compared to theirs, and again, in the time trials, they were only 10 seconds faster, and it definitely seems more than 10 seconds difference now between those two
Definitely they've
teams.
opened up a large lead here, but they do have to be careful because there's definitely the potential for big wipes to happen in this area. It looks like they're going to be doing trash with the boss. By pulling the boss, that's going to pull the other 4 people in the group out of the Awakened Realm and into the real world, and they're now going to have to deal with all this trash and the boss at once, but once again, they do have a combustion available, and that combustion should be doing huge damage to both the boss and everything near it. You can see the mage just shooting up on the damage meters as everything just melts.
Yeah, and explosive can also be a huge problem here, as you see the beam spawn at the same time, and some of the trash staying behind because they just don't move as quickly as the tank is moving, and then you can have explosive spawn in the back, and then it can be difficult for everyone to finish off the explosives because only the ranged can attack them. So lots of problems here in this specific pull, but they pulled it off pretty perfectly here in Ethical side, with the help of the mage. Now, Goosy Bad, they don't have the mage. They still have a lot of AoE damage with the hunters, but it's definitely going to last them. It's going to take them a little bit longer to finish off the trash compared to
you can see they
Ethical.
actually spent a little bit of time fighting that trash before pulling the boss rather than just going right into all of it at once. Ooh, lots of damage going out here. That is rough with Grievous as well. They're luckily able to get inside a shield generator, and that should help prevent the worst of it from being too lethal, although they now need to flee as there are laser beams coming their way from the middle of the room.
Yeah, they also have the magic debuffs, as you can see, one of them being on the Demon Hunter here on Goosy Bad's side, and one of them was on Hunter on the Mistweaver before, and 2 now on the Hunters as well. Those debuffs can be pretty dangerous, specifically because the healer just doesn't have all of the dispels to get rid of them. Does have Revival to clear them all at once, but it was still on cooldown here at the start of combat, so couldn't use the Revival to get rid of them. On top of Grievous, definitely dangerous, but they now finish up the trash as well on Goosy Bad's side, so now they only have the boss left. But Ethical already on 13%.
Yeah, Ethical pretty far ahead here. They've got maybe, they're ahead by 45% of the boss's health, so they've opened up a lead, but not enough of a lead that they can wipe safely. If they wipe, they are probably once again behind, so they need to be really careful in the rest of this dungeon, but you have a lead. They're going to move on now to fighting these 2 patrolling robots. Let's see if they target the one that is further back. And you can see, absolutely they do. The skull marker goes out on one of these 2 tanks. That one is the farther back spawning one is the one that starts the timer for the little helicopter to come pick you up. So it's good to kill that one a little bit before the other one so that you can, not be inefficient and just sitting around waiting for that helicopter to show up after you're out of combat.
Yeah, so one thing to note is that Goosy Bad is actually slightly ahead in trash compared to Ethical before they killed off those spider tanks. So maybe Goosy Bad can make up sub time later on because they don't have to pull as much trash as Ethical has to. But there's really not that much trash that you can skip because at this stage there's only this last bridge left to the boss and the Awakened mobs you deal with. So they still have to do 1 pull no matter what. And if you can't save a whole pull, if you only pull slightly less, but do the same amount of pulls, you don't actually save that much
Yeah, so they fought
time.
extra waste processing unit with Cujo, and that is going to mean that they can cut a defense bot from the pull that you can see Ethical doing right now. But as you said, that's not actually going to save all that much time. You know, it's not necessarily, it's probably time neutral in the end because they had to kill an extra enemy.
Yeah.
They made an earlier pull bigger and they made a later pull smaller. They didn't actually change the amount of pulls they're doing in the dungeon, which is the big way that you save time in Mythic Plus.
We actually saw a bunch of things from Beyond spawn here, unfortunately, at the same time for the mage, but didn't manage to, didn't cause any sort of problems, especially because you can use the damage reduction here in this shield as well for the thing from Beyond damage. But you see everyone having Grievous stacks, Chumpy, making sure everyone stays alive, as Goosy Bad now also is moving on to this last bridge, but still just a little bit behind at this point. Now, there's still a lot of things that can go wrong, especially on this last boss when they pull their Awaken muffs with the boss. We've seen other teams already wipe, and we've seen people have deaths there. It is a very dangerous pull with the Awaken muffs, so we'll see how Ethical does this now.
Looks like Goosy Bad are just going to be going over on count here because they have pulled those robots anyways, so they're just going to be over 100%. A little bit interesting. Maybe they just decided it would be faster to not bother melding off those waste processing units earlier. It's always a little bit strange when a team comes up with a route that gives you more than 100% trash count, because that's usually indicates that you're pulling something you didn't need to. Ethical, though, pulling something they absolutely do need to. It is the last boss with 3 awakened enemies. So we've got the Fear Guy, the Tank Buster, the Blob, and of course King Mechagon and his array of inventions up against Ethical.
So Ethical actually needed to wait a little bit here because their Bloodlust was still on cooldown. So it actually cost them anyway that they used their cooldown, their Bloodlust on the second boss instead of the first. So that meant they actually had to stand there, wait for almost 20 seconds actually before they engaged the boss because they didn't have the Bloodlust and they needed to be able to deal with these Awaken mobs. This means that Goosy Bad, now skipping some of the trash mobs before this boss with the Hunters, Disengage, and Feign Death, they're actually now so much closer than it looked up until this point.
Yeah, we were talking about how that Bloodlust was, you know, may have made sense, but it looks like it is going to come back to bite Ethical here to the tune of 20 seconds, and that is a large price to pay in a tournament where games have already been decided by less than 20 seconds multiple times today.
Most definitely, and I think on a boss like this, overall, I mean, depending how long the boss fight takes, the Hunter damage might just overcome the Mage damage, right? Mage does have huge burst windows with the combustion, but if you have a bad kill time, if the boss dies right as your combustion comes back up, then the Hunter more consistent damage is definitely going to be overall better. So we'll see which team manages to pull off this fight, but at this point it still seems like Ethical is quite a bit ahead as they have 30% on this aerial
Yeah, that
unit
combustion
here.
is so effective on pull against these awakened enemies. I'd say that might be Fire Mage's biggest strength this season, is just how much it melts those awakened enemies on pull. And you can see, even though we've been out of combustion for more than a minute now, Shape is still atop those damage meters based purely on the strength of that opener with that combustion. Hugely powerful cooldown, and it looks like based on this timing, he's going to get another one against this Omega Buster, and that is what they are looking for. That's part of why Fire Mage has been showing up so much in these workshop time trials in the North American realm, is because of these tyrannical boss timings.
Yeah, so interesting to see that Goosy Bad actually chose to switch away from the Mage that they were playing in the time trials, and now Ethical sticking to that Mage, really just pulling off this damage here and just pulling ahead on this last boss fight, even though it is a lot closer than we thought it is. But Ethical already on Omega Buster here, 82%, while Goosy Bad just now finishing off the aerial unit. Both of them having 1 death, so it's the exact same timer here.
Oh, unfortunately, Shape is gonna drop the Rune of Power and immediately gets a magnet thrown on it. That is not what you like to see for any aspiring Fire Mages out there. You really want to try and avoid having any mechanics show up on your Rune of Power. Extremely unlucky there for old Shape. They're gonna be alright though. It looks like they're still a solid 40% ahead on Omega Buster health. Both teams have the same death penalty here, so no extra calculation needing to come into play there. It will just be who kills King Mechagon first. And right now, it is Ethical's to lose. They are doing well on the damage check. Their DPS is looking strong, and they got here first. So that's 3 good things.
That's definitely 3 good things, and it really looks like we're gonna see the first game 3 out of this NA and Oceanic region here, because it really looks like Ethical is gonna finish off this boss first, making the series a 1-1, and then we're actually going to see the last game, which we haven't seen at all today.
Yeah, these games, this will be our first non-2-0 series. Really exciting to see that. But I'm glad we're going to get to see more of these teams in action because they have both been so close and they've been so competitive with each other that I think it's going to be a great match for us to spend a little bit more time in today.
As they now finish up the boss, and it's gonna be a 1-1 once they finish off King Macagon as he's flying in here, and we'll see a third game. Very close matchup between Goosy Bad and Ethical.
Manages to bring it back and tie up the series in our upper semis, and as you mentioned, you know, just avoiding those mistakes, and also let's look at this as well, Tettles. The speed at which they were able to complete this run, I believe we're right on point, or right around on point with where they were at for time trials.
Yeah, exactly. They're at a very similar spot in which they were on time trials. In addition to that, I think that the biggest advantage is just how they did Cujo with all of that trash. It is explosive, so you are kind of scared about how all of that works, but making sure that you're utilizing the strengths of the Fire Mage there with all of those mobs that you are in fact able to pull right on top of the boss immediately, getting all of that cleave that comes out with that combustion is very important, and just Ethical's use and taking advantage of it, I think that really set them apart between Team Goosy Bad, and it kind of makes you ask yourself, why did Goosy Bad swap off of that mage?
I mean, go for it.
You know, sometimes when you're playing one of these tournaments and you see Method NA has a different team comp than you, you're like, oh, all right, that's probably the comp we should be running, and you just swap to it. I don't know. I've certainly done that before. It's tough to avoid the allure of whatever comp Method NA ran, but I agree. The mage looked really strong here. The thing about the mage is it does need to be catered to, right? Like, if things go a little bit wrong, and then that is a lot worse for the mage comp than it is for the comp without the mage, because, you know, then you're sitting there with your font expiring and the combustion gets all bad, and that's the kind of thing that maybe the double hunter is better at, right? Is recovering from things going slightly wrong.
Yeah, and I just got official confirmation that the time for Ethical was 16:51. Our timers were a little bit off mid-game, but they pulled through with a 16:51 time. So you absolutely love to see that. I mean, Nagura, as you mentioned, just play your time trial time and you'll be set.
Exactly. I mean, they only had one death, which didn't really cost them so much time at all. And yeah, 1 second slower as they were in the time trials, and that's it. That's all they had to do. They listened to me and they won.
We gotta start listening to you more now after this.
Yeah, I think so. Especially since Tettles is always wrong.
That's also very true. We gotta make sure we keep that in mind. Right, Tettles? Right, buddy? Right, buddy? I think I'm facing Tettles. I actually can't tell for sure. Anyway, walk us through a little bit of this replay, Tettles. If you're still alive.
Well, Jack, thanks for asking. So the first and most important thing that Ethical actually did is it was that pull into Cujo that I was initially talking about. They ended up holding their Bloodlust for a really long time, which I heard that on the cast they were not really sure if it was going to be to the advantageous or not, but ultimately I think that's where they gained a lot of their lead, was just how they pulled a bunch of that trash into Cujo. In addition to that, Goosy Bad did something really weird with their count, and I'm pretty sure they went over count. I don't know where they got too much, because Workshop is one of those dungeons that's so straightforward that it's really easy to get just 100% count on the dot. That I don't really understand why they went over count as much as they did. But ultimately, I think Ethical just did a really good job of not only taking the trash into Cujo, but they also took the trash into Spark Flux, which was fairly important, and took that and used that Fire Mage and Combustion on all those obelisks as well. And ultimately, it was just the Combustion and immense amount of burst damage and free cleave that the Fire Mage brought that propelled Ethical to be able to take that match.
Yeah, without question. Thank you so much for that. And that brings us as well to Game 3, which is, like we mentioned, the first time we've had Game 3 in the NA so far. And it's also going to be the first time, Dreadnoughts, that we're going to be seeing some Tol Dagor action.
Yeah, for the crimes of failing to 2-0 the other team, these teams have been sentenced to a run of Tol Dagor.
They're imprisoned.
No.
They're just, no, not Tol Dagor. But here they are in the prison.
Somewhere Trell is screaming.
Yeah, and not just Tol Dagor. This Tol Dagor has a set of affixes that are really something. The active affixes here are tyrannical, bolstering, and explosive.
That's just mean.
Why?
People voted for that one on Twitter, right? That was a Twitter.
Was it the Twitter poll? I think it might have. I mean, it sounds punishing enough that it could be the Twitter poll. So if you guys don't know, every week we decide to have a Twitter poll to decide how much we would like to punish the MDI players. And I believe, what was it this one? Actually, I think it was Mechagon that
was Twitter Junkyard?
Yeah,
that
it was Junkyard.
Also ended
That's
up being
what it
tyrannical
was.
bolstering.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, same
yes.
affix
Bolstering,
is
yeah.
different dungeon. This is the one they naturally chose.
When
to
do you
be.
think? When do you think the Blizzard's going to start allowing teams to vote for the easiest of affixes? Like they have to vote between whether or not they want skittish and volcanic or teaming and quaking.
I'm just saying to organize it. You know, this is your time to shine as a tournament organizer, Tettles.
I'm not a tournament organizer. Please don't put that power on me. I am uniquely not qualified for that.
Why did you put bolstering in Tolaga?
Yeah, come on, Tettles.
But, okay.
Thank you, Tettles.
Please do not put those
you,
demons on me. Do not spread false rumors that I have any control or power over what affixes any of these players get, because the last thing I want is angry tweets from Now and JB blaming me for forcing them into some terrible dungeon.
Hashtag thanks, Tettles.
Yeah, thanks, Tettles. Can we get into thanks, Tettles?
Thanks, Tettles.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm just saying you're responsible, and it's only you onto that one. So
Why not?
It's okay. Have you already walked out of the room? Now I just hear that you're like in another
closing my
part.
door. My cat decided that it
Oh.
was time to leave, and he's figured out how to open and close his door, so I had to close it again.
He was like, no, I don't want to go to Toltor. Take me anywhere else.
Oh no. Well, for game number 3, this is also going to be deciding who is going on to square up against Method NA in the upper finals. Losers going to drop down and await till tomorrow, really. They're going to have some free time to be able to get themselves practiced up and await some of the opponents that we have in our lower bracket series as well. So, Toldagor coming up, and just like we've seen a lot of times previously, like Freehold especially, we started seeing a lot of hunters, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of the same in this one, Dranos.
Yeah, bolstering really shuts down the Death Knight potential. So we start seeing these hunters just being this jack of all trades DPS who's really good at the single target and able to handle pretty much any sized pull, which you need to do pulls of all different sizes when you're in a bolstering dungeon because of the restrictions of the affix.
Yeah, we saw it on Freehold, like we said, and we're going to be seeing a lot of it again in Toldagor, and I think it's also going to help quite considerably for a lot of the moves that teams are going to really be looking to make as well for dealing with any of the cannons. I mean, having that binding shot should be extremely good. So let's dive in right now, guys, for game number 3 to see who moves on.
So we see both teams immediately use their shroud here to be able to self-pass some of the mobs, but now we see a big pull coming out from both of those teams. Now let's see if they can deal with all of those explosives coming in and the bolstering.
Yeah, this is a lot of explosives spawning all at once. Those rogues are going to be basically just AFK, tab targeting, or clicking on those explosives, and that is their one job here. While the hunter's job is going to be AoEing down and handling when there are huge amounts of explosives all at once. Mistweavers are able to handle a little bit of explosives as long as they come out during the Way of the Crane. Then it's really not too bad. But once that Way of the Crane is expired, any extra explosives that start to go off can start to really overwhelm the entire group's defenses here.
Yeah, so the bolstering management for a pull like this is so important. The better you deal with bolstering, the faster you're going to do this pull, especially at the very end, because you have a bunch of mobs here that have more HP than the others. You have the crabs and you also have the crocolisks. So some of them have a little bit more HP, and you want to make sure that you kill them as evenly as possible. Now, Ethical managed to finish this trash pull slightly faster, and they're already engaging the boss now.
Bloodlust.
They also committed their bloodlust
in the final 10 seconds of the trash pull. I wonder if that's going to be based on boss timings. That's going to let them get optimal uptime on
Probably,
on it on the boss. Yeah, really cool strategy there coming out from Ethical. Meanwhile, Goosy Bad have decided it's time to kill some more of the trash around this area. That's going to make it safer for them to fight the boss, and it's going to advance their enemy forces bar a little bit. So Ethical probably planning to pull a little bit more in the prison instead.
So I like this pull here by Goosy Bad as they were pulling some of the crabs, and then at the very end, when they were low HP, they pulled some more trash on top with much
those
less
parasites.
HP here. So The parasites, exactly, because those have the very little HP, so pulling it on top at the very last second here when they were already, when they were as low as 5 to 10%, really works for them, but still taking quite a bit of time to finish off this pull here, as Ethical is already in 40% on this.
Yeah, even a miscalculation of a few percentages on the health of when you pull things in with bolstering active really gets magnified by that affix, and it ends up making many seconds extra at the end of the pull as you clean up something that, you know, might only have 5% health but has a million hit points at that point based on just how the bolstering affix works. So yeah, we can see Ethical, they have done one fewer trash pull, but they are going to finish this boss very, very soon compared to Goosy Bad, and they will be on their way into the rest of the dungeon. They will need to find 8 extra percent though somewhere else that Goosy Bad does not need to get. Goosy Bad popping their lust as soon as the Sand Queen re-emerges there. That is going to be an efficient boss bloodlust. Should help them recoup some of this time on the boss fight. Meanwhile, Ethical, their lust was used almost 2 minutes ago. So that'll be back up a little bit sooner.
Yeah, so definitely some different pulls and different last timers coming in from both of those teams as Ethical does finish off the boss now. Now, it is a tyrannical environment, so a lot of these bosses are pretty dangerous in Toldagor. Sand Queen does do a lot of AoE damage when the Sandstorm comes in, plus the Upheaval. Now, most of the players here can get rid of the Upheaval with Vanish, with Shadow Melt, with a lot of other abilities after with the Cloak and so on. So they shouldn't really get hit by the Upheaval at all. You can also leap it as a warrior as well. So Upheaval shouldn't be a big deal, but you have the crabs to deal with and the Sandstorm, as I mentioned before, so still a lot of damage on everyone. Well, Ethical is already doing another trash pull.
Yeah, gotta be careful with bolstering in this area. Some of these enemies have slightly different amounts of health, so they need to make sure they are prioritizing enemies correctly here. Really tragic if something dies early, or if any enemies get added into the pull late, which can happen pretty easily in Toldagor. One of the reasons that bolstering Toldagor is so challenging is that as you start getting into the prison, many of these enemies will flee when they get low on health. And then they will go and pull more of their friends in, and then they will put 5 stacks of bolstering on their friends, and then those friends will kill you. And that is bad.
Then they're not friends anymore, as they're killing with 10 bolstering stacks on them. We see one more thing that is actually really nice with Shadow Melt is that if something like this happens, you can actually just Shadow Melt off the aggro. If you have a full HP mob with 5 bolstering stacks, it's much easier to just de-aggro the mob, make sure it resets, the bolstering stacks get removed by Shadow Melting, and then engage it again. So if something goes bad, they do have this Shadow Melt, getting out of jail free card basically in case something does happen, but it only works once every 3 minutes, and then you have to, and then you can't really do it anymore. So hopefully nothing like that happens, as they also can save their stuns, to be honest, when the mobs drop low, or drop a binding shot as well, as they have 2 hunters to make sure those mobs maybe don't run away and pull anything else.
So we see Goosy Bad actually skipped that trash pull that Ethical did. They're going right into Nihilotha here, fighting the Blood of the Corruptor, and they're going to skip pretty much this entire area as they make their way further up into the prison. Ethical, after dealing with some trash in that area, and I think getting access to those buffs as well, which Goosy Bad did not get. They are now going to engage that same Blood of the Corruptor with some extra enemy forces count. Looks like Ethical has certainly got a little bit of a lead here, right? Because they have the buffs, they're fighting the same mob, and they have more enemy health, or more enemy forces done. So I think it's fair to say Ethical has an advantage at this point in the run.
Yeah, and so one thing to note about this Awaken mob here, those tentacles that fixate you the eyes, they actually, they will snap to, well, not really snap, but they will spawn closer to the blood if you are out of sight, line of sight, or out of range. So that's why you can see them, just ignore them for a while, they move on with the blood, they wait until they spawn closer, as you can see for Goosy Bad side right now, and then they finish them off. Goosy Bad definitely doing a good job here, but this is taking quite a while for them to drag this blood up, so definitely a little bit of time lost here on Goosy Bad's side.
Yeah, Goosy Bad has placed their portal in a kind of standard place. Ethical has a new place, though, for their portal exit to be, and they are just going right into this later pull in the area, skipping one of those earlier ones. This is an interesting place there. Definitely looked very deliberate where they brought that Blood of the Corruptor to. And one of the most awesome things about that Awakened Affix is the ability to just use those boss death portals and place them wherever you want. Really opens up a lot of extra options for groups like this, and that I think Ethical is using that to great effect here. I think they've got a really cool pull here. I can't wait to see what they do about that trash in the other side there. Maybe they're just never going to pull it. Maybe they'll pull it with the boss in the second part of the boss fight. I don't know. It's a mystery. We're going to find out soon.
one thing that's pretty annoying about this pull that we just saw Ethical do is that there's actually a warden inside this trash group that already has very low HP, which can cause some problems with bolstering because you do want to deal with the warden because it does so much damage, but you don't wouldn't necessarily kill it immediately because then it will bolster all the other mobs immediately and it will just cause you to lose a lot of time. And that's why Ethical actually managed to keep it alive for quite a long time with their tanks surviving also for quite a long time without using the shield wall, only used last stand here, so well done by them. Goosy Bad now also engaging this very same trash pull.
You bring up a great point, because it's not just about being able to survive the pull, it's also about being able to survive the pull and keep the cooldowns that you know you need for the next pull. So, you know, you can't just commit your shield wall if you know if you have decided that you're going to need it for the next pull already. Sometimes, you know, it's obviously better than dying to do that, and then you have to try and come up with a new solution for the next pull. But that's a big thing about these MDI pulls, is finding a way to reliably do it so that you will have the same cooldowns available that you're relying on in the next pull.
Exactly, and both of those teams have been doing some very clean pulls so far. I mean, Ethical is slightly ahead in trash percentage, 6%, but both of them are now fighting Just Halis. And again, because of this bolstering environment, we don't see any of those pulls that we usually see here in this dungeon, where you pull Just Halis through the gate, on the other side, you just pull it with a bunch of trash on top, but that doesn't really work if you have bolstering. So that's why we see them clear all this trash and just deal with Just Halis the normal way without having any trash on top. It is also tyrannical, so boss fights do take quite some time, but both pretty close together as you look at the percentage. They're very
just
close.
Crowd controlling that pull that they skipped earlier. I wonder if they're going to pull it in towards the end of this boss fight. That's the strategy we've seen some teams doing with bolstering, where you pull some enemies in at the end of the boss fight, and then you don't have to worry about them bolstering the boss because they die at the same time as the boss. That is because we saw those blinds and the paralysis going out on the enemies that they skipped earlier with that awakened portal. Huge amounts of AoE coming out here. You might be worried about bolstering here, but you don't need to be, because most of the enemies, all the enemies that the boss actually breaks out of the portals themselves, do not bolster. However, I did see, I think, one bolstering explosion going out there, so they may have had one arsonist in there that did indeed bolster on death. That is true.
Cryptic actually going down, unfortunately, on Goosy Bad's side. They had a lot of explosives spawn. There's a little bit of RNG here because there's so many mobs from the boss. They do not bolster, but they do spawn explosives, unfortunately, and that's why one of the hunters actually went down. They do have a battle rest. They got him back up immediately, and they're still ahead in boss HP percentage if you look at their health on Goosy Bad's side. And this trash difference, again, like sometimes the trash difference doesn't really matter as much if you don't have to do one extra pull. If you just pull slightly more trash on each of your pulls, but it's the same number of pulls compared to their team, then you might not actually end up losing anything. Of course, we saw Ethical do a little bit of an extra trash pull at the start, and maybe that's why they have this extra percentage from. Goosy Bad now finishing off Just Halis at the same time as Ethical as well.
Yeah, but Ethical does have that trash advantage now, 10% on trash. They are going to it looks like they're just going to run through and meld up at the top of the next obelisk here, if I had to guess. Out come the Lightfoots, and they are just yeeting on through here, not stopping for anything. They're probably going to use, Ring of Peace there, knocks those enemies back, and here comes those 5 melds and or vanishes or feigned deaths. That will drop combat, and they will pick the lock and enter Nyalotha. Ooh, they're not even going to enter Nyalotha, they're going to Shroud. They have decided that they will be fighting Samrek with Overseer Korkus. That is exciting. That is something that I have not seen yet. Goosy Bad taking a slightly more conservative option. They are going to be fighting Samrek now and not have to deal with it with Overseer Korkus. It's going to be slower but safer out of Goosy Bad, so there's an opportunity now for Ethical to end up paying the price for this decision later. They're going to go right into their cannon pull now, though. You can see Skylark going in, pulling a bunch of enemies from inside, and he's just going to group them up while Arrow gets ready to shoot that cannon and blow them all up at once. They have to be very, very disciplined here because bolstering is active, and bolstering can be really bad here if you end up bolstering something. You know, even a couple of bolstering stacks that get spread around early can do nasty things to how long it takes this pack to die.
Yeah, this is so crucial. This whole cannon area is going to be crucial for both of those teams because, as you mentioned, of the bolstering ethics. I mean, all of those cannons only have 5 shots, so even without bolstering, you want to make sure that you hit all of the mobs that you pulled with all of the cannon shots to kill them as evenly as possible.
Here.
But bolstering making it even more
all
difficult.
those blazes reflected back
that
on
did
them.
A lot of damage.
Huge amounts of damage. Yeah, I was thinking that you would maybe your earlier point about everybody just melding and dropping combat with these things would have maybe been valuable, but their melds are actually all on cooldown. So they're just going to have to beat through all
True,
this extra
because
health.
of the skip, yeah.
And they do have that Spell Reflect available, which is handily going to, take advantage of the mob's own increased damage against them. Goosy Bad having a much less clean-looking pull here. They're not fighting in that doorway. They are going to fight in this corner here. Although everything is getting nice and grouped, this is actually going to work out well for them just as well. They need to handle those explosives.
Binding shot actually really nice for this specific cannon pull because you just have a double binding shot, making sure the mobs don't move once they are gathered. But you see some of the mobs actually bolstering pretty high, and they had some problems with explosive as well because if you're inside the cannon, you still get all of the damage from the explosives and from the mobs, and that's why you usually have rogues here, because the rogues will use their tricks of the trade to aggro the tank, so they don't get the hits from the ranged attacks, but you still get hit by the explosives, so they need to leave the cannon, use their cloak, go back in, make sure they don't die to them. We see 2 deaths actually come in on Goosy Bad's side because those mobs were so highly bolstered, and they don't have
they
their
were
shadow meld
officers, so they had
available.
true sight. So you couldn't even trick them by melding next to them. And so that's really unfortunate. Great news for Ethical that their 2 bolstered mobs were Flamecasters by contrast, where they got to use that Spell Reflect to help kill them.
Yeah.
And they didn't have true sight if they did want to use their meld ability. That is really, really rough for Goosy Bad. They are recovering though. They are going to be okay. They still have an opportunity in this dungeon. They have killed extra awakened enemy, so that does mean that their last boss fight will be easier. Ethical certainly could still be in trouble against Overseer Korgus with Samrek. That is something that we have yet to see, I think, anybody attempt in the MDI.
I think Method EU actually did that in the EU Cup last weekend, but they also pulled the boss in a different direction and they were just immuning through the fear. But it definitely was a very difficult pull that we saw Method EU do, because Korgus is just a boss where all of the awakened mobs are very hard to deal with because you can't really move because of that effect that the boss has that you do get stunned the more you move. So if you get feared, or you get feared into a cannon blast, you get feared into an explosive burst, you get feared and you just get stunned at the same time. So definitely very difficult to deal with the awakened mobs on Korgus.
Yeah, really something that, if we've seen Method EU do it, that's one thing, but there's a long list of strategies that Method EU and only Method EU have ever successfully executed.
True.
So Ethical gonna try and attempt to remove one strategy from that list, but it will not be an easy feat. They will have to do their best there. They will have Bloodlust available though for Overseer Korgus, so they will have a good shot at it. They are certainly in the lead here, but it is by no means over due to how difficult that last boss fight is going to be for them.
Yeah, and we saw just how crucial this whole cannon era here was, with Goosy Bad losing so much time because of these officers getting bolstered, because one shot just didn't hit the officers properly, and then you have all of these bolstering stacks, can't use the Shadow Meld because of the true side, and just everything falling apart. And now we see this pull here, the second cannon pull that they're doing, also seems to not work out that well for them. The Ring of Peace not really working out for them as they didn't gather them all up, and now we're probably going to see some bolstering stacks come out again.
This is really rough. Yeah, the Ring of Peace, Ethical had a completely different way that they did this Ring of Peace, and it ended up working fairly well. Unfortunately, Goosy Bad have a couple of enemies that are just refusing to cooperate and group up, and that is really not something that you can live with bolstering active. You can't just be like, all right, we'll deal with the last 40% of this enemy's health later, because it's not going to be, it's going to be millions and millions of health from a very lethal and angry enemy.
They did manage to get most of the mobs down here though. They only have one Mariner here, which they can finish off as long as the Prot Warrior outranges those shoot casts, because they're probably going to do a lot of damage. They did manage to finish it off now, so now they're also fighting Captain Valeri, but Ethical already done with this boss. They are a whole boss ahead on a tyrannical
They
environment.
have backtracked to activate the obelisk and fight the Tank Buster here. They're going to use that to make a Nihilotha portal, maybe to this cannon where they will secure the rest of their count. And maybe they'll just go straight to the last boss. I don't know. This is nice though to not have the Tank Buster, because the Tank Buster has that AoE circle, and the AoE circle extremely punishing with that Heartstopper Venom on Overseer Korgus, because you're just trying to run away from the AoE circle and getting so much of that poison building up in your veins. Makes it so hard to not get stunned.
Definitely. Yeah, you definitely don't want to have that. I mean, you can probably CD through one of the Dark Furies, just use their cloak or use their turtles, but they already need the turtle and the cloak to get rid of the fear from the other Awaken mobs, so definitely want to make sure they get rid of this one. And now we see the last cannon pull they have to do to get the last few percentages they need, on top of also getting the percentage from the Awaken mob. And we see the bubble come out here on the Prot Word, so he can gather them all up, and now we see the
Yeah, I
binding
think
shots come out.
a lockdown may have connected the Skylark there, which is really rough ability. That was, I think, what prompted the Life Cocoon to be used, which means it's not going to be available on pull for them against Overseer Korgus. Hopefully that wasn't too crucial a part of their strategy against that boss. As you can see, they are getting ready to engage that last boss fight. They have Bloodlust available. They have most of their cooldowns available, but then, again, not that Life Cocoon. All their offensive abilities, though, pretty much ready here.
So one more problem about this Korgus fight with the Awaken Mob is that the pillars are actually all spread around this room, and this room just is not accessible in the middle. So if you have one of those Awaken Mobs spawn all the way in the left, it will cost them a lot of time to actually get there, and you can't DPS them until then. That's why you actually see them pull Korgus on top of the pillar with the Void Weaver here, and now they're using the Bloodlust. So this is going to be super important for them to finish off this pull, because there's the Fear Mob that will cause them to, if they get feared into one of those abilities, they'll just die. So they want to make sure they focus it down immediately.
Yeah, this is really rough, but they are doing pretty good damage here. It looks like that Spider caster is going to be the first one down. The Fear one, not actually their focus.
Wow.
They are...
Probably because it didn't spawn there, so they couldn't really focus it.
Yeah,
from
they'll
the start.
now be shooting that thing. They do have a lot of ways to deal with it, though. They have the revival for the first one, and then they have their own individual
True.
immunities for the second one. So it's really only the third one where it'll start to be too much of a problem, and it looks like it is dying there well in time. Now just Korgus left.
Jumpy Dispel? Okay. That was close. I thought Jumpy did not have a Dispel for himself there, but did manage to get the fear off, so now they only have Korgus left. Now they're just going to be lucky to not get a lot of doubles, a lot of explosive doubles in a row, because this boss on a tyrannical setting is still very difficult to deal with, even if you don't have Awakened mobs. So we'll see how Chompy handles this as we see some of the explosive bursts come
Feign
up.
Death, they're going to be used to stop that Deadeye cast from going out. But one problem with using Feign Death like that is that it sometimes causes the boss's cast sequence to get a little bit more hostile. That might cause there to be some more explosive bursts in this team's future. We already saw an immediate double cast of explosive bursts after that. For those wondering what a double is, it's when Overseer Korgus does 2 explosive bursts between every cross ignition rather than just 1, and it represents a tremendous amount of extra damage on the group here.
So you see explosive cast going out again. Now, thankfully, the Mystery Verse is not actually considered a range. Now, usually the explosive verse favors ranged targets, so the hunters will get every single explosive burst, and the third explosive burst will go on either the healer, the rogue, or the tank. So thankfully Mystery we're not actually counting as a ranged DPS, because if you have 3 ranged DPS, all of those 3 will always get every single one, and it's so much more difficult to constantly heal 3 targets than to only heal 2 targets and the other one just rotating between the melee
Yeah,
and the
and
healer.
that lets you use more players' defensives against the ability, right? If the rogue is getting targeted, then Cloak of Shadows and Feint suddenly start being used effectively. Whereas if the rogue is just never targeted, then you don't get any value from those abilities, and it means you have more healing to do over the course of the fight. It does look like, though, Ethical have their 100% trash count. They have Overseer Korgus dead to rights here. That means that they should be taking home this win here, barring something ridiculous happening in the last 3% of this boss fight.
Wow, and what a clean run by Ethical here. They recovered so well after losing this first game and actually have a reverse sweep here against Goosy Bad as they finish
That's
off.
right,
Korgus.
Ethical coming from behind, making up for any of those earlier errors and pulling off a flawless Tol-Dagor run, at least when it comes down to deaths and Tettles. That's really what we want to be able to see out of these Oceania guys. The coffee's brewing, they're getting themselves ready to go, and they're moving on to the upper finals.
And I can see them typing in chat off to the side of the screen. It says, "Thank goodness, now I can sleep." And then they all instantly log offline. like they're literally gone.
They're sleeping at 8
Well, yeah, they had to
a.m.
get up at 3 a.m.
Well, it's 9 a.m. now.
Yeah.
True.
Welcome back tomorrow. Can't wait to see you guys for the same beautiful sunny start in the morning.
I mean, like, what do you think happens to, like, Dratnos, like, once this all is over? He just goes into his coffin and then passes out for 12 hours, then awakens once again for tomorrow's MDI.
True. It's actually a pretty good week for keys. Might go just do some of those. I don't know.
Yeah.
Invite?
Yeah.
Keys are pretty good.
Invite?
Ooh, sorry, Tettles. Actually, I'm not going to do any keys.
Wait a second.
Something came up.
Dude, you can't dodge me if I'm asking you on broadcast. It doesn't work like this, please.
I think you'll find that I actually can.
You know they have an offline mode in the BattleNet client? It's really quite nice.
That's how I dodge moves from asking me to do keys.
Wow. Wow. The BM, you know, always got to bully Moose. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know what's not unbelievable, though? That Ethical is going to be moving on, as that was overall a pretty good series that we saw between Goosy Bad and Ethical. And in many cases, Nagura, it seemed like it just came down to who was going to make that mistake first. Who was going to fall behind first.
Yeah, I mean, Ethical just had such a perfect run here. It was really hard for Goosy Bad, even if they make 0 mistakes, right? It was really hard for Goosy Bad to win against Ethical when they just have such a good strategy and such a clean run. And it's very impressive, to be honest, by Ethical here, not only because they had to wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning, but also because they lost the first map and made quite a big of mistakes here in King's Rest, right? We saw the double wipe in Machimba's room, and a lot of teams might just lose the motivation, maybe tilt a little bit and not play good anymore, but Ethical just did a perfect run here in the next 2 dungeons and had the reverse sweep.
Absolutely.
So well done by
Let's
them.
start breaking down, Tettles, the dungeon as we were going through it, and what was causing Ethical just to have that steady lead throughout.
Yeah, so at the very beginning of the dungeon, both Goosy Bad and Ethical were playing fairly similarly, except Goosy Bad ended up playing like a completely another pull on the outside area than Ethical, just giving them a little bit more count coming into the jail area. So this is fine. Like, this is totally reasonable. Both of these teams are very even through the Sand Queen in terms of time relative to count. And both of the teams are very even through the cannon pull. The cannon pull ended up being the crux of where most of the problems ended up occurring. Ethical had a couple bolster mistakes on, I think it was like an officer and a jailer that were really big. Or no, it was double flamecaster. Ethical had 2 flamecasters that were very large. Goosy Bad had like 3 enormously bolstered mobs that were like 25%. And I think they were trying to like group meld them off. It ended up going awry. And then Ethical just kept playing their game. Was able to get down Korgus first try, didn't have any other like really major blunders in terms of how they use the cannons on bolstering, but it ultimately came down to bolstering with the cannons. With how big these teams are really pulling is fairly complicated, and even though teams are using stuff like Ring of Peace and Binding Shot, it will ultimately be very dangerous regardless of how you end up doing it.
Yeah, and we saw just firsthand, you know, not being able to meld. I mean, Dranos, you called it out midway through the run, just having some of the mobs with True Sight, not being able to meld them off was just absolute disaster.
Yeah, that is extremely unfortunate when that happens. You know, when you press your Shadow Melt button and the mob is still running out, you're just like, you try and press it again. Yeah.
I see you.
Stop Shadow Melt.
Stop. No more.
It's kind of like when you're in the dungeon, Dranos, and you know Tettles continually types /who to make sure that he finds out that you are actually online, and he's like, "I see you. When are you gonna invite me to the group?"
Who does that?
Yeah, when he's like, bro, I see you're changing zones. I know you're actually there, not AFK. It's really rough.
I sent you a DM. Please respond.
I sent you my Rio. Please respond. But as we break down our bracket, our upper finals tomorrow are going to be between Method NA and Ethical, as they were winning the day today. Now we'll be looking at our final 2 series coming up. It will be elimination rounds, as we're going to be having Angry Toast squaring off against Honestly. And then to wrap up our day, we have Fly Me Out versus Big Dumb Gaming. And we haven't really seen these guys since we've been going through our upper bracket to start. And at this point, I think I'm most interested to see how Fly Me Out and BDG are going to be doing on this one, Nagura.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Big Time Gaming before. Unfortunately, they didn't have a good run in Workshop and Underrot earlier, and that's going to be 2 of the maps that they're going to be playing later, and they can't ban both of them. So we'll see how that goes for them. We haven't seen too much from the maps from Fly Me Out. We saw the Freehold, where they didn't have too big of a disaster. They only had 1 death. They still lost the map, but only 1 death is not as bad. So we'll see how those 2 teams go against each other. And they were really close in the time trial times as well. So I think that's going to be a very close one between those 2.
Without a doubt, and I'm sure that we're going to be wanting to have a bit of redemption on the side of Honestly in trying to make their way out of the lower bracket. And we'll also be able to see a little bit more here, Dranos, of what Angry Toast has to offer. Because I think here they got something special prepped for their runs coming up.
Yeah, they've told us that they have an exciting first pull coming up in Its Altazar, so we'll get to see what happens there, assuming Atoltazar remains unbanned.
Yeah, hopefully not for their sake as well. Let's take a quick break before we get into it, guys. Our lower bracket elimination rounds are coming up next.
Drenus, please invite me. I need this.
Oh. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International as our lower semis are about to get underway, and these will be our elimination rounds as well. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, and joined by Dratnos, Tettles, and Zyronic as Honestly is squaring off against Angry Toast to see who gets eliminated and who will be moving on. Now honestly, earlier it was squaring off in the lower semis, and they really just didn't seem to quite get a lot of momentum going for themselves. Well, I guess it's not quite fair to them. They had some pretty good games against Complexity Limit, but Complexity Limit had quite a bit more posture than they did, and that one's ironic.
Yeah, I don't think they particularly played poorly. I just think they went up against a team that was just a little bit better in terms of overall quality. They just got a little bit outclassed in that match, and I think this is definitely going to be a pump-up game for that team in order to get themselves ready to get through this lower bracket here.
Yeah, I think we've seen time and time again how teams are really trying to build momentum off of the lower bracket, and especially when they're able to focus on it a little bit better as well. So when it comes up to the matchup against Angry Toast, apparently Angry Toast is something prepared for us here, Tettles, and we'll have to see if they're going to be giving them a good fight.
I heard that their first pull is supposed to be something insane, but I don't know if it's going to be the insane.
Well, I was going to say, when they told us that, I was like, well, didn't we just see some insane things out of Complexity Limit and Method NA as well there, Dranos? What more could they do?
Your guess is as good as mine here. There's all sorts of different possibilities. That maybe they're going to go in the opposite side. Maybe they're going to go right instead of left. I don't know.
They could deplete the Ataldazar? That'd be insane.
Whoa. Okay.
I mean, that would be insane, wouldn't it?
Well, when it comes to your guesses, I mean, you're almost always wrong under this one. So I think Dranos and I's guesses are as good of each other's, but yours...
I am always wrong. That is a fact. And Zyronic
95.
never curses teams.
True.
Our poll says otherwise. Check it out in the community tab if you guys would like some proof. Game number 1 between Honestly and Angry Toast is ready to go in Ataldazar.
And quit
All
right
right.
away. Right,
Dude, let's get it.
right away. Right away, we can see that half of the squad is going in an opposite direction here for Angry Toast. Desmond making his way to where they normally pull stuff, and is getting snapped right to Brazan in this very first pull. What is happening here?
What is happening here?
This is wild. This is awesome. So they use that technology of trick snapping the tank to Razan, and they're going to do that. Wow, look how big that Colossus gets. They're going to do that to use this Unholy Death Knight explosion that was on the first trash pull to also deal damage to half of the boss's health.
That
is a very cool thing.
That is an insanely good strategy coming out of the side of Angry Toast. Unfortunately, they have 7% less trash than Honestly, so I don't know, but ultimately it's really efficient cleave because all of the damage went onto Razan.
Yeah, I mean, they got a little bit less trash count. They didn't pull all the enemies in that first pull, but they're going to be killing a boss here with this. Now, they don't get that efficient drop down to Razan that the other team will have access to, that Honestly will have access to in the middle of the run. So they are going to pay a little bit of a price for this later, but this is a really, really cool evolution of a strategy that we've just seen developing earlier, in the past couple months in Mythic Plus.
Yeah, I wonder, okay, so basically, where do you think that they go from here? Do you think that they go up to that obelisk, the Voidweaver Malthier obelisk that's up and to the left, and then...
So I think that they might still not have pulled the trash right in front of that obelisk. The 3-pack that guards that obelisk might still be there.
Okay.
If it's not, though, yeah, then that would be a good option. They could also go up the other side, and they could go Volcall first, Now that they don't have that drop down to Razan, I think that was a large part of the appeal of going left, was how good that drop down to Razan is. So they may end up going the right side of the dungeon instead, going towards Volcall. I don't know. The possibilities truly are endless here. Very, very cool strategy coming out from Angry Toast. Meanwhile, Honestly, doing something a little bit more conventional here. They are working on Priestess Lunza, and they are using those Unholy Death Knights to demolish her alongside all of her trash at the start.
This is actually a really good point of reference between Honestly and Angry Toast to actually see how good this strategy and how practical it really is, because Honestly is doing something more of a conventional strategy. Angry Toast here, taking these Saurids into this little snap spot. This is a very unconventional snap spot, but it's super useful for stuff like Sanguine, because the Sanguine will actually be dropped above the mobs, not beneath them, and heal them. So that spot is fairly useful for certain things. I don't know if
Ooh,
it's...
unfortunately, they have pulled a Shadowblade Stalker here.
Yeah.
Looks like this was not intentional. They are going to have to be killing this thing all by itself, it seems. That is going to cost them a little bit of time there.
Yeah.
Honestly, have dealt with Priestess Alunza, and they are making their way down towards the Razan area next.
I think the strategy that Angry Toast did would be really good if they immediately after Razan just shrouded through and like went almost like straight up to Priestess Alunza, and then their second pull was the like all of the trash into the boss. I feel like that would have been like really good in terms of timing. Ultimately, just like where they are in the map, the strategy that Honestly is doing puts you at a better position just where you are located, and then it's just a little bit more smooth in terms of how you're like pathing through the dungeon itself, where Angry Toast is just kind of taking it piece by piece. I do like their strategy, though. What they did at the very beginning was super pog.
Yeah, that first pull was excellent, but they are paying a price for it now, as their next couple pulls have looked pretty inefficient, right? They've done like 3 pulls that have earned them a total of 10% enemy forces. That is not... Oh, and unfortunately, Hula falls a little bit behind there as they... Oh, I guess they were just shrouding into this pull, though, and they are actually going to do the rest of this pull now all by itself. This is interesting here, because normally this pull all gets done at the start. They are maybe going to be okay. Quaking coming out... Dangerous moment there as everybody has to be stacked up to avoid the Juggernaut, but they are going to be okay. It looks like the healing is coming out. Hopefully that Colossus can die first before all the other stuff. But yes, it seems like some of the initial advantage that they generated there is kind of now evaporating with the sequence of pulls that followed that first very, very cool pull coming out from Angry Toast.
I still love that first pull. I think that other teams may end up yoinking that for their own because of how... I think that pull can be very efficient.
Yeah, there's definitely possibilities there, you know, especially if the composition includes like a hunter, you could maybe have 2 different people go 2 different sides and then both get snapped to Razan from 2 different misdirection effects. I don't know. The possibilities are endless. Really, really one of the exciting things about Mythic Plus is just how much you can, you know, evolve strategies like that. Meanwhile, Angry Toast snapping Void River Mouth there up here. They are making their way to Alunza now, while Honestly are working on Razan. So Angry Toast going to a boss that Honestly have already killed, Honestly going to a boss that Angry Toast have already killed. It looks like Honestly has opened up a little bit of a lead, though, because they will be killing Razan fairly soon, whereas Angry Toast has yet to engage Alunza.
So let's look at it. So 42% trash count versus the 56% trash count. Honestly, a little bit ahead there. If Angry Toast were already on Alunza and have already killed that trash pack in front of the boss, I think the strategy would be a little bit better because just because of how Angry Toast ended up doing that Stalker almost by itself and did like a little bit smaller of a snap than what we've seen from Honestly. I think if they were able to like just pick up the intensity of their pulls in that middle part of the dungeon, they could have actually taken this Ataldazar map off, and they still may be able to too. Like if Honestly is firmly in the driver's seat right now, but Angry Toast is still in position to be able to capitalize on any Honestly mistakes.
And this seems like a massive improvement from Angry Toast's time trial at Aldazar, which was a 24-minute affair. So it seems like this time is they very much have the potential here to improve on that. Whereas Honestly had a time trial time of 14 minutes, so dramatically faster there, making them clearly the favorites in this matchup. Looks like they are in good shape here, but of course, nothing is over until the run is done, especially with Awakened active. With Awakened active, that potential for the last boss fight to go horribly, horribly wrong goes way up.
So now you
Shroud
see
coming out now for Honestly.
Yeah. I wonder how much they're gonna pull here.
Yeah, setting up a snap. Looks like maybe mid
They got
pull
the
is coming in.
mid-pack,
Yeah.
yeah. So they got the middle pack inside of it with it. You do see Arsenal here standing off to the side, making sure that Pumps is able to gain threat before you end up dropping just a ton of damage into it. Like the scariest part of this whole entire snap is if for some reason the Unholy Death Knights were able to rip threat off of the tank. Everything just comes out of snap spot, then it's a full team wipe. So being very patient there by Disarray and Arsenal is very nice. Angry Toast here downing Priestess Alunza in a couple seconds, and then we'll be moving on towards the middle part of the dungeon, whereas Honestly we'll be downing this middle pack with the 2 dinosaurs and the Dinomancer.
Yeah, this middle pack is going to give them a large amount of extra percent, so they will be ahead on enemy forces.
Oh, okay, never
Monzumi.
mind. It looked like it was in the wall, but I don't know why.
I think just the nameplate got a little wild there, yeah.
I was like, okay, that was just a mistake. It just looked like it was in the wall from the angle that we were looking at. Ninja?
Oh,
You seem to
no!
have fallen.
That is a catastrophe. That is really, really unfortunate. That happens to me all the time here in Talazar, just falling off the sides of the place. And does Hula have a way to get back up? Unfortunately, there are swords blocking the way on this side.
Not Hula, that is Ninja.
It's gonna. Oh, sorry, Ninja. So Ninja gonna use the meld into Invis Pod to get back to the team there. That is really, really... Oh my god, and Pumps has fallen as well. Oh no, what is happening in this match?
All right, and now Pumps is making his way past these toxic swords, probably going to use an invisibility potion as well.
Ninja has died to something. Ninja down somehow along the way. Unfortunately, it looks like his invis didn't quite make it all the way. Pumps is now going to die in the same spot there. They're going to have to probably commit
Angry
a battle
Toast is
res
gonna have
here.
a full wipe on their side as well. What is happening?
All right, a battle res was used on the side of Honestly to get back up Ninja, who is then going to mass res to get back up Pumps. Wow, Gravity is really the true winner of this match, I'd say, here today. Taking down 2 of Honestly's team members in one fell swoop.
I think if Angry Toast doesn't wipe there, they may be able to capitalize on their routing in the middle part of the dungeon, and it could have been a position to be able to actually take the map because of how catastrophic that mistake from Honestly was there. But Angry Toast...
Luckily there's not really too much else that they can fall off of for the rest of this dungeon, so they should be okay from here.
That's what you think.
That is what I think. The 2 stalkers there, you saw Pumps try and go and grab them earlier, but unfortunately they were at the very top of their patrol, so they had to wait for them to descend the stairs a little bit to be added into this pull. Out comes the life cocoon onto Pumps, as these mobs do hurt quite badly.
Those shield bashes are incredibly scary, I will say, coming out of those shield bearers of Zul. So those need to be dealt with. And then, of course, those shield bearers also have the Bulwark of Juju cast, which makes mobs take, 90% decreased damage while standing inside of it. So that's also fairly annoying. I have dumped a full essence of the Focusing Iris into a Bulwark of Juju, and nothing is a worse feeling than that. Well, I will admit.
I usually wait to stun them if I see Tettles casting Focusing Iris. I just let him get that Focusing Iris before I stun.
Okay, well, good thing to know that...
Oh, Desmond going down, as does Hula, and that's going to be another full team wipe from Angry Toast as they set up another snap with that mid pull. But it does not go according to plan. That was a large pull there, but it killed them. Back to you, Tettles.
I think Desmond, as soon as his health is able to stabilize, they're actually in good shape. The scariest part of that pull for a Protection Warrior is on pull. Let's see. Let me take a look at what Desmond is running essence-wise. So Desmond is running Strength of the Warden Major Essence, which is quite interesting for how this pull is going. I wonder if he was running something a little bit more defensive, if it would be able to help him out. Like, say if he was running Memory Lucid Dreams Major. I guess he definitely has more experience playing Protection Warrior in this pull than I do, but...
Yeah, one of the huge upsides of Strength of the Warden as well is preventing that nightmare situation of the mob snapping back off at the DK. So the AoE taunt component, very useful here. Does also come with some defensive value too. So I don't blame them for running that at all.
No, I definitely don't blame them.
Very low. Yeah.
Please,
It looked to me like that was... Oh,
Goodbye,
no,
Spooky.
I saw somebody fall off the side again. Oh, no. Gravity claims another victim here in Ataldazar as Spooky has fallen off the side of the battlefield.
Did you know that you can grapple back on to the side?
Only if you are very quick.
You can grapple all the way down from the bottom.
Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that. That's wild.
Yeah. There's
Looks like Spooky
spots.
does not know that either.
He will return to his heroes very shortly.
All right, looks like they're going to be pulling Angry Toast pulling this middle pack.
Round 3.
They are going to snap it all by itself. Yep, 3rd time's the charm.
Oh, the
this
Dynamancer
will
stuck in the... Okay, so the Dynamancer, if it has full line of sight to the tank, will actually just stand there and shoot the tank for extended periods of time, not snapping. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, they might have an ability to line her there if Desmond were to move, but it is very sketchy to move on this snap spot for reasons that we've seen 3 times so far this match.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Falling off the side.
I don't know what you're talking about. Nobody's ever fallen off a Talazar.
All right. And we see, honestly, now have made quick work of Volcall. They have just 8% trash left in the dungeon as they make their way towards Yasma. Looks like they're considering activating an obelisk here. I think activating an obelisk makes a lot of sense when you're this far ahead as well. Even if they were planning to fight this with Yasma, at this point, it makes just so much sense to fight it first and, save the extra chance of failure.
Yeah, absolutely. And in addition to that, even though the YouTube feed is about a minute to a minute and a half behind, I think that honestly would be well aware of where Angry Toast's position is in the dungeon. Is that Dynamancer still just standing? Oh, the Dynamancer is just standing there, still casting on Deslin the whole entire time.
That is tragic.
That is the case.
Very, very unfortunate turn of events there for Angry Toast, as the snap does not quite work out the way they had planned it. Although I think that they planned that snap a slightly different way. One of the 2 times that it wiped them. So they may not have had experience using that snap spot instead of those other ones.
Again, like I was saying earlier, I'm pretty sure if Angry Toast has a clean run, they could have taken this map off of, honestly. I'm not fully convinced that the blunders from Ninja and Pumps falling off the edge, that cost them probably like a minute of just running around. So that was...
To be fair, 10 minutes separated these teams in time trial times, right? So
Angry Toast is looking significantly better.
They
than
are looking much better than their time trial. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. They are on track to at least 2 chests this one. That is good. Yasma getting pulled now by Honestly. As in come some awakened enemies. We've got Samrak, Beckoner of Chaos, and we have the Blood of the Corruptor. Those just 2 awakened enemies, not too lethal here. They also have a battle res, and they've just popped their Bloodlust. Out comes the first Soul Rend?
Yes,
I want to say.
that is the name of that ability.
I was thinking Soul Bind, but that's going to be a Shadowlands thing.
That is not a thing in this dungeon. So something that is important to note about how you deal with Samrak, Beckoner of Chaos, or Blood of the Corruptor if you want to play it at home. Samrak, Beckoner of Chaos fears you in relation to his position, so you can just like put yourself into a wall in relation to him to make sure that you don't get feared towards those spiders. Blood of the Corruptor on Yasma, very easy to deal with. Basically, you just kite Yasma around like most groups normally kite Yasma around, not the Pug strategy where you just keep it in one place the whole entire time. You just kite it around the room in circles, making sure that those puddles do, in fact, they do go away as soon as the Blood of the Corruptor dies. So just make sure that you slowly kite Yasma around the room.
Yeah, they also do despawn eventually, so as long as you're kiting slowly enough around the room,
Exactly.
you won't run back into your old puddles. But if you try and move around too quickly, or if you're somebody who needs to take a U-turn to kill Yasma, which I have certainly been known to do at times, then that is something that will get you in trouble because there will be all of those puddles in your way.
Exactly.
Blood of the Corruptor, though, is going to be going down for Honestly, and there's just Yasma left to deal with and her army of spiders. That is not too shabby at all from Team Honestly.
I generally find Samrak, Beckoner of Chaos easier to deal with Yasma than the kick Voidweaver Mouthier. And the reason actually is because it requires 3 or 4 melee kicks, kind of depending on how you get Voidweaver Mouthier locked out. Plus, Yasma herself requires a kick. So you're ensuring that kicks are going to go through if you have Voidweaver Mouthier. Whereas Samrak, it's purely individual play, and you just don't get feared in the spiders. Arsenal, unfortunately, has a run-in with the spider, though.
Do you think that some of your preference for not requiring 4 melee kicks for the fight to work is due to the fact that you do not have a melee kick as a balanced druid in there?
I mean, are most groups 4 melee kick? Like in normal circumstances.
That's the thing, yeah. Not all. It's only if you have like an elemental or a resto shaman or 4 melee.
Yes.
Which is a lot, yeah.
But my preference does in fact come from the fact that I do not play melee. Plus, Voidweaver Mouthier will get trapped out in the middle of the room and just lose a lot of efficient cleave. Ash ends
that
up
is definitely true.
Cloaking and running over all of the spiders. That's the
another
pug
thing we
strat.
see a lot in pugs. Yeah,
that's the weekly no lever
cloak and
special.
soak the spiders. Unfortunately, it kind of increases the amount of dead space in the room, right? Because now you have a puddle of spiders, which is about the same size as the previous puddle of spiders that's moving around. Plus, you have the actual pools on the ground.
Yes.
So it's kind of double as much space denied in the room as if you didn't cloak soak. But cloak soaking, once you're going to press cloak because you've gotten cut off, you may as well soak some spiders as well. If you're going to run into one, you may as well run into a couple more. Take a few of them out of the picture.
That is definitely the weekly no lever strat, though, is the immunity hit every single spider in your path.
Oh, yeah.
All right. It honestly does take down game 1. Angry Toast, though, really interesting strategies. I hope they keep it up for game 2.
Yeah, that was incredibly cool to see, and I don't know about you on that one's ironic, but I just saw the tank running around by himself, and I'm like, what is happening right here? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we all thought the same thing. Like, it's a cool strategy, and what it does benefit you is you get to use your Bloodlust on the boss as opposed to using it just to clear out all the AoE. But in the end, I don't think it's really necessarily that good of a strategy on Fortified. It could be something that could be looked at for Tyrannical, but I'm happy that we got to see something a little bit different. Might make some of the other things think about doing something like that later on. Never know. It was just cool to see something different from them.
I think that's always one of the big things we want to look for is that, like, there's more teams, there's more people trying out different strategies, and not just working to, like, get to the bar that one other team has set and just execute the strategies that one other team has set. So good on Angry Toast for that one, and congratulations to Honestly for winning game number 1 in that lower bracket there.
I think expanding on Jack's point, I think that a lot of teams will end up trying to copycat other runs that they see from some of the top teams, but ultimately trying to come up with your own innovative run sometimes is going to be the best bet. It may not have panned out the way that it perfectly should have for Team Angry Toast here, but I think if they had a clean run, they would have given Honestly a run for their money.
Yeah, and I think that's always one of the big questions when we look through a lot of these different dungeons as well, Dranos, is like the what-if scenarios, because there's always such a big loss in momentum whenever, you know, there's a wipe or whenever a couple people die here and there, and you always kind of wonder, well, how close would they actually be if they stayed on momentum?
Yeah, I definitely think that there's some potential to that strategy of starting the dungeon off with a snap at Razan, but you know, the potential and the actual value that Angry Toast was able to realize in that run were clearly two different things, because quite a lot of things ended up going wrong after that first snap happened for Angry Toast. And I'm not sure that they actually pulled the maximum amount of enemies into Razan that are possible. I think they might have been able to sneak a couple more things in there and really make it into, you know, a time-saving play.
I think if they take that and take it into the 24, like we've seen from other teams, like the 24%, not the... If they take it to the 24% instead of like the 16% that we saw them do, that would have been really efficient.
Yeah, it really would have. And that's what I'm kind of thinking about it now is if this becomes some sort of strategy that can be mixed in, you know, for different bosses. We've already seen a couple times where teams would, for example, just snap Saurids and Sky Screamers into position and then have like their Hunter snap the tank down as well a little bit later on, right? But I'm quite curious to see what can be mixed in the future, especially as there's always more snap spots that start coming around, Zyronic. I mean, Waycrest Manor's our next dungeon.
Yeah, well, the thing that's interesting to me is this might be a question of how much more efficient can you get, right? We know that there are the Brazier snap points up by Priestess Alunza. The question is how much can you actually end up snapping up there, and then on top of that pulling all of that massive AoE in the room with Priestess Alunza. You know it's possible with Double and Holy Decay if you don't just get overwhelmed by certain single target damage on players, but you know, at what point does the risk outweigh the reward of doing that, and at what point will the top-end teams feel like they have to do that in order to, you know, guaranteed win their matches against other top-end teams? It's just going to become like a power creep of who can snap the most mobs, which we're already seeing. So it's definitely an interesting concept to talk about, and, you know, I'm interested to see where teams end up taking it, and I feel like, you know, this is the first couple of cups of the year that we're going to see. We still got plenty more left in BFA. These teams are probably going to take it to the extreme when we get, you know, start talking about Summerland.
That's right. And as we're taking a look at our map pool with Honestly winning in a Taldazar, that brings us over to Waycrest Manor. And if we go into a game 3, we've got Freehold and Daddles. These look like some good keys to push, like, in a week. If we're trying to get some score, like, I feel like, I mean, maybe not the Freehold, right? But everything else has been pretty nice looking.
Yeah, definitely the push week keys that you hope for, as long as you can avoid all of the King's Rests of all of the Siege of Borealis. Please,
the
no
junkyard.
Tyrannical Workshop. Give me all of the junkyards, the Atalazars, the Freeholds, please, sir.
I don't know about the junkyards in this one. I'm talking about the tournament.
Are you just talking about the tournament?
I'm talking about the tournament, man.
I'm talking about pushing,
I'm talking about the 3 dungeons that are in this map pool that are right in front of us here, Ted.
What's a more prestigious award, getting IO or winning the MDI? I say getting IO.
I mean, maybe it's like prestigious for a Boomkin or something, but I don't know about you,
I mean, it's not like Tettles is going to do either, so it doesn't really matter.
Because he's not going to get into your group. It's on you, Dratos.
His only experience with the MDI was formatting it, so it's kind of hard.
Listen, man, that ship has sailed, all right? Actually, it's sunk. Excuse me.
Sunk?
Tettles on the team. Sinking ship. Hey, buddy. Seething, it's like the smoke coming out of his ears outside of his headset. All right, the final rating checks are getting together as Honestly and Angry Toast are getting ready for game number 2, which will be Waycrest Manor with Fortified, Bursting, and Raging. And I'm pretty interested to see what some kind of strats that honestly will be pulling out, because if I'm not mistaken, Zyronic, wasn't it ethical on the Waycrest that had finished up all of their trash and then they went upstairs, grabbed all of the first mobs in the lobby, and then went into the Hunter's Lodge?
Yeah, it actually was. No, I believe, no, yeah, you're right. It was Ethical who was. Honestly, ended up having a slower run and not quite completing it. They had about like I want to say around 18-minute run, 1840, something like that. And they were not clean at all. They had, 2 deaths. They had a DPS dead for a couple of the bosses as well. So they definitely have a lot of room to improve in their Waycrest manner. And I'm just, honestly, all I want to see out of Honestly, didn't mean to do that, by the way, is a clean run from them. We haven't seen a no-death run from Honestly yet. And if they want to make a run in this lower bracket, we need to see, them at their best to see what we can actually get out of that team.
Yeah, I think this is really the time and the opportunity for a lot of these teams to start stepping it up and start showing that they're going to be able to start building momentum throughout this. Because, as we've watched, they've had, 4 to 5 hours, something like that, in between their games to start practicing, getting everything that they needed together so that they could start performing. And now's the time that we really want to be able to see both these teams step up as game number 2 between Honestly and Angry Toast gets underway.
So something I immediately noticed about Angry Toast is that they're running double Havoc Demon Hunter plus a Holy Paladin with that Unholy Death Knight, where on the side of Team Honestly, they're running that Rogue Havoc Demon Hunter Unholy Death Knight with the Mistweaver Monk combo. Dratnos, how are you feeling about the Mistweaver Monk versus the Holy Paladin for this?
Yeah, both of these specs have seen some use in Waycrest Manor. Mistweaver Monk actually, this was one of the first dungeons back in previous MDI seasons where Mistweaver started to overtake Resto Druid in terms of MDI popularity. So there's a lot of good things that you can get in this dungeon with that Mistweaver Monk, especially with those Death Knight pulls. The way the Crane healing is such a good complement to an Unholy Death Knight pull because, of course, their healing scales up with the number of targets in a similar way to how the Death Knight's damage scales up with the number of targets.
Yeah. In addition to that, I feel like Holy Paladin, especially in MDI scenarios, does have its benefits, but generally the benefits come into the utility suite. If you're playing the dungeon in more of like a copycat style, where like you're running very similar strategies to what other teams are doing, it's going to be hard to get super big benefit out of it because you're basically using Wings and Holy Avengers similar to how a Mistweaver Monk would end up using Way of the Crane. So you just would rather almost have that Mistweaver Monk because it's easier to do it on.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We'll have to see if they have anything cool that they're doing with stuff like Bop and Bubble. Any kind of cool things that they're getting done with that, or if they're going to be able to find a way to do huge amounts of damage with that Holy Paladin. As we do know, Holy Paladins are able to pump out some very large amounts of damage if everything goes well, and if they set all their stuff up correctly. We do see Vision of Perfection Major coming out from Hula, not the Formless Void, which I think Ellesmere has run a few times, which can be used to steal stuff like Blood of the Enemy or Focusing Iris to do huge amounts of damage. So not any access to that, but still, Wings is a potent damage cooldown in and of itself.
Angry Toast ends up killing the Blood of the Corruptor, where honestly is definitely going to skip it and pull Blood of the Corruptor into Gorak Tool. Angry Toast is actually positioning themselves not in front of Heartsbane Triad, though. They still haven't used their first Bloodlust of the dungeon. They're positioning themselves in a hallway in a way that they're looking ready to where that they can do a pretty big pull. I expect that their Bloodlust is probably going to be used right here. All right, that's what I was thinking from on the side of Angry Toast, utilizing the double Demon Hunter with both of those Fell Barrages and that Unholy Death Knight. We're on the side of Honestly. They are pulling all of the trash in the courtyard, having already downed Heartsbane Triad.
Yeah, so this is looking... It looks like the setup cost here was fairly high for Angry Toast to do this.
Yes.
In the time that they got 5% enemy forces and killed one awakened enemy, honestly killed the first boss of the dungeon. And then they were both on to similarly sized pulls here. So now they're pretty much in the same situation overall, except Angry Toast is going to have one fewer enemy to deal with Gorak Toll. But honestly has killed an extra boss. And I think that honestly has got the better of that exchange, especially given the amount of backtracking now that Angry Toast is going to have to do. They're going to be walking back through some cleared space to the Heartsbane Triad room, and then they're going to be walking back again through the area they just killed some trash in. So there's going to be all this walking around through areas they've already cleared, which is not the most efficient thing in the world.
So you actually do see here, Angry Toast is not electing to pull the Toads and the Acolytes into Heartsbane Triad. They're electing to pull them back into the hallway area. They end up using Darkness. And you see Mitt there. He was doing more healing than the healer just by Darkness over the bursting stacks. So that was a really good strategy by Angry Toast. where Honestly has pulled Matron Brindle to the side, and they're pulling Soulbound Goliath all the way through, doing some of these piglets and a bunch of these maggots with Soulbound Goliath. It's just a super efficient pull here from Honestly.
Yeah, this is one of two options here. You know, we saw earlier, I think it was Complexity Limit that decided to just do Brindle with Soulbound Goliath. That was a lot sketchier. Max, I think, almost went down to that. But this pull that they've done, that Honestly have done here, is one that is also fast and is maybe a little bit safer than fighting Matron Brindle here.
Still nothing on the ethical pull, where they pull the entire courtyard with the boss and the mini-boss. Yeah.
Yes, that pull is something else.
That one was... I don't think I've ever seen any other team ever do anything like that. That's a normal mode dungeon special.
Alright, we see Soulbound Goliath here getting fairly low. Looks like most of the trash has been dealt with on the side of Honestly. Meanwhile, Angry Toast have engaged the first boss of the dungeon, the Heartsbane Triad. They've got it about halfway on all 3 of these witches. Fairly good DPS coming out from them. Although nothing on Honestly's damage meters right now, which are inflated by all that trash that they were able to pull onto bosses. Angry Toast was unable to do that in this room. They decided to pull the trash first, and that has caused a serious loss in overall DPS from them.
Do you want to know the way that you can pad damage on Heartsbane Triad so that you can con people into inviting a Moonkin into your group? So whenever one of the witches dies from Heartsbane Triad, it'll still take damage from some cleave abilities. So you can still make sure that they're taking AoE damage from you. So you use like your Fell Barrage, and they take full damage, by the way. So you can use your Fell Barrage whenever there's like only 1 target, whenever 2 are dead, and you'll get like 3 targets worth of damage from the Fell Barrage, so you can pad the meter.
Ooh, this is dangerous insight, Tuttles. Dangerous words here that are going to cause a lot of padding to happen worldwide, I'm sure.
Alright, so Honestly's down Soulbound Goliath, and now they're looking... it looks like they're preparing to pop a Lightfoot potion. Yeah, okay, so Pumps was waiting for his potion cooldown to come up. Their whole entire group ends up using a Lightfoot potion. They're pulling all the way to the end of the hallway. Pumps jumps up on that snap spot to snap all of the mobs to him. And now Ninja gets in the snap spot to make sure those Pallid Gorgers don't end up jumping at all, saving them a significant amount of damage. All of the bursting sacks end up coming out. Honestly, is looking
Pumps gets very low, but they are able to live through it. And that pull looking extremely clean from them. Now they have dealt with all of the hallway trash all at once, and they just have to come up with a way to deal with Rawl the Gluttonous in the room. I wonder if they're going to try and pull the entire room with Rawl the Gluttonous. A very classic Death Knight pull. I think that might be the first place we saw a Death Knight break 1 million DPS in the MDI in earlier seasons, yeah.
I think
Looks like they're even pulling some enemies from the Huntsman's Lodge.
Yeah. So Honestly ended up pulling something from the Huntsman's Lodge. I'm pretty sure this is where they fell slightly behind in their match earlier on in the day versus Complexity Limit. I'm pretty sure this pull in the Huntsman Lodge is just a little bit slower, especially compared to what other teams are doing. But I think ultimately they're in a good position. As long as they can stay clean, they should be okay. Angry Toast here, still in the courtyard area, yet to have pulled Soulbound Goliath, finishing off just a few more mobs in that courtyard, making sure that they need to kick those infected thorns. There was enrages going out. No.
Yeah, and stacks of that soul fetish as well, from one dead witch to another. Very, very brutal effect there on Angry Toast's side. Causes the death of Zuli and Hula. That's going to cost them maybe 30 seconds, maybe a little bit more, as they wait for their friends to return. Still, though, they were able to get through the pull, so not as bad as it could have been. And they're going to pull Matron Brindle onto the Soulbound Goliath. Meanwhile, Honestly, looking at Rawl the Gluttonous' room, a Jade Serpent statue in the very middle of the room, and we can see the Lightfoot coming out from Pumps. He's going to pull all these mobs and go right into Rawl the Gluttonous, and they're going to fight all these all at once. Out will come the Unholy Death Knight Burst, and we will see these mobs disappear.
Yep, we saw the meta. We saw the double I-beam coming out of Disarray. He ended up using I-beam and then using meta, get Chaotic Transformation to be able to reset that I-beam, using the second I-beam, and then R's popping off on all of these mobs as well. Rawl the Gluttonous sitting at a nice 70%
Oh,
health.
Pumps has gone down!
Though.
That is not good. They get that B-Res, and the B-Res luckily was during the Tenderize sequence, but unfortunately Disarray and R's are both down as well. And oh my goodness, the Raging Gorger is now jumping around, Ninja taking huge damage, and dies to the Rotten Expulsion. Just Pumps and Ash left alive, and I believe that they are going to be in trouble here. It looks like they might be trying to finish off that Gorger. Ash trying to make a hero play. Looks like he instead is opting to just use that Vanish. And that is going to be a full team wipe from Honestly. It's going to cost them a large amount of time as well because they do not have that fuel for the Unholy Death Knight damage on their next pull into Rawl anymore, as all the trash in the room is gone, but Rawl is not.
So this is similar to what happened earlier for Team Honestly, except this time, instead of Disarray going down by himself, the whole entire team ended up having a full wipe. Not having a Soothe for the Enrage effects just puts your tank at a position where he's able to die at any given moment. I think that's ultimately what ended up happening to Honestly there.
Yeah, it's hard to know because, you know, with 10 mobs, it's not like a Soothe is going to save you, right? If you soothe one mob out of 10, I wonder if there was something weird that happened, some ability that he got hit by that, you know, like a Wretch or a Tenderize or something. Yeah. Unclear exactly what went down there, but I saw Pumps just went from 100 to 0 very, very quickly. Perhaps Shield Block was not up. That's what happens to Warriors when Shield Block is not up, but I'm very much not sure.
Hope his Shield Block was up. Let's see. Let's check and see what essences he's running. He's running Memory of Lucid Dreams Major. So basically, if he's running Memory Major, he should be able to have 100% uptime on Shield Block because of how Anger Management ends up working out.
I don't think that Anger Management has an interaction with Shield Block. It has Last Stand uptime.
Last Stand. Yeah, Memory of Lucid Dreams has an interaction with Anger Management, which has an interaction with Last Stand, which if you're able to get your Last Stand up more frequently, you're able to get virtually 100% block chance because they are running, was it Bolster, is that talent, I believe? Yeah, okay. So, in a roundabout way, they should have 100% block uptime. It's maybe if it's not from the ability Shield Block.
So maybe what happened there was just the Lucid itself ran out, and without all that huge amounts of Leech and extra Ignore Pains, then he fell over fairly quickly.
Sure. Yeah. And of course, at home, you can also check out what these guys are wearing on mdi.gcd.tv. There you can use the tool there to see what all of the players are running in terms of talents, corruption, just gear, essences too. If you hover over the Heart of Azeroth.
Here on YouTube as well, it's pretty easy to go back in the VOD and maybe do some wipe scene investigation. See if you can figure out what happened to Pumps there.
Yeah, I'm reading chat, so please tell me what happened.
All right. Meanwhile, Angry Toast, they are doing some pulls out here in the courtyard as Rawl the Gluttonous is going down for Team Honestly. Angry Toast, despite the fact that there's a full team wipe on the side of Honestly, still fairly far behind. Lots of raging mobs now. Zuli goes down.
Yeah, I think Spooky was dead on Soulbound Goliath for a prolonged period of time too, while we were sitting here talking about Pumps dying and the full team wipe. Honestly, now has pulled Samrak Beckoner of Chaos, and it'll be interesting to see where they take him. I think that they brought him to the downstairs area last time, and then they ended up pulling the whole entire downstairs area with the mini-boss.
Yeah, it's a very large pull, but Death Knights are extremely well suited to dealing damage in that environment, so that may work out for them. I wonder if they have the Urgroth as well. Yeah, they do. So they've got the double pull here of those awakened enemies, activating both obelisks simultaneously for peak efficiency, and that is going to mean that Gorak Tull will only have 2 awakened enemies. And yeah, of course, this is the route we've seen them do Wakecrest earlier today, so they're executing the same route that they did before. Earlier today, they were able to get Wakecrest done in just a little over 18 minutes. This time, with a full team wipe, I think that we're looking at probably going to be a little bit longer than that.
Exactly. Yeah, I think the full team wipe is going to be catastrophic. In the other run that they had earlier, about the 18-minute run, Disarray was dead for, I don't know, maybe a minute and a half on Raw, so that was also not great for them. Angry Toast is now still in the hallway area. I wonder how big they're going to pull into Raw. It looks like they're taking it a little bit slower than what we saw from Honestly.
Yeah, they're not making use of that snap spot in the same way there. They're just going to pull them all together. But those Gorgers are jumping around, and you can see those bleeds on most of the party doing huge amounts of damage. Luckily, Hula able to heal through it as Wings does come back off cooldown now, if need be.
So now you see here, honestly, it looks like Ash is running to the far side, probably with his tricks on Pumps. Then he's going to end up helping Pumps get some of these mobs grouped up, redirecting some of the threat to him. And then they're going to just basically blow all of their damage onto this pack right here. This is a fairly dangerous pull, I will say.
Yeah, a lot can go wrong with this many enemies here. Almost all of them have some kind of nasty ability. But if you can kill them off in 10 seconds, especially while the Mistweaver is still in way of the Crane, then it's not too bad. Out comes the Darkness from Disarray. That is going to help them out as well.
So according
They are
to
able to survive this pull, yeah.
So according to chat, Pumps dipped to half health and then got instantly killed.
Interesting. Okay, so maybe not a... I still have no idea then.
Yeah, he didn't get
but it was
global,
probably
though.
not a one-shot then.
Yeah, he didn't get global. All right, so honestly now just dealing with that. Is it a Diviner or is it a Diviner?
I believe it's a Diviner, but now that you say it, I'm not sure.
I think that was a Mark's sister anyways. That's not a Diviner.
They have some more enemies now coming in here. This is a very strange pull coming out from Honestly. We don't usually see them do this kind of like slow chain pull style with just 2 enemies at the end that aren't all that lethal individually. I wonder if they maybe just missed these on their initial pull and they were supposed to be in that first pull with everything else.
I mean, does adding an extra Mark's sister and a captain add that much to the pull? I mean, the captain's actually kind of scary, but
they do kind of slap.
They do kind of beat your tank down. Yeah, that was a good point. I don't know. Maybe that was intentional. I think ultimately there's optimizations in this route. I don't think either of us are claiming that this route is like super optimized.
Well, yeah. I mean, the question is whether this is intentional or not, and
sure.
I don't think we'll know for sure. Yeah. They are going to be moving down, though, after this. They're at the 91% trash mark, so they are going to be fine without pulling any of those Gloom Horrors. They do need to pull the trash in Lord and Lady Waycrest's room, but they can pull that onto Lord and Lady Waycrest themselves to get a little bit of that sweet, sweet Unholy Death Knight AoE goodness.
Do you think they would have been better off running a second Unholy DK here?
Yes, so their pulls have been looking pretty well optimized for Unholy Death Knights, but it's not like Disarray has been doing small amounts of damage either.
Exactly.
You know, Disarray's damage has been pretty phenomenal, and you know has
you
looked
see right
fairly
here.
competitive. Yeah. Also bringing that 5% magic damage done buff, so 5% of Ars's damage can be attributed to Disarray, along with 5% of all the corruption damage from the rest of the group if they are playing stuff like Gushing Wound.
Wait, I thought Gushing Wound was a physical damage bleed.
I thought it was a shadow damage thing.
Oh, is it shadow damage? It's definitely bleed, but
it could be. Well, if it's a bleed, then it's physical. Bleeds are physical. I guess Gushing Wound does sound like a bleed now that you mention it. So maybe I'll retract that one.
I don't know, but you could also be correct. I do not lay claim to being correct on this one.
I'll just speculate wildly here on air. That's my that's my plan.
I've never done such a thing. I do not know what you're talking about. So it looks
All right,
like
Angry Toast making their way now into Samrak Beckoner Chaos. That is going to be the awakened enemy they need to kill. Meanwhile, honestly, working on Lord and Lady Waycrest, as Lord Waycrest now enters his final health bar, and Lady Waycrest will be teleporting down to join the fun.
Yep.
Damage.
So now they're probably just going to be DPSing down Lady Waycrest quickly here, where Pumps continues to spell reflect the Wasting Strike back into Lord Waycrest. That is, if we had damage meters enabled for spell reflected damage, you would see Pumps probably doing like at least 70k DPS, because the Wasting Strike, the efficiency on how good it is to reflect it is so insanely stupid.
Yeah, there's that weak aura you can get that adds spell reflect to your details.
Exactly.
It is wild how often Prot Warriors are on top with that thing. Looks like Angry Toast are fighting Urgroth and Samrak at the same time, so they're doing the same strategy here. That is all but one awakened enemy now dealt with on the side of Angry Toast, so Goraktul shouldn't be very deadly at all, just has the spider left. Deswin, though, getting very low on this pull, forced to kite with that Spirit Breaker debuff on him. Meanwhile, honestly, making their way to the last boss, they are going to meld. They're at 97% enemy forces, so they should be all finished here once these two awakened enemies die with Goraktul, for which they have Bloodlust. They are about to get this bread and make Angry Toast toast.
They are going to get this bread. All right, Dretnus must be stopped, and honestly, I think is going to stop them here. You do see Voidweaver Malthair and Blood the Corruptor here. Blood the Corruptor is probably going to be focused down first because of Goraktul's limited range, just like the limited space in the room. So you're seeing the...
Actually, Voidweaver Malthair goes down first, and they are getting sandwiched against the edge of the room here by the Blood of the Corruptor pools.
Huh. Maybe they
Interesting there.
Maybe they don't believe that they need the extra space. I think as long as they kite perfectly, they shouldn't need it. But this is starting to get a little bit tight.
And they are very much out of room there, but they do manage to kill Blood of the Corruptor. Very well played there by Honestly, and now they just have 50% left on Goraktal's health bar. Bloodlust has expired, but they should no longer be in need of it, as it is just a fortified boss that stands between them and advancing to the next stage of the lower bracket here.
Yeah, so Angry Toast does end up getting all of their players up. They're walking into Lord and Lady Waycrest's room, but I am afraid it is a little bit too little too late. Honestly, at 99% trash count, they just need to down one Gloom Horror, and then their run will be concluded. I assume that they're probably going to run off to the side and grab that here in a few moments.
Yeah, it's interesting. Their trash count looking a little bit weird. I wonder what happened to their plan here, because being at 99% after Goraktal is a strange number to be at. You'd expect it to be either far lower or at 100%, right?
Well, we've seen teams in the past where they'll like para
Gloom Horror and and have it come in at the end of the boss fight or something.
I mean, it's not
yeah, you can see. I think they might not have even known that they were short on count. You can see they're moving in different directions. Yeah, Disarray was moving towards that Gloom Horror. The rest of the group, though, taking that teleport up to the front of the dungeon. So I believe that it's fair to say that was probably unintentional.
Okay, yeah. Definitely unintentional.
They're celebrating and everything.
Yeah.
Look, we did it. They're like, wait, we're not done yet.
Where's the chest? I need the loot.
Yeah.
Oh, it honestly takes it to a...
That's right. Honestly, despite a couple of mistakes of their own, they do take the series 2-0 and will be moving on to tomorrow. And despite some cool and inventive strats, Angry Toast is going to be eliminated onto them in this series. So good on Honestly. Start building up more of that momentum as we had talked about before. There's ironic, trying to build up that confidence to be ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a clean run. They ended up having one wipe, but for the most part, the rest of the run was pretty clean. It's just about whether or not they're going to be able to put it together in their runs tomorrow. But they're going to have to be completely clean on their runs tomorrow to have any chance of moving further, just because of how strong the top 4 teams have been in the tournament today. And also, while we have a chance to talk about them, I think, for what we saw from Angry Toast, they gave us more to talk about than just about any other 8 seed I think we've had in the past. So, good on them for putting some, interesting polls together.
Yeah, but we may well see
conversations about them. Yeah,
we may well see that Angry Toast snap become a thing in some spots of Taltazar. It's not guaranteed, but it's definitely a possibility. So that is exciting to see.
I actually think you're right. I think that the likelihood of us seeing that snap come out into play more frequently seems fairly common.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things that you're looking at how different teams are going to start shaping the meta and how they're going to start growing and changing the meta, and that's exactly what you want to be looking for. Is you want to be looking for these guys who are going to be able to start making substantial changes and start pushing and growing what people are conceiving as being meta pulls. Something that 1/8 seed might be working to pull off can just be taken to the next level by another team, and I think that we've already sort of seen it a little bit with Taltazar in particular, but I'm kind of curious as what other dungeon stratos people could pull it off in.
Yeah, snap behavior is a little bit of an interesting thing, because there are so many different ways that mobs can be coded to behave when they can't find a path to you. They can snap to you, they can snap you to them, or they can start evading, and you kind of have to learn which mobs do which thing. For the longest time, everybody just kind of thought that at Taltazar, everything snapped to you. And then we started picking out, okay, wait, actually some of these will snap you to them. Not just the bosses, there are even a couple of other enemies in Taltazar that will snap you to them.
Mobs are coded independently. It's not a dungeon by dungeon basis. It is a mob by mob basis. And they will do 3 things. Either they'll evade, where they'll just stand there and look at you, spam evading. They will teleport you to them, which is normally the most dangerous one, especially if you don't know it's coming, or they'll teleport to you, which is normally more useful.
Yeah. And
well said, Drynos. I mean, Tettles.
Man.
Well, it's exciting though to see teams coming up with a way to use the feature that Tettles was saying normally is the drawback, right, of getting snapped to an enemy, getting teleported to an enemy, but teams actually now using that to their advantage with Razan. I wonder if there's other spots that they can do this, to move their tank quickly around the map.
Yeah, and
very cool.
Being able to start thinking about some pulls that otherwise they could not combine and they could not put together, and now that those things are more enabled because people are digging in and figuring things out early on. That makes you wonder as well what we're going to start seeing even further from now. We start talking about Shadowlands, Zyro.
Oh man. It's hard to say with Shadowlands. One of the interesting things they did coming into BFA, and they talked about this just a little bit, is they tried to normalize what happens with most mobs coming into the expansion. Because when we did a lot of testing for dungeons in BFA on beta, there were a lot of instances where just seemingly random trash mobs in the dungeons would teleport you to them, which was a problem because a lot of those trash mobs also like to teleport underneath the ground. So if they were evading out and ported you underneath the ground, you would just fall forever, dungeon would be gone. So they normalized a lot of them to snap them to the players. That's why you see these tanks are generally confident snapping mobs all the time, because the typical mob aggro rules are that they will snap to you unless it's like a boss or very specific mobs like Tuttles was talking about, or Dratnos. One of them was talking about that. I can't tell them apart anymore. It's going to be really... It'll be really interesting to see like what Blizzard plans on doing with those snapping rules that they kind of implemented this expansion going forward to next expansion.
Without question. I mean, I remember thinking I was going to do some smart moves or something, dropping some of the caster mobs off the bridge and Shrine of the Storm on my priest with mind control, and then I found out that they dragged me down with them. So I'm going to learn my lesson early on for Shadowlands, without a doubt. But we've got one more series coming up today. It's going to be between Fly Me Out and Big Dumb Gaming, both of which I think are teams of players that we're familiar with, that we know in the NA scene as well, Dratnos, but they really weren't able to kick off their momentum in their first series.
Yeah, you know, these are two teams that had very rough matchups at the start of the bracket, right?
Yeah.
We had playing against teams like... This was actually the teams that played against Goosy Bad and Ethical in their first rounds, if I'm not mistaken. And those are rough opening matchups, and they put up a pretty good showing, both teams. There was definitely potential coming out of both of them. So it'll be exciting to see which of them is able to put it together better, as only one of them can escape and make it to tomorrow's competition.
That's right. Only one of them will escape Dratnos' basement and make it on to the sunshine and daylight of tomorrow. So we'll be taking a quick break before we go. Don't go anywhere, guys. The last series of MDI Cup 1, Day 1, will be right after this. should be good. Interesting. Wonderful. Anyway, welcome everybody. I'm Jack. We got dungeons to do. Fly Me Out and Big Dumb Gaming are coming into Workshop. Tyrannical, Explosive, and Grievous are the affixes for this one. And both of these teams having some rough goes against their opponents. Second and third seeds were their opponents early on, so now we'll have to see what kind of momentum these guys are going to build for themselves and who will make it to tomorrow, Zyro.
Yeah, and I think this is something you want to look at, especially for these teams. We've already seen what Big Dumb Gaming has to offer in Workshop, and it wasn't really that good, but they have a lot to work on. They've been able to practice it more. Fly Me Out's something I really want to see a lot of. I know Asuna's main on live is his mage, so we should be able to see some good gameplay from him, and hopefully some like higher tier mage play from somebody who mains that class on live, because at the end of the day, it is one of the more technical classes with timings, especially when you're talking about the double unused trinkets. But really, we've been talking about this lower bracket run the entire time. It's really about building that momentum to go into day 2 with, so you know where you are in terms of your positioning against the other higher ranked teams.
Yeah. Tettles, do you know where you are?
I'm in my house.
Is that Tettles or Dranos?
Oh, sorry, Dranos.
I'm in my house that people call a closet.
Yeah. Aw. Okay, Harry
It's like
Potter.
a small office.
Other forms of wizards are available, of course. With our map pool, we got started up. We're going to have some bans in the Underrot and in Shrine of the Storm. So our series is going to be featuring Workshop to start, as we've said, as ad nauseum, followed by a Talazar and then Freehold under this one. So we might be getting some more opportunities for some of the large snap pulls as well, Nagura.
Yeah, I mean, definitely gonna see some snap pulls in Atal coming in, and Freehold, hopefully not when they do their kiting at the end. You don't want to have any of those awakened mobs snap to the healer. But
yes.
but yeah, we'll see how those two teams go against each other. I think it's actually gonna be a really close match between those two, because the time trials, they were really close in Workshop and in Atal. So both of these games both of these maps are gonna be played, and yeah, they were pretty close both times.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the coolest things to see is as they have dropped into the lower bracket, they know a lot of the dungeons they need to be practicing are the ones from time trials that we saw previously. And while most teams, Zyro, they usually don't really align with any of their time trial chimes when they come to cups, we've seen a couple teams make it happen. So let's see what Fly Me Out and Big Dumb Gaming are able to do as game number 1 gets going.
So we see already from the get-go a little bit of a difference in comp here, as we see the Rogue on Fly Me Outside plus the Holy Paladin, and on the other side we see the Mistweaver and a Demon Hunter instead.
Yeah, and I wonder what the choice... the Rogue has to be something that that Versify is just used to playing. It might be his main on live. I don't particularly know, because apparently I'm not as... I'm not like Tettles or Dratnos. I don't know everything about all these players, but it might just be a comfort pick. You might be more comfortable playing that character other than the Demon Hunter, because usually the mage pick reminds me a lot of the very first MDI we had 3 years ago, where teams were playing double warrior, and because warrior was such a strong DPS pick, you had to play around their cooldowns. I think mage is kind of in that same boat, where you pretty much have to play around combust, and not having that extra magic damage taken debuff that the Demon Hunter brings. Just kind of you're losing around 5% damage for your DPS carry. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I agree, and you're also missing out on the physical buff because you're not running the Mistweaver, right? So they're missing out on both physical and magic damage increase for all of their DPS, which will definitely matter in the long run. So they better have some very sick pulls coming out on their side to make up for this, for the debuffs that they're missing out on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And one small thing that I kind of would have liked to see here, if it was possible, would see the Combust Ignite spread to the Pummeler, even though it does take reduced damage right now because of that platinum plating debuff that it has at the start of the fight. It's just free damage on the Pummeler. Spreading a 200k Ignite to the boss would be pretty nice, but small things, not really that big of a deal. We do see a little bit of it coming from actually from Big Dumb Gaming. They're definitely getting some cleave from their mage there, so you do like to see that from them, but really these teams are pretty neck and neck right now.
Yeah, most definitely. One thing to note is that Fly Me Out actually saved their Bloodlust, while Big Dumb Gaming actually used it here. Now, we're probably going to see a Bloodlust again on the second boss, like we've already seen before one of the other mage teams do. But considering that they saved their Bloodlust, they're actually slightly faster compared to Big Dumb Gaming. Interesting.
Yeah, it's not really what you want to see. You don't want to see a team barely winning on a boss when they committed their Bloodlust, or rather, they're going to lose on the boss because of that hammer smash on the pommel at the last second. It's going to be neck and neck with one team committing their Bloodlust, and that's just not the best sign for your team when you commit your Bloodlust and still barely have the same time on a boss kill as the other team. So I'm interested to see what this Bloodlust usage is going to be out of Fly Me Out, because we do know this is a pretty tight time to dungeon. You know, it's both of these teams were somewhere in the 15 to 17 minute range for the time trial time, so they're going to have to use their first Bloodlust within the first 5 minutes here if they want to for sure get a good second use out of it, especially on the pole on the final boss. It wouldn't surprise me to see them use it with Trash on Kujo here, actually.
Yeah, it looks like they used their shroud here to go past these two bigger mobs here to start, and now we're going to see this big pull where you definitely want to make use of line of sight, because not only do these living wastes explode on death, but you also have a lot of explosives spawned at the same time. I'm not really sure if they have enough damage to finish those off. Okay, you see the Hunter actually finishing them off. So now all of them explode. They only have the two bigger HP mobs left, and I assume they're going to pull it on top of the boss. So Kujo actually is getting engaged by Fly Me Out, as they do use their Bloodlust finally to increase their damage on the boss and also make sure they finish off this last trash that they still have from the pull before. Now, Big Dumb Gaming on the other side, they did a very similar thing, but they did not pull the boss yet. So it looks like, okay, so now they actually engaged the boss as well. They're slightly behind because of the fact that Fly Me Out, they actually shrouded some of those mobs, right? So it looks like there's likely... Yep. Oh no, Baylet actually going down on Kujo's side.
Yeah, that's not ideal timing, because they're not going to be able to get him up right away because they have to go behind the boss for this Venting Flame, so their tank's going to have to stay alive for this entire Venting Flames cast with no healer, and I don't think that's really possible in this Grievous environment. Sinect is going to go down here, and that's going to be a full team wipe for Big Dumb Gaming. That's, you know, not a great start to the dungeon, whereas over on the side of Fly Me Out, you see that insane burst from the mage, getting that free cleave onto all those ads, you know, really good damage out of them. It seems like we do have a little bit of a connection issue to that team, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be fine on their side as we do catch up to them just about now. And yeah, just clean runs so far from Fly Me Out, but at this point a full wipe for Big Dumb Gaming on the boss is going to be rough for them, especially since they committed all the cooldowns there.
And this is actually the second time this happens to them. They've already played this dungeon earlier, and they also had a wipe on this second boss. So I'm not really sure if they maybe just take on too much there, or maybe they also need to hold their Bloodlust instead of using it in the first boss. Maybe they also have to hold it for the second boss, like we see Fly Me Out do here, to make this pull a little bit easier for them, as this seems to be not working out for them, as Fly Me Out is already on 10% here in Kujo, and 0 deaths, so clean run by them so far.
And one of the things that's interesting about the mage pick is that it really is, I mean, it's not necessarily the most technically difficult DPS spec to play, but in terms of timing, it's probably the most difficult spec to play, because the thing that really sets off mage and makes it incredibly strong is using the double on-use trinkets, using the Font of Ashara together with another on-use trinket. And the problem with that is that you really have to be aware of when you're going to use your combust about 20 seconds in advance. And the difficulty there is that you really only have a 4-second window to time that properly. And if you don't time it properly, you're going to lose out on one of your trinkets, which means you're going to be missing 4,000 intellect during your combust, which definitely reduces the value of the character you're playing a lot in the overall, you know, setting of the dungeon. So I think maining a mage on live and understanding how to properly time your cooldown windows in advance is going to be something that we're going to see from main mages like Asuna here for Fly Me Out, or I'm Fired Up for Limit later on if they play a workshop. I think it's going to be something we really need to keep an eye on.
I really hope Asuna is better at timing his damage cooldowns than he is at timing his movement, because we just saw him run into this fire and then blink in place as well. But he did finally manage to get to this trash pool here. Mage definitely a little bit slower than the rest of the team, but didn't manage to get there as well. As Big Time Gaming re-engage Kujo now. They did clear the trash without the boss this time around, just playing it a little bit safer, making sure the trash dies before and then engage Kujo. But yeah, this is a big time difference now.
Yeah, you saw that Latent Arcana channeled from Asuna maybe like 10 seconds ago, so that means he's going to he's planning on combusting on these 3 packs probably about 5 seconds from now, getting that double on use trinket. You see the Lucid Dreams is popped, there's the combust, and that means he's got a bunch of damage for this trash pack. He's probably going to do something like, if I had to guess, 350k with the spread ignite here by the end of his combust, and you know, that's just kind of the power of the fire mage. They just decimate packs when they have combustion up.
Yeah, actually did reach almost 350k here as all the mobs go down, and the rest of the damage dealers just look like they were AFK compared to the damage that the mage was doing here. But obviously, when you're in a coordinated group like this, then you're not gonna overlap your cooldowns with a mage's combustion, unless it's something like the awaken mobs with the last boss. Then of course you can line up whatever cooldowns you have. But in a pro like this, you just want to have the mage's combustion because that's just going to be all you need.
Oh yeah, and of course the problem with mage is similar to that warrior thing we were talking about back in the first MDI. That's when they don't have combust up, they kind of do this.
Yeah.
Less single target damage than the healer, but that's the trade-off you get for playing a class that's so cooldown oriented, which is a little unfortunate. But the hunter can carry you in that situation. They've got cooldowns on single target pretty much all time.
True. One thing to note as well is that Versify is actually playing Assassination Rogue. Most of the time we see Outlaw, but we've seen Assa in the past in single target focused dungeons, which Workshop definitely is one of those dungeons, so that's probably why we see the Assa Rogue come out from Versify here.
Well, the other thing is there's not really that much mass AO in this dungeon that you're not pulling whenever the mage has combustion up. So really, all the rogue really needs to do is off dot for, energy gains or something like that, and then the mage ignite will just take care of the cleave on its own, with also the passive cleave that the BM Hunter brings as well. So it makes a lot of sense. And on top of that, the thing, just the mage tends to bring really important damage whenever its cooldowns are up. Obviously, you have the trade-off of doing no damage when your cooldowns are down, like we already talked about. But if your mage is taking care of all the free cleave, why not play the better single target spec? It makes tons of sense here, especially on Tyrannical.
Yeah, definitely agree here, especially because one thing that is interesting though about this Assa Rogue is that you have explosive, right? And Outlaw Rogue is just so good at dealing with the explosive because they can cleave off of them without really losing any damage at all. So not really sure how good Assa Rogue is at dealing with them, but I assume not as good as Outlaw Rogue.
Well, I mean, you have the BM Hunter for that as well, right? Yeah. They're pretty good at dealing with them too, so that's also something they can make, and it's not an issue when you're thinking about, whether or not you really need that class to take care of those explosives. The only real major issue is when you have multiple explosives like we just saw, but still even then, the BM Hunter can deal with it. But there you go again, double on use, mage popping up to 500k DPS, pretty much soloing the trash on his own, almost 600k. I mean, this is kind of reaching unholy levels of DPS on this size trash. Obviously, when you talk about pulling an entire Kragma room, mage isn't going to get anywhere near that damage. But for packs that are this size, mage is definitely something that's incredibly strong for this type of pull.
See, this is why I hate playing with mages on live servers, because they just take away your damage, they just take it. And there's no way you can compete with their overall. It's just mean.
Well, if they can take it, it's theirs to take, right?
But they're mainly just padding, let's be honest here.
But they aren't hitting the other mobs at all. They're hitting one target. How is that padding?
Okay, moving on. Okay, so they actually pulled up this trash pull with the boss very cleanly on Fly Me Outside. Let's be honest, because we've seen a lot of teams already struggle on this a lot. We've seen teams wipe, we've seen a bunch of deaths coming in, even though they did recover, but 0 deaths, and didn't even look like a big problem for them at all. And when I saw all of those explosives spawn at the start, I thought they're gonna be in trouble, because I mentioned that the rogue is not playing Outlaw, but not a big deal at all for them with dealing with the explosives. And I think one thing to note as well is that, Holy Paladin can help out with those explosives a lot better than some of the other healers probably.
Oh, that's something I didn't even think about. Yeah, true. They probably can just, one-shot it with a Holy Shock or something like that. So, yeah, they've got a good comp for dealing with explosives pretty easily here. Although at this point, to have a bad comp at dealing with explosives would be pretty ridiculous. Most comps typically have, 2 characters that can deal with explosive, but that's not good. Suffer going down. They don't have a regular battle rest, so they're going to have to, hopefully get him up in the space of this bubble, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get this down. The mage is trying his hardest to kite, but they have to try to get a battle res on him here.
Okay, they got the battle res off.
Oh, barely
now.
got it off. Wow.
Hopefully they get the taunt. So only Versify going down. Good on them for being able to kite the boss for so long. It felt like he was dead forever. But now they finally got the res back up. They should be able to recover as the boss is so low at this point. But you also have that ad up that you see at the sides, which is doing a lot of damage as well to the closest target, which seems to be the mage. So he's off-tanking this ad and they're just finishing off the boss. But yeah, almost a disaster here at the very end of the boss fight.
Yeah, and one of the typical themes we've been talking about the entire time, as we see another full team wipe come out from Big Dumb Gaming, unfortunate from them. They just got a ton of explosives all at the same time. That was really weird to see. They had like 5 explosives, and that was while the tank was setting the mobs up together, so they had no way of dealing with the explosives outside the tank dealing with them. So that seems like it was just really unfortunate for them. But yeah, well, one of the themes we've been talking about all the time is when mistakes happen, does your team have the wherewithal and the ability to come back from that mistake? And it looks like so far, Fly Me Out is a team that has that. They dealt with that problem very cleanly.
I agree. Now they're onto these spider tanks where unfortunately can't really make up much time because there's nothing else you can pull on top of it. So we just have to see them slowly get down these bots here, these spider tanks, as they now move on to the last boss area. We'll see how much trash they are pulling on the bridge. There's still a lot of percentage they need to do. We've seen some teams skip some of this last trash here, but doesn't seem like Fly Me Out can actually do so. The Bloodlust will be ready soon as well, and I very highly assume they are going to use it on the last boss with the Awakened mobs, because that's such a difficult pull to do when you have a tyrannical boss plus all of the Awakened mobs at the same time, and you want to, of course, overlap it with your Mage's Bloodlust. I mean, Combustion.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, when we first saw these strategies coming out from teams pulling 3 or 4 Awakened Obelisks with the final boss back at the Keystone Masters event about a month ago, I think the thing that most players thought that had a good knowledge of the different classes in the game, what class is going to be the best at dealing with this exact thing, cleaving 3 mini-boss style enemies on top of a boss? Fire Mage. It's by far the best burst damage for that scenario, but unfortunately just the overall damage profile of Mage in most dungeons doesn't really lend itself to that, so it's kind of a niche pick like we see in Workshop here on Tyrannical. So I'm interested to see exactly how much faster teams with a Mage in Workshop will deal with that versus teams without a Mage. And if we see Method and A run a Workshop later in this tournament, we'll be able to see that comparison.
Yeah, and we see Big Damn Gaming now also managed to reach the third boss here. Seems like they have their Bloodlust available, but at this point they probably have to save it to the last boss, even though they might miss a whole usage. But they need it at the start of the last boss when they fight the Awakened mob, so they can't really use it here unless they are for sure that it's still going to be 10 minutes. But at this point you can't really hope for that, because Fly Me Out is already dealing with this last Awakened mob to reach the boss's room, to also dodge this last trash group that they don't have to fight, because the last percentage they're gonna get from the Awakened mobs. Now 2 deaths on their side, again, it was pretty clean, and because they managed to recover from those 2 deaths on the third boss, it's really gonna make their first game here against Big Damn Gaming, which unfortunately just had too many problems again in this Workshop, like we've already seen them earlier. 11 deaths, just the wipes on the second boss, just making them fall so far behind.
Yeah, just not enough consistency from them here. Unfortunately, that is the word of the day. So that's really kind of what you need in the MDI in order to have a chance of taking any wins away. But gearing up for this big pull here, I want to see what this Mage damage ends up looking like here. Let's see what that combustion looks like.
Yeah, let's see the Mage steal all of the damage away from the other 2 damage dealers, unfortunately, as the combustion is happening right now. You see the Bloodlust, all the cooldowns being popped. Let's see how fast they can. Now, one thing that is actually a bit annoying here for Mages is that these mobs don't all move at the same time, so sometimes you might be missing out on a little bit of your cleave if the boss, for example, doesn't immediately move at the same time as those Awakened mobs.
Yeah, that's true. You see the Ice Block coming out to get rid of that fear as well, and I mean, dude, those Awakened mobs just got absolutely destroyed. They're gone already. Yeah. They got ignited is what happened to them. They just got completely destroyed, and there you go. Just like that, the difficult part of the fight is over, and you're on to the normal fight. Just as easy as that, and that's just kind of the strength of Mage. We keep talking about it, but it's it's very much a niche pick, especially for this style of dungeon where you're not doing big trash packs. You like to see it played to perfection like this.
Yeah, very well done by Fly Me Out, especially with this Mage pick, as you mentioned. Now the rest of this boss fight really shouldn't be a big deal anymore, but it is tyrannical, so there's definitely things that can happen. Especially the second phase with King Mechagon, just quite a bit of damage. With the dot that this Zap leaves behind, especially if you get maybe the class that you don't want it on, maybe on the Mage when he's out of Ice Block, or the Hunter if he's out of defensives. So, and Versify actually going down. They do have a Battle Rest available though, so they can get them back up, but then they're out of Battle Rests.
Yeah, they are out of the Battle Rests at that point. It's really weird to see just a random death at this point. I didn't quite see what happened to him. Did he get cutter beamed there? That's just such a weird spot to die.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Especially for a rogue.
Yeah.
Especially for a rogue. What
Maybe also, I mean, you can see the sparks also fly around. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult for melee to dodge those. Because you would, of course, not run out of melee range. And I feel like sometimes it's just really hard to see where they're coming from. You do see the arrow, but if they're behind you or really far away from you, then it's sometimes hard to see if they actually go through melee or not. So maybe you could hit one of those and got comboed, not really sure.
Or knocked off.
Or knocked
also
off,
a possibility. You hate to see it if it happened, but you know it's always something that's in the back of your mind, especially if you're a melee player at the front of the boss like this. If one of those orbs just happens to squeak its way right by you, you're gone. There's no coming back from that. So, yeah. No, hopefully that wasn't what it was, but you know, still weird to see that happen at the end of an otherwise relatively clean dungeon from Fly Me Out. And also, you know, I think one of the things we were talking about as well with mages being popular in this dungeon is because it's a tyrannical dungeon, you do end up getting 2 combustions off in the space of the boss, which, you know, helps you out a lot. You can see, you know, how high that propels the mage on top of the damage meters there.
Yeah, the kill time definitely matters a lot for these kind of combustion bosses. When you have a perfect kill time, the damage can just be insane. Of course, Hunter's also doing really well, but their damage is much more consistent. So if you have a perfect kill time for a mage, it's going to be hard for Hunter to beat that, especially when you have extra targets with the Awaken Offs on the pool. Now we see Omega Buster be on 30% almost here. It's still a tyrannical fight, so it's going to take them quite a bit to finish it off. But at this point, Big Dumb Gaming just now engaged the last boss. Also, they have the 11 deaths, which also just adds so much seconds to them. At this point, Big Dumb Gaming just has to forget about this dungeon and just move on, make sure they don't get affected by this, make sure they don't tilt, make sure they move on and just play the next dungeon properly, because Fly Me Out is about to finish this off and then they're gonna go 1-0 against Big Dumb Gaming.
Yep, all about that mental game, making sure your head's in the game and you're not tilted going to the next one. But Omega Buster's down at 5%. Once the Omega Busters goes down, King Mechagon will be released, and it's going to be a nice quick 1-0 for Fly Me Out and making that Holy Paladin work in this dungeon, which is something we were kind of critical of earlier on today.
It was, and you know, the whole team, I think, really started pulling their weight as well to recover from that early death from that death on Suffer in Machinist's Garden on that one. So really well played there by Fly Me Out. And like you mentioned before, it's ironic. It's always so impressive to see how teams react when something goes wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was the entire dungeon for them. If they full team wipe there, it could set off some tilt chain reaction, which causes them to wipe again, which gets Big Dumb Gaming right back in the game. But the fact that they had the presence of mind to say, okay, well, I'm a mage, I have aggro, I can kind of run the room a little bit, I can blink, I can get the movement suit from Scorch. One of you try to go get a res off, and you saw Ellesmere bubble himself to try to get the res off, didn't quite work. So, you know, they worked it out. Yeah. They had a plan in place, and they made it work. It was cool to see.
And that's really just what it's all about under that one. And that title's, we've seen Workshop a number of different times with how these different polls have been setting up. Looks like BDG did a bit better than their previous Workshop, but it seemed like they were just needed to build up that momentum that really hasn't quite clicked for them yet.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think that they just need more practice. I think both of these teams, they need just a little bit to become a little bit more refined in terms of their strategies, and I think that will end up coming with time and with practice. These are two very so in the European region, we saw a lot of veteran MDI talent. In the North American region, the top 4 teams have a lot of veteran MDI talent. The bottom 4 teams, very new to the space, and I suspect that as the weeks go by, both Big Dumb Gaming and Fly Me Out will be able to begin picking up their pace. I feel like this match between the two of them is very good for both of them, and just getting them practice and then getting them prepared just for the weeks that follow.
Yeah, I think if there's anything a lot of like the lower seeded teams should really be looking at, it's last season's MDI when we started seeing, you know, Pain for Femme and some of the other teams really start making a push to try to make it to the LAN and really pushing 40K really to their fullest. But before we talk about game number 2, let's start talking about some of the highlights that you got for us.
Yeah, so I didn't have too many highlights just because of how this dungeon ends up working out. But ultimately, Fly Me Out just really, they had a pretty good run. They weren't doing like the most innovative thing. The Assassination Rogue, I don't know if that was like necessarily the best pick. I think they would probably be better off going with the Demon Hunter. But they really did get bailed out there at the end by that Holy Paladin bop with the bubble, then being able to res Suffer. I think ultimately this dungeon Pretty good by both teams. Not exactly the most spectacular thing. Ultimately, though, both of these teams are still fairly good in terms of just the grand scheme of how the MDI ends up working out.
Of course, I mean, it's always that larger level of dedication these teams have to even get there to begin with, right, Negra?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the amount of practice these teams have to put in, not only for the time trials, but then also for the tournament, of course, it's pretty taxing, specifically because it's every second week, right? There's going to be 2 more cups, so every second week, almost a full week of just practicing on tournament realms and just doing the same pulls over and over and over. Just try to pull. If it doesn't work, reset the dungeon, go back in, try it again. So it really requires a lot of patience to just do the whole practice thing, and then it also requires you to pull it off once it really matters. So those teams, the qualifying alone is already a big task for those teams. So good job on them for just being here, really.
Yeah, and that's where they're always able to start building up points or start able to, get themselves more ready for what to expect from week to week as well, so that they know really what they want to be going after when it comes down to, for example, a LAN environment. Game number 2, when we're looking at Ataldazar throughout this, we haven't seen, I wouldn't say a huge amount of variety in terms of how, the broad strokes through it. Massive pulls, double death knights, things like that. Tettles has just been the name of the game, and sometimes it's just things as simple as gravity that's ruining runs for some teams.
Something that is the name of the game, the name of the game though, is getting Elismir off of that Holy Paladin and onto the Mistweaver Monk. So we saw him run that in time trials as well. Elismir is a very well-known Holy Paladin player, so slotting him into that Mistweaver Monk, I've seen him practicing it a lot off stream. I saw him practicing a little bit on stream as well. Just how he's going to be able to pull this out and how this ends up shaping up with just like the way of the crane healing and how it ends up all going, I think is going to be just critical for Team Fly Me Out success in this dungeon.
Sure.
Big Dumb Gaming had a better time trial time though. I don't know, man.
Yeah. We've seen that time and time again. It's all about, looking at, well, it's important to compare those time trials as well, but I'd say for most teams, they've had consistently worse appearances, right? So it could be something as simple as, Big Dumb Gaming just being a little bit behind and then Fly Me Out meeting around where they needed to be in terms of the time trials. Yeah, there's about a minute difference, but I think that's usually one of the biggest areas that's just ripe for one team capitalizing off another. I mean, it's ironic, we saw it with the complexity limit game where boss resets and it's 20 seconds down the drain.
Not only was that a 20-second time loss for them, but I mean, the time that they ended up having that Ataldazar was a full 2 minutes faster than their time trial run. So it can go both ways. Usually teams will go slower than their time trial runs, but hey, maybe Fly Me Out and Big Dumb Gaming, maybe they both had bad runs in their time trial times. Who's to say? I mean, it really just comes down to who plays the best in the moment. And if Big Dumb Gaming wants to stay in this tournament, they got to get it done in this map. And they don't have any other chances than that.
That's right. One last shot. One opportunity for them to make sure that they're going to be able to stay in this competition and move on to tomorrow. Game number 2 between Fly Me Out and BDG starts right now.
All right, so we're in Natal again. Now, most of the teams, in fact, all of the teams have done a really big pull at the start. So let's see what Fly Me Out and Big Dumb Gaming are doing as they're gathering a lot of mobs.
Yep, here it comes once again, and we see a hunter hopping on top of the pillar for Team Fly Me Out, whereas it's going to be a rogue for the side of Big Dumb Gaming. So a little bit of a difference in strategy. Actually, Asuna got hit by one of those Juggernaut charges there, which is kind of weird. Usually you stand up there to try to dodge those, but getting hit by them is pretty interesting. It didn't go down, but very, very clean pull from Fly Me Out. That insta-died. I mean, you can see how much kiting Big Dumb Gaming is going to have to go through here. Those Colossi are huge.
Look at the size of those things.
He doesn't want to be anywhere near those. Get him away. No, of course, it's not bolstering. They just get larger and do more damage the higher they... the more mobs die near them. So Tank just needs to get out of dodge, and of course he did. But just the efficiency with dealing with that pull, Fly Me Out was a solid 15-20 seconds faster than Big Dumb Gaming here. And it goes back to what we were talking about literally right before the match started. Sometimes these teams just don't have good runs in the time trial.
Yeah.
And you don't really get to see their actual potential until they start playing in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, Fly Me Out did pull a little bit less, as we see a 7% trash difference here. But still, I mean, that extra 7% is not worth it if this pull is going to take you that much longer, because as long as the pull amount is the same for both teams and Fly Me Out is gonna just pull a little bit more on a snapping pull later on, then it's just gonna be making up the time there. Now, both of them did commit their Bloodlust for this first pull, which we've seen some other teams actually save their Bloodlust for this Priestess Alunsa pull, but Fly Me Out actually pulling the whole room with Priestess Alunsa without their Bloodlust.
Yeah, no Bloodlust makes this pull a little bit scary, but of course with the double Unholy DK you should be more than fine to just absolutely destroy everything. And of course both teams have an aggro buff for the tank in terms of Tricks of the Trade and Misdirect, so shouldn't be any issues with any of that there. They did get a charge off on the Merciless Assault as everyone was running out to grab their blood debuffs, and it did end up killing Shadow DK. Not exactly what you want to see. Now they do have a Battle Res available for him. I'm not sure if they really need to use that. They will kill the boss in the next transfusion. They should kill the boss in the next transfusion pretty easily.
They missed out on one transfusion, right?
True.
Because the DK was set. So maybe if they missed out on one more, so on 2 transfusion, then maybe it wouldn't. So maybe it's good that they rested here, just to make sure that the second transfusion actually kills off the boss.
I mean, actually, now that I think of it, the second transfusion might not kill the boss. It does about 25% of the boss's HP, so they'll actually have to finish off the rest of this boss here. They'll have to do about 4 or 5% after the transfusion on top of that, just because of that death. And if he didn't die, the boss would be dead right now. So just extra time on the board for them. And when you're given a lead at the start of the dungeon, like Big Dumb Gaming kind of gifted to them, you don't really like to see teams just give it away like that. Actually, because of that, transfusion's about to go off for BDG, and these bosses are going to go down at roughly the same time, just about probably 10 seconds apart.
Yeah. So as they're both now down the boss, we see Fly Me Out moving on. Now, one thing I wanted to mention about the difference in comp is that we see the Rogue on Big Dumb Gaming's side, which is interesting because he was playing Demon Hunter before, right? And Demon Hunter would be buffing the Unholy DK's damage by quite a lot, and therefore Demon Hunter would be nice, but they want the tricks of the trade to do those kind of snapping pulls that we see happen right now. You either want tricks or you want the misdirect on the Hunter side on Fly Me Out, and that's why we don't see the Demon Hunter come out from Big Dumb Gaming. Now, both of them doing a pretty interesting snapping pull. They pulled the middle pack, and they also pulled a bunch of sword packs plus Sky Screamer, but Blade going down, they rest immediately, and hopefully they can recover.
Yeah, a little bit of a scary moment there. Your healer going down in the middle of this pull is not exactly what you want to see, but they are able to use their battle res and get them up, and they should be totally fine. But because of that battle res, because that time spent making sure the healer's alive, it looks like Fly Me Out's going to pull slightly ahead here. Now, it's worth mentioning both of these teams did the exact same snap, where they actually ended up snapping that center pack on top of both Sky Screamer packs. So it's a little bigger than the normal snap size we see here, which is more than likely why they didn't end up snapping anything down to Razan like we've normally seen. If we are going to see that kind of pull, it's probably going to be now. But it looks like they're not doing that. I don't know. Asuna hasn't jumped down quite yet. There he goes right now. So they're not going to be pulling the boss.
This is so unfortunate.
But Shadow just died to fall damage.
No, I think he was really low after the fall damage, or did he die while falling down? But they pulled the boss at the same second as he died, and they don't have a battle res, so they need to reset the boss, because this is going to be a huge channels, even if it's just a 45 setting. But getting a death at the start when you pull a boss is just going to be too much, and that's why they reset. We see Big Dumb Gaming now also jump down. They're also going to engage the boss. Also, they're out of battle reses as well, so both of those teams, no more battle reses left.
Yeah, I was wondering why he wasn't releasing right away, because you can just run straight down to the boss right afterwards. Took a little while for that to happen. But he is now here, and the bosses respawn, so the reset timer there, I mean, we already saw in the matchup earlier today between Method and A and Complexity Limit that the reset time is enough to lose you a dungeon. So, you know, hopefully that didn't cost them this match here. And on top of that, Razan's on the complete other side of the room from where they are, which just slows down your routing even more. And in the space of us talking about it happening here, Big Dumb Gaming's already at 80% on the boss.
Yeah, and they also pull some of those Sky Screamers on top, as you can see. The Rogue just now walking up, making sure all of those Sky Screamers are being pulled. They want to make sure they interrupt all of those casts, because you don't want to get a fear. We also saw the tank drop really low because of the bleed from Razan, on top of also having to tank those Sky Screamers. So definitely want to make sure that the tank stays alive here, because again, they're out of battle rest, so any death here will be a huge problem for both of those teams. As Fly Me Out now also managed to get back to the boss, and they're not actually that far behind when it comes to boss damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the difference between the Hunter and the Rogue again. I mean, Hunter just has such ridiculous single target damage output, even with bad RNG compared to most classes in the game, just because of the consistency they get from running full crit percentage corruption on the tournament realm, because you have any corruption you want available to you. They benefit, I think, more from that from just about any other class on single target. So the Hunter pick is definitely paying off in spades here for Fly Me Out, as they're catching up a little bit, even though they had that boss reset for them.
Yeah, and one thing to note about Rasan is that he does do the fixate after every fear cast, but because of all of them being Night Elves, they can just Shadow Melt off the fixate and it will just continue hitting the tank again. Now that means there's going to be a little bit more tank damage because he will apply that bleed, as you can see on Fly Me Outside right now. But it is a fortified setting and they can survive it pretty easily, and therefore they just want to make sure they don't lose the damage from having to kite Rasan.
Yep. I mean, that's also something we didn't talk about, is having to kite the boss to the other side of the room too. I mean, that's also a major time loss. That Fly Me Out death while they were jumping down really has cost them this match so far. They were a decent, bit ahead. They even had the death on the side of Big Dumb Gaming that caught them up, gave them an even bigger lead, but man, that just kind of ruined the dungeon so far for them. Now, of course, the major other thing we've been talking about all weekend is just making sure that you stay, clean conscience, clean mind, no tilting. Make sure you play as strong as you can for the rest of the dungeon, because as we've seen from Big Dumb Guild, they haven't really been that consistent so far this weekend. They're a team that does make mistakes, so you really have to give yourself the best opportunity to win the dungeon, and the best way to do that, of course, is to not make any further mistakes yourself.
Definitely. We also see Big Time Gaming now having to deal with this tank buster here in the middle area as Asuna goes down, trying to pull away some of the mobs here, it seems like. Didn't manage to de-aggro them. So one extra death here on Fly Me Outside, as they seem to also be playing the tank buster. No, they're not. Okay, so they're actually doing a snapping pull instead. Now, Big Time Gaming actually, I feel like they have to play this Awaken mob because they don't have the Hunter to deal with the Spirit Breaker. They don't have the pet to taunt off the tank buster from the boss. From the tank on the last boss, so they have to play this, while Fly Me Out can actually skip it if they choose to do so.
Yeah, I mean, that's a major thing that a lot of people aren't even considering. You're able to play 3 mobs with the Hunter versus the Rogue. That's a big advantage for this team. So if they don't end up pulling that, which unfortunately it looks like they are, because they're running right back to that pillar, it was a good theory, but unfortunately they aren't that confident in their play, it seems. But because of the difference in how they're pulling this, they're going to be able to take this pillar all the way up to Volt Call. We saw Big Dumb Gaming take care of the pillar first, which meant that they could only take the pillar to the stairs, as you see that portal there. We also saw this in the Method NA versus Complexity Limit game, which is what ended up actually costing Complexity Limit their game. Yeah. They messed up on this skip ever so slightly to Volt Call, and it cost them 20 seconds and ended up costing them the map. This Fly Me Out strategy, although it might be a tiny bit slower because you have to run with this obelisk all the way up, you have no chance of messing up the skip this way. So we'll see if it's going to end up paying off for them here.
Yeah, it looked like the Rogue was actually going out of the realm while everyone else was inside the Nalotha realm here, moving up to the boss, and then the Rogue did stealth past this pack and then engage the boss fight. And if you get in boss combat, then the whole group will get pulled out of the realm, and that's what they used to be able to skip this here. Now, Big Time Gaming on the other hand, Fly Me Out on the other hand, sorry, they are pulling up the mob as you mentioned, so they don't have to do any of those shenanigans. But again, pulling an Awaken mob is always a little bit of a time loss just because they're moving very slowly. Sometimes you could kill it much earlier, but you have to stop damage to make sure that you can move it in place. So in the end, Fly Me Out engaging the boss a little bit later than Big Dumb Gaming, while they're already on 80% and Fly Me Out is just now in phase 1.
Yeah, really at this point what it's going to come down to is which team is able to execute these last 2 bosses the cleanest, because they do have the rest of the trash count they need at this point. They just need to pull the final 2 trash mobs on top of the final boss with those 2 pillars, and they'll have their trash count that they need for the rest of the dungeon. And I do think that there is still a slight advantage for Fly Me Out, even though they have the 2 deaths on the board, even though they're slightly behind on the bosses, because they do have the better single target damage and the better burst damage with their comp. The Hunter is slightly better than the Rogue. It's just a matter of whether or not they can, efficiently catch up to where Big Dumb Gaming is right now.
Yeah, I agree. This Hunter damage is really going to matter on the last boss, especially when you want to cleave down those 2 Awaken mobs that both of those teams have to deal with still. Hunter with cooldowns, really good at cleaving down those mobs. Now, Of course, Rogues can do a lot of damage too, but Hunter still just has a little bit of an edge there. So we'll see if Fly Me Out can catch up on that damage. But Big Time Gaming, they're about to downvote call. Fly Me Out quite a bit behind, on top of the 10 seconds in death difference.
Yeah, and one of the things I'm interested in talking about, and we can talk about this more after the dungeon as well, but, you know, if Ellesmere is comfortable playing the Monk in this dungeon, why wouldn't it be something that you'd want to bring out for the rest of the matches? Because it just seems like you're kind of hamstringing your team, not bringing that debuff and not bringing that Way of the Crane. Obviously, I understand he's a Poly Paladin main, and, you know, you kind of want to play your main when you can. It's your comfort pick in most general situations. But if you're comfortable playing Monk in a dungeon like a Talazar, where there's a lot of damage intake, there's a lot of big pulls that you need to have that Monk for, you know, it's something that I would think that you'd want to consider to bring to other dungeons as well, right?
Yeah, I agree, and I mean, he's also doing a very good job so far on their side as well. I mean, we haven't seen him do any of those mistakes yet, so I mean, I can see that he's like less comfortable with it, and maybe they need more practice time in dungeons because he's playing a class that he's not comfortable with, and that's why he chooses to just play the Paladin. But we've seen a lot of teams before that started participating in the MDI, and they first were playing their main class, whatever it may be, maybe like Elemental Shaman or whatnot we've seen. And in the end, most of those people who were playing an out-of-meta class, they switched to the meta class in the end after they got some experience with the MDI. So maybe we'll see Ellesmere do the same thing later on. And it really seems like he's getting more comfortable on this Mistweaver.
Yeah, that definitely makes the most sense to me. You know, I'd like to see him pick up the Monk more and get more used to it, because it definitely is the better MDI style key runner in this certain meta right now. But he's definitely made Paladin work in some dungeons as well, like the previous workshop we saw. But at this point, Big Dumb Gaming is now at 75% as Yasma, as Fly Me Out is just gearing up to pull the boss. But you also have to remember, Big Dumb Gaming has already dealt with one of those Obelisk mobs and still has the Blood of Corruptor all the way down to 30%. So we're really going to have to see some massive burst damage come out of Fly Me Out if we actually want to see a little race at the end here.
Yeah, they definitely need to do a lot of damage if they want to catch up to Big Dumb Gaming here. It is a 45 setting, so bosses don't have as much HP as we see in Tyrannical. But Yasma is just a boss that has a lot of HP. No matter if it's Tyrannical or 45, so it's still a boss fight that takes a long time. And on top of that, of course, you also need to put some of the damage in those Awakened mobs. Now, the only thing I can see Fly Me Out do here is try to just single target Yasma and cleave down the mobs to just increase their damage, while maybe Big Dumb Gaming was cleaving them down. But it's still a 20% difference at this point. Only one death difference now, so 5 seconds. But still, 20% is quite a bit to catch up on.
I missed where that second death came from. I mean, that's a big difference, because if they have one more death to those volatile spiderlings, that'll leave them without any battle reses, and they'll be down on DPS, which definitely would leave an opening for Fly Me Out. But we're also talking in ifs right now, so not really a whole lot of time left on this boss with it being at 30% on Fortified for them to run into one of those spiderlings. Got to keep an eye on Big Dumb Gaming right now. All eyes are on them. The win is for them right now. They just have to not die at the end here.
Just don't die, Forehead. But 20% on the boss. We see the last Soul Run actually go out here as they pulled it all the way inside this door area. They want to make sure they avoid all of those spiderlings as they move back out. 80% of us, yeah, Fly Me Out, just slightly too late. The mistakes that they made on their side were just bigger than the mistakes that Big Dumb Gaming made. It was still a really close game though, and this is going to be a close matchup as they down Yasma. It's going to be a 1-1, and it's going to be the very last game that decides the series.
That's right, BDG showing some life as they win game number 2 in Ataldazar. And this is, again, what we've been talking about, making sure that these guys are playing to their own potential throughout this series, Tettles.
Yeah, BDG definitely, as a team, has a lot of potential. And they can flex a lot of different comps. Sham and Hyper both play a lot of different stuff, so they can flex into a lot of different things that other teams may not be able to just flex into. I think, again, it's like we were talking about, both Fly Me Out and Big Dumb Gaming not being fully stacked with a ton of MDI veterans, just need time to be able to, I feel like, come into their own in terms of teams, and Jack related it to 40k. I felt like that was a spot-on example of like what they need to be and like what they need to be striving for and looking forward to moving forward.
Sure. And at this point, you know, this is the first weekend for the North American Cup, and in order for these guys to get that push really to get into the land, for example, there's plenty of time for anybody really that we've seen so far to make it into that top 4. It's much more important for us to get, it's ironic, what's the word?
I don't want to say it.
I won't say it either. They need to continuously be appearing and competing very strongly, Tettles. Let's talk replays.
Yeah.
I won't say that.
So for replays, ultimately this match was very close between both of these teams. In the very beginning, we saw Big Dumb Gaming have just like a small couple of errors with the Colossus, and the Colossus ended up chasing Cynic around. And then it looked like Fly Me Out was going to continue the momentum that they had in Workshop and maintain a lead. But then I think resetting Rizan was basically the nail in the coffin for them. It looked like Azuna dropped right on top of Shadow Master, killing him with a Quaking, and then they didn't have a Battle Res available, so they had to completely reset Rizan. And once that all happened, that was a whole thing. Big Dumb Gaming leveraged that a little bit amount of time advantage that they had in order to be able to just take it into the final boss. Took it into Yasma, played the final boss with those obelisk mobs, and was pretty much spot on from that point forward.
Yeah, that's right. And now that we have the series tied up 1-1, this is going to be our elimination game, and I believe our final dungeon as well, Nagura, is going to be on Freehold, right?
Yeah, so it's gonna be Freehold.
Yes.
We've already seen Fly Me Out on Freehold. They only had 1 death, but they did lose the matchup. So interesting to see how this is gonna play out. I mean, we haven't seen Big Dumb Gaming yet on this map, so anything can happen. Now, it also might just be the deciding thing on who's gonna do the kiting strat and who doesn't know how to do it, because that's definitely something we've seen in Freehold.
I would love to see a Holy Paladin kite this. I don't know about you, Zyronic. I know you're a big fan of Mr. Your Monk, and I applaud you for that. You may not be a friend to Warlocks, but you're certainly a friend of mine. I'd still love to see other classes do it. I'm absolutely incredibly intrigued by the idea of having multiple healers doing this kite strat. Part of me hates it, but the other part of me loves the pressure that gets put onto the healer and the job that they have to pull off there.
Oh, I mean, the second that Limit finished the run, I messaged Twisted. I'm like, yo, dude, your hand's okay after that? He's shaking. He's like, I was scared there was a pebble in front of me. I didn't know it was going to happen. But yeah, it's just a tough strategy in general. There's so much pressure on you and you alone to make that strat work. Everyone upstairs fighting Harlan Sweet has it easy. There's not really that much damage going out, so you just have to make sure that you don't die. And I think Holy Paladin's a class that could make it work technically. They do have their horse for mobility to get away from mobs. They don't quite have as much mobility as the monk. One of the monks get away out of jail free cards is that Transcendence. If they back themselves into a corner, they can set up Transcendence to get themselves out of it. Yeah. So I think Paladin could work. I think it'd be a lot more difficult than Monk, though.
Sure. I mean, what I would say to your friend Twisted, though, is what I heard Letty say one time when he was playing, playing some very difficult levels of PoE. Just hands, calm down. It's not that scary, okay? They're just pebbles that you have to worry about under that. Rating checks are going out for our teams as Fly Me Out and Big Dumb Gaming are both facing elimination as Fortified, Skittish, Bolstering. I feel like we've been in Freehold a lot, Nagura.
Definitely.
I feel like we've been in here a lot.
Yeah.
But let's start it off. They're set to go. Let's take it away.
Yeah, and we already had Bolstering in EU as well last weekend, so seems like these teams can't catch a break and they can't show us those big pulls that we usually want to see in this dungeon here. Unfortunately, Bolstering not really making it possible to pull a lot and also not pulling things on top of bosses, which is something we want to see them do without Bolstering. But both of those teams starting off doing a very similar pull.
Yeah, one of the problems we saw from Fly Me Out earlier today when they were going up against, I believe it was Ethical in this dungeon, is they just were not having clean pulls. Their bolstering management was not great. They were ending up with a lot of, especially on this first pull, both of their enforcers were at like 15-20% when the rest of the mobs are dead, so they were bolstering a lot, and it just wasn't that great in terms of overall consistency throughout the entire dungeon. So I want to see them, level that up. I want to see them play well, and so far in this first pull, looks like they're doing a better job than we're seeing from Big Dumb Gaming.
Yeah, and one thing to note as well is that the Holy Paladin is actually kind of enabling the Unholy DK a little bit on these pulls because of Skittish, right? So you have to bop on the Unholy DK, he can just pop his cooldowns and ignore Skittish and just go all in because of that Bob just making him help to stay alive. So nice utility coming out of the Paladin as they now engage the first boss. Big Time Gaming engaging a little bit later, but they did 5% more trash on their side.
Yeah, and pulling that extra trash pack also definitely makes up for the fact that their bolstering was a little bit worse. So it makes sense they pulled more mobs, so that it was harder for them to, cleave everything together with bolstering. But we do know that Fly Me Out also likes pulling that trash pack into the boss at the end, which is more than likely the extra trash pack that we saw Big Dumb Gaming pulled, so it shouldn't actually end up being that much of a net gain for them. That being said, we are going to see, especially on these bosses here, the fact that Big Dumb Gaming is running Double Hunter, which by far has greater single target potential than the comp that Fly Me Out is running. So they're just in general going to be pulling ahead on bosses. You can see they pulled this boss a solid 20% behind Fly Me Out. They're already caught up at this point.
Yeah, we'll see how that matters later on. It is a 45 setting, so but still, it's just boss damage definitely matters in this dungeon specifically because there's so many high HP mobs, especially later on in the Ring of Booty where you have Ludwig as well that you need to deal with, and you have the last boss and the Awaken mobs that you have to deal with as well. So we'll see later on how the damage difference is gonna show up for these two teams, as both of them seem to be getting the exact same boss percentage here. So definitely, as you mentioned, Big Time Gaming catching up, while Fly Me Out did pull the trash as well on top, as you can see now at the very end, because it is bolstering, so you don't want to bolster a boss, therefore they pull it at the end so they can cleave it down evenly, and that should be the percentage that they're behind. So they're both at 18%.
Yep, and you can see Versify and Jihad are already both doing the same thing. They're heading over to Ludwig von Tortolen's room early on. They're going to start that RP, get that pig spawned, and then they'll meet up with their team again at the Council of Captains when they're getting ready to pull that boss. And we'll end up seeing whether or not these teams are, comfortable with their bolstering while they're on bosses. I mean, so far we've seen both teams do a pretty solid job of it so far. Fly Me Out's doing much better than they were in the previous dungeon, but to this point, they're just ever so slightly behind where Big Dumb Gaming is right now.
Yeah, Fly Me Out, again, losing a couple of seconds because they have to do the pulling away the Enforcer strategy, because the Paladin cannot be a Night Elf. Therefore, they don't have the Shadow Melt, and they can't just run through and Shadow Melt off the Enforcer. So they needed Suffer, their Proud Warrior, to pull away the Enforcer, then come back and Shadow Melt off the aggro. So a little bit of a few seconds behind there as they now engage the second boss, and we're probably going to see some trash be pulled in, but only at the very end.
Yeah, at the very end when the bosses are incredibly low and they can use those brews to try to cleave them down. Of course, the name of the game on this boss, because we are perpetually in friendly Eudora mode with Jolly and Roll being the angry captains in the tournament realm, there will always be brews being flung at these targets. You can see those brown swirlies on the ground. Those can do three things. They can either give you a crit buff, they can give you a haste buff, or they can be a bad brew, which will do a percentage amount of health to you if you get hit by it. So the name of the game is to try to pull as many mobs into that bad brew as possible, because it also affects enemies, and that's pretty much what the plan is. Try to pull as many trash mobs on top of that bad brew at the end of the boss as possible once you've dealt with both captains. So the dungeon pretty much essentially deals with the mobs for you, and you don't have to worry about doing any damage. Whichever team can pull that off will get a pretty massive advantage here. And we're seeing Big Dumb Gaming trying to pull it off right now as they pull all this trash on top of Captain Rowe.
Yeah, so Fly Me Out actually engaged the trash a little bit too early, it seemed like. I'm not sure if it was intended or if it was a mistake, but they needed to throw out some of those hunter traps, and we saw the Holy Paladin just taunting them away, so seeing them on the side to not kill them too early. But now they also pulled more trash on top of the rest of the boss fight here. Only Captain Rowe alive with 30% left. So yeah, both teams doing the exact same thing, just Big Dumb Gaming doing everything a little bit faster.
Oh yeah, it looks like they got a pretty good bad brew just now on a few of those mobs on the side of Fly Me Out, so that'll catch them up just a little bit. Big Time Gaming, like you mentioned, their bolstering management there, they didn't get that many bad brews, so it was not great. They were dealing with the rest of the trash pack for a long time. And Fly Me Out's actually doing a fantastic job of keeping Captain Raoul alive as long as possible. Ellesmere did drop incredibly low there to his Eye of Corruption plus some extra residual damage from the trash, but it looks like he was able to just barely keep himself alive. They still do have their battle res available. Good that they have that later on because of that. And they are just now dealing with these final two trash mobs, so they didn't get good bad brew RNG at the end, but you know, just the way they dealt with those trash mobs at the end of the boss, it caught them up a slight bit in the dungeon here. They definitely have brought themselves back just a little bit.
Yeah, Big Time Gaming, on the other hand, was doing a Shadow Melt skip on their side. They were just walking all the way through to Ludwig that already got triggered by the Rogue. The Rogue already triggered the NPC event while they were still fighting the first boss, and then he was also catching the pig afterwards. So just doing some rogue things, stealthing through, making sure Ludwig was already there as they finished up the second boss. And now they're pulling 2 Crushers on top, which is something we don't see happen all the time, just because those Crushers have huge area of denials that they cast around them. But because they have 2 hunters that don't care about this area denial, and the rogue who has increased range because he's outlaw, they feel like they can just do this pull, and it seems to be worth it for them.
Ooh, that was a little scary there. Bay got bowled over by one of those turtle shells there. It's coming right at you, man. You can't get hit by that. But the other thing to mention as well, which we don't give, we talk about it sometimes when the opportunity presents itself. But the other thing is with 3 targets, hunters turn on the rapid reload trait, which was one of those Azurite traits they have available. Every time you hit multi-shot and it hits 3 or more targets, it resets the cooldown of your aspect of the wild by a little bit. So every single time you multi-shot on 3 targets, you get a little bit more of your cooldown back, and that's something that you can't really overlook. It's a lot of free damage that they'll end up gaining over the course of the dungeon. So pulling 2 of those Crushers there instead of 3, I like it. It's a little efficient, but also you got to remember, you have to, you know, tailor make your mob count to make sure you get exactly the right amount. Otherwise you're being inefficient there. So we're probably going to see a little bit of a different pull pattern from them because of that, but I'm interested to see exactly what they end up pulling instead of what we see from, you know, typical routes.
Yeah, and I just want to note one thing. So Ludwig doesn't actually bolster, and that's why they killed those 2 Crushers while Ludwig was still on like 50% HP, in case you guys were wondering why they did that. Ludwig does not get affected by it, and that's why they were abusing that fact and just pulled the Crushers on top. Now, it is a 45 setting, so Ludwig still hits the tank for a lot of damage, and that's why you don't want to pull too much on top, but those 2 Crushers seem to be just fine for the tank to handle, and once the Crushers were dead, they pulled even more trash on top. So very efficient here by Big Time Gaming as they now engage Strothak with Crushers again.
Yet another Crusher for Big Dumb Gaming, really kind of going all in on that cleave strategy here. And this is going to be interesting to see, because if that Crusher does some slams during the whirlwind, there's really going to be a lot of area denial, and their rogue Jihad has to be incredibly careful with his positioning. You actually saw Senek making sure he pulled the Crusher just slightly away from the boss, so there's some room for Jihad to actually get some damage in there, which is, you know, you like to see that for sure. And answered the question right away. They've got it down. Yep. Jihad dropping incredibly low there. Looks like there was a shark in melee, so taking a lot of damage from that, but managed to get the monk bubble from Bay before his cheat death proc, so he still has that available.
Yeah, and also topping the damage on his rogue here, so very well played on this like very anti-melee strategy that they are running. But they seem to be very confident in their rogue's ability to deal with all of this area of denial, and want to make sure that he still does the most damage in his team. So well done by the rogue. Well, Fly Me Out delves some of the trash packs on the side before they are engaging Trothak here. They're at 57%, so they're 59% now, so slightly ahead compared to Big Damn Gaming. And this can all even out. I think both of these teams are actually really close. Even though Big Damn Gaming is slightly ahead on the boss, they're behind in trash, right? So this can all even itself out, and both of them 0 deaths so far, so very clean by both.
Yeah, and it was really weird. I think a lot of people are like, wait, why did they kill the Crusher on top of Trothak? We mentioned it earlier with Ludwig as well. The Crushers have weird like line of sight issues because of how big they are, so they don't end up actually bolstering the things next to them. So Trothak didn't get a bolstering stack from that Crusher when it died, so that's why they were able to do that. And yeah, just gonna go ahead and cleave down Trothak. And actually cleaving down those Crushers has given them a pretty large amount of percentage, and they're not really that far behind in terms of trash percentage from Fly Me Out, even though Fly Me Out has spent a long time gathering up that extra trash, you know, while Big Dumb Gaming's been on the boss. Interesting to see that from them. It seems like they actually have a pretty well thought out strategy in this dungeon so far on the side of BDG.
Yeah, it looks very interesting. Now Fly Me Out on the other hand, with their difference in comp, while having this having the DK here, a little bit of a, I mean, it's not a damage loss if you just stand in the whirlwind like we just saw Shadow DK do here on Fly Me Outside, but the DK does not have as big of a range as the Outlaw Rogue, so when Trothak does the whirlwind ability, you either have to CD through it and just DPS through, like we just saw it happen, or he needs to go away and lose a bit of damage, as we can see it happen right now. So a little bit of a disadvantage for Fly Me Out on this particular boss.
One thing I want to mention as well, it seemed like BDG pulled their trash pack on Trothak a little bit late. It was like sub 20% when they pulled it in, which left them a lot less time to cleave down trash. But hold on a second here, as Sinek goes down, and he instantly released before the battle res could come out on top of him. So he's able to just, they're going to have to wait for him to come back in. It looks like they were able to get the binding shot out on most of the trash, so nobody ended up going down. But at this point, Hyper has finally gone down, and Sinek has just jumped back in and insta-died once again, and he's going to release again. This is just disaster for Big Dumb Gaming. 3 deaths on the board, and they have to kite out as much as possible here.
This is a big problem. It's so hard for him, even if he did manage to come back, it's so hard for him to get the aggro. It's a skittish environment as well. They did manage to get some of the binding shots out and like a Ring of Peace, but at this point, everything's just falling apart, and the trash mobs are not even close to dying. The problem as well is that it's bolstering, so if you have all of those mobs be so spread out, it's super hard for them to kill them evenly, and if you have some mobs bolstering, this might just be, maybe they just need to reset at this point, because they don't seem to be recovering. At this point, they're up to 8 deaths.
They're up to 8 deaths, and they're trying to stabilize, but it's going to be hard for Sinek because his healer isn't here, and the way he's been kiting is away from where his healer's releasing at. It looks like they're slowly able to get this down. Sinek now on 2%, but he's not taking any range damage right now. But if he gets chain hooked back in, he's instantly dead. Hyper goes down once again. Sham has one of the fixates on him, but he's also on low percentage here. Can you get in range of your healer, Sinek? That's the only way this pull is going to stabilize. You see Bade trying as hard as he can to get into range of his tank, but he got chain hooked back into the pack with the Lightfoot coming out from Sinek, and it looks like he got a hot on him, so they're going to be fine. But now you have to wait for your hunters to get back. You just have to keep kiting out this pull, and like you're mentioning, at this point, is it worth it for them? I mean, they just spent so much time trying to save that pull. I feel like if they just full wiped and went for the pull again, it might have actually been faster than this.
Yeah, I agree. I think, especially in a bolstering environment, kiting out a pull, I don't know. I mean, in the end, they did it. They needed to make a decision, and they decided to just try and kite it out. But it definitely looks like it was maybe not the best decision, because the amount of deaths they gathered just from this pull and the amount of time it's taking them to finish it off, especially because they could have just Shadow Melted off. They didn't even need to die. They could have just Shadow Melted off the aggro, feign death, de-aggro all the mobs, and then try again once the tank is back. But the amount of time they're losing for this is just insane. They're still working at it. The amount of bolstering stacks they have on these 2 mobs here means that it's still going to take them a long time to finish those 2 off. While Fly Me Out on the other side, they did lose their rogue, but they have much less trouble. They are in 80% trash now. They have the Bloodless available. They're about to pull the last boss with the Awakened mobs. And yeah, just the amount of time they lost for this one mistake they're doing here is just insane.
They saved the pull,
yeah, they did.
But at what cost? 13 deaths on the board. They spent a solid 30 seconds finishing off those 2 bolstered mobs, which probably had 2 million HP each, even though they were only at 10% HP. And yeah, I mean, even though they saved the pull, it's going to be what costs them the dungeon in the end here. They probably should have just wiped it up. We can't go over that enough at this point. Fly Me Out. You know, they're sitting pretty up there. They've already pulled Harlan Sweet. We're not seeing any kite shenanigans from them. They're quickly bursting down that Blood of the Corruptor, and they'll probably go for the Beckoner of Chaos right afterwards. And they're looking pretty now. Literally all they have to do to take this dungeon down now at this point is just get through this boss, and then they will be in the clear and into day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a very difficult pull for them to do, because we have the boss and you also have the Awaken buffs at the same time. We saw one cast unfortunately going through here on the Holy Paladin, the Curse, which he cannot dispel. It does increase his cast time, so that's not too good to have on your healer. But thankfully Holy Paladins have a lot of instant casts, so it should be fine as another Curse goes off on Ellesmere here. They gotta be a little bit careful. They do have 2 battle rests available though, and thankfully for them they have the DK with the rest, so they don't need the engineering rest. They can just use the instant rest from the DK. Well, on the other side, Big Dumb Gaming, they need to use that engineering rest, which just takes a little bit longer and is a little bit riskier to use as well.
Yeah, you know, you really like to see this from Fly Me Out for sure. I mean, this is a team that's, you know, buzzword consistent, so we've been saying it all day. It's a team that's struggled with that. They have not been consistent all day long. But in this series, they've really shown that they're able to put together an entire dungeon together, especially in this Freehold. This Freehold, 1 death on the board. It's clean. It's what you like to see from these teams. And if they're able to put this together for their runs tomorrow, they got a chance of taking some games off some of the better teams. They just have to make sure they play like this and not like the Fly Me Out that we've seen earlier today.
Yeah, I agree. They definitely have potential to do. I mean, if they're doing as well as this Freehold here, they also have a pretty impressive time as well. Just really well done overall, considering that they're running the Holy Paladin in a lot of their dungeons, which definitely is not the most like the best pick, because we've just seen what a Mistweaver can do in those kind of dungeons. But Ellesmere doing a good job pulling off that Holy Paladin, and you can also see it in damage on some of those pulls, right? Holy Paladin definitely doing a lot of single target damage, and also being able to do quite a bit of AoE damage on some of those pulls. So definitely pulling off the Holy Paladin pretty well. Also, again, the utility, as we mentioned, with the Bob on the Unholy DK, making sure they can just ignore the skittish while just using all of their cooldowns, not worrying about aggro at all.
Little weird from Fly Me Out here. The boss is at 3%. Oh, they have stopped damage on the boss, and they are now pulling the boss into the trash. Now they're going to use this cannon barrage to finish off the rest of the trash here. I'm not quite sure they have quite enough cannon barrages on that trash to deal with it in one cannon barrage. Yeah, they missed a ton of them there, so they're going to have to wait until the next one. But the boss is already dead, so they'll have to manually DPS the rest of this trash down. And on top of that, it's not quite enough trash percentage to finish off their mob count as well. They'll have to have one other DPS, or maybe just as a group, go off to pull the priestesses to cast those painful motivations afterwards. Again, you know, we were talking about how they're cleaning this dungeon so far, but this last pull has been not quite that. And now they've also pulled the officer on top of it. What's going on, guys? That's just going to bolster. Your tank's going to die.
Yeah, the tank actually going down. They do have a Belrus available, but the DK going down immediately afterwards. Yeah, he actually did manage to get the Belrus off, but it seems like they're just resetting this pull at this point, because the amount of bolstering stacks they had was just not worth it for them to continue. But thankfully, they don't need to go back, because they only need a little bit of trash. They can just pull something else, as we can see them all releasing, and actually just pull this trash here instead. But yeah, that last pull definitely did not work out for them.
Don't they still have a painful motivation in the corner where the obelisk is that they can pull as well?
Yeah.
But the travel time, but they, my hands are up. I no
really
longer
close.
know what's going on at this point. The only reason that Fly Me Out isn't throwing the dungeon right now is because of those extra 8 seconds on the board. When they knew that was a wipe, you saw Asuna just literally ran and said, "I'm gonna die instantly." So those 40 seconds on the board, now 45 seconds in the form of Beyblade dying on this final boss here, is going to be are difference in this dungeon here. They're both going to finish the dungeon at roughly the same point with just 1% trash left on the board.
They missed it!
They missed count.
Are they going to pull, kill one mob, mark a skull? They've got a skull, burn that mob, it'll finish the dungeon for you. Oh man, this is... Oh no.
That's rough.
We were just singing to your praises, Fly Me Out. We were saying you were doing so good, and this happens. That's going to be the dungeon. Fly Me Out finishes the trash mob, going up 2-1 and being the final of our teams to make it to day 2.
That was not pretty. It was not perfect. But they got through it. Fly Me Out taking the 2-1 over BDG, and that was rough. That was a rough series of games, and I feel like Fly Me Out really also just had a rough start to this tournament. I mean, we know how strong of a team that they can be. We know how strong the potential is, but when it came down to it, Tettles, that was just painful for them.
Buzzword,
in many cases.
Consistency on both sides was very interesting, to say the least, and I think ultimately both teams were really struggling with bolstering management. Bolstering inside of Freehold, with how these teams really want to pull the dungeon, can be very scary, like we did see at the very end, because the Cannonball barrages into Harlan Sweet is just a really easy way to get 2 very large enforcers and the rest of the pack completely dead.
Yep, and at that point, they got through it, though, and, you know, we've seen how both of these teams really have... I guess the best way is shown like what they have practiced and what they have a lot less practice on, in particular Nagura, and showing where they're starting to trip and fall in many areas.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to think about this pull that cost them the dungeon here for Big Dumb Gaming, because now I realize that if they would have reset that pull where their tank went down and they didn't end up cutting it out, they probably would have won the dungeon, just because Fly Me Out had this huge mistake at the very end. And that must be heartbreaking, because it's just a decision you make, right? You either wipe it up and you should reset the pull, or you try to cut it out. And someone made the decision to cut it out, and it was the wrong decision. But sometimes in this split second, you just have to make a call, and then you just gotta stick to it. And it was the wrong one, and it's heartbreaking for them. But Big Time Gaming, I mean, they also have a potential to do really well next time around. Unfortunately, it's gonna be the end this week, but in the next cup, they can definitely do better and come back.
Let's start breaking down some of those replays there, because there was a lot of up and down moments throughout that game.
I definitely did not get a lot of the weird stuff at the very end in our replay, but what we did see, we saw a lot of good moments of brilliance especially at the very beginning. How the teams were bringing mobs into Jolly and Raw, how both of the teams were just not bolstering stuff, and then you started having a problem with BDG there at the very end. Sinek ended up going down. I know he was telling me that he was super nervous for this series, super nervous for this weekend. I think maybe nerves just got to him or something. He ended up going down. They ended up having some issues with that pack of trash. That ended up probably ultimately costing them the whole entire run. Oh, and then that very end, fly me out with the cannonball barrage on the middle pack and then missing count was. That was a rough ending for both teams. I think both teams would rather just kind of forget how the back half went and just really focus on the things that they were doing right at the very beginning.
Yeah, and then, as we've said before, there's been a number of times where teams have had these shaky beginnings. They've had these really awkward starts to their competition, but they've ended up growing and developing substantially. And we saw it 40K last year, had a lot of struggles early on and then just started crushing teams later, Zyro.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say with how strong the top 4 teams we've seen today are. Those top 4 seeds, all of them had incredibly good qualities to their team. But Fly Me Out definitely has the makings of a team that, should they get more consistent, again, buzzword, with their play, they have, like Settles has said, those moment of brilliance where they can actually turn into a team that can be a contender in the coming cups. And hey, maybe they could even have some good matches tomorrow, which will put them into the top 4 as well. But the way they played just now and at the end of that dungeon, it shows me that they're not quite matured to the point, or they don't have enough practice as a team together to where they're at that point just yet.
Yeah, and I'd really like to start seeing both of these teams in the future as well. There's always going to be a lot of potential for many different teams to start making a splash, making a wave. And we also saw it last week, Nagura, with a lot of the European teams where we saw the dungeons, they practiced, and then, once they started going into unfamiliar territory, it was like, they're not as strong on this area, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of it just comes with experience as well, because you can just figure out a base strategy for each of the dungeons, right? Even if you have the affixes change, some of the affixes don't affect the routes too much. As long as you don't have something like bolstering or teaming completely changing up your strategy. If you have like a base strat going on, then you don't need so much time practicing certain dungeons anymore, and you can focus on the dungeons that really change up a lot with the bolstering and teaming, for example. So I want to see those teams definitely get more comfortable the longer we go into these cups, and maybe show us some great performances and hopefully not have these kind of things happen anymore with those maps as we've seen at Hell. But I think both of those teams do have big potential.
Without a doubt. And as we summarize our day, we see Method NA and Ethical sitting pretty in the upper finals. And as we check out our lower finals with Angry Toast and BDG getting eliminated today, that means that Goosy Bad and Honestly will be squaring off in the lower semis, followed by Complexity Limit and Fly Me Out. As we start looking at this and, start setting up our plans for tomorrow's Ironic, who are you expecting to make the deepest run? I don't even know what I'm asking Zyronic. He's just going to say Complexity Limit. Zyronic, Complexity Limit? All right, good talk.
Zyronic?
Wait.
Listen,
is he gone? Where did he go?
Okay. He went for the other option of not saying anything.
I'm back. Listen, I saw a picture of Tettles' face when we came back to our cameras at the end of that dungeon, and I could barely keep it together. That's why I was muted.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, obviously, I'm going to say Complexity Limit is going to be the team that comes out of the lower bracket, because I mean, they just look the best. Their series against Method NA was like one of the best series we've seen so far this year. Now, Goosy Bad, they have a chance. They're a team that has looked good in time trials, and they looked good in their first match of the day, but their second match kind of left me wanting more from them. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not they can put up a good fight tomorrow.
Without a doubt. And that's always interesting to start speculating and start thinking of where are the tiers for these teams. We've seen different ones jump up a tier. They've really started to impress, and, last week in EU, especially Tettles.
Yeah, I think that the top 4 seeds from NA are incredibly competitive. Like Zyronic said, Goosy Bad and Ethical. I think that they're also very close to Complexity Limit and Method NA. I think the bottom 4 definitely have a lot of room to improve, and I think as the weeks go by, I think that we are going to see improvement in that 5, 6, 7, 8 seed range.
Yeah, and then I'll also look at how some of the affixes will stay the same for certain dungeons, and people are going to be able to take each other's routes or start editing some of the routes as well and start looking at them and what they'd like to change as well. As we look at our schedule coming up for tomorrow, we will be starting off our day with back-to-back eliminations between Goosy Bad and Honestly, and Complexity Limit versus Fly Me Out, followed up by our Method NA and Ethical game, which will be in the upper finals. Then we'll be having lower semis, lower finals, and our grand final to see who will be on top in the North American Oceanic region and who will be winning that sweet pot of points that will be getting them to qualify for LAN. As you mentioned, NA is really starting to develop and really starting to show how many great teams that they have at their disposal, and a lot of representation as well. Here's ironic from the Oceanic region. They've really shown up.
Yeah, there's somebody that we missed a lot last year in the Eastern Cup, and I'm glad to have them back. Ethical looks incredibly strong, and honestly, also has been looking pretty good too. Whenever they can put a run together. So I'm hoping we see more of that side, honestly, and I like what we're seeing from Ethical so far. Both of these teams, they've got a lot to build on. They've got a good solid base.
We were supposed to have a third OCE team too. One last chance dropped out at the last minute. Like, I think if we had 3 OC teams, that would be wild, especially considering the fact that we had very few last season.
Yeah, and that'll be another thing to look for as well, is what other Oceanic teams might start cropping up. Might we have Nagura Big Money Crab returning?
So Big Money Crab, they definitely said they want to return. They've already talked to me. Unfortunately, they weren't able to compete this cup, but they said they're going to return next one. And I'm definitely looking forward to see Big Money Crab again.
Well, perfect. I mean, this is going to be the opportunity, and if anybody else wants to sign up with an equally epic name, signups are still available to get onto the tournament realm, start making your teams, playing through your time trials, and qualifying for cup play as well, so you guys can join us for even more action as well. And for all of us, today has been an absolutely epic day of games. Like I mentioned, we will be seeing some of our teams who will qualify, who will be building up more points to qualify for our LAN, as well as seeing which teams are going to be getting eliminated. Any final thoughts that you have for the day? Here's ironic.
No.
All right, Tattles, how about yourself, buddy?
You
can't say no.
Yes. Final. I have final thoughts. Jack, take it away.
You're too kind under that one, Nagura. Best for last. Who actually has thoughts to share?
Let's go. I'm fired up. Thumbs up.
I'm fired up. Thumbs up. Can we all get thumbs up? I can't see you guys, so I'm just going to assume that everybody has thumbs up as well. Wonderful. Everybody had thumbs up. I promise. Promise. Our next broadcast is going to be tomorrow. It's going to be 1900 CET if you're Europe. It'll be 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific time. That's how time zones work as well. And we'll be able to see, hopefully a lot more close action as well between a lot of these teams. In many cases, ironic. That's what we really got to see out of the Method NA Complexity Limit matchup, and that's one I am extremely excited to see tomorrow.
Oh yeah, if we don't see that matchup tomorrow, I'm going to be really upset. I'm going to be abnormally upset. I'm going to post on Twitter about it right now, actually. Yep.
What's it going to say?
Do you think Ethical beats Method NA?
No, I don't. I think Method NA is looking way too strong right now.
Even with Ethical having a full night's rest?
Full night's rest is pretty powerful, especially when the Oceanic guys are having to get up ridiculously early to be taking part in it. But we'll see. You guys should tune in tomorrow, like we mentioned, 1900 CET, 1 p.m. Eastern, to check out more Mythic Dungeon International action. And be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel below and turn on the bell so you can see when we go live next. From all of us here, I'm fired up, thumbs up, and we'll catch you all next time, which is tomorrow.
Oh.